And now you're under my control.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I heard that.
It's Red Bar.
Guess who's back? 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 Guess who's back?
Who's ready for the summer of their lives? Oh, hey. Well, I think I left the speakers on. Can you?
I didn't. I turned them off.
You turned them off. Oh, great. Hi. Welcome to Red Bar, everybody. Ready to have an incredible summer. New eminent, by the way, here to help our summer. Hi, Chad. Hey, everybody. How's everybody doing? Hey, it's Red Bar. We're back. Song of the summer, huh?
I'm feeling pretty summery with this Eminem, not gonna lie.
Really summery, man. And as those seasons change, I remind everybody, you know, this is something we've been doing this for what, 26, 27, 28 years now, 30 years. As those seasons change, check your emotions, okay? Be careful. Do you see how much stuff has happened in the last 2 weeks? Hold on, let me try some. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test 1, 2, 3. Hi. Sorry. As the seasons change, people get a little cuckoo. They get a little nutty. They get a little crazy. And we're seeing that this week as many rise to power. Yes. Many men rise to power this week. I feel like I'm hearing myself back in there. Many men rise to power. Many men fall to power as well this week. Does it sound like I'm coming in two places here? Does that sound okay to you?
I think it
Sounds okay to you
normal.
when I come back here? Hello, hi. Okay, we're fine. Hi, how's everyone in the chat doing? Give yourself a round of applause today. Big late night, summer night show, of course. Gets very hot in here in Tucson in the summer. When we got this place, we got this in October, right? When did we get this place? Like in an October of a few years ago, right? And it was cool. It was nice. I didn't even think, what would this joint be like here in the summer? And it's miserable. It gets to about 100 degrees with all the lights and gimmicks and electronics on in the room. So very hot. We have to start the show a little bit later in the summer. Today's goal, $300. Can we make it? Everybody's waiting to hear what I have to say about some of my new friends in broadcasting and podcasting. A lot of podcasters out there making this business look pretty bad. So it's that time again. Does everybody remember what this is? What these are? I've got 100 of these going here. We got a whole wall in the studio. These are old-fashioned time capsules. Remember these? Something happens in the world, you want to put it in a time capsule. You really can't trust the internet anymore. You know, especially with this new Netflix show, Atlas. Movie Atlas. You really can't trust the internet anymore. You can't trust, like, I was thinking, you know, what are the history books going to say about this Darnell Trump situation? Are they what are the history books going to read? So we kind of got to write our own history now. And when one of our fools, one of our guys, does something real bad, we like to document it, put everything they've done into one of these capsules, and then when it's time, what do we do when it's time? Well, we hand deliver it to their children. Yeah. When their children turn 18, the capsule is theirs along with the access code to unlock it, which is just a couple screws. Today's time capsule. Aaron Emholt, of course. My steel toe.
That's the Steele dossier.
The Steele dossier here. Can you believe what they did to Hillary? This Steele dossier. So yes, we're gonna put some stuff in this time capsule today. Ooh, I got a big one. It's an Emholt joke, sex joke from Aaron. Everybody wants to hear about this story. We got to run a little poll first. This has been quite a crazy week. Now, Jules and I, we do something different than all the other shows. You know, when you turn on H3 or these shows, they're kind of just reacting to this content that their interns threw in a note document for them. They're reacting to it live on the show. Not here at Red Bar. We try to watch every little piece of contento that crosses our Apple TV, of course. That being said, this has been an incredible week and a half to watch just basically Steel Toe. I mean, if you tried
about
to
anything else.
Yeah, it's we watched every single Steel Toe episode, which I think is 5 hours in the morning and 2 hours at night every single day. All of his guest appearances, every episode of Nobody Likes Onions to see what they're saying.
I mean, the amount of
MLC,
hours.
the Dabbleverse. Guys, I gotta say, anybody else feeling a little sick to the stomach from that shit? Thank God Red Bar is here to cleanse you, to get all that oil and grease. We're using makeup remover. We're using oil cleanser to get that stuff off. And then, of course, at the end, we're going to rehydrate you. We're not going to leave you dry. We're going to hydrate you like I've been doing to myself lately. I think I found out one of the big problems with my health. I'm dry as a bone.
We'll take you from a chaotic era to a stable era.
So right now here in the studio, we've got 23% humidity. Okay, today's show is all about humidity. Okay, 23%. That's bad. Let's check my Protmex Geico-meter, my hydrometer. Listen what they're saying. Give it a little wave. This is what have I got? 31, 30. We've got 25 on here and 30 here. That's quite the discrepancy. Well, here's the deal. So I lived in Chicago mostly my whole life. We had probably, like 60% humidity in the air inside your home, right? Well, here, you can see we've got 25%. Oh, Mike, what are you... Terrible. Like so many of you understand, I've been, along with all my belongings, every piece of wood, every guitar that I have, the drum set, my hair, my skin, my nails, my throat, my cilia. And no, we're not talking...
Celia.
We're not talking Kill Tony. Celia. Everything about me has been dried to the bone. So my new thing is to hydrate. We're hydrating the rooms. We've got humidifiers. We're doing lotions. We're moisturizing the hair now instead of drying it out with chemicals. I was putting 10% benzoyl peroxide oxycutum in my head as hair product for so long. No wonder the thing turned gray.
You're looking pretty water right now, I gotta say.
Let me
look
tell you
refreshed.
something. I am looking refreshed. I have been hydrating my hair, my skin, my home, not the studio. I can't figure that out. I've purchased every humidifier known to man. We cannot keep the humidity higher than 30% up in here. It just dissipates. I'd have to fill tanks and tanks and tanks every day. So we got to get that installed. All my guitars are fret sprouting, okay? The frets are sticking out of the sides of the neck because all the wood in my life is drying up. I think I've been drying up. This could be why my health has been much, much worse. So we're humidifying, we're drinking, we are hydrating, and I'll tell you that I've never felt better. We're here. It's Red Bar. What a glorious night we're all about to have. I hope you guys don't have plans for tomorrow. We'll be up late, if that's okay. We're going to be drinking. Thank you to the Scars Club members for being here. The Scars Club is the only racket Red Bar's got going on. Okay, there's no super chats, super tips, no donations, Nothing, just a flat fee once a month for our archives. It's all we ask, and believe me, people love these archives, Jules. They love going back into those archives and listening to Red Bar.
I mean, they're really good.
And you get to watch the live shows as well. So please join that SARS Club. I know the Clippers have been posting almost every bit of my... You know what Clippers thought? They go, oh, Mike kind of wants just 20-minute clips, so we'll just do 15 to 20-minute clips of the entire episode. And all the Clippers combined have posted my episode about 3 times this week. So we're going to have a talk with them. Please watch the show via the Scars Club in its height. I saw a comment on
Wait,
one of
I didn't know.
Yeah,
about-
well, I'll get to it. I saw one of the clip channels, like, the thing was so bad. The quality was so bad. One of the this is the first comment I read on it. Why is this guy's... Not the clip channel, but me. Why is Red Bar's camera so underexposed? I almost killed myself. So this is what I mean. People are posting the clips not in the right quality, and then people think I've got an underexposed experience that I'm doing here. I was so humiliated. I was so embarrassed that I copyright stroke his content, and I'd like to admit to that to everybody. If the quality is bad, I call up Brendan Schaub and I figure out how to file the complaint. Okay,
This is what I wrote down after you get mad about this. I wrote, if Mike's looking at the clip channels and feeling happy, you're fine.
Yeah.
If Mike's looking at the clip channel and getting pissed, then you're going to get struck. And that's up to you to figure out.
Wait till you see this. And we're going to get to all the guys because there has been a rise of power here. Of course, myself is always rising to power. Of course, get that out of the way. But many men are gaining power. A lot of our guys have risen to power this week, such as Tony Hinchcliffe. Yeah, he rose to power. Dave Smith this week, comedian Dave Smith, he rose to power. I mean, he's above Trump now. George Janko. Oh, we're not worthy, Father. Oh, Father, we're not worthy. George Janko rising to power. He is above Bobby Lee, of course. Harlan Williams rising to power. Now, this one I'm okay with. Harlan Williams.
Smile.
Did you see what he did to Joe Rogan? You know, his appearances on Kill Tony, okay, those are fine. His appearance with Joe Rogan, we're going to show you some of that today.
I hope you haven't seen it because we're going to watch it.
Yeah, we're going to watch some of that. Patrick Melton, rise to power. Hackamania. We've got your inside scoop on Melton's big event, the event that shook this Dabbleverse, which I'm a proud member of now, ever since I watched a lot of Steel Toe and Kevin Brennan this week. So Melton rising to power. And, oh, look at this one rising to power this week. An old one from Compound Media, Bill Schultz, Andrew Schultz's cousin. Rising to power? Okay, we'll see.
I'll tell you about this, okay?
And then, of course, rising to power. Where did it go? Rising to power. Is this it? Rising to power?
I was listening to the album. Good fucking luck. You're on your own.
Eminem rising to power. I'll explain tonight on Red Bar.
Guess who's back? 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 Guess who's back?
Eminem rising to power. Falling to power this week. Is that how you would say it? Falling from power. Of course, Joe Rogan on the other side of that, Harlan Williams. Steve O, big fall this week. Giannis Pappas, we've got an update for you that's going to shock a few of you. Falling hard. Doug Stanhope, big fall this week. Wait till you hear the update to the Doug Stanhope infiltrate his living situation while sleeping on people's couches. You're going to love this. Kevin Brennan falling to power this week. Oh, because
I was kind of trying to give a guy
okay, well,
for
we'll
each,
see.
Since Melton rose
It's
to
on my
power,
thing here. This is
Kevin Brennan,
and we don't
has
make
to
these
fall.
lists. This is the list that comes out on Twitter. from the government.
Maybe
Kevin
we
Brennan
should make a physical
falling.
board of who's rising and who's falling.
I think we need a rise and fall board. In fact, anybody out there, can anybody out there make props as good or better than Good Mythical Morning? Would you like to work for Red Bar as a prop master under my, what do you call that? You would work under me and you would learn from me, right? You would learn like working with the chef. You would learn from me. You get paid a lot of money. You get to live with me, see the world with me. Would you consider that? Would you like to do that? Of course, one more rise or fall to power, and this is the one everyone wants to figure out this week. Aaron Imhoff. Did he rise? Did he fall? Is he a good friend of mine now? Do I stick up for these guys? Do I like Nick Ricketta or April? You're going to find out today on an all-new Red Bar. Anyone want to do a small drink with me? Do we have a drinking song? Is there a new Drake song? Is that real?
Oh, that's
Somebody
what
said.
you sent me.
I don't know. Remember, you said you'd look into it. I sent you a screenshot. They said the new Drake is hilarious.
That's right.
Sent it to you on your phone. There, yeah. That we could possibly use that as a drinking song. We're gonna have a few drinks to loosen up and get the event started. It's the big show, big Red Bar, the big event. And we've got whiskey here. We've got it all. I'm very prepared. I want to thank the listener for putting me on this. You're not going to believe what this is called. And get ready to hit that close-up cam. I'm on a device. I guess it's capsules. It's called Stamets 7. But look at this. Look why this is perfect for me. Host defense. Do you see this? Stamets 7 host defense. Okay, yeah. Because I'm host, right? There we go. That's plenty, Jules. Thank you. Stamets 7 host defense mushrooms. I got to say, somebody turned me on to these. This is that mushroom guy from Joe Rogan. Now, I don't know why I haven't learned my lesson taking pills or supplements that I've heard on Joe Rogan. Those have always done me wrong, right? You know, the athletic greens that nearly killed me. Alpha Brain. I lost months of my life to Alpha Brain. Remember that. And of course, Pure Encapsulations. He let that one slip. And now, of course, they got me on Pure Encapsulations Ultra. But here it is, Host Defense. And that's what I'm on today. If people ask, why is Mike doing so great today? He's on Host Defense, Stamets 7. This is my third week. I'm feeling great. I haven't been sick. Everything's clearing up. Did we find a song for this?
It's on SoundCloud.
SoundCloud. Uh-oh.
I think it's
So explain what this is. What did that guy say in the message that I sent to you here?
The guy said, Mike, you got to hear this song by Drake. It literally just dropped and I can't stop laughing. But what I'm getting is that it's a Hey There Delilah cover in Toronto slang.
Okay. Here, give me one of these. No, give me one of these. Shot to the sky. Evan forgot to do their vocal warm-up this morning. It's okay. So this is what we're going to... This is real. This just came out. Snow Day. Wah Guan Delilah featuring Drake. Is this real? Do we know about any of this? This just came out today. They said you got to hear. Okay. This is our drinking song?
Sure.
Let's find out. Have one with me. We're going to start the show with 3. I wouldn't do 3. I'm on DHM from Michaela Peterson. Okay, I'm using Peterson supplements almost exclusively now. Jordan Peterson makes my fish oil. Of course, I'm on Jordan Peterson's fish oil and Michaela Peterson's DHM. So I could handle a lot more of these than you. Okay, if you drink as much as me during the show, you'll probably end up acting like an a-hole. Okay. I'm very good at drinking. Let's hear this song. If this is bad, try to find a backup song if this one's not a good drinking song, because I like to kick off the party with my people in a nice way. And I'm very happy to see everyone here back today. You know, very excited. All right, let's hear it.
What is it?
Walk on Delilah, what's it like in Toronto City? I'm 2,000 kilometers away, but
I'm going to fast forward.
tonight you. Oh, don't you be acting me.
I can't. Even if it is Drake and Kanye and Eminem all singing that together, that's not what I want to hear right now. Let's try another drinking song, something to put us in the mood. I think this Hey There Delilah stuff, let's end that. No more covers of that. No more Hey There Delilah, Hey There this, Hey There that. It's over. I don't want to hear that song ever again. And I didn't like that song when it came out. Okay.
Well, luckily I have the
People get
perfect
confused.
song.
They go, oh, if he likes Alkaline Trio acoustic songs, he must like this. Absolutely not. That was always known as a gay band. And I hate using the word gay now because it is Pride Month. And we've got a big Red Bar is doing a whole Pride Month thing, and we are doing merch, but it's all Pride merch this year. All rainbow everything, and you guys are all going to be involved in Pride now. Did you find a song here for this drink?
Yep.
Hit it.
Damn, it's Paul.
No, please. Seriously. No. We need a real.
Good fucking luck.
That's
You're on
funny,
your own.
but please. No. Turn it off. We got to move on. We have so much to do.
Okay, I don't really have that many good songs.
Yeah, just
so.
the next good song is fine. Here we go, everybody.
Phone full of options, bank full of bills. Don't do it cause
Who's
I need
this?
to, I do it for the thrill.
Jesse
Phone full of
Reyes
options,
featuring
bank full of
Big
bills. Don't do it cause
Do you
I
like
need
my
to, I do it
sleeves?
for the thrill. Phone
Let's
full
have
of
that first
options,
drink.
bank full
Welcome to
of
Red
bills.
Bar.
Stay on trips, but I never take pills. Phone full of options,
Whoa.
bank full of bills. Bills. It's been a couple years since I made a couple meals.
Hold on, I'm not drinking it
So I
yet.
stick to the tail and I double that, triple that, new tax bracket. Talk to me nice in my North Face jacket.
Disposable microfiber cloths. Buy them. You'll love these.
You
get about 100 of them.
I'd be mad too if I was you.
It's so good to be with you guys. Welcome to Red Bar. The first drink to the first day of summer here.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. My throat in your face just to get to the. Shut up. Shut up.
Do you like my shirt? Do you like my necklace?
Phone full of options.
Jules made me this necklace. That was drink one. How's everyone feeling after that?
It looks really good on you.
And I got this shirt from the mall. The good mall. Well, no such thing as a good mall. If you run into me in the mall, run the other way. Please don't embarrass me at the mall. Cheers, guys, to drink number 2 to loosen up and get this party started.
And watch how you speak to a nigga, cause I'm not them. Old school player, gold chain, going rockin', Batman, black man, billionaire, but ain't nobody robbing. I tell a bad bitch to her face that she grinding.
Feeling like Cam Patterson.
She know that I'm daddy. I never been stingy with allowance. Baby girl, good ain't good enough. Be a star.
Aaron Emholt could never drink like this on the air. He'd get too sexual. Sex sells, fellas. To our third drink and the start of Red Bar, the official start. Here we are.
Shut up. My throat in your face just to get to the. Shut up.
Shut up.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
That should do us. Let me just clean up.
Shut up.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Red Bar Summer starts now. Hi, Jules. How are you?
Hey.
Good. She's very excited. She loved this steel toe stuff as much as me. So I want to take a quick poll here because I want to see. You know, I've always really tried my best not to talk about steel toe on Red Bar, you know, ever since the beginning. Do we have a nice picture of the two that we could put up? Maybe find me a beautiful picture of Aaron and April, like a still image that I could just put up to remind everybody. Because, you know, believe it or not, we've got a lot of rich listeners as well. Okay. And the rich listeners, the people doing well, these very upper middle class listeners of Red Bar, they don't really, you know, mess around with steel toe in Melton and the Dabbleverse stuff, okay?
And it was Melton's thing, kinda. So.
Yeah, well, of course, yes. And Melton was doing such a good job with Steel Toe. I'll tell you why they're in my world here. You know, I was first exposed to the Steel Toe, Aaron and April, doing their morning show, the Steel Toe morning show, by a clip that was posted on our Facebook group. Shout outs to the BBG, doing really well. I see people getting along real good at BBG now. You know who I give a shout out to? People think I must hate Jacques Maras. And I can't believe nobody knows. He is not, what is his name? Jacques?
I
Jacques?
don't register the full name.
We could never. I mean, I'm still
Only the
Anand Pakad,
sounds,
Janas
yeah.
Pakad. There's this big, and you guys would think he's this big obese black guy with zits. That's literally he's doing a parody account of one of H3's interns. Maybe not interns, staff members. What is the guy's name?
He's like their mod.
He's one of their mods, this big, fat, black kahuna-looking guy. Yeah, that's the best way I could describe him. Kahuna guy. Everyone in this Bring Back group, our official Facebook group, you know, I like that Facebook. I like that Zuckerberg. We built this Facebook group because many people think Elon is going to be the savior of freedom of speech. Not me. My hero, Zuckerberg. And this was way before. I said this way before they did that whole meme about him getting handsome. In fact, I had it in my show notes months and months ago that we need to start paying Zuckerberg more respect. Is this Aaron Zuckerberg, of course, from Facebook. And weeks later, of course, there was this meme about him looking
Fly.
cooler. But they had photoshopped the meme. Many people thought this was real. Now, he did get a little cooler, but he didn't have that cool beard. He didn't have all that stuff. So they photoshopped him, or they AI'd him to look a little bit cooler. And then I thought, maybe don't tell people about Zuckerberg. They'll think you're robbing the meme, like an Ethan Klein type of deal. But no. We are beholden to this Facebook world, and there's this guy named Jacques. Everybody hates him in the group.
Jacques.
They want him out. What would you call him? What would you say
I like
his name is?
Jacques.
But what would you say?
Jacques Brownlee.
What would you really say if you were going to call him a name?
I don't know.
Okay.
Jacques.
Jacques. He's great, and everybody else in the group is great too. That's all I got. Okay. In our group, though, what happened in our group? What the hell am I? Oh, Aaron Emholt. So I saw a clip of Steel Toe maybe about a year and a half ago, Jules, in the Bring Back group. I had no idea who they were. And I wish we could find the original clip. I commented something on it like, oh boy. Some very short, very harmless comment, but it was in reference to thinking that Steel Toe was doing an impersonation of Red Bar. And I had been hearing, I didn't know anything about these guys. I've been hearing, oh my God, these guys are fans of Red Bar, and they're kind of doing a little Red Bar of their own right now. And I remember when I saw the clip, I thought, oh my gosh, yes, I am seeing something very similar to myself, and I was very hurt and offended by it. You know, whenever somebody starts doing an impersonation of you, the first feelings of terror, you know, it's really a terrible feeling when you see somebody doing your moves.
Because you're like, am I gay?
Yeah, it really, I think that's what it is. It makes you not want to do your own moves anymore, right?
Because if Aaron is doing them,
if
how good
Aaron's
can
doing
they
the moves,
be?
now my moves are dead, you know, and that's how I look at people doing Red Bar stuff. If they're doing the type of content we're doing, well, now I'm not so much interested in that content anymore. If they're doing all these Mike stuff, this Mike Red Bar stuff, then I feel foolish doing it because now I'm doing what Aaron Imholt is doing. Well, luckily they quickly, I think, got out of that. I think within 3 months they stopped doing Red Bar impressions after I made some silly little comment. And the other thing about that I just want to say is That doesn't mean when I make a little comment about catching some guy doing red bar, and we see him all the time. There's probably about 15 of these guys out right now doing a little red bar. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't know why they get so mad at me. As if now, what do you think? I'm going to do like a 10-month thing exposing you and watching you, doing stuff about you? I think that's what they fear. So instead of going, ha, 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 they get mad at me. They turn. So they go from being, pretty good viewers to, Red Bar fell off 3-4 years. I hate him now, actually. I actually hate him and everything he does, and I'll prove that to my audience because I can't have people thinking I'm imitating this guy that I hate. So now you don't have to do that. Just do red bar. I will support you. I'd rather you be doing red bar than pretending you hate red bar. Duh! Sorry, I need some throat splat. I got cotton mouth. So Aaron got ticked and he started going on Mike David health rants. The guy's dying.
He said a lot of mean stuff.
You're dying. You can't do this. You can't do that. So, and however, my obsession with Aaron and his wife April and the Steel Toe universe and the show did not come out of him hating us. It came from his unbelievable behaviors that you've all now seen. This is what I want to do, though. I wanted to take a quick poll because I know Joanna Sternberg, my new friend, my autistic new friend. By the way, I'm friends with many autistic people. Just saying, I don't hate you just because you're autistic. I like the autistic. There's a lot of confusion with the autistic here. Joanna Sternberg.
Got an olive branch to.
Yeah, well, Joanna Sternberg doesn't know about Steel Toe. So I got to find out who knows about this Steel Toe event that just took place and who doesn't. It's going to help us gear how much of this heavy lifting I've got to do today to explain what I've seen and how it, most importantly, how it affected me, right? A lot of shows out there covering the news. I don't think that's that cool. It's not that cool to just get your news. So if you're here just trying to get some news, hey, Mike, why don't you put chapter markers in the show so I could... Because that's not what we're doing. Don't go to us for the news. Go to Too Lazy to Try for the news. Go to Podcast Cringe for the news. Go to even Patrick Melton for the news. Come to Red Bar for how it made us feel, which is much more important for how you're going to navigate through your life, okay? We like to watch the fools, learn from their mistakes, and lo and behold, we become better people learning from the mistakes of our fools, okay? It doesn't matter who the fools are. But if you're here for the news, if you're, please get to the Steel Toe. Let's pretend you're some guy like Andy Worski from my new show, Casino. You're going to be very frustrated trying to wade through Red Bar for 8 hours trying to get to the news. So we're going to give you that little tip here. This is not a good show if you just want to hear what happened. Okay? But let's run this poll. Press 1 in the chat. Don't press it yet. Press 1 in the chat if you've been following the whole new Steel Toe incident. With everything that's happened, you're pretty up to date. You're fairly confident you're up to date with everything. Press 1. Press 2 if no, Mike, I have no idea. And we'll wait here just for a second. Maybe we could put on some beautiful music. I just want to gauge where the audience is at with that so I can see. And then I also want to tell the other people, hey, if you haven't heard about this, believe me, you're going to love it. So let's see. Maybe you could get a little beautiful music there in the background just while we wait here. And while we wait, I'll show people some of my memorabilia that I got this week. Okay, so we're just waiting on that.
My friend sent me this new playlist called Welcome to Zamrock.
Oh, and you got to be watching the chat for these ones
Zambia.
Twos. That's wonderful. But watch the chat for the 1s and 2s and gauge. I'm seeing a lot of 2s. So our audience is cooler than I thought. But scroll up, yeah, figure out. We'll let that run for a good 30 seconds, and yikes. I hope, I can't believe there's this many twos, to be honest.
There's a lot of ones, too.
What's that?
There's a lot of ones. It's
I know,
pretty
but that
much
means I have to
split.
tell tons of stories that I didn't really want to. I thought it was all going to be ones. Uh-oh. Let's wait for those to come in. Look at this. Got about 1 million messages that my Godzuki -1 movie just came out. Look at this. Look what I just picked up.
Fuck yes.
Son of Godzilla original print from Japan. Look at this. Can you see it? It's tough. I don't want to ruin it. From Japan, this ran me about $156. They claim this is an original from Japan. However, look at this. Got some problems. I'm seeing digital pixelation all over this thing. Okay, I'm seeing what looks to be... This is from Japan. I had to wait 3 weeks to get it. Son of Godzilla, by the way. I'm obsessed with this
That's so awesome.
Godzuki. Now, will this look fine in frame? Maybe.
Yeah.
But I've got pixelation all over. I paid for an original print. So I get a notice from eBay the other day. Hey, Mike, how'd your print for Godzuki go? I go, well, and I'm leaving a review. And I'm not one of these people who reaches out to the seller before leaving an eBay review. If I paid for something and it had to come via DHL, okay, I expect it to be exactly how it was described. So I wrote 1 star. This thing's pixelated, doesn't look like an original print. You know, I got just a guy in Japan reprinting these. And very unhappy, wouldn't recommend to a friend, and 1 star. This Japanese guy, probably from Godzilla -1, one of these weak Japanese people from Godzilla -1, if that movie is to be accurate at all. Now we see how Japanese people really are. They're very weak. And he has written me about 100 messages, Jules. The eBay guy who sold me this. Please, I run this business because it helped feed my son and my family.
Oh my God.
Please, I give you $50 back if you remove your review. And every day, you know, I left this terrible review 7 days ago. I haven't looked back once. He's messaged me 17 times.
Oh my God.
Please, I'll give you back 100 plus 200 if you remove your review. I finally got back to him today. I go, that sounds like a breach in eBay's policies that I'm not willing to commit, buddy. You showed me a pixelated poster of your family. We'll run! Thank you. I got to put this somewhere nice. Hold on. I got other stuff. You want to see what else I got here? What other
So
poster?
you're not removing the review, you're destroying his family?
I can't remove a review that's against eBay's wishes. And you're going to pay me off? How about you pay me back and keep the review?
Just
I should say
screen
that,
print
yeah.
The
Give me
poster and
a-
send it.
He goes, please acknowledge that you will remove review if I pay you double how much. And I go, that seems like a...
Use
No,
that
because then
money
you're
for
going to
your-
rip off other people. The point of the review is to save other people's lives, not to get my money back. I could get my money back anytime I want by making more. Look at this poster I got. This is a hand-drawn
Hell yeah.
Lana Del Rey from Coachella. Do you see this? Here, wait. Some guy painted this for me. Lana Del Rey on the motorcycle at Coachella. We're going to hang that up in her beautiful new home. Thank you. Couple other things. Show you. Look at this. Very cute. Finally came in deck of cards on VHS. Cut to that close-up there. Look at this. Deck of cards from the Decker series. This is Greg Turkington. This is from the Victorville Film Archive. A real VHS. One of the cheaper VHSs I've ever seen. By the way.
Man, you'll
The
never
sticker
know
on here is not very expensive,
what it's like to live without
but it's nice.
cards.
And look, it's got the little cutouts there, so it's nice. I don't like it when a VHS box doesn't have these little cutouts.
How do you
Okay,
get
thank
it
you.
out?
I'll show you the other stuff later. Welcome to Red Bar. Let's do a rise, huh? Rise? How's everybody feeling here today? And so what were the results of my poll here?
I would say it was
50-50?
50-50.
Yikes.
So maybe you could
I'll tell the story.
of how you
In my own
experienced
words.
it, with a few little clips here and there. We'll try not to
Yep.
miss anything, but not make it boring if you already know about it.
Of course. And Jules, just feel free to scream out there. I feel like, you just gotta la 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 la
I'm being
la.
shy
Well,
today.
I think you are being a little shy. Just back off the mic and feel free to raise your voice a little bit. It's just
Now
a
I'm
little...
extra self-conscious.
All right, let's do a rise. What do we have for our rise song today? And I'm not doing Eminem again.
Well, that's what I had planned, so.
Well, we've overused that. So just pick a new one here. We could do our patented rise song, our old one. We might have to go back to that.
Okay, we'll do that
I'll
one
tell you
today.
this. I wasn't even really being serious about having this Rise song contest. I really wasn't. And people, I get so many submissions to it. And I feel really bad for these guys. They're sending me just drum and bass beats that they've made. And I feel so horrible. Like I had the other guy, a guy the other day goes, Mike, I've got a song to send you for the new Rise theme. Submission.
Oh, I think I just saw something in my email where someone remixed "Someday You'll Die." Let me send that to you.
Yeah, so I've been listening to these, and so many people are sending me songs that just sound like this, like they're just making beats. I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do with those. So yeah, we might have this Nikki.
I texted it to you.
Great. Okay, and a listener made us?
Yes, this is
Google
by
Drive.
Happiness
Let me guess. I'm going to have to
Pie.
request
It worked
access.
for me.
Let's see. Okay, you ready for a
I
rise,
haven't
fellas?
listened to this yet.
Neither have I. Kill that one. Kill that. We're going to get the TV off the ground here today with a listener submitted. Do you know who made this?
Happiness Pie.
Happiness Pie.
This is called
Okay.
the Someday You'll Die remix Intifada anthem featuring Macklemore.
Nick Glazer song. Great. Okay, let's hear it. We're waiting for it to hit play on this thing, but I'm not hearing that. Oh. All right, here we are. Rise. Wait, maybe I should wait for the drop. Hold on, I'll wait for the drop. Cut that.
The people they won't leave. What is threatening?
Rise. Okay.
There
it comes.
isn't the protest, it's what they're protesting. It goes against what our country is funding. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. The barricade
So it's a real.
until
Oh, Matt, I get
Palestine
it.
is free. The barricade until Palestine is free.
So
It's intense. Posted on the lawn. Occupying the quad is really against the law. No reason to call and the police in their squad. We're the genocide land.
Very nice, Macklemore. Macklemore is in a rap battle now with his Palestinian
Wait for the
song.
drop.
Very nice. Thank you. Die! Very nice. Give that guy's name out again.
Happiness Pie. He says
Happiness.
no AI used.
Happiness is... Okay, no AI used. Thank you so much. That was really nice. Should we show people what happened with Macklemore while we're here? Like I said, every week, I've got this, Mike, are you pro-Palestinian? Are you pro-Israel? That's a tough one, right? A lot of people struggling to figure out who they are, how they identify with this war. I always want to be on the right side of history and, of course, on the right side of today. Most importantly, the last thing I want is to lose my livelihood over support of the wrong country. I care for both of these countries very, very much, more than I care for my own family. For those of you who don't know, I'm more of a Palestinian Hamas supporter. I always have been. I went over there when I was younger. I trained to actually kill Jewish people, if you want to say it like that, for a while. And I didn't find it to be safe. So I left, and then I fought with Hila Klein's family for a while, deflecting bombs, coming over to Baghdad. Who knows? But right now, it's a toss-up.
You've got all the colors on right now. Blue for Israel, red and green for Palestine, black hair.
Black hair, yeah. And I'm just trying not to, get in anybody's way. So every week, I have this thing where it's like, I'm totally open. You give me a good rant about Palestine, I'll believe it. You give me a good rant about Israel, I'll believe it. So last week, we had Macklemore. He did his pro-Palestinian song, and he's really been touring with it. This is his big song, Macklemore. Of course, when I was in third grade, I thought that I was gay. No, I say this every time. If you were in third grade thinking you were gay, you're fully gay. Nobody thinks that way. In fact, when I was in third grade, being gay was probably one of the worst things you could ever even think of doing. Back in my day, the 90s, holding hands with a man could get you fucking killed by me and my friends. The school was telling us not to kill gay people. Of course, we didn't have any gay people growing up at my school. They were hiding in fear. It was a much better way to do it, and they just were a kid with no friends. They were a dork, loser, weird, gay-looking kid with no friends. They just got called gay. They denied it. And
I'm
now
just
look
gay
at
looking.
them. Now look at them. When Jules went to high school, half the kids were gay.
Yep.
They were all running around. They were making out with guys. Not here, not in my life. Sorry. So
It's a next up.
yeah, let me show you this. I didn't even think this could happen. This is so funny. Macklemore made his pro-Palestinian thing. And for those of you not following Macklemore, he fell off quite a bit. He's not really a mainstream star. If you want to kind of get an idea of who Macklemore is today, think Iggy Azalea. Remember her? He's kind of like that, where he was mainstream, he was popular, and then it really died down, and he's now more of a YouTube star. So, and he's from Washington. Keep that in mind. This is tricky here because we've got a response to Macklemore's Palestinian rap song. And I don't think Macklemore expected this. I think Macklemore expected, I'll do his Palestinian thing. I'll get all these Palestinian fans, and they'll be able to fill the empty seats at my summer theater tour. Perfect. And nobody... That doesn't make, because he's sick of fighting with like Kendrick Lamar's fans. Remember, he won the Oscar over Kendrick Lamar one year for Best Rap Album of the Decade. People were very mad, and he's kind of been hated by the black rap community ever since. So he said, this is harmless. I'll do this Palestinian thing. No black people are involved in that. Then I could just get all these college kids to like Macklemore. It's perfect. Until a couple days ago, when Amy Schumer posted a response to Macklemore's song from one of the associates of the Wu-Tang Clan. Yeah. What is his name? Remedy. Now, I'll tell you something, and people are going to be surprised. I was not a fan of the Wu-Tang Clan. No, I was not. I remember when that was really getting popular. I was in freshman year, eighth grade, freshman year. I was into punk music then, punk rock. And I remember all my friends started listening to Wu-Tang, and they started wearing Tommy Hilfiger, and they started wearing Polo Sport, and they traded in their punk skate clothes, the hoodies and cargo pants, for Tommy Hilfiger, Polo Sport, and they started listening to Wu-Tang, and I hated that stuff then. I later, of course, became a giant fan of Method Man from Wu-Tang, of course, and Redman, and now I hate them all. So, one of these, I guess, the Wu-Tang Clan has a bunch of these little members that come in here and there. Remedy. Now, I was excited for this. I go, finally, a black person's going after Macklemore. Turns out, Remedy ain't black. He's one of these guys that you'd see on Joe Rogan. He's one of these white rappers similar to, and that's how they told me how to play the blues. Whitey Ford, what's his name?
A pic.
Yeah. Oh, do we have it? Let's see. Remedy, of course. But you're going to love what Remedy has done. This is Remedy. Do you guys know this? Of course we know Remedy, Mike. Right? Of course. I'm not into these guys. There's a couple guys like this. Who do we got? We got Whitey Ford. What's his name? You remember Whitey Ford. House of Pain, Jump Around. Who else did we have? These white rappers like this. I'm really not into these New York white guys that kind of also Action Bronson, and all these type of these guys are they're fools. Okay, they're whack. But
you are a huge fan of Mac Lethal, however.
Mac Lethal's like one of these guys now. Yeah. Pick of the guy. Should we listen to the diss track real quick? And again, maybe this will help us get back on track here. Are we pro-Palestinian? Are we pro-Hamas? What's going on?
Facts.
Light news. Red Bar keeping it light after a week of toxicity. And then we're going to get really toxic towards the end of the show, okay? Starts out light, gets really, really toxic to the point where Robin Tran even got to turn that shit on. Okay, here it is. It's called Ben, which is Macklemore's name, of course. So he exposed that. Uh-oh. Macklemore response. Let's hear it. This is a good one.
Macklemore. Benjamin.
Oh, look at this. They're showing him dressed up as a youth.
Macklemore, fake rap activist whore, who spreads propaganda to benefit from a war. Ben, you did Two-Face and you told us you loved us. A sneak devil Two-Face who thinks he's above us. Ben, what's worse? Your lies are your slandering. Your gift is your curse. You use it for pandering.
So this is just one beat going. I always got to pause it to make sure I'm not playing two things at once. So here it is. And this isn't a rip off Instagram. This is this guy's upload on YouTube. I was so excited when I first started hearing this because Jules goes, yeah, the Wu-Tang is making a diss against Macklemore. I go, oh my God, because he's really afraid of black people hating him. And, you know, I'm like, oh, he didn't probably expect this backlash from these black, but then it's just Remedy.
The disappointment.
Worse, your lies are your slandering. Your gift is your curse. You use it for pandering, appeasing to anyone for likes, listens, and follows. Your soul is so hollow, you have no tomorrow. You sit back and spew. You're anti-Jew libel. You should read the Quran, the Torah, or Bible.
No,
Ben, are you Jewish, Palestinian, or Irish? Are you Muslim or Christian, or some Nazi hybrid, or a cowardly rat that drives around in his Maybach?
What's with this Nazi thing? You know what? And it was so funny because remember when Macklemore dressed up like a Jew a long time ago? He dressed up like a rabbinical Jew, like a Klein. And people were going, does he hate the Jews? Does he hate the Jews? And then he does this pro-Palestinian song, which to me, if you're pro-Palestinian, you hate the Jews. That's what they're telling me in my earpiece. And I'm totally okay with that, by the way. You should be proud of that. Don't start going, oh, no, I don't. That's like when the alt-right was like, we're not racist at all. Stop calling us. It's okay to hate. But Macklemore is from East Washington, right? And I had to Google this. I go, is there any white supremacy going on in East Washington? Is there any, like, hatred of Jews? You know, any history of that in East Washington? I couldn't really find anything like that. You'd think Seattle, no, they're like libs, right? But then I was watching
Steve-O, yes. The Steve-O's Wild Ride podcast with Steve-O from Jackass. And somebody mentioned, I think it was Adam Friedland, mentioned that just out of nowhere, the day after I looked into this, he said something about East Washington, how they're all Nazis there, how they hate the Jews. Does anyone know anything about this? What if this whole time Macklemore like an anti-Jew? I mean, maybe he is. Isn't that scary? I mean, he's got blonde hair. If you're anti-Jew and you have dark hair, I'm not really scared.
But if you have blonde hair and you're that's like old school anti-Jew. Like
Torah or Bible. And are you Jewish, Palestinian, or Irish? Are you Muslim or Christian, or some Nazi hybrid, or a cowardly rat that drives around in his Maybach, pointing out Jews as you blame them for AIPAC? And who do you think's banning TikTok? Your fans are like 10. They listen to Thrift Shop. You and I hip.
No. See, this guy he's an out of it fool, this Remedy. Your fans are like 10. They're listening to Thrift Shop, which was his song from 15 years ago. So
They don't know that.
they were
song.
one when it came. So old guys don't update. And this is like, you could do this with Joe Rogan, all these guys. Older guys, these boomer guys, these 55, because I bet Remedy's like 55, right? 55 to 65-year-old guys, they like let time, they absorbed what was going on in culture like during a 5-year period 20 years ago, and they can't let that go. Like Joe Rogan still thinks that like we're in 2018 as far as the politics go and PC feminism, right? And Remedy still thinks like Thrift Shop, that's for 10-year-olds. I mean, those people are like 30 now who listen to Thrift Shop. So these older guys, they boom out in this very specific way where they remember things from a long time ago. Like Eminem, of course, we'll go over the new Eminem song. Eminem's most recent reference in that new song he came out with is Megan Thee Stallion getting shot in the foot. That was almost 5 years ago, Eminem. Sure, there was like a trial like a year and a half ago, but that's old news. Eminem's referencing R. Kelly. That's 15 years ago, bro. He's referencing Megan Thee Stallion. It's 5 years ago. These guys don't really keep up to date with stuff. A lot's happened since Megan Thee Stallion being shot in the foot. A lot's happened since R. Kelly, Eminem. Same thing with you, Remedy. Let's hear a little bit more.
Your music is kids pop. Now tell us who it is that you think paid off Meta. You can do better. Here, let me help you. I wrote you this letter.
Now he's doing Kendrick. Listen.
I hope that this finds you, that you can be cured from all the evils that blind you, that one day you wake up with no demons inside you, and you leave all your hate for the Jews way behind you. What's even more honest, yo, I gotta be honest, you've never been truthful, humble, or modest. Now let me find out.
We found this on Amy Schumer's Instagram. This is where we found this song. Jules goes, Amy Schumer put out a diss track against Macklemore. I gotta hear this. And it turns out she was just posting this, but really that's how we learned about this song.
You're an Islamic jihadist,
yes.
And I'll call him a Poseidon, and you'll meet the squadron. Heisted the Grammy from Kendrick Lamar. That's more colonizing than Israel by far.
Okay. Did you hear that line?
That's my favorite part.
Listen to that.
Islamic jihadist, and I'll call him
This is so good.
and you'll meet the squadron. Heisted the Grammy from Kendrick Lamar. That's more colonizing than Israel by far.
Wow. Well, that's the last thing I heard. No, I'm kidding. I'm anti-Jew and, of course, anti-Muslim now. I refuse to look like an Indian or a Muslim person. Gross. Yuck.
What you say is hypocrisy. It's not colonialism. This is democracy. Independence with freedom and
Stop
sovereignty.
waving that flag. That flag is over. He was waving the Israel flag. That looks like a hate crime now. I hope this doesn't look too dim Israeli here. Watch, I'll learn all this font is something about Israel. It better fucking not be.
You never read what any of these shirts say. They could
Never.
be saying anything.
I can barely read. I can't see that far.
One time I
God,
ordered
no.
a random shirt
I'm
from
gonna get
this
this.
Instagram company, and by mistake they sent me this shirt that's like got cops on it being killed
Yeah,
and
like a
blood everywhere. Like this
defund
crazy
the
drawing,
police
and they're
type
like,
shirt.
Fuck the pigs on this shirt. And I wear it all the time as pajamas.
But you didn't realize when you were buying that. This was a statement. I don't know what these shirts
I
read.
didn't buy it. They sent it to me by accident.
Oh.
But sometimes I'll be walking out down the street to get something and I'll realize I'm wearing this shirt.
Yeah. Yeah, and I could be wearing something again. This could be a huge message. I hope not. I am not endorsing anything here today. Okay, let's see. I'm going to just cut that short because we've got a lot to do here today. You know, it's really weird, and maybe people could help me out with this. This is just a little thing, personal thing about me. My entire life, I needed my water, my drinking water here, to be ice cold, freezing cold. All of a sudden, about 6 months ago, I started preferring my water without even realizing it. I started preferring my water. Have you heard people prefer room temperature water? Have you heard of this? All my life, I heard people saying they have a preference for their water. They don't like it with ice. They like it room temperature. And I always thought that was so disgusting. And of course, I've tried it. You ever been to a restaurant that gives you room temp water? And you go, ooh, like it tastes like a well. I always hated it. All of a sudden, I've done a complete 180. I can't drink cold water anymore. I feel like it's too cold. But I wanted to let everybody know. Because I thought that was a huge find.
People are saying, oh my God, same thing happened to me.
Really?
Room
This has
temp
happened to
water's
other
the
people.
best. It's easier to drink, bro.
It's easier to drink. You get it down quicker. It all of a sudden it started kind of cold water started kind of hurting going down. I don't know if that means I'm getting old. My gums are bleeding. Oh. I don't know what that means, but I like it room temp. It's nice. You keep the water out. You could drink it faster. It seems smoother. It's less harsh going down.
It's better for your metabolism.
Oh,
they're saying?
yeah, it might be better for your stomach as well. I just wanted to let everybody know my little findings here and there. It's made me a lot happier of a person. You know, I've never been happier in my life. Thank you so much. They've found the back rooms. Here's some light news. They finally found the back rooms. Did you hear about this? Some kid on Twitter, he went on the Wayback Machine, and he ended up finding the official back room. Apparently, they're in Wisconsin. Right, Jules?
Apparently.
So you remember this picture? This here, I think it was this one. This was the one that scared the internet straight years ago. This picture. Wasn't this the first picture people saw of my favorite liminal space? Of course, the back rooms. I'm just now getting into the back rooms. For those people who are like, back rooms, this is very real. Well, this kid seems to have found where these original photos came from. And he found this one as well. And apparently these are real photos. These aren't Kane Pixel re-renderings. And this kid, Goofball, on Twitter says, my friend found the backrooms location. It's in Wisconsin. These are pics from 2023. And then here is, I just thought this was nice to celebrate. Here's the page where they found this, the Revolution Raceway. And this was updated in 2003. This is, they're talking about here above is the original view of the East Oval Room. Notice no windows are visible.
What are the chances that all the other pages or images are corrupt, but that one stayed?
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe somebody knows more about this. Yeah, most of the pictures here on this website are missing, but these two are here. I don't know why I keep feeling like this is a fake. Everybody's telling me, no, this is real. The kid found it, case closed. Remember, for years, they never knew where these pictures came from. Could it be a promotion for the new Backrooms Kane Pixels movie coming out on A24? Could this all be promotion? Could this all be a scam? We will let you know. We will keep our eyes on that. Okay, racing through light news. Donald Trump was indicted or charged. This drove me fucking nuts. I trashed half the city when I heard those results. I'm ripping everything out. And you know how much money I donate to him? $200,000. I matched Andrew Tate's thing. Donald Trump right now, I got him up to about $2,200,000 in donations. $200,200,000 because of me and Andrew Tate. My thoughts on that are very excited. I'm glad everybody's happy. Josh Denny has stated that if we don't go storm the Capitol, if we don't start protesting right now, we're a bunch of fucking pussies. Josh Denny on Twitter, one of our oldest fools, he's saying if we don't do a civil war right now, along with people like Tim Pool, if we don't do a civil war right now, we're just a bunch of fucking pussies, and we're just going to watch our country go away. So I don't know about you guys. I agree with Josh and Tim Pool. I'd say we should do a civil war, because otherwise it's way worse. I'll tell you how bad it could be. It would be, you know how bad it would be, Jules? If we don't do a civil war right now, it's going to be just like the last 4 years with Biden. And think how bad that's been. So I'm thinking, like, think about this right now. Think about the last 4 years of your life. Then think about a civil war where we're all killing each other in the streets. Which would you rather have? A recreation of the last 4 years of your life, which have sucked, or a new civil war where we just kill each other in the road? I don't know. I'm going to leave that up to you. I'm not some kind of pussy. I'm going to be fighting. I'm going to be storming the Capitol this year. And,
speaking of Civil War, we watched
the movie Civil War, which people want my review of this new A24 movie, Civil War. I think and I'll say this again, go into movies knowing nothing about them, and you'll love the movie. If you watch the trailer, if you start reading all the hype of a certain movie, you're going to go into it. It's not going to be as good. I'll tell you, I went to see Gravity, the moon movie, the space movie, Gravity. I went to see that movie.
One of the most impactful movie experiences of your life.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say it wasn't. All the hype from that movie ruined the movie. I was waiting for this movie to get gravitas, and it never did. Hold on, I just got to do my 9-pill challenge. Got any music for me here while I do this? Sorry, I got to take care of myself at the beginning of these episodes. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Nope. She's got 2 songs stuck in her head, and they're going to go on for the next 7 months. Can we set a new one? I saw the movie Gravity in theaters with a true, living, organic Martha. Yes. I went to the movie theater alone with a 68-year-old woman named Renee D'Ambrosio. And we sat next to each other and for 2.5 hours watched Gravity. I think we held hands during the freaking thing. And I wasn't that into it because the hype ruined the movie. Now, I saw this movie, Civil War, loved it. Because I didn't know anything about it, and I wasn't expecting it to be about culture war stuff. So I loved Civil War. You know what else I love? And by the way, when I say I love something, that doesn't mean nada. That barely means anything. You know what else I saw that I loved? Dark Matter. It's a show on Apple TV Plus. They are a great network, and they've got some great shows. I'm watching the sci-fi romp Dark Matter, and we're all caught up. We're on the edge of our seats. This is a movie about traveling through dimensions in time.
I love that stuff.
We love Dark Matter, so we are watching that. We also saw, what else do we see? Remember, guys, starting out light, it's going to be very toxic and hate-filled. The N-word's going to be screamed. Starting off light here while the younger people are watching. So I'm just trying to, this alarm, 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 11:30. You know, today is one of these days where I wish we could put a Neuralink attachment from Netflix's Atlas movie starring Jennifer Lopez, which I hope you guys are caught up on Atlas and Dark Matter and all these. I wish I had a Neuralink where I could just put this in and you guys each put one in, send one to each one of the Scars Club members. You put it in and you just learn everything that we've seen this week. This is one of those weeks. I'm overloaded. I'm overloaded with stuff. We watched it all. I mean, we might have watched 300 hours of content this week on normal speed. It's been day in, day out, absorbing this content. And nothing makes me crazier. I like it's a slow news week. then I get to have fun. I get to be creative with a slow news week. In a busy news week, I get overwhelmed. You know, how many people were overwhelmed by this Steel Toe saga that I'm going to tell you about here? It kills me that so many people are not caught up with that. I can't believe I've got to do all that work. But so many people probably, I at the end of the week, you probably didn't feel as good as you thought you were going to feel after how thrilling everything was. Maybe you felt kind of run down. Maybe you felt even agitated. Maybe you felt uneasy. Maybe that's just me as a host watching another host fall so far, watching a host go through such public humiliation as Aaron Emholt went through. But that left me feeling dark. That left me feeling stripped of my, what do they call that barrier, that skin barrier that I keep washing off with all the clear cell. What do you call it?
Your moisture barrier.
My moisture barrier, which I... So for those people that were like me, following every moment of Steel Toe and maybe even following Hackmania, Patrick Melton's big event this week, I'm here to help you get through that, and I really thought that it would be in your best interest to diversify your content this week, which is something that I beg everyone to do in their real lives, in their personal lives all throughout the week. One of my biggest problems with Steel Toe and the Dabbleverse and shows like this is the amount of time they take from you. Nobody Likes Onions is doing 4 hours every day in the morning, 2 hours, 4 hours every day at night. Every time I go on there, he's doing 2 shows a day. Whenever I ask people about that, by the way, they go, I think he does just 5 shows. It's 2 shows a day. Steel Toe, 2 shows a day. Then you're trying to catch up with Kevin Brennan and all of that. At the end of the week, all you've done is watch Steel Toe and Melton. That can't be your week. It happened to me. This happened to us. We had to go through that this week where we watched almost every episode of these shows.
You have Imholt on the TV, and then you pause it to watch an Imholt video on the laptop, and then you pause that to watch an Imholt video on the phone, and then go through that loop.
And then the Ricotta stuff and all this LawTube stuff and Casino and Ethan Ralph stuff that we had to watch. I got to tell you, soaking up that much of one guy or soaking up that much of one universe or soaking up that much of one saga, not diversifying your content that's coming in, that's going to lead to some health problems. It's going to make your mind morbid, like Eminem would say. My mind's morbid. I feel distracted from that. I don't feel like myself after watching all of that. So I started thinking about the people, this Pat Marr, the kid. Is he spending 6 hours a day on this stuff every day? It's not giving you a chance to venture out and see the other beautiful stuff out there in the universe. It was refreshing to go back to see Tom Segura. Oh, Tom Segura. Oh, my God. After this week of Steel Toe, to go see Tom Segura or Joe Rogan and just experience another side of life. I can't imagine what it would feel like if I did this every week, like with what I did this week. So, that's one of my pleas to the people who are involved in the Steel Toe universe, because they give you so much. The other part about this, why it was so troubling, is every second of it was amazing. Yeah. Every second of it was a thrill, but it was almost like doing drugs. Yeah. The hard stuff that Aaron got himself involved with. We'll talk about, the hard stuff, the hard drugs. It was almost like doing drugs. It was almost like too much of one thing is going to result in an unsafe addiction, right? So this is a tough week for us, a tough week trying to figure out the balance and how to give you guys that balance and how to make you feel good after all this.
We were at our favorite mall in Scottsdale, and it was about 5:30 p.m. We had some beautiful mall time, and usually go for sushi in Scottsdale because there's no sushi here. And instead of going to our favorite sushi restaurant, we got right back in the car and drove back so that we could listen to Imholt
Yes,
stuff.
Aaron M. Holt on the Steel Toe Morning Show. And again, I'm a little shooken up right now. I'll be honest with everybody here. I don't know what's so funny, but I'm a little shooken up because when we did that poll, I thought it was going to be mostly ones. The fact that I'm a little concerned right now here in real time is that poll, when I said, are you caught up with the Steel Toe thing? It was mostly twos saying they haven't. That was not my plan. Because when I was sitting back watching this, it seemed like the whole world had tuned in. But of course they didn't. Of course the whole world didn't tune in. Because why would you? Why would people like Robin Tran and that side of the world even know about this? You know, we've done our best to not cover Steel Toe on the show. So this is going to be
Well, should we
tricky.
just get it over with?
Maybe we should. Maybe we should finally show people
Because
what
you're
we've been
just
dealing
going
with.
to get more annoyed about it.
I am
as
kind
the show
of, I'll
goes on, so
tell
I think
you.
we should just do it right off the
I'll
bat.
tell you,
here.
I'm kind of annoyed.
It's going to be so fun.
It will be. Okay, why don't we, because I think it's very important to see this through my perspective. I'm going to quickly get me that first video that I want to show everyone because I think that's very important. Make sure that's queued up for me. So we've got a video to show you. It's, you know, this big thing happened to Steel Toe. And I'll give you the rundown very briefly to the best of my recollection. Let me pull up the picture of them first. We've got this beautiful picture. Is that what you sent me?
Yeah, I got two options.
Here they are, and this option is fine. Here they are, the Steel Toe Morning Show. Of course, this is Aaron and his beautiful ex-wife, April. And you've seen me. I hope you've seen me. I used to draw her. Remember, they called her Mega Mind, of course, because of this forehead issue she has and the way she parts her hair. Like Dennis the Menace. You know, I didn't come up with Mega Mind. I saw a lot of people giving me props for Mega Mind. No, I was just cheerleading this term. Mega Mind is, of course, her actual name. So, but you've seen me draw her. You've seen me bring up this couple a few times. We showed you the sex stuff, but a lot of people are not tuned into this universe. So I'll give you a quick, brief breakdown. The Steel Toe Morning Show was these two. This guy started his career on Real Radio in Minnesota. Okay. These two are white trash people from Minnesota. These are poor white trash people from Minnesota. Their show is driven by hunger and a greed for cash. They start every show with a $300 goal. The reason that they're on 10 times a week is because every time they get to broadcast, they get to meet their goal. So every time they get a new episode, hey, the goal starts at 300. He starts doing the bidding. I showed you that, a little bit of that last week, and he tries to get that goal paid off. You know, having his listeners donate $20 here, $5 here. And as we watched, we learned that it's really the same 6 people almost every day and night. They do the Steel Toe Morning Show and the Evening Show. Almost every day and night, the same people are meeting this guy's goal. So this is why he's doing so many shows. If he only did one show a week, he'd only make $300 a week. Does 5 shows a week. Well, what's 300 times 5? That's a lot of money for him and his beautiful wife. Well, they started doing this. Aaron here and April started becoming, they started embroiling themselves in fights with all the podcasters, including myself. They got in fights with Melton. They got in fights with me. They got in fights with Kevin Brennan. They got in fights with nearly everybody they came into contact with. And they were really living high off all the attention. Melton started doing to Steel Toe what we were doing to him all those years ago. Harassing him, covering him, tracking him, as they call it. You know, Melton did such a good job with his Steel Toe coverage that, believe it or not, this one, the wife, quit the show. Remember, she did the very unusual bikini stream where she came on this show in a bikini and started gyrating around and doing all these moves. People were accusing her of being on drugs. They were accusing her of doing meth. They were accusing Aaron and April of swinging with Nick Ricetta and his wife from Ricetta Law, the law tuber. I guess they live in the same neighborhood, in this Minnesota neighborhood. You know, I had the pleasure of looking at both their homes. Screenshots, you know, people are sending me both their homes. These guys live in the middle of nowhere. You know, they'll have like a house. It's in the middle of nowhere. You got to walk 11 miles to get to the next house. So he's neighbors with this Nick Ricetta. They live maybe 11 minutes from each other. Two totally different style houses. Aaron, you know, more of a shack, more of a $100,000 starter home. The Riccettas, they live in a nicer $450,000 home. And in the area that these people live in, that gets you a home. That gets you a nice, big, beautiful, creepy, liminal home. So they start hanging out with these Riccettas, and they start doing these hot tub streams with them. And everybody's accusing April of being on drugs all of a sudden. And, you know, we're watching this, and we're watching her behavior. We're watching this bikini stream. We're watching her twisted movements. And we're hoping, we're wishing, we're fantasizing that she's on drugs.
No, I don't know if this is a girls' thing, but when everyone was like, oh, they're swinging with the Riccettas. Oh, April's on drugs. She's on meth. I didn't believe that at all.
No,
For some reason, I was like, oh, you guys.
Again, we're
that's
fantasizing.
too far.
No, these are fool's fantasies. We do this with everybody. We hope. We pray.
But
usually
I thought there
that
was no
stuff.
way.
Yeah, usually that's just, you know, it's like saying Tony Hinchcliffe shrink wraps himself and puts a tube down his throat at a sex show while everybody comes onto him from a, you know, he's at the bottom of a pit and they're all jerking off at this sex. We're hoping, we're fantasizing, and stuff like that doesn't usually come true, or at least if it is true, it doesn't come to light, right? We usually don't get those answers. So Melton's going after them. They're fighting with everybody. They're not doing well. And April is one of these people during this time months ago. She's on Twitter and she's fighting back with everybody. Okay, she's every person that leaves a nasty comment. She's telling them,
concerned about me. You incels.
You guys are a bunch of incels. You're this, and he's putting her in harm's way every chance that he can. So during this period where everybody's attacking April and attacking him, he's reading chat comments, and we've shown some of this, but he's always reading chat comments. April, you look like you're on drugs. April looks like she's going to cry. And then you'd have April sitting there. She was in hell. She was in hell because he didn't protect her. This is your wife. And you let these monsters just attack her day in and day out. You let her get in a bikini in front of the same monsters that wish her demise every day. You let people see that. You let her go on Twitter and fight back with these people, encouraging the harassment. So what happens? We couldn't believe this. This could have been the biggest thing in this whole saga. April quit Steel Toe. We could have.
Like, I think last show we were going, oh, got to talk about
I think
Steel
that's
Toe,
all
and
that had
was
happened,
just
maybe.
over April quitting and them announcing they're getting divorced.
Well,
perhaps?
hold on. So April quits the show, and we couldn't believe it, right? This would be like if Jules quit the show, right? That would be crazy, right? That's enough to feed on for months. Why did she quit? Where is she? Is she angry with Aaron? Has she moved on? Has she gotten another job? So that could have been a big enough story as it was. April quits the show. Now, while April was gone, and we didn't know at first if she was just taking a week off from all the negativity. You know, it's a lot of negativity she was getting. Maybe she just needs a week off. And that's kind of what Aaron was discussing. But very soon after April left the show, Aaron almost found himself excited that she was gone. And very soon after her leaving, you know, I thought we were going to tune in and hear about how Aaron misses her and hear about how Aaron's mad at the audience and these people for driving her off the show and how he needs her back. But no, Aaron was excited. Aaron was thrilled that his wife had quit the show and maybe was going to go get a real job. Because then maybe Aaron didn't have to beg as hard for these $300 donations every day. Maybe if she went and got a real job, he doesn't have to work as hard. And then he could pay all the bills with her money. And, you know, because he loves that money stuff. And he was really excited. And almost 2 days after she had left the show, he was congratulating himself. And he goes, I was so worried. He's talking about, I was so worried I wouldn't be able to do the show by myself. But now I realize that I can. And this is one. And it was almost, he didn't even give a fuck that she was driven off the show by, you know, people harassing her every day. He didn't give a shit about that. All he cared about is that the donations were still coming in. He didn't lose a dollar. And that he was able to do the show by himself. And he was so proud of that. And I thought that was so twisted. Then the next piece of news comes in. And I think he hand-delivered us this news. We couldn't believe it. Everybody was predicting, you know, is there trouble? Aaron was, you know, she had left the show and Aaron was already making comments about flirting with other girls. Aaron was reading nasty comments about April and again, not protecting her during this time. And we couldn't believe it. And I remember saying, if I were April, I'd be getting real pissed at how Aaron's handling me quitting the show.
Thank God we didn't talk about this on the last show because I was about to do a whole thing sticking up for April.
Yeah.
How dare you treat her like this when you put her through all this shit
Sure.
in front of everybody.
So she leaves the show. He says and does some of the worst stuff imaginable while she's gone. Now, again, we could do a whole saga. This could be the whole story would be about how awful his little comments and digs were and how he handled her leaving the show. That could have been it. Then he comes on, and I'm just giving you a rough timeline here. Then he comes on and announces him and April are getting divorced. Holy moly. So every, you know, hater's wildest dream just came to reality. You know, and everybody, we should do this about Ethan and Hila Klein all the time. Divorce? Question mark? Are they getting divorced? Remember how many people do videos? Is Hila going to leave Ethan Klein? Again, it's a fantasy, right? It's something that never really happens, right? People don't get divorced from internet comments, right? But lo and behold, Aaron and April are getting divorced because of all this. Okay. So he comes on and he starts spilling. And once again, we're finding him to be really insensitive. Now you're thinking about, wow, they're getting divorced. She quit her job. She left everything behind to co-host this show with him. She's been raising his 3 kids. By the way, he splits 3 kids with an ex-wife. By splits, he might see them 2 hours a week top. He's got 3 kids with his ex-wife. You know how much he pays them? Melton dug up their child support stuff. You know how much he pays his ex-wife a month in child support for 3 kids? $800.
On that divorce,
$800.
In that divorce paper stream he did, his blades were crazy.
Sure. That's Melton. So he's paying $800 a month to his wife, you know, and this whole time he's going, oh, I'm paying child support, I'm doing everything. That's not a dad. That's a deadbeat dad. You only giving your kids $800 a month, 3 kids, $800 a month, that's deadbeat. You only seeing your kids for what, a half hour every week? You're a deadbeat dad. That's not half and half. He doesn't want to see those kids. He's got no business. He's got no interest in being a father. So they get divorced. He starts spilling the beans, and the stuff coming out of his mouth about the divorce is some of the most disgusting stuff I've ever heard. Now, I'm imagining April, I'm going, where's she staying? You know, has she had to move back to her parents' house? And at this time, Melton's making videos about her. They're all using her last name, changing all the metadata on Google, so that if she ever tries to get a job, all they see is April's done this, April's done that. You know, almost impossible for this girl to get another job. And all the while, Aaron is saying and doing some of the most despicable stuff I've ever seen somebody to do to somebody that was just married to somebody, you know. I think one of the more revolting things I saw is he would get on with Gino's
Keanu,
Gino, Flat Broke Gino. I guess this couple, Aaron and April, are also friends with Gino and Keanu, who we're going to talk about in a second, because, boy, not flat broke anymore.
Gino!
Gino is now rich. We'll show you proof on that in a second. But so Aaron starts doing shows with Gino's girlfriend, who claims to be good friends with April, and the whole time he's flirting with Gino's girl. He's even making comments that, oh, if I ever find another wife, I want her to be just like you, Keanu. You're the best. Flirting with her. Not only flirting with her, but getting giddy, recalling all these sex stories from his life, talking sex with her, getting very romantic. We've got some clips. We'll show you this stuff. I'm trying to give you a rough breakdown here. And also talking about how he's out going to bars, flirting with new girls, going out to karaoke bars and flirting with girls. So imagine April leaves the show, they get divorced, and within the same week, he's out flirting with other girls, talking about who could be his next girlfriend, asking Keanu if she has any friends that are just like her that he could date, and just overwhelmed with excitement about the fact that he's now a free man. He doesn't have to pay her bills, how he's on the market now, how he'd find a new girl. I just can't imagine, and that was enough for me to go, this is one of the more remarkable men on the planet. Because if I were to be divorced, you wouldn't see me for probably years. If I got divorced, I would have like a gun to my head. Not him. He was out and about, happier than ever, in great moods, celebrating. And we go, oh my God, this girl's going to kill herself. So cut to a few weeks later, he's on Kevin Brennan's stream, MLC.
Well, before that, a tape came out of Nick Rekieta.
Yes. Should we just show that clip, maybe?
Yes, I was looking.
So, yeah, do the Nick Rekieta blowjob tape. We'll show you that. Again, if you saw all this, if you had to sit through all this for 2 weeks and you heard every host of the world talk about this, again, we're very sorry. I didn't know how many people watching had no idea what's been going on. So I just got to fill people in real quick. I'm not going to waste anyone's time here with this stuff. So we got
it's at the beginning of that clip. It's really hard to find the originals, and so many videos have been made.
So then this happens. So remember, they're divorced, and then this happens. So everybody knows that Aaron and April were good friends with the Rekietas. Do you guys know Rekieta Law? He did. He used to do those legal streams. I remember seeing this Rekieta years and years and years ago. I forgot what. He was definitely brought up on Red Bar 10 years ago for something. So it's nice to see him here again. But everybody was saying that they think April has been staying with the Rekietas after getting divorced from Aaron. Okay, that she's staying with this family down the street. The Rekietas are Nick Rekieta, his beautiful wife, Kayla, right? And their 5 children. Yep. So Aaron has 3 children. And the Rekietas have 5 children, ranging from very young to the oldest being 16 years old. Only 2 more years for his time capsule, huh? Okay, we'll show you this clip. So this clip,
shallow
remember,
grave.
At this point in time, April and Aaron have announced they're getting divorced. Nobody has heard from April. Nobody has seen her. And then all of a sudden, this Rekieta clip floods the internet. Watch this.
Been exposed by Aaron from Steel Toe Morning Show.
Is that this? Okay.
Let's get it. I played yesterday.
Okay, so this is a guy. We don't have just this clip
I know.
somewhere.
I was just looking
on.
for like 20 minutes and I can't find.
Okay, I'll let this guy do it
itself.
then. Here, I'll do this guy. Here, this guy will explain this.
From Steel Toe Morning Show.
I was hoping I didn't have to do any of this part, by the way.
Let's take a look again at this video that I played yesterday.
This is the clip that surfaces.
But this time, the audio has been enhanced by Andy Worski, and there's been some context added by Malcolm X on Twitter.
Oh, wait, I got it. Someone sent the original
That's
one.
okay. We're already in this. Here we go. Can you see him down there?
There's someone under the table.
Why now?
Okay, the audio's gonna get really bad.
Because you got this Ricotta tape. So this comes out, and you see Ricotta. I hope you could see through my screen. He's not looking very well. He's looking like me. Season 20, episode 1. Looking very sick. I mean, his eyes are popping out of his head. His nose is grown from his skull. He's losing hair. He's got wrinkles. He's ghost white. And he appears to be high out of his mind, sitting at his desk, receiving a blowjob. There he is, and that's what they're showing. Now, they're suspecting that this is April giving him a blowjob. Let's find out. Here we go.
Okay, the audio's gonna get really bad.
Why would they put this music and stuff in
I
here?
sent you the better one.
All right. Because it's like you guys are trying to raise the audio and show us what's going on, but you've put all this music in there. That doesn't really help anybody. Okay, here we go. The silent one is much... Here we go. This is what people saw. This is what got people alarmed. So look at him. They're saying he's receiving.
Why is my camera so on? Trying to shut this shit down. I'm like, oh, we'll play the credits. No.
Father
What we'll
five.
do is we'll sit here. Guys, here's credits. Oh my God, Nick's drunk. Yes. Cool. I'll do it at your kids' family thing or whatever.
So I don't know where
Why would you hire me as a babysitter? Don't. You should hire me though. Is an asshole. An asshole. Here I am. A bunch of degenerate Japanese at my air con because he can't fucking spade it. He can't read. Yeah, no, I'm telling you, my straight as a bottle of this. Do you want me to be drunk like this tomorrow? Every day. I don't give a fuck. Who cares, guys? The reality is that you have two options in this world. Either realize what people do to you, or you do the same thing to them. I don't do the second thing. I realize what people do to me.
Handsome guy.
You can't stop him.
So he's getting blowjobs under that desk.
Woo!
I hate to even say that on this show.
Warlong says
There's people in the chat going,
inside-
whoa, what the fuck?
So see, people haven't even seen this. See,
I
this
didn't
breaks
even
my heart.
put this
I feel like
clip
I
in
saw
the
this.
notes,
I
and
know.
that
We really
because
thought
I
everybody
was
would have
like,
seen this.
There's no way that
Okay.
everybody...
I'm so sorry. Well, this is going to, again, it could be painful for people who had to sit through this 100 times already this week, but here we are. So he's getting blown, and this clip shakes the whole internet. Apparently, he's got a ton of enemies, right? He's involved in all these little universes that pick on him, and he fights with a bunch of people. So when this tape came out, there were a ton of eyes on it. Let's finish it up.
of you. There are two wolves, mostly because you have double vision, and would probably do the same. Pop 215 says, Nick, you fucked, huh?
Ooh.
I mean, I'm happy.
Okay, so this clip comes out and people start tweeting it and they go, you know, and I think people were just joking around at this point, but somebody made some sort of a tweet with that clip and they said, hey, Aaron, is that your ex-wife April under his desk giving him some head there?
No, even at this point, I didn't believe that at all.
No,
Still, I was like,
of course not, because that would be
way.
crazy. Imagine Aaron and April divorced, and then she's on stream giving this
Sucking
junkie
eggs
a blowjob live. I mean, that's too fantastic, right? Well, Aaron confirms that it probably is her. Okay, so he responds to a tweet. I don't remember what he said, but he's like, yeah, I think that could be her, which led a lot of people to go ape. So, long story short, it was her. April, Aaron, Nick, and his wife have been swinging for months, doing coke and meth together, swinging. So Aaron's on MLC, and they're
Do you want
going
that clip?
over this clip. Yeah, let's show you this. Again, it's a remarkable amount of information I'm trying to get out all at once. It's kind of frying my fucking brain trying to think about how to do this, but you'll see it. It'll all come together soon, and then we'll get to the good parts. So we're watching MLC live,
and
and
we blew up over this Raketa clip, and everybody wants to talk to Aaron
Yeah.
about what could possibly happening. The rumors about April are swirling, so he goes on MLC.
So
and they're
Aaron's
talking.
the talk of the town, and he happens, Kevin Brennan and this guy, Chad Zumock, they hate Aaron, right? They're like enemies with him. But Aaron decides to do their show to talk about the divorce, right? Between him and April. That's why he was on, right?
Yes.
Talking about the divorce, talking about this Raketa clip. And do we have the time code for this?
It's pretty much the beginning of this one.
Beginning. So he's on, and in real time, wait to see what happens while they're interviewing. And it was so nice because we had tuned in watching this live for the very first time. Never seen Kevin Brennan live in our lives, but we decided to tune in, see what this was all about. And this happens. Watch this.
Live stream.
I will stand for a lot of rumors, but I will not tolerate sloppy toppy rumors.
Okay, is it physically possible she was blowing him while he was doing the live stream?
I don't believe so.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I'm not.
So he was alluding to the fact that she was at their house, though. Okay, right? Before this was all happening, the blowing.
I don't
thing?
think we knew. I
We
think
didn't
he
know
was kind of confirmed. Yeah.
But
I
he
can't
did
remember.
confirm. I mean, he kind of goes back and
was
forth.
like,
But on
"Yeah."
Twitter, he's like, this could be her. And now they're asking him. They've
playing
got him
coy.
live. Okay, here we go.
Blowing him while he was doing the live stream?
I don't believe so.
Hey, I'm not trying to ambush you, Aaron. I'm not trying to.
How fucking dare you?
But I'm getting tons of messages, and I don't know if you want to deal with this or talk about it, or if you know anything.
We're not reading messages. People
Oh no,
sending
you need to. You need to. This is big
I
for the
know.
show. No, this
I
is
know.
big for the show.
Watch this.
Everyone, I'm getting bombarded that April has been arrested today with the Ricardas.
Look at that. So while they're on a live stream with Aaron, Chad Zumock, Aaron's big enemy, gets messages, and we're all hearing about this too while watching this live.
I mean, the
that
fact that
April
we were...
has been arrested with the Ricardas. And they've all three been arrested. Here's a screenshot here that Chad's showing for being caught with drugs. Okay, so this is how Aaron's finding out about this for the first time. Okay, so remember, she quits the show. They get divorced. This Raketa video comes out of him being very high, getting a blowjob. People suspect it's April. He's on MLC to talk about if it's April or not. While he's on, news breaks that April has been arrested. There's her mugshot. Our April, arrested with the Raketas, Raketa law, for this. Watch this.
Their mugshots are online. It's all over the place, dude. Do you know anything?
I don't believe that.
He doesn't believe
Is
it.
that her?
I don't think so. No, that's not. No.
Look at this.
There's no way.
I mean,
He
I'm
goes
getting
to look at his
bombarded
phone.
with this. I'm not joking. It's
I
not
don't-
even.
I say
That's
bombarded,
been
you-
edited. That's for sure been edited.
When you
Nick
say
Raketa
bombarded,
and his
you-
wife are in jail for possession, along with Aaron Imholt.
No, that's
So
definitely.
we're shooting up like rockets in our house. And again, if the story ended here,
would be enough.
that's enough to eat, right? That's enough to feed off for months. We were screaming. We were shouting. We couldn't believe it. April's been arrested. And like any of you, the emotions and the ideas racing through our heads, we don't know what's going on.
The fact that we were watching this live at all is like insane.
Yeah. So this is where, and
Never.
when did this air? Because then we should kind of give people a timeline. Do we
Like
know
a
the
week ago,
air date of
7
this?
days ago,
Yeah, it had to be a
9
little
days
longer
ago,
than that.
10 days
Let's
ago?
pretend 10 days
I think
ago.
it was
So
like 2 days after the last show.
okay. Here we go. Let's watch the rest.
Been altered.
Okay.
So he doesn't believe it
I'm
at
just
first.
saying.
I don't believe that. That's silly.
I don't know.
Chad went with his instincts.
I'm just telling you what everyone's sending me. Literally,
Everybody. He's being bombarded by two things.
This looks real to me.
Gonzo, Aaron, is it true you really think you're funny? And do you also believe the majority of people who watch you
Talking about
not
Kevin, he's
see
very
through your inauthentic persona?
Look at Aaron here.
Do I? I don't think Gonzo thinks I'm funny. That much. I'm sure.
He's being nice.
Yeah. No, he's being very complimentary. My inauthentic persona. Could you pick a worse one than this if you were being inauthentic?
Reading super
No, but
chats.
we'll
get back to this.
I might use
arrest.
that as a title. I like the wording of that.
Persona.
I like the way that pops. Inauthentic persona. Thank you, Gonzo. Agent Quan, reminder: Snitch Zumach is a confirmed police informant.
Holy shit.
An enemy of the people. Make sure to unsubscribe.
Look at Aaron.
from
He's going
Patreon
back
and
to
YouTube
check his
before the
phone.
long
His
weekend,
phone's
and have a
blown out
great
now.
Memorial Day weekend, everybody. Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah,
Agent Coral.
please sign up to my Patreon, everybody. I'm killing.
Look at
it
Aaron
right
up here.
Chad, are you a confirmed police informant? That's why you never go to jail?
Aaron's checking his phone. He's just heard about
There's
this
a lot of
arrest.
stuff about my life you don't know.
So you are?
I'm not going to confirm, deny anything.
Now you got Aaron looking to see. Red Bar is copying Win by 2 radio.
If I'm getting
Red's
these messages, Aaron is 100% getting these messages.
Look. So here's Aaron.
And he's not saying anything right now, so something's going down.
I'm just checking.
You got to check.
I'm just
it's
saying.
real.
It's
Thank
not
you.
good.
Thank you. Yeah. New
Something's
member.
going on. I just got another message.
Red Bar is copying Win by 2 radio. He is?
She was arrested at 10 a.m. this morning.
She was
I'm just
arrested.
saying, dude. I'm not trying to be a narc. This is breaking news, guys.
Pun intended. He's not trying to be a narc.
This is not good. This is not good.
It's fake. If it's not fake, the show will never end. Will Heron, Aaron, can you tell?
Look at
my
Aaron.
God.
Here's Aaron.
It's real?
Whoa. Holy shit. Wow.
He puts his head in his hand.
I'm getting more messages now.
Look at
Oh
him.
no. Oh no.
Wait, Aaron, this
Oh.
is real?
I don't know.
Fuck. Wow. I just got another text about it.
Fuck.
Dude, you got some work to do, brother.
Well, I mean,
technically you don't.
I think we can get those papers signed now.
The divorce.
Wait, so this is real?
I just looked at the roster.
What roster? Tonight's lineup?
The county jail roster.
I just got an inmate number. Her inmate number. This is and the county jail number. Wow. Holy
How do people find this out this quick?
They find everything. They found out who my fucking cousin was.
Look at Aaron.
Wow, that's like the same thing.
I'm just
I mean-
I feel oh man.
This literally just happened.
I feel so fucking bad for those kids.
This is worse than going on Ray's podcast.
Wait, they were arrested this morning driving? Or did somebody snitch on them and they went to their house?
Yes.
Well, now I can't. Now the cat's out of the bag. I'm not telling any tales out of school. This has been a problem for a while, and I've been trying to tell him to fucking stop and get help.
Finally, he's free.
So the Riccattas and April have turned into drug lords. They've been doing coke. I'm sure it's cut with meth. I mean, I can't even imagine. You know, people in the 80s used to do coke every day before Adderall and Vyvanse were available, right? Imagine doing coke as an adult every day to keep it up. You know, that would be really grueling. You know, try doing coke even for one night in your 40s. Your nose is hurting. You're a mess. You feel like you got a sinus infection. The next day you wake up, you're basically crippled. I mean, it's almost impossible to do coke after a certain age, especially when you've got Adderall, you've got Vyvanse. You could get that same feeling in a much cleaner package. So imagine you're doing coke every day. So at this point, I guess April's been living with the Riquettas, doing coke, doing meth with the whole family every single day for months. Let's hear a little bit more. You're not going to believe where Aaron takes us from here. This is already, again, wild enough, right? This is the wildest story already. But Aaron's going to take this even further. And you're really not going to believe where he goes with this. Let's play a little bit more of this to see how it all came down. Aaron seems to be in shock. Although at this point, a lot of people were accusing Aaron of calling the police himself or tipping off the police. You know, his wife runs away with the Riquettas. They're all doing drugs.
I know we can't even get into all the conspiracies because we'd be here for 50 years. That's why we're rushing through this.
We're trying to rush
part
through
to
this setup to get to the good stuff so we could show you a different side. And where I met with Aaron, I spoke to him. I've been helping the family, right? I've been doing all that. Okay, here, watch.
Is her middle name? Can I just say this?
No,
Is
no,
it
no.
Diane?
Don't. We don't need her middle name.
Chad, it's real. It's real, Chad.
Okay, I'm getting all this. I don't know.
Okay, he just said it's real. So wait. So they were arrested driving, or they went to their house?
I don't know. I think with how viral he went from that stream, my theory is someone might have called the police
or child welfare services,
or child services or something. Yeah, that's probably it. Fucking A.
They're saying Melton's fans are behind it.
I fucking told them. You got to cut this shit out.
Oh.
I mean, I guess now that it's happened, I can come out and say it. This is what a lot of our fights were about the last 6 months.
We're dying. We're screaming. We're shouting. Doing jumping jacks.
Holy fuck.
Don't worry. You're not going to see me cry or anything like that. I'm fucking irate right now.
They're saying Melton's fans did this.
Okay, it doesn't matter what's saying.
It doesn't matter who did it. They had it. I mean,
and what Aaron's saying is true. Like, if you're this drunk and live streaming, you can call fucking child services.
Yeah, if you go on that, I'm sorry, Kevin, I apologize. If you go on that fucked up, this is what I've been telling this motherfucker for a long time. I've been telling anybody who would fucking listen. You're putting your goddamn family at risk and everybody around you.
Okay, so I want to let us know from this point. So let's pretend this was 12 days ago. He's been nonstop celebrating and chatting about this and giving us every little piece of information for the last 12 days. Almost 8 hours a day of steel toe stuff. And just like I'm glued to this right now, it shuts me up and I'm glued to the man talking, Aaron M. Holt, rise to power or fall. We'll find out. This is what we've been glued to for the last 12 days. We can't get enough. Every piece of information out of his mouth is fulfilling. It's all bliss. And you're just standing there in shock. I mean, even right now, when he just learns about it, he's already given us so much, right? I knew they were doing this. I've been telling them to stop. This is the shit I've been dealing with. Listen.
The guy was a fucking ticking time bomb. I said this was going to happen.
It's Riquetta law,
you gotta
right?
Look after your fucking family. You got to knock it off. And he puts his wife, he puts my soon-to-be ex-wife, and all 5 of his fucking kids in danger because he's a selfish, narcissistic fucking cunt, and he can't fucking stop himself. God damn it. What a fucking moron. Hopefully, this sends his ass to rehab where he fucking belongs.
Uh-oh.
Well, Kev, you got to break something big on your show.
This is really unbelievable.
Oh, my God. Well, I guess I'm not going to boxing tonight. You guys want to hang out for a while?
Well, you're going to have to
So
go live
right
tonight.
there. You guys want to hang out for it? He's already excited. He's excited. The attention's on him. You know, if this happened to me, I'd be so humiliated. I mean, really, I think I'd probably click the camera off. You wouldn't see me for months. I'd be that humiliated. I'd be devastated. I couldn't look the internet in the eye after just something like this happening. My wife leaving the show, getting divorced, and caught possibly giving a blowjob to one of the most decrepit drug users the internet's ever seen, and then being arrested with this family. I would be mortified. Not
and that's
Aaron.
why it's so hard to figure this out, because everyone's doing these conspiracies about, did Aaron call the cops? Did he know about this already because of his demeanor here? Or is he just a sociopath?
Well, I don't like this word. Sociopath loses all its meaning because everybody throws this around online. He's something. He's got some sort of a disorder, because any normal person would be humiliated. They would be covered in shame. They wouldn't know what to do next. They would need some time off to think about this. Not Aaron. Aaron took this. He caught the ball. He ran. And he's been online nonstop in one of the better moods of his life, telling every little detail to the point where he's now incriminated April and the Rickettas and himself. He's currently being investigated. There's a rumor that Aaron is being investigated now for child endangerment. Oh my God, there's so much.
People are going, I feel bad for him.
Okay, hold on. Just wait. That's what we mean. Did the rise, right? I feel bad for him. Maybe we had Aaron all wrong. Maybe April was the problem and Aaron was secretly dealing with this. Hold your horses.
Anyway, right?
I mean, looks like it, right?
You almost have to now.
God, I'm really mad.
I can't believe Chad was actually right about this.
My
is
phone
mind-boggling.
is blowing the fuck up from just people. It's just, I mean, I couldn't deny it. And
but Chad, if you do a stream like that, like he did, if you're the wife or anyone else, and now I can't protect April from the fucking she's not there all the time rumors because she was there. Doesn't somebody at fucking house with half a brain take those fucking drugs or whatever after that stream and throw them the fuck out? Because people are going to call if you go fucked up on stream like that. I hope it was worth it, Nick. I hope going on acting like a fucking asshole on your stream, and to the person who's down in the studio with him at the time, I hope it was fucking worth it, giggling in fucking corner and not shut that down like you fucking should have. God damn it. I fucking warned them all. I told them.
And I'm
tired of being right about these fucking people, by the way.
Okay,
so do not feel good.
So you
okay? Was there any more from this that we should play? Okay. So what happens next here, Jules?
Well, did you want to talk about your involvement?
Of course, but I think maybe we should show these Kino Casino clips first. This is where it gets crazy. And again, we're leaving a lot of stuff on the floor. I don't know where I could recommend you guys go to get the full story, because again, the full story is like 100+ hours of video content to get through, which we've taken in. I can't recommend that you go out and try to watch that 100 hours of all the Steel Toes, all the Meltons, all the Kino Casinos, all the Alex Stein, all the Law Tours. But we'll show you some of our favorite clips. Should we go to Kino Casino where he starts? Okay, is that in up next?
Yes.
Wait till you see this. So I got a new favorite show, this Kino Casino, starring Ames Andy Worski. Now, Andy Worski was a guy, he used to listen to Red Bar. I think he called in on the show once.
You did a man bun with him once.
Yeah, and he was, and then I saw this video of him years later where he was involved in some sort of street fight with somebody where one of his friends pulled out a gun on a guy and Andy Worski was yelling, "Aim, aim." So we started calling him Aim, Aim. Turns out the whole internet was calling this guy Aim, Aim as well. Still bring it up to this day. Was that like a... Anyway, he does a show now, and this is, what is Kino Casino?
Kino
What else do
Casino.
people need to know about that show?
This is my first time watching
This is a show on Kick. Start watching. Aaron goes on this show. Now, Aaron is going on everybody's show. Okay, so he's on Kevin Brennan. He starts seeing all the attention that he's getting, and he's loving it because finally, he's famous. This is really all he cares about. Even till this day, I'm listening to Steel Toe this morning. Somebody asks him, "Aaron, do you want to be famous?" And he said, "Yes." He loves this more than anything. So if he's getting eyes on him, his stream shot up from 1,000 views to 25,000 views. The super chats are rolling in, and everybody over the last 12 days wanted a piece of Aaron. Everybody wanted to interview him. All these shows that You know, he's always wanted to be a part of all these online bullies. Now he's finally one of their friends, or so he thinks. So he's getting a ton of attention. And these guys like Kino Casino, this Andy Worski and Alex Stein and all these people, they're getting him on their shows. They're pretending to be friends with him. They're egging him on. They're saying, this is so cool. Keep telling us more. And Aaron, stupidly, is spilling everything. You know, he's so easily gassed up by these guys. And, you know, you could tell, anybody could tell these guys are making fun of him. You know, these guys are interviewing a fool. But Aaron doesn't know this. So Aaron's going on any podcast he can. And before the Ricchettas, who are in jail, before his ex-wife, April, gets to speak, he speaks for them. And he starts spilling their personal life for the last 6 months. He describes every hour of Nick's personal life, every hour of his personal life, and every hour of April's personal life. Only thinking about the attention it's bringing him. Now, this isn't any sort of attention that I'd ever want, so I can't even imagine that. But he is, you know, miraculously feeding off this, and he's so excited that everybody wants to talk to him now. We're going to show you this. To me, this was where everything got the craziest, this Kino Casino stream. So hopefully we can catch some of this. And this will explain some of the story, some of the more unbelievable parts. Let's see if these boys are going to load up here. Guys. Here we come. Okay, so...
just skip ahead to when you see Aaron coming in.
Okay, great. Let's do that first. So here's Kino Casino. Let's skip ahead till we see Aaron. Okay, yeah, they did have a little talk about him beforehand. That's Andy Worski, a friend of mine, by the way. And I want to say this before saying I'm friends or hate anybody. I know this whole universe, they all kind of hate each other, too. So, like, Ethan Ralph, I think, hates Andy Worski.
It's really scary. Yeah,
some of these guys hate Dick Master. You know, they all kind of either like each other or hate each other. I'm on all of your sides today, okay? Because I got in trouble. You know, I was doing one of these riffs where I said I like Vito and Dick Masterson, you know, because they were getting chummy with Josh Denny. So I'm like, oh, I like you guys, which I do. But then I heard that got to the Kiwi Farms owner who hates Dick Masterson, and he heard that I like Dick Masterson. So now he might think that I'm like uncool now. I can't have that. So let's just say I don't know who to hate, who to like, but as far as this Aaron stuff goes, bravo to everybody involved.
The chat is like, ugh, Mike, you know nothing about this I don't even know.
Nothing about
this deep web sector shit.
Based on
and I'm like,
what?
we don't want to know.
Wait. That's not true. Based on what? That I love Andy Worski?
Or, by the way, you're telling the story. We're doing a quick recap.
This is a quick recap.
I just wanted to say, no, we don't know anything about that side of the internet, and we're very scared.
Yes,
so.
This is the part of the internet that I'm telling everybody I can't really... Well, we'll see, because they did a great job here. Everybody involved did an amazing job, from Ethan Ralph to Alex Stein to these guys. Whatever they did to get Aaron to spill these beans, it was masterful. And we got to salute them, because the clips you're about to see, no matter if you hate them or you like them, put all that aside today.
The sector. I don't even know what that is. I'm scared.
Don't worry about it. And we don't need to know all the ins and outs of this universe,
we're
because
just here for Aaron. We're sorry if we're saying the wrong thing about the sector.
Don't worry. It's like we can't. I mean, we've got our eyes on every little thing going on this internet, and you can only spend so much time on one part of the universe. You know, me investing my whole life learning about their universe, it's not going to do me very good on this show. It's not going to be good for me. Okay. So I know what I know, and it's enough to get you through today. Okay. Don't worry about what I know about the universe compared to what you know. Okay. I think Aaron's about to come on here. Let's see. You guys are going to love this part. This is so crazy. We were listening to this one. I'll tell you where I was when we heard this. In the car on our way to Phoenix to go to the mall, where I got this shirt. And these guys made, usually the drive to Phoenix is so unbearable. It's only like an hour and 40 minutes, but it's like a shitty long hour and 40. This made that drive. We were already in Phoenix. I wanted to sit in the parking lot and listen to more. Okay, here's Aaron. Let's see what happens. You're going to love these clips.
He would see no problem ethically with.
And I love this fat guy.
When you're partying with people and shit, and you're and remember, he's heading to these sex clubs.
He had a funnel.
All right, guys. All right, Ash. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna hide you off the screen. I'm gonna add Aaron to the call. I'll bring you both in.
This is Ashton. I love this guy.
He has already called Flaked, and he has confirmed his camera was working. It took a second to make it work. So I was making sure we were all ready. All right, guys. Let me, you know what I'm going to do? Ash, I'll phone you right back. I'm going to do a separate call. I'm going to add us all into one call. All right. So let's go like this.
And he's really matured and grown up. I really like the man he become.
All right, guys. And Aaron seems to be ready. Hang on. Let me just redo this. Okay. Go add friend.
No, let me skip like that.
Okay. Here we go. Create DM. Go. All right.
Okay.
Pop out here.
All right, we got Aaron here.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, we could sort of hear
He's on a
ourselves.
5-hour stream.
There we go. You're good, boys.
All right.
There he is, Aaron.
Let me just do this real quick.
I just want us all to see on the board behind me. I think it's very important for people to know we are powerless over our addictions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Learn the lesson to learn.
Okay,
We are
already.
We need a power, greater than ourselves.
All right.
To help
Well,
us
before
through
we
these
get
things.
into
Let's
everything,
start.
why
Yeah,
don't
let's-
you let them know who you are, where they can watch your show, and all that?
Yeah.
I'm
So could we just skip ahead to the good parts now, or do you let this play from here?
Play it at the beginning just
Play it
for
a
a little
little
bit because I didn't expect to do this whole thing. So
Yeah,
the
I
notes are
know.
kind
We
of
thought I
random.
really thought everybody, but of course they don't. Okay, so
He gets off to it right away. I'm pretty sure.
yeah, I mean it's going to be worth it for this one.
Aaron Imholt, the host of the Steel Toe Morning Show, or if you dislike me, the biggest cuck on the internet.
Excuse me.
Currently. No, boys, look, I know we're going to get into a lot of stuff, and I know I'm here to be Ray Liotta in Goodfellas, but I do have to say, and PPP has said it on multiple episodes, and Andy, I know you and I have talked. I think PPP's coverage of this, Ashton's coverage has been fantastic. I laughed my fucking balls off.
Oh,
because
yeah.
he was calling me a homosexual.
Well,
Right.
Just make
and a
jokes. He's
degenerate and everything
happy.
else.
He's in a good mood.
I was all of those things. There's no, like, everybody's criticism. Those who don't like me who go, oh, you were a degenerate. You went to this place. Yes, that's my whole point. I am guilty. I am working through this. I am working it off. I am paying it off. The problem I have is 3 other people who are involved in this will not admit their guilt and atone for what they've done wrong.
So, Aaron, can I just get you correct? You're going to admit to them today that you engaged in homosexual activities?
No, I did not engage in homosexual.
Okay.
There's one thing really interesting that I've noticed with all this. Aaron's going to spill all the beans. He's going to say it all. Stuff that would humiliate me, where I'd bury my body in soil. You never see me again. However, there are 3 things that still do embarrass Aaron. Any idea that maybe he did some gay stuff is something that's off limits for Aaron that he's not ready to talk to. The idea that he can't get it up is a big thing that he's not willing to cop to. And any talk about him having a small P is also something he's very ashamed. Everything else, no shame, no embarrassment. So keep that in mind. He still is very concerned and wants to make sure everybody knows he did nothing gay with Nick Ricotta, as if that would be bad compared to
what he's already saying. Should we
So.
smoke some shmee with this one? Or is
Maybe
it going to
we
make it
should.
too hard?
It might.
Because
Let's
this one,
play a little. Let's play a
okay.
little bit. This is going to get us in a very good mood very quickly.
Yes,
When you
trust
hear
us.
him saying this stuff that he's about to
If
say.
you're hearing for this for the first time, I'm so jealous
Yeah,
of you.
because hearing this for the first time is, we're kind of beaten to death with this already. We're kind of like ready to move on with our lives because it's been
But we just have to tell you just in case the body cam footage comes out or something.
Yeah.
This could get crazier.
Yeah.
So we just want everyone to know.
And it is, I'll tell you this, somebody needs to, and I wouldn't mind investing in a documentary about like a real documentary. Whoever wants to, not from our audience, but somebody's got to do it. This could be on HBO. This could be on Netflix. This could be anywhere. This story is so rich that I'm willing to spend some money to get this documented the right way so that everybody could see what we've seen. Okay, let's play it here. Let's see what happens.
Kayla licked my face 3 times, and it was always unasked for.
Okay.
So I'm just going to ask you before we get into the
Ashton,
real quick. The only reason he licked my face is because I have a
He's
terrible
doing
habit
jokes.
of
Don't
leaving
listen to the
Molly on my
jokes.
cheek. That's the only reason he licked.
Is that what he? Is that serious? He was trying to lick
No,
Molly
I
off her cheek or what?
But here's the
in
thing
this,
is, though,
in
Aaron.
this case, it's hard to tell what's serious and what's a joke.
I have to be
Because it's
careful
so
with you,
insane.
yeah. I have to be
now
careful
listen.
with you because you'll take it as serious.
No,
Yeah, so
Aaron,
listen,
but everything is so degenerate that saying that's like, that's believable.
And you just tell
It's
me
not
what
even
you
like
should
that
for.
No, it
exaggerated. It's like-
really
like-
is. It really is.
Yeah.
Okay, so before we go into, because I kind of want you to give us like a chronological walkthrough of everything.
Oh, shit.
But before we do that, I want to ask you, what is the crying on the floor story? Can we hear the crying on the floor story?
The crying on the floor story. First of all, I should have been more specific. But the crying on the floor. Well, is that different than the fix her story?
Tell us both.
Okay. The fix her story is this. Well, now we're going to jump out of order and we're going to get way ahead in the story, but all right.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I don't think it's any secret. And I've received messages from people saying, how dare you reveal all this? I'm like, I'm pretty sure you guys getting arrested revealed all this. But it's no secret that, people call it swinging. I would say it was just more straight up, just switching up.
Right.
More than anything else. And I did, look, whoever she is now, whoever she is when I'm not around, when I was around, I'll admit to you, boys, I did fall in love with the Kayla that was around me.
Okay, so listen to this. Right off the bat, he's going, I know some people call it swinging. We were just switching up, swapping wives. Wife swap. So he's admitting to a wife swap. So Nick is having sex with April. He's having sex with Kayla, Nick's wife. And right here, right at the beginning, he's going to say he fell in love with Nick's wife, Kayla. Listen to that's what's happening here. He fell in love with Raketa Law's wife while they were swapping. So this is what's been going on for the last 6 months.
The chat is going crazy.
Really?
Like, look at this. How many people don't know about this?
Wow.
This is insane.
Okay, listen to this. This gets crazy.
Whoever the person is, whoever she was, and Nick would tell me himself, he would go, I've never seen her like this in years. There was something about the way her and I connected. There was shit we said to each other that we probably shouldn't have. But there was I just developed a very deep connection. April was, doing the substances she was doing with Nick, and I was not okay with it. Her and I fought about it a lot. When you confront people who are on those substances, they tend to call you a lot of shit that kind of fucks with you. And I started to kind of question my own, worth and sanity and whatnot. And when Kayla hears those kind of things and she comes up and she gives you a hug and she says, I just want to let you know you're a good man. Like, you're at such a low point when you're doing all this shit that's all it takes. And you're like, you know what? I'm going to cling.
This is Aaron's first time trying out drugs. That's why you say you got to get the drug use out of the way in your 20s. Experiment with MDMA and Coke and all these euphoria drugs when you're in your 20s, because when you wait till you're in your late 30s and you're doing a wife swap, you might think you've fallen in love when you're on these drugs. So the Raketas are used to doing drugs. Okay, the Raketas have been doing this wife swapping and Molly and Coke and all the happy drugs for years and years. They understand that they could go to Jamaica, do a wife swap at the Sandals Resort, and everything's going to be fine. Everybody leaves the next day knowing that they were just there. They had a nice little party, a nice fun time. They go home. Aaron does not. Aaron's doing MDMA for the first time. So he's feeling these feelings, and these emotions are almost too much for a man in his mid-30s. So when they're doing this wife swap, assuming that he's in love with Raquetta's wife. You know, Raquetta and his wife, they understand you do the swinging, you go home the next day, you stick to the ones that you came in with. You know, you have your party, you move on. Aaron didn't get that, so he fell in love with Kayla because he was not experienced enough to understand what the drugs were doing to him. A very dangerous place to be. So that could have also really led to the problems that you're about to hear. Listen to this.
To this person because they make me feel
love this.
like I'm worth a shit. And she did that. I will say this. Kayla Raquetta, for all her faults, for all this may, and whatever we may talk about, I really did develop a deep affection for that woman, and that was reciprocated. It's unfortunate the way things went. But I really did see that there's something in her that wants to be done with this. There's just no, I mean, in the position, in the situation you're in, there's no opportunity to actually do it.
May I ask one thing? So you told me, and I'm pretty sure you said this on your show too, there was something about like you guys were like soulmates. Like you had conversations about being soulmates.
We were in bed one night, and when Nick would be on his streams, April would be the corner demon. Of course, I think that's pretty much figured out by now. I'm not spilling any. But April would go down there, and you know the sickest part about me and a level of degeneracy I'll cop to is I didn't want to be around my wife. I wanted to be around Kayla. So when those two went off and did their thing, it didn't bother me at all. And as a husband, that's disgusting. That's degenerate. I think as PPP said, you have to answer to men and God on shit like that. But that was just the way it was. That's the situation I was in. And I'm sorry, Andy. I'm jumping all over the place.
No, you're good.
Maybe you should show this picture of their mugshots.
Of course,
just so we can get a visual of the
there's
people who
so
don't.
much going on. So much going on. It's killing me. Okay, let's show you that. I was thinking that too, because we didn't see a real.
Now, April looks amazing in her mugshot.
Well, you know what it is? She's not wearing her early 2000s makeup. They've washed that off. Here they are.
Did you see that and go, oh, this eyeliner was doing me so bad this whole time.
So here a lot of people think April looks good in this photo. Well, yeah, she looks better. Not good. But yeah, they've wiped off that cruddy early 2000s Britney Spears eyeliner.
She looks at herself like this in the mirror in the morning and draws on a Sharpie line on the top and bottom. I can't get over
I know.
that.
Well, a lot of women, you know, I was just watching Natasha Leggero, who is 50 years old, by the way. Comedian Natasha Leggero. She was on Dinner Time Live the other day, and she's got those dark... Girls, nobody's doing that dark eyeliner on the bottom anymore. You got to let it go, especially when you're getting wrinkles and it's looking all crusty.
And not only does April put this thick black eyeliner on the top and bottom, but she doesn't even do a wing. She draws the thick black line, the eyelid only, and you would go to do a wing. It's the natural
I think
motion,
that's the
but
least of her problems.
She stops short.
Shouldn't
of
be
the
wearing
wing.
any makeup. It should be illegal for her to try to entice another man. Okay, so here's the mugshot. Now, here's Kayla, probably looking the worst out of all three. This is the woman that Aaron fell in love with. Yummy, huh? You know, speaking of somebody who needs
Mother
a little
of five.
humidity in their life, you know, she could use some humidity in her life as well. She's looking very dry.
Yes,
I don't
she
know.
looks like that Wii commercial where the girl deflates. That it's that meme.
Nick's mugshot is great. And here's April, probably scared to death. I mean, her life at this point has been destroyed. She has no job, no family, nowhere to live. And it doesn't look like, you know, her future is very bright, right? How is she going to meet a new man? You know, is the next guy she meets going to be from this universe of people who've been following this?
I've been worrying about her a lot.
Yeah, I mean, really, are we going to end up hearing that she's killed herself after all this? Well, we'll find out. So here they are. This was their mugshot, and they were busted with, I believe, 25 grams of coke/meth. They found firearms in the house with the drugs, of course, so that's a big problem. And then they found some shell casings, which a lot of people got confused, thinking they were shooting off guns in the bedroom. No, when you go out shooting, you got shell casings all over your body. They're in your pockets. They're in your hair. You get home, you shake off. It's like sand at the beach. You got shell casings all over. I got shell casings everywhere. So, but yes, here it is. Fifth degree, schedule 1, 2, 3, 4, my old password. PIN number. Exposing my PIN number. So there they are. And so April was let go after about a day. And did they release her charges?
That's what she said.
So
I guess.
here's what's so interesting. When they all three got busted, the Rickettas, their story to the cops was that April was just the nanny and that she had nothing to do with the drugs. So that's what they told the police. Oh, this is just the nanny. She has nothing to do with it. She was just here taking care of the kids. She knows nothing about the drugs. So the police let her go. But Aaron, on his podcast media tour, told a story that's much different. So the police, from what I've been hearing, the rumors are that the police are now investigating Aaron and April because Aaron has spilled the beans on a level where he didn't have to say any of the stuff that he's about to say. So he's probably fucked Nick's case because everything that Aaron said is probably contradictory to what Nick told the arresting officers.
Imagine you're in jail trying to figure out how to get out of this mess.
And
Aaron's on every podcast.
And he's loving it. And he's telling every personal story from the last 6 months of your life. Like, imagine that. Not only could Aaron end up fucking these people legally, but these people might be mad enough to want to, I don't know, kill Aaron when they get out?
That's why I feel like everybody has to know about this, even if you don't care.
Yes, because this story ain't over.
Gonna do something? I mean, if I was him, I would be killing
Ricketta Law has got to
Aaron.
do something. Yeah. I mean, and you can see he looks like he wants to murder Aaron in this picture. You know, I think they probably think that Aaron was involved in getting them busted. And again, everything that Aaron's testimony that you're about to hear could land them in jail for a very long time, including his ex-wife, who was almost off the hook.
And he's on there saying that he loves this woman.
That he
it's
loves
like, why
this
are you doing
woman.
this to her then? But why are you doing
He
this?
fell in love with, so imagine the MDMA, the pureness of the MDMA that he must have been on to fall in love with this. You're going to hear stories about how they all shared the same bed for months. The two girls in the middle, the two guys on the outside, they all shared the same bed. They lived all together in a house with 5 kids. So the Rickettas have 5 kids living in the same house. It's not like they live with another ex. They're all there. Kids ranging from, 1 year to 16 years old. 5 kids in the Rickettas household, while Aaron and the Rickettas in April are all sharing a bed every night. The kids are knocking on the door. Hey, guys, I think... Wait till you hear these stories. We're calling them the, what do we call them? The Imholt 8, you know, because you got 5 kids on their side, 3 kids on Aaron's side. The Imholt 8, what do they call Tim Heidecker?
The Electric Sun
The
20.
Electric Sun 20. This is the Imholt 8. The real victims here, the kids that I have to go out and save now. Think about these 8 kids going through this, and Aaron doesn't seem to, you'll see, there's no care in the world for the kids. You know, there's a 16-year-old kid attached to this. That's pretty old. You know, imagine this happening. Your dad is involved in a sex swapping drug thing. You're 16. You got to go to school with that. Aaron's kids, Aaron's family. Everybody knows, by the way. You know, everybody in this universe has sent detailed reports to every one of Aaron's neighbors, the principal of Aaron's kid's school, Aaron's ex-wife, Aaron's entire family. This is not affecting Aaron at all. Okay, we got to get back to this because Aaron's going to tell the story. It's a remarkable tale. One of the more fascinating tales I've ever heard. And again, I don't think you really even need to know much about this guy to know that this is wild. Watch this.
No, it's very enlightening, everything you're saying. It's fantastic. I mean, it's awesome. You're doing great.
Yeah, Andy, you said soulmate thing. That's
The
what it was.
soulmate thing. Yeah, but no, it's fine.
We were in
It's,
bed.
it's
We were in bed
unfolding
one
the
night.
story. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
We were in bed one night. We were lying together, and she whispered to me, she goes, I think you're my soulmate. And I, you know, the way we were at the time, I said, you know, I agree. I feel that too. There was just such a deep connection there. It's a connection we definitely got chastised for by the other two parties.
How did they find out about that?
Not necessarily
And
that.
Aaron
It's
is
just
falling
the
for
closeness.
all of
We would
this.
get-
They
Oh, yeah.
witness, you guys.
Like
Yeah, so
every
Aaron
single
thinks these guys are on his side. Maybe they are, but doubtful. What was the other thing you were going to say?
The questions that they're acting like they're in high school, being like, "So, buddy, maybe
Yeah.
you should tell us about what happened on your date last
And they're
night."
cheering him on
that's
for
really
all this
cool.
stuff. He's falling
and he has
for
no
all-
idea,
no idea.
that they're just prying him for all of the information. that they
Especially
can
this guy who
possibly
is
get.
my new hero. I would love to go to lunch with this guy. He's open to it.
And
I would love to speak. I love this guy.
Adorable.
I might hire him as my new web developer. I don't know.
And he's soaking it all. Like there's clips of him. Like there's a million clips you can show, but there's clips of him being like people calling into Aaron's show. I forget. I think it was Jesse calling and being like, "How much money did you make this past week?" And then Aaron's like, "I made a shitload, man." And,
Yeah.
and the way that everybody's talking to him, and he just buys it all.
He's on top of the world currently, and I tuned in this morning, he's still on top of the world. This is the best thing that could have ever happened to him in his eyes. Okay, let's get to some of the sick stuff
Yes.
before we interrupt. Once you hear it, then you'll understand why we're here. Let's get to that. Let's get that over.
This guy's kind of like Cameron. They're saying that's why.
That's
you
what I just
love
said.
him.
Yes, that's why I love him. I think he reminds me of my dear friend Cameron. Yeah.
One thing, Kayla was sleeping once, and April and Nick, we were in the bathroom where the safe and everything were discovered. We were in there, and I was sitting on a chair. I'm not going to say they sat me down, but I'm sitting on a chair, and the two of them are close to me, and they're going, "Do you understand that when you and Kayla talk to each other, nobody else can get a word in, and you don't even hear other people? It's like you're closed off in your own."
So April and Nick, okay, the other half of the swap, are now getting upset that Aaron is falling in love with Raquetta's wife, Kayla. So I'm so sorry, there's a lot of A's here. April and Nick are almost forming an alliance against Aaron. Maybe the whole family is forming an alliance against Aaron because Aaron's the only one taking this too far, okay? Everybody knows the rules of a threesome. We've all watched Entourage. You can't fall in love with the third party, right? Or the party that's not your wife or girlfriend. You can't fall in love with them. You can't give them more attention. We've all heard the rules of a threesome. Aaron's oblivious to this. So now April and Nick are kind of getting upset with Aaron that he's falling in love with one of the swap moms, which they are swap moms. They're all moms. And this, the woman he's falling in love with, by the way, is that woman we just showed, the fried body. 5 kids came out of her. 5 whole kids came out of her. He's in love with that. A cracked out junkie who's had 5 kids. I mean, it's rather disgusting, right? Okay. Here.
Little world.
Listen.
And I'm sitting there going, well, based on what we're doing, guys, isn't that kind of fucking idea? And they're like, well, Nick and I don't do that. I'm like, that's your fucking problem, not mine. Like, I'm talking to this person. I'm connecting with this person. I'd like to talk and speak to this person. I don't know what to tell you. There were always these weird rules. Like, play pickup basketball or pickup football, and some kid always wants to change the rules in the middle of a game. Like, now you gotta have 2 feet in bounds instead of 1.
Yeah.
That's kind of how it felt. Like, if Kayla and I got too far a front, or forward,
We were screaming in the
affection-wise,
cars,
feeling-wise, then the other two had to slam on the brakes. And that included shitting on the other one to me, or shitting on me to her, or Nick would always, the thing that actually led me to ultimately leave one night, it was a Thursday night, 7 weeks ago. Nick started questioning me about where Kayla put her prescription pills one night. Nick, we were sitting up in the bed watching a movie, and Kayla,
All 4 of them.
Kayla was there in bed. She went to grab her sleeping pills, and she set them down on my leg. This was a couple nights before Nick confronted me about this. Well, I guess Nick got a hold of Kayla's phone and started reading her messages. And there were really affectionate, heavy messages from Kayla and I. And he didn't like that. And he starts texting me. And he starts going, where did Kayla put those pills the other night?
Even this. Nick Raquetta and his wife in April haven't given anyone permission to tell these stories. You know what I mean? And these stories don't need to be told to tell the story about why they're all together being arrested for drugs. You could have just said, we were friends. We did drugs with them a couple of times. I guess somebody called the police and they got busted. You never had to tell anyone that you were doing a swap. You never had to tell anyone that you fell in love with the guy's wife and that Nick was fucking your wife and all the dirty details of that. You never had to say any of that. So imagine being Nick Rekieta and his wife in jail. And this guy is telling the whole internet, telling every enemy that you've ever had, telling everybody you ever known the ins and outs of your sexual swap and drug use involving your children, your personal DMs. I mean, literally everything you could think of. Imagine being them. Imagine the rage that would build up within you as you're coming off cocaine in the holding cell, getting texts from everybody that Aaron is doing this. Imagine what kind of a monster that might create. I don't know how Aaron got scared.
Cannot wait. Does any of these super internet-y
Yeah,
guys
you guys know when
do you guys
Rekieta-
know when Rekieta is going to be free?
Yeah. Well, we'll show you, and we've got some theories on what he's going to do coming up. But let's play some of these sex stories first. Okay, should I just keep playing it from here?
Yeah.
Okay, here.
What do you mean?
You're gonna love this.
It's all.
Josie, she put on your dick?
I know. We'll just play the big ones.
I'm like, what? When she set them down on the bed, did she set them where your dick? I'm like, no, I think she set them on my knee. I'm not sure. Like, I know because I don't remember that shit because that's psychotic.
Pills loose? Was it the pills
No,
loose?
no. She has them like in
the case. Okay, in the case.
Like
All right.
people who have to take medication do. And by the way, before anyone even asks, I only saw her, other than like cocaine and stuff, I only saw her take medication that was prescribed to her. I will say that.
Other than cocaine and stuff.
But he would start questioning me, and if I didn't know the answer to these things that happened a couple days ago, he'd start.
So basically, he's describing a story where Nick starts becoming furious with Aaron for falling in love with his wife, and Aaron's trying to paint this as, isn't Nick crazy? Isn't Nick nuts? See, Nick's nuts. Basically, what Aaron has been trying to do, from my point of view, he's been trying to bury Nick, bury April, and get his side of the story out there until these guys have nothing left, so that by the time they come out to speak, everybody is already tainted with Aaron's version of the story. I think Aaron's got a lot to worry about as far as what their side of the tale is going to entail.
And of course,
right?
we knew Nick's out on bail. They reminded me. But
Yeah.
he has just been posting on his locals.
Yeah, Nick's out on bail, $50K.
In the chat,
Out
they
of him
say
for
Nick
that.
was posting on his locals that he's getting a new studio set and will be streaming again soon.
So, yeah, as much of this as you've heard, we're only in the second half of it. We've got Nick's whole story that's going to come out very soon. It could be the complete opposite of what Aaron's been saying. We'll see. But I could only imagine that this Nick is pretty furious at what Aaron's been saying.
And a lot of people are really into arguing about, are you standing up for Nick? Are you standing up for Aaron? You Nick this, Nick. And these
About
guys
me?
all no, I'm just saying
okay, yeah, in the universe, yeah.
We're not sticking up for nobody. This is just a fun for us.
Oh,
to
of
enjoy
course.
the
We don't even
story.
know. We don't even know. And by the way, I've said this, anytime the fools fight, it's like it's in our DNA to want to pick a side. Even back in the day, Kumia fighting Gino. We hate them both. You don't have to pick a side. They're both still fools, and it's okay to just laugh at everybody. You don't have to pick a side here.
And like the way that these, I love Ethan Ralph. Knock on wood.
Yeah.
But the way that those type of guys act is they're like, oh, you said that you're like, there'll be a girl being like, Aaron is guilty of this stuff also. And then they'll be like, oh, you're sticking up for Nick because you're friends with Nick. And then they get in an argument.
So,
about,
there's a whole side of the internet
We're not
who's
involved.
Nick fans. There's a whole side of the internet who hates Nick. So people want to, they always do this. They always want to figure out, what side should I support? Don't support anyone's side here. I mean, these are all psychopaths. And just wait till you hear this stuff. Let's get some of these out. I don't want to keep interrupting this. We'll be here all day. I want
I know.
to get through this shit.
Fucking freaking out on me. Like,
So you're just telling me the
liar. Why
parts
don't
to
you
go.
just stop fucking lying? And I'm just like, dude, I just don't know where your wife put her pill. I don't pay attention to this shit. Did you fuck her 2 days ago when you were watching that movie? Did you have sex that? I'm like, Sunday, Monday, I think maybe but then I would realize I was thinking to myself,
You fucked her, right?
Why do you think he was so threatened by you fucking his wife? Like, Shouldn't he have been chill with it?
Those two are extremely codependent. And even though they're into, I think they were kind of bored with each other. And that's where April and I came along. And
was it accepted to have sex with her and vice versa? Like, was this like already like okay,
Yeah.
guys, I get to fuck her, so you get to fuck
No,
her.
Let me take responsibility for something else.
Sure.
While April and I were on vacation in Las Vegas to watch the Vikings games and hang out with some friends.
Okay.
I did bring it up to her that I thought Kayla was very attractive. And my part of the degeneracy, my part of the weakness was it might be interesting to try this because we knew their reputation. We
Can
were
you
aware.
walk me through like the decision process to opening your marriage?
Thank you.
The Wednesday night before we left for Las Vegas, we went out to dinner with the Ricadas. Now, we met them in October at the comedy show. That unfortunately, Chris Mayer's father was murdered, and she had to pull out of the show.
Unfortunately, Chrissy Mayer's father was murdered that weekend, which is also true. This is what I mean. Trying to keep up with the fools now, especially since they're all podcasting 10 hours a day, 7 days a week. Nearly impossible to keep up with all this. Yes, Chrissy Marr, the Christmas presents stealing woman from Compound Media, her dad was mysteriously murdered.
So
this is the
figure that
group of
out.
people. This is their universe. Oh, my dad was murdered last week. Ha ha ha. Let's go hang out. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was really sad.
brutal, yeah.
Chrissy, a good friend of mine. Great.
Oh, she's
person.
great. Yeah, I love her.
Wonderful.
So that was the one. Sorry to. It was the one where Nick performed that as well. You brought him in for that show. Yeah, okay, I remember that. Okay, and he told anyone if we covered that show, he would flag it and shit. But yeah, sorry, go ahead. So it was October.
I don't give a fuck. I think people who troll me recorded it and played it on their shows. Who fucking
Yeah,
cares?
yeah, I know. But okay, cool. Timeline, perfect.
So we hung out. We drank afterwards. It was fun. It was a good time. April and Kayla got along great. Nick was on Molly. He and I got along as well as we could. He was cool enough. Then we hung out the next day before they left town. We watched a movie in the morning. And then April would go to their land to hunt. April is a deer hunter. I would go sometimes.
Listen to
November's a little cold for me. I'm kind of...
April is a deer hunter. Okay? She would go to their land to hunt. That's nuts too, right? Isn't that a nuts part of this?
Aren't you scared she's going to come hunt you?
That's what I'm thinking. You know, April's a trained gunman. She could take down a elk, a deer. What the fuck? This could end with April and one of her rifles. Okay, let's hear some more.
I mean, the amount of humiliation that April has gone through this week is almost pure torture levels.
I can't imagine. I just
this
can't
is
imagine.
The most humiliated anyone has ever been. As
And
far
she
as
didn't
I'm
need to be.
concerned.
She could have just, the humiliation could have stopped at she was arrested for drugs. That's humiliating. The humiliation could have stopped with we're getting a divorce because of Mountain trolling us. But no. He needs to release all this info. We got to get to these stories. Let's keep.
I would stop hunting around then. She would go to their land to hunt. I've thought about this as time goes on, as I've been away from it. I don't know if they introduced her to anything in that time period or not. I have no idea, but I have my suspicions now. But we went out to eat early December, probably like December 4th, I would think. And we went back to our place. And we all sat and watched a movie. I think it was Inglourious Bastards, actually.
So random. It's just
Django Unchained.
You're all on Molly?
Was it Django?
Django?
It was a Tarantino.
And they're so excited that he's spelling this, that they're getting this exclusive after the big arrest.
I mean, look at fucking
Look
Santa
how
up
happy.
here. He's so cute.
I mean, I don't think these guys have had smiles like this in years. I mean, these guys are so happy that they're getting this exclusive. I mean, this was seen by like 100,000 people.
I don't know. I feel like every time I see Worski, he's kind of smiling like
I'm glad.
that.
I'm so glad that he's doing well and happy.
Me too.
Okay, let's hear this story. This is where it gets good.
Tarantino.
You're all high on Molly? Like, let's watch Tarantino. No.
And that's where it begins.
Oh, no. And okay,
No,
okay.
Molly. We went to dinner. We went to dinner. This was in December. We're watching a Tarantino flick.
Okay.
And Nick pulls out the little container that they call a bullet of cocaine. I learned so many cocaine terms, boys.
Let's
in
go.
The last month. It's
Yeah.
wonderful. I know about drugs.
Yeah, a bullet for who doesn't know. It's like she has a bullet.
Hey, I'm
Right?
37 years old and I have 3 children and I did Molly for the first time. What a fucking cool guy.
Go, buddy. Let's go, buddy.
This is all going capsule.
Cocksucker, if they're
Yeah,
ever
so-
one.
No,
You want to
but
tell people
listen,
what a bullet is? I know what it is, but you go ahead.
Go ahead. You let us know.
Yeah.
So we're watching the Tarantino
No,
film.
no, just tell people what a bullet is, because there's not.
A little container of cocaine. Like you
Easy
put cocaine
access.
in it,
You pull it out of
and
your
just
pocket, you go
screw
like
the
that,
top
and
in,
bang. Yeah.
Give yourself a little
A
something.
bump. Yeah, fast bump. Yeah.
Worski knows. I'm a fucking choir boy compared to you, buddy. I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
I'm from the Midwest. I drink beer.
I don't
since all
judge.
I
I
fucking
can't
know.
judge.
I drink beer and watch Timberwolves playoff games. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Let's fucking go.
So we're watching it. Pete, shut the fuck up, Ashton. No, I'm just kidding. No, we're watching the Tarantino movie, and Kayla and April start making out. Fun, cool.
Right.
I said here's something that's got me
I can
thinking.
I can see it beginning that
Yeah.
way, right? Like your
Yeah.
wives start making out, and it's like it's cool, right? Because it's like lesbian action. It's hot,
yeah,
wonderful,
and that's what opens the door to it, right?
Yeah,
Boob tugging and rubbing.
And I want to say, I respect I appreciate your respect as a man. While I'm talking about that, to have both your hands above the screen, I do appreciate it.
Like,
Ashley.
People are
Exactly.
jacking
You gotta-
this too.
So fire
There are
me
people
up
out there who
special.
jack to these stories.
God,
Like you said,
man.
no interrupting, but
So
Very.
Hold on.
we're
like you were saying at the beginning about how he doesn't want anyone saying he's gay. He
Yeah.
doesn't want anyone saying that he is a small dick or can't perform or whatever. He has no problem with this stuff because to him, this is what the coolest guy on
This is
earth
he's a
is
man
doing.
finally. He's 2 chicks are making out. There's 5 kids.
He thinks that this
In the other
everyone's
room.
like kind of getting a little jealous hearing this
Yeah,
story.
so this is where this is really where it goes wrong because he almost wants to brag about this swap. To him, this is like a conquest that everybody wishes they were involved in. That they could get their wives to hook up in this manner. So he thinks this is really cool, which leads him to blah, blah, blah. And we're getting into that now.
They're making out. And here's what's got me thinking that I don't know if something happened before this while they were, while April was out there hunting or not. I don't think so, timeline-wise. Well, who knows? Nick goes to run his hands up April's thigh. And I go, whoa, 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 whoa,
We've seen
whoa,
this in
whoa.
those clips, those
And he
videos.
pulls his hand back real fast. Like, I'm sorry. I'm on Molly. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm like, all right, just fucking making sure. So I start doing things to my wife while her and Kayla are making out. Nick starts doing things to his wife while they're making out. And then we break. They go in, Kayla and Nick go in one room. April and I are in the other. April and I
So just
both-
to let you know, this guy is usually pretty tan. But after hearing this story, the cum is filling his veins. And near the end of this, he does pop. Yeah, he does pop, and it's just a splatter of white cum. Yeah, so he's... I don't know. This is my first time meeting Ashton. I actually find him quite likable. Again, the lunch, I'd love to do a lunch.
both do a little bit of coke. Nick pours a little bit of coke out. April does some, I'm assuming, for the first time ever, which she looked at me. She goes, "Is this okay?" I said, I had one bump at a wedding when I was like 30 at that time. And I'm like, I go, it's up to you. You're your own person. You can do what you want. Right. And then I did one bump and I'm like, God, I forgot. I really don't like this. It doesn't feel good when it goes. I used to like shit up my nose. So we do that. April and I have sex. I'm assuming the two of them had sex. And when it's all done, I remember Nick was downstairs. April went downstairs. They're in the kitchen. Kayla comes into my room, comes around the bed, stands by me, and starts showing me like pictures of her family and telling me stuff about her family. Like, here's this person, here's that person, so on and so forth. And I'm like, I'm just kind of like, just because of everything that went on, I'm like, does she like me? Like, we're both married. Is this like I don't really feel
flirtatious
energy. I felt the flirtation, and obviously I
Yeah.
thought she was an attractive woman. I'm not sitting here going, "Oh, this weird bitch is fucking talk." I was like, Oh, all right. Okay.
So she was coming on to you right away.
Don't know. I'm terrible at
That's
reading.
the sense. That's
Almost like a flirtation, like the energy was there.
You were
not
being
the words,
flirtatious.
but
Right,
like you're near her, sort of like arms touching. Oh, look at this. Yeah,
We both just had sex. She's leaning over me. Yeah, it's sexual
Yeah,
energy. shall we say.
exactly. Okay.
So then April and I leave for Las Vegas next day, and I am a little weirded out by what happened the day before, and I'm uncomfortable around my wife. But she's talking about this experience like, oh, that's kind of exciting, right? That was kind of fun. And I'm like, yeah, I don't really know what to make of it. I'm not against it. I'm not for it. I'm more in the realm of like, what the fuck just happened? So then we get a day to think about it. Friday morning, we're in Las Vegas, and I go, she's getting ready in the bathroom. I go get her. I go, I want to talk to you real quick. And I was thinking about Kayla standing next to me, and I can't remember if she was naked or not, but I think she may have been topless. I can't remember.
And
I just
remember
remember
if she was naked or not.
Dude, when we get to all the stories,
I love
there's a
this
lot
guy.
of shit that's just gonna.
You can't remember a girl was naked? For him, right? That's blowing his fucking mind. I thought that was very cute. I'm not making fun of you, by the way. I find that to be very cute. You know, this is a crazy story for a guy like this. I hope I'm not speaking out of line there and putting you down. Okay.
Okay.
It's just too much.
Like
my
he's not
fuck-
sure if it was that time or the next time. No, like
my RAM is overloaded. I can't
Tell me
process it
about it.
right. I really can't. Like shit happens to me now.
And you were
I'm like,
fucked up too, right? Like you're on drugs,
Yeah.
drinking, all that stuff.
Sure.
Yeah,
We get
makes
it.
sense.
So I talked to my wife, and we just had a talk about what happened that night, 2 nights ago, and we talk about what we'd like to do. And I'm like, we know their reputation, and I went, I think I'd like to try this. Like
The reputation.
again,
Could you
the degenerate
clarify?
who started this was me. I asked the question first.
Was it the hedonism stories? Like, was that what the reputation you're talking about?
I didn't know about hedonism stories. I just knew in general the Riquetas had swinger stories around them.
Okay.
Okay. Like, is this a known thing in Minnesota?
You know, and I believe these guys are kind of like enemies with Nick. You know, so they're loving this scoop. You know, this would be like if we were talking about, Josh Denny, and then somebody came on our show and delivered us all these Denny and Netta secrets that we've all been, gossiping about for the last 5 years. So he's hand delivering Nick's enemies every piece of dirt on Nick that they could ever imagine and more. So again, imagine how angry this Nick must be boiling.
Like locally known for swinging, or are you going based off of like
internet lore?
The Kiwi Farms
Okay.
lore or whatever? Okay.
Internet lore.
Okay. So
So
you
the
weren't surprised. That,
Right.
okay. Can you answer this for just before we go any further on this?
man.
Do you know if Drexel has had sex with Kayla?
I can tell you. I'll tell you that Kayla.
Here, good
told-
135.00. We could literally just sit.
I know,
they
that's
never
the
change
problem.
the subject, so we could watch this for 3 hours.
Okay, let's go. What's this one going to be about here?
Or go to like 134.30 because I didn't double check these. But this is about them sleeping in the same bed, which is one of my
one
favorite
here.
parts.
And yeah, everyone could go watch this. This is this Keno Casino show. I believe they put this on YouTube
Yeah,
too.
if you search.
This one's worth watching. If you want like the whole scoop and the whole story, go watch this on your own time. You're gonna love it. I believe it's on YouTube.
I will say. I can tell you what I saw from time to time. Again, everything I'm telling you, I don't want to get into speculation. Everything I'm going to tell
Whatever
you
you
guys
saw.
is
Whatever
what
you
I
saw.
saw and I
Yeah.
experienced.
Amazing. Thanks.
While I too, again, let's remember, while I too was being a degenerate, going outside of his marriage, scandalizing his relationship, scandalizing his children, all of these terrible things, being a bad father, being a bad husband. But a day in the life was this. I would get up. I'm an early riser. I do a morning show. I would get up on a weekend, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. And I would just sit and stare at 3 passed out people.
Oh,
That's it.
I would just go, all right. What are you going to do? I'd go take a shower or something. I mean, kill some time. And then I kind of wake everybody up and like, hey, can I go get breakfast? I remember one common thing with this relationship was that I was the one who was always going, hey, can we go do some shit? Hey, can I go get this? Can I go to, I was
You've
restless.
had the kids, right?
I wanted to get out of the fucking house and do some shit.
Wait, where were the kids during all this, by the way?
They would wake up later, but they would still come and knock on the bedroom door.
Whoa.
By the way, slept 4 of us to a bed.
What the?
We slept 4 of us to a bed. I mean, guys, I gotta have a drink.
I'm,
Let's,
like,
we gotta
sweating.
celebrate
I
that. I'm
know.
sorry. This is so insane. We slept 4 to a bed. The kids would knock on the door. Hey, guys, we're hungry. And Aaron would come out and feed Raquetta's kids while the rest of them slept off their, what Aaron's trying to say, and we're going to have to wait till Nick comes out and speaks. Aaron's trying to pretend like he barely did the drugs, that he was the only sober person. Maybe he was. I mean, he was able to do Steel Toe Morning Show every morning. I certainly wouldn't be able to do that if I was coming off coke. So maybe he wasn't doing as much drugs as the rest of them, but I think he wants to make it seem like I wasn't endangering any of those kids. I'm still a good father. I also have a theory that he kind of wants his kids. Aaron's got 3 kids. I think he wants his wife to get full custody so he could stop paying the $800 a month child support so he doesn't have to see them.
He just doesn't want to see them.
He might be telling all these stories so that he could get out of raising his own kids.
What kind of mother would his ex-wife be if she heard this?
She has heard this. And apparently she's so happy that Aaron's being honest, which I still think could be a setup with the investigator, the police and Aaron's ex-wife. They could all be trying to set up Aaron to get as much juice out of him as possible. He's been talking to the cops. He's told them everything. The cops have watched all his broadcasts. Crazy, huh? Let's drink to the 4 in a bed. How about 4 in a bed? 4 in a bed and the kids knocking on the door. I keep thinking, and I haven't heard anyone cover this part. What does the 16-year-old think of this? For months, your parents were sleeping with another couple in your home? For months, Aaron was coming out of your... I just don't understand how that happens.
His friends and people at his school are to find out about this, aren't they? Like, imagine you're 16 and you are coming home from fucking Glee Club or whatever.
They know about it. Everybody sent this to their school, to them. Everybody knows about it. I just don't understand how that's not destroying them. I guess when you're from white trash Minnesota, and that's why I say after watching all this, I'm watching a lot of people, you worry, are people losing their humanity hearing these stories being so normalized and watching this crew of, rather disgusting people tell these stories as if they're normal. As if it's normal to do any of this. Listen, if you have 3 kids, you shouldn't even be broadcasting that much, for real. Like, you should be raising those kids. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Let's drink to the 4 in a bed. I'd like to do a shot for the 4 in a bed, and let's hear some more of this. Cheers, everybody. To the M. Holtz.
All slept in the same bed.
Yeah,
I would sleep with Kayla. Nick would sleep with April.
Listen to this.
Okay, so that was the sleeping
That
arrangement.
was the sleeping arrangement. Was April and I on the ends, Nick over by April, Kayla over by me. So
I love that part.
Sometimes in the morning, the kids would knock on the door and say either I'm hungry or this or that.
If anybody has ever done this, I certainly have, and I find this to be absolutely disgusting. But if anyone's ever done this, okay, I could understand a swap at a party. People have been doing drugs. You do a quick swap at a party.
I
can't understand that. Of course.
So.
But to do this, to live, I don't think this was ever intended for 4 people day in and day out for months to live in the same house.
Swapping.
To be in the same bed with your fluid. Imagine waking up and Aaron Emholt is in your bed. The guy's like 6'6". His legs sticking out of your bed. You're waking up, you're seeing Aaron's bare feet in the morning. They're claiming, by the way, and this is where I think Aaron's really afraid of being called gay in all of this. Okay, that's like his biggest fear. He's claiming they never saw each other naked, the 2 guys. It's
How?
like, but you had sex with each other every night in the same bed.
Well, the kids are not
I'm going to go as far as to think,
hungry.
I bet you sucked Raquetta's dick. I bet, and I'm just basing this all on daughter swap videos that I've seen. So how the daughter swap series goes, is that what it's called? Daughter swap. They have MILF swap and sis swap now. The whole family, everybody's swapping. in Daughter Swap, it starts out with the two stepdads, of course. Make sure you say step. Two stepdads and the two stepdaughters. They swap the stepdaughters. But what Daughter Swap has evolved to now is nearing the end of the video, the dads and their original daughters start screwing around and accidentally touching each other and stuff. So I could only imagine, I know that's a lot for you to take in. I could only imagine that throughout these, sexual experience with all four in a bed, there were times where Aaron's head is like right on Nick's, and they're getting close, and maybe Nick's, I don't want to say these words, Nick's dick maybe pops out of the vagina of April and actually into Aaron's mouth, maybe something like that. That's what I've seen in these videos that I've quickly, of course, turned off because I was fooled into watching them.
You thought it was just daughters.
I just thought this was a simple daughter swap. I didn't know that the original dads and the daughters would end up fooling around and then they just all mix. I believe that's what happened in this situation. We'll have to wait till Nick's story. I believe that maybe...
Well, he's not going to tell that either.
Well, we'll see. I believe that Aaron maybe ate out Nick's ass. Anything could happen. 4 to a bed, 6 months.
Molly.
They're on Molly. Anything could happen. That's the part where Aaron pretends that it didn't happen. But
this is kind of an aside, but remember before this all happened, everyone was like, April's on drugs, April's blah, blah, blah. And he yelled at everybody.
Told us we were all lying.
And he lied good.
So that's the thing.
Now we all know what it looks like when he lies, which is the same as always.
Yeah, he lied for months. People accused April of being on drugs. He said, how dare you accuse my wife of being on drugs? That's where I draw the line. And you did that for months. Hopefully your fans, the guy probably has a couple hundred of these Minnesota dimwit fans. Hopefully they're seeing how comfortable you were lying for so many months. To tell a story admitting about how you lied to everybody for 6 months, that doesn't make you an honorable guy now. It's like when Todd Glass came out of the closet. Todd Glass, the comedian, he came out of the closet after 50 years of pretending to be straight. After 50 years of writing jokes about girlfriends, Todd Glass comes out of the closet at age 50, and everyone's applauding. And it's like, what about the 50 years where you lied about being gay and you were so embarrassed by the idea? Doesn't that don't you owe the gay community a huge apology? So it's like the same type of thing. It's like Aaron wants to be applauded for being such an honest guy. That's not really how this works. You're still ultra disgusting.
And you're still capable of lying about anything.
Yeah, you'll lie about anything.
It serves you in the moment.
So every time we called you a liar, you said we were crazy. So I hope at least his original fans, they're still donating, so maybe it didn't. But, to be able to trust this guy, you can never trust this guy. Okay, let's hear some more of these sex stories. And again, don't get horny from this. Do not get horny from this.
I would say more times than not, I would go out and I would get them some food, something like that, because everyone else got up a little later than I did. Then there would be times where there would be fighting in the bedroom, or, people were doing whatever they were doing in the bathroom, and someone would want something, and I would, more often than not, it was usually me who went and got it. I was just not into, like I said on my show, I did coke 3, maybe 4 times in total the entire time. Probably
really?
4 lines, 4 bumps
that's
in
the
total.
part I find unbelievable. It's like, so these guys were on drugs to the point where their faces changed into cracked out junkies that you see in these ads. You guys were having sex every night for 6 months and you only did the coke 3 or 4 times? It's just really weird. How could you be that sober around 3 junkies like that for so many months? How could you have sex with his wife hundreds of times, which he goes on to admit? How do you do that when you've only done drugs 3 times?
Wait, so that means that she was all cracked out on coke and meth and Molly or whatever, and you were fucking her sober? That's worse.
That's really weird. That's like when Kurt Cobain fucked a retard, which could have gotten him canceled had he not killed himself. To be having sex with this coked out, strung out woman for 6 months, and he goes on to say we had sex over 100 times. But you've only done the coke 3 times? I mean, either way, you cut it. You're either lying or you're disgusting, right? All right, let's hear more. This gets worse.
The whole time I was there, I did develop an affinity for Molly. It just seemed I wouldn't drink
Pills
and I would
or powder?
I hate powder. I hate it. One time they had
You know, I don't even think a husband and wife should be having sex if you've had 5 kids in the house. Or if you've had 5 kids. Sex is over. You wanted these 5 kids. It's time to dedicate your life to the 5 lives that are going to be out there ruining mine when they grow up. You know, there's just no time for you anymore. I even think if you have 1 kid, you shouldn't be doing what Chris DiStefano's doing. If you've got 1 kid, it's time to knock off the antics and raise the kid. Teach the kid how to be a great member of society. But nobody's raising these kids anymore. You know, and imagine what's going to happen when the abortions all stop. 3 kids, 5 kids, 8 kids' lives. And this is their parents. And everything is online, archived. Everything is in these time capsules for their kids to remember their entire lives. What kind of, I mean, really, that makes me physically sick.
And I don't know what
the kids might as well kill themselves at this point. They got nothing to live for. You think Lana Rhodes' kid has it bad? I mean, think about this.
And Aaron is being all high and mighty, coming on here being like, I just knew I had to leave to save the kids, and I'm one who's feeding the kids. And it's like you're destroying their future with this now.
Yeah, you just.
I mean, this is never going away.
They're going to be traumatized for life. And the trauma that you've committed, not only for these other 3, your ex-wife, all these people, what about the trauma that you're putting on yourself? You know, this public display of humiliation that you're on tour with, isn't this damaging to your mind? Isn't this damaging to your soul? Isn't this going to be trauma for the rest of your life? And Aaron's just walking around on top of the world. By the way, he's had no time to even think about this himself. He's been on the air every day since this happened.
She got arrested.
Every day. I mean, he's been on the air for about 8 hours a day since she's been arrested. I don't know how he's sleeping. I mean, you could just go to bed and get your 8 hours after this. That to me is the craziest part. I mean, really, I can't comprehend. All right, let's hear some more.
Do the licking thing.
The licking thing, yeah.
Like,
you want it more controlled.
I had Nick use
and you just let me know where
wrap
to
it in
move.
like pill form, and I would take it that way. I preferred it that way. And what I would do is I just wouldn't drink that night. I'd pound water and Gatorade, and I would chill because everything was so dramatic and everything else. I would have fun. I would enjoy myself.
You'd have fun.
But I'd still realize, holy shit, dude, you're 37 years old and you're a father of 3. Cut the fucking shit. So after about half a dozen times of that, done with that too.
So let me ask you, what was the general sense, do you think, of how aware the kids were that their parents were on drugs all the time?
I don't think they knew. I don't think they knew.
Really?
I don't.
You didn't notice your mother and father's face decaying into old pumpkins? The 16-year-old didn't know that his dad, who was sharing bed with another couple, they didn't know they were on drug? I mean, must have been up all night. I can't imagine. You know, he's trying to pretend like these kids weren't real. These kids might have been involved in the fucking sex for all. The 16-year-old might have been doing stuff with the whole family. That's what they're showing on Pornhub.
You know what I'm learning from this experience? Anything that you can imagine or can't imagine could be real.
Could be real. Could be reality. Absolutely right.
So any thought that crosses your mind about this, they probably
all
did.
5 kids could have been doing a dance in a circle around them and chanting. This could have been like a college fuckfest style situation. They need to bring College Fuckfest back. Am I right? What happened to that series?
Maybe you and Doug Stanhope can collab.
The college kids, I don't know what happened. When I was years ago, every day you turn on the Pornhub, it'd be the college kids all having sex with each other in the dorm. Dear dorm rules, college fuckfest. That all went away. I don't know if they're too embarrassed now since these videos could be spread on social media. Maybe that spooked all of them. But for all the college kids to have stopped, I don't know.
They're doing their fuckfests on OnlyFans now, probably.
If anyone has any leads for that, just for me to check it out, let me know. It's just surprising but yes, these kids could have been involved in all of it. I mean, you're telling me the kids didn't know you guys were on drugs. You didn't know about the swapping. Oh, they know.
How about the sense of two people? There's a new couple in the bedroom sleeping with them. Like no one, even the high school kid wasn't like, what the fuck is going on there?
That I can definitely. I would say if I'm just putting myself in their shoes, they're thinking that's fucking goofy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's a little. Bizarre.
How old was the oldest one? How old was the oldest one?
Am I telling any tales on a school here? If I
see, he's worried about his kids.
The oldest kid was 16, right?
Because I think he could still be charged with endangering someone else's kids, right?
I don't know how that works, but I hope so.
If I were this Minnesota Police Department, I'd be trying to get all these people away. Burn their homes down to the ground. Really, it's disgusting. And then these people all go to church together as a group. I mean, this is really, really sick. They're going to church, the neighbor. Wait till you hear all this crap.
Okay.
So he knows something's happening. Like, let's...
Yeah.
You know, like you're 16, your parents.
Every single one of those 5 kids, angels. Every single one of them, great kids.
Oh, they're great. They're going to be the best.
But yeah, they had to know. I mean, it's.
Oh, they had.
You're 16. Your parents are.
You just said. See, he just said 3 minutes ago he doesn't think they knew, and now you're going. They had to know. So they had to know. You were okay with 5 children knowing about this? Shouldn't that be enough to go, there's got to be another couple who doesn't have 5 fucking kids that we can do this with?
I mean,
it's kind of gross.
Well, speaking of which, they might have got some ideas of who they wanted to share.
Can we show this? You want to see the real reason we're all here? Can I show that video now? So, okay, I got to come clean, guys.
Don't close that, though, because we
no,
might go back
of course
to it.
not. So let me pull this video up. This is kind of how I wanted to open the segment had I not known that so many people weren't caught up with this. So there's a video I want to show you. And this involves us and the Imholtz and the Rickettas. I want to come clean about this because nobody knows, this about us here. So I want to show you this tape. Where do I find this?
Next up.
Okay. Yeah, and is this queued up here?
It should be.
Let me see. Okay. Yeah. All right. I'm going to show you this tape. Now, this is an edit made by a really talented editor. I think listens to Red Bar, Citizen N.
Of course.
You might have heard of this guy.
He's great.
He makes these steel toe edits. They're really good. So this is kind of like an edit, but everything you're hearing in this it's all real. It's not like he edited it to make them say something they don't want to say. This is a video I think I got to show you. I got to come clean here about, well, you'll see. All right, I'm going to just let this roll. This is tough for us here, our family, of course. Here we go.
Today collection. I think we're saving those for like hot tub streams and stuff like that.
My wife's a whore.
Yeah, I think so.
Let me back that up just a tad. Start here. Okay, listen to this, guys.
Not the line you want to walk.
No,
in life.
you don't want to be that guy.
Nope.
Packbacker with $5 says, let's start another April and Bikini Today collection. I think we're saving those for like hot tub streams and stuff like that.
So we're seeing a little video of back when April and Aaron were together. This is shortly after their hot tub stream and that bikini thing. Remember I showed you guys April on the show in a bikini? People couldn't believe it. All right, watch this.
My wife's a whore.
Yeah, I think so.
I know it threatens a lot of people. I know the bikini really fucking triggers the shit. I know it triggered the shit out of Red Bar, Citizen M.
I didn't know Red Bar cared.
Oh yeah, Red Bar was very like obsessive about your bikini, showing up in a bikini on stream.
I didn't show up in a bikini on stream. Knock out tomorrow's goal and I'll turn around for 30 seconds. I didn't show up in a bikini on stream, you.
I think that kind of fucked Red Bar.
Did you see that? Did you see what you caught? Now, this isn't the point of the video, but I wanted to stop that. Listen to this.
I think
that
Jew guy.
April, can I get a written apology for everything you've ever said about us?
You Jew guy. Okay, that's besides the point. I just thought that was funny. So she is a pro-Palestinian.
Are you so embarrassed right now?
Okay, let's listen to this because this is a little serious here. It involves us.
I didn't show up in a bikini on stream, you.
I think that kind of fucked Red Bar up a little bit. And then I think because it fucked Red Bar up, it fucked Citizen M up. Because he does.
Don't
shit. So I must have missed that whole saga that he watched that and stuff. Not very complimentary.
You could definitely tell that women in bikini are kind of a threat to Mike.
What the fuck? Thank you. The editor knows.
Doesn't Jules ever wear one for you?
I don't think
What are you
Jules.
talking about?
I'll tell you this. I don't think Jules and Mike have fucking years. I mean, am I wrong?
I have no idea. I haven't listened.
What the fuck are you doing?
What's coming up?
First of all, Mike probably couldn't fuck before. Mike probably couldn't fuck. Wait a minute. April has herself a nice little orgasm, and she doesn't get tired.
Do that every time.
Yes, you do.
I don't.
Fucking tell
Okay,
people that in
Aaron.
front of them. Aaron
Happens.
can't fuck. April fucking never comes.
Now, you're looking handsome today.
Yes, and?
Did you know that there's other people out there who think you look handsome?
Oh, really? Like who?
Mike probably couldn't fuck.
Well, that's kind of sad, and I can't really agree with that because I used to think he's really hot.
Cut to me. April used to think I was really hot. I was nearly a victim of ricotta law. This could have been us. We were moments away. Had I not made fun of Aaron for copying Red Bar, we could have been doing bullets, having kids, living in Minnesota, swapping with the Emeralds. I was this close to being up on that screen involved in those mugshots. So there it is.
That's kind of sad, and I can't really agree with that because I used to think he's really hot.
Okay. So, wow, look at that. Thank you for that edit. Chills down my spine. I mean, really, we came close. So when I cover this, this is very personal for me, as we were nearly victims.
You should go to the beginning of this clip really quickly because it has an example of Aaron's lies.
Okay, let's see that. This is a beautiful edit by Citizen M.
I'm probably the best broadcaster. Citizen M says you've been melting down. Citizen M's been melting down for years. I would definitely not trust Citizen M. Keith,
Wow, yeah, no.
you're going to be a better guy than this. Like, you're going to grow up. You're going to be a better man than this. This is not the end of the road for you. Let me tell you right now. I've been owning these guys forever. I've been driving them nuts. Citizen M is just the latest of the ones I've been driving nuts. I mean, Melton I've driven nuts. Citizen M I've melted. These people have dedicated their lives to 4 hours of my day.
7 hours, she says.
And I'm on. Don't get me wrong. The April drug shit, that will fucking stop. I will put a fucking stop to that post-fucking haste. I carry these people. I give them a purpose, and they can't stand it. And then Keith can't stand it when I point it out. It breaks his brain. Citizen M has been a bit more deranged recently than usual. I warned him about this, and I warned you guys about
Anyways,
this.
that might have been it.
So there it is. Yeah, so
That's the way he was yelling at people. For
Yelling
even
at everyone. We're all
suggesting that
crazy.
April might be using drugs.
we're all wrong. We're all nuts. Okay, let's go back to this
Doesn't
one here.
looking at April, like, this has all been
Yeah.
Aaron week.
We haven't even really had a chance to go back and watch some of the April moments. We weren't following this when they were accusing her of being on drugs. We had seen the bikini stream, but we really didn't follow any of this steel toe stuff. So yeah, it would be great to go back. Again, I've lost enough time to this.
But doesn't seeing her make you like so sick for some reason?
Well, especially, hearing that we could have been swapping with them. We were this close to being those ricottas. Had I not dissed Aaron, we could have, our friendship could have
Why
blossomed.
did she do that to him? He was going on a nice little rant about how, I bet Mike is horrible at fucking.
Could you imagine if during the show, Jules admitted she had the hots for Aaron Emholt? I mean, I'd blow my head up.
And then she
So
just
I can't
throws him
believe-
completely under the bus by saying that you're hot when he was trying to do a big thing about how you are so disgusting and can't fuck.
Let's take a quick little break, just a quick little bathroom break. When we go back, we'll show you some of these stories. We'll be right back in seconds. Don't go anywhere. Throw on some of those tunes, and we'll see you soon on this wonderful Red Bar. And don't worry, we've got plenty more to do after this. This is just the intro. We'll see you soon.
This is what this song is dedicated to April.
Thank you. We'll be right back.
On the highway, going 90. Pitch black with a top down riding. Wind blowing, where we going? I'm freezing right down to my bones.
that you've done to me. All the memories that you gave to me, one lighter to set a fire. All the lies you told in your cruel deceit.
Coming back. Hello. Welcome back to Red Bar. Is this gonna drop? Welcome back to Red Bar. We hope you're having a joyous time. But listen, I know this is a little different direction for us here. I know we're spending a long time. Feel free to skip ahead if you don't care about the steel toe stuff. Should we take a poll? Should we see if people are bored with this? Or if they're excited by it, they want to hear more? It's up to you. We could wrap it up real quick or we could keep going.
Press 1 if you're loving this and we should keep talking about Steel Toe for a little longer. Press 2 if you're like, we've heard enough, we get the idea.
Yeah, this is a tricky one for me because, again, we were embroiled in the thrill of this coming out as it happened, and we really dedicated a lot of our time this week to watching all of this stuff as it unfolded. But I definitely understand if this is not, if you guys haven't been following these two, if it means nothing to you.
Everyone is saying, I care more, keep going, more.
Okay.
One guy says too, but I'm seeing so.
Let me know, and I'm not going to do that for any other stuff. It's just this Steel Toe stuff. When we go low like this, I've always tried to keep this low life stuff out of our universe. I feel like this is too low for Red Bar, but this story is incredible. I mean, there's so much here. So
how about we do a teeny bit more and try to wrap it up nice with a little bow?
Teeny bit more, and then we could do a 2-hour Q&A about Aaron M. Holt. No.
I'm seeing about 75% ones, 25% twos.
Okay. Well, let's split the difference, and we'll do a little bit more, and then we'll move on. Because, again, to be honest with you, this isn't the type of stuff I like to do, going over this.
I know.
I don't like sharing with everybody the news that everybody else has already shared. I kind of like to give my little own spin on things. But, as far as the amount of information, the backstory, I feel like it would be irresponsible to give my take without showing people if they have no idea.
Pick one more.
Yeah, so why
it
don't you
sucks
pick-
because
it's so
this whole
tough.
thing is like so crazy.
I know,
and I
yeah.
haven't even got started.
I know.
Okay, go to like 229 for a little bit. There's some crazy stories there, I think.
Yeah, this is one of those things where I could do this for 2 weeks straight if I had to.
We don't make a habit of this kind of stuff if this is your first Red Bar.
Yeah, that's why I feel bad.
I know,
because
because I know there's a guy sitting there going,
And I thought about this all week. Like, how are we going to cover this? Because it's so much information. But I know so many people wanted us to cover it. I've been getting messages all week. Mike, please cover this whole thing. But I think it's been pretty much covered, but then so many people don't know about it. It's a tough one. So I do apologize.
Not much longer.
We'll make it up to you, of
We'll do
course.
some speed
Yeah,
stuff.
Okay, so let's hear this. What are we getting into here?
This is when he starts talking about all the stories about the fighting and
229?
shit. Yeah. Or maybe you guys should just watch this on your own.
Okay, is there one more
Here, go to
douchey one we could do?
30100.
Like, let's do the most incriminating one.
He tells a ton of stories about how there are a ton of sex stories and all these sex toys the Ricadas have, the Baldo everyone's obsessed with.
301, what's going to happen here at 301?
About Nick and Kayla fighting each other.
That's what this
screaming
is?
at- No, I'm just
Okay,
glossing
yeah,
over.
what's 301?
They're talking about the kids again.
Okay, let's hear this.
Well, just kiss your marriage goodbye. It's over. I honestly think that once we even suggest it, you're probably done. It's over, either consciously or subconsciously. Because I wanted to fuck Kayla. Like,
all right. Well, Captain Cisco for 4 asks, did Kayla like Star Trek Enterprise or what was her favorite show?
I know she hated Discovery.
Right.
Discovery she thought was too PC and shit, which I watched a few. I sat up and watched some Star Trek with my beautiful Kayla. I think she liked Enterprise or she liked the series Picard. She enjoyed that.
Is it
and then
coming
the
up
one
after
that
this?
had Picard on it. I can't remember which one that was.
Next Generation. Okay.
Next Generation, yeah.
All right. So I'm glad we know a little bit about her Star Trek preferences. John Potter for 10 asks, did Nick ever talk about Ethan Ralph?
He talked about Ralph once in a while. He would always kind of say
there's a
that
part
he was
here
okay
where
with
they
him.
go, are you worried
Like,
that
he and
someone's
Ralph
going to
were
tell
okay.
kids when they turn 18?
Okay, is that coming up?
I don't know. I didn't check these times because I didn't know that we were
okay.
doing this. I know.
What is the most important stuff
Okay.
that we need to get out here? Because we are, like, here, if I could show people what we're dealing with here. Can I show people that? Let me see. This is why I'm a little overwhelmed. I'm going to show you this. Just creep this. Oh, that's not going to let me. Never mind. That's not going to
Okay,
let me
here,
without
let me
exposing.
say this.
I've got over 300 notes about Aaron.
Okay, how about this? Do you want to
I
watch
knew this was going to happen too because I have no idea how a show that's on once every 10 days is going to manage to cover all this. 300 notes, and
Did
they're
you
all
want to show
red.
2 seconds of his mood on Ethan Ralph? So this entire show, he's on the top of the world, talking about all this sex stuff. He's a really cool guy. He's in love with Kayla. The swaps. He's the good guy here. He left for the kids. They've got him on top of the world here. Then next he goes on Ethan Ralph's show, who kind of surprises him with the hard questions.
Yeah.
And he starts realizing, oh no, I got myself into
these
this.
guys are kind of just mocking me. They don't really care about me. They're kind of setting me up to fail here.
Here, so just show like 2 seconds of this.
Just let me know where it's coming.
I put it next up.
Great. Okay. Rumble. This one? Rumble?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Now, well,
time code?
You should go to 57.
57. Sorry, we're dealing with Rumble here. Okay. So now he's on with Ethan Ralph, who they kind of hate the last podcast we were listening to. Now, Aaron booked all these shows, and he was really excited to do it. However, he comes on this show, and they've got 2 co-hosts on over Skype that Aaron doesn't know, and they're all kind of just mocking him. They're all kind of making fun of him, and he's kind of realizing in real time here, oh, I've kind of been set up by all these guys, and they're kind of laughing at me. So now we're finally seeing, after a week, and trust me, there was his own episodes. He was going on everyone's shows. He was having a field day. Here's where we finally start seeing the stress of the matter catch up to Aaron. We're seeing him break down. We're seeing him kind of realize this is probably not the best thing he should be doing.
I yelled everybody get the fuck out of the house. Leave. Get the fuck out of here. Sent my kids outside play and just fucking lost it. That was because I had asked very early on when Nick was over at my house. My kids were not home. Nick took out the bullet again, and he put a little bump or a small line out on my kitchen counter and just did it. And I just looked at him. I said, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck? I got.
So in this part of the story, Aaron's claiming that one night when they were hanging out at Aaron's house, Nick brought the Coke around the kids, and Aaron's against that at his house. So when they're at the Ricchettas, it's fine to have Coke and the family sleepovers every night. But when they're at Aaron's house and the kids are around, no Coke. So that's what we're hearing here. Is there going to be another?
Yeah, I think keep going.
I got 3 kids that here. If my ex-wife found out there was a fucking speck of this shit, I'm going to lose my fucking kids. Don't ever bring it in my house. My house was a known no drug zone. I was not.
What if like in his house, 5 kids being homeschooled?
That's a fair question.
Yeah, no, that's not only a fair question. That's an accurate statement of how we treated it, and it's fucking dog shit, and we have a lot to atone for, and we fucked up big time. None of us are innocent. Bad parents, bad spouses, bad everything.
But it was okay to coat around his kids at his house, but not your house.
Not on his kids. I will say this.
Well, not around his kids, but at the same house.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm just making sure you.
I know you guys weren't snorting up lines for the kids, but but it was at the house with the kids there, allegedly, according to you.
Allegedly. I mean, they found
I'm putting allegedly because I'm playing this neutral, and I'm one.
I get it. The cops found it at the house, and the kids were home. I mean, obviously.
But you see what some might say, like, well, it's okay at his house with all these kids, but not yours.
Yeah, did you feel like it was there was designated zones, like clearly this bathroom and this master bedroom were like
so he didn't expect anyone to be asking these tough questions.
Yeah, so now once he starts getting these tougher questions and they're kind of, putting him on trial here, he's finally getting a little bit more uncomfortable and rethinking his whole media tour.
So that's kind of the tone of this whole interview. You can go 105.30. This is a good part.
105.30.
We're just skip. If you're into this, you got to watch both of these in full.
Yeah, these are great in full.
Real life are very good friends. We started out just shitting on each other. But he's a good guy too. I'm gonna do these 2 shows and then I'll keep it to my show because I'm fucking overexposing myself like crazy and didn't realize it until I looked at all the bookings I've been doing. And number two,
you know, when we were watching all this, we're like, wow, Aaron really thinks he could just go out on these shows, tell his whole story, and then he could move on and go back to doing his show like normal, and that everything was going to be fine. And we're sitting in the car listening to this, and we're going, these people, he's going to be like everyone's new fool. They're going to be picking at this Aaron and eating his bones for years to come. And then we hear this part. Listen to this, confirming what we believed.
You know, this is going to end. Like, the coverage of this is all going to be done. I got to get back to doing my fucking show at some point. The only thing is my show is talking about my life and talking about the news. And like I said, my life is the news. The news is my life at the moment.
Well, I can tell you this for a fact. It's not going to end anytime soon.
And look at his face when he says this. Imagine this guy saying this to you. I'll tell you this ain't ending anytime soon. And then you see Aaron finally, it kind of sinks in, huh? This is your new life. So, yeah, really, he's in real big trouble,
that was kind
bro.
of the tone of this whole interview.
Yeah, let's see how he reacts to that.
Be with you forever. Yeah, Ralph's been dealing with this for years.
Well, scandals and stuff like that, like it'll be with you forever. But I'm saying there's more coming down the line. Kata's gonna come back stream. All this stuff's gonna happen. Like it won't just go away. By the way, call. You can start requests. You've already called in, so we're doing our thing here. If somebody else wants to call in, no disrespect, but you've already had your call in. Yeah, I mean, there's more to come. Like this thing's still got a little burn on it.
A lot of burn. Imagine somebody saying it like that, guys. This thing's got a lot of burn on it. This is going to be around for a long time. Uh-oh.
Well, I do.
Wait. Let him
I really hope that because I heard something today about he was going nuts in some group chat or something and saying stuff he shouldn't. I really hope that before he does any kind of comeback or anything like that, he goes and gets help. He goes and gets sober, and he does it the right way because he's facing very serious shit right now, and he can't. You know, he can't be slipping up. I really just want the fucking guy, and I want Kayla, and I want April. Well, April isn't facing any charges. I just want everyone to fucking get clean. That's it. That's all I want.
All right. In his ideal world, they go to rehab for about a year, and then they kind of don't want to talk about it when they come back. Maybe he'll get out of this scot-free, huh? Not a chance. All right. Well, that's kind of what happened with Steel Toe.
Sorry for the abridged version.
I knew that. And this is why Red Bar doesn't like covering Steel Toe.
There's a couple more mini things, like you donated $300 to him, and Aaron promised us that he would send us merch, and I just want to say that I want the Stoney's tank top that April is wearing that one pic.
Some of you guys saw that on his first show back after all this. We gave him his goal. We donated the $300. I've got
a little clip, and next up it's like 1 minute long.
Okay. And
then I want to talk about the Gino thing, and then that's it.
Okay. Aaron promised us merch. Here's this. It's queued up?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I gave him the $300, his goal. I said, thanks for the amazing week of entertainment. You know, if there's one thing about Red Bar you need to know, we pay for our content. You know, we buy every movie on iTunes. You know, how many movies we should show you our movie collection of $30 streaming movies we've purchased from iTunes. We pay for all the Jake Paul fights. We pay for everyone's Patreons. We pay for everyone's bonus content. Hackamania. We're paying for it all. So I gave him the $300. I said, thanks for the amazing week of entertainment. And he says here, is he going to say something here? Let's see what we got.
Red Bar Scars Club. With $2.99, thank you. Thanks for the amazing week of entertainment. Hey, anytime, buddy. Number one, Josh Denny fan with $5 says the Red Bar Super Chat is the real Mike. Put him on the board, numbnuts. Well, then in that case,
got a board of their top donator.
Mike David is in first place. You know what I'll do? I won't send Mike the $100 to Stoney's because he'll never fucking use it.
Yes, I will.
If Jules or somebody would send me Mike's sizes and address I can send it to, I'll send Mike a bunch of merch.
Stoney's tank top.
Bunch
same
of merch.
Size as April.
BJ says,
we want that merch. Yes, thank you, Aaron. We would love that merch. And that's part of the saga. I suggest everybody go listen to that Kino Casino and the other one.
And
You're gonna
lastly,
love
we have
it.
a message for Gino.
Oh, that's true. Because Gino and his girlfriend, you guys remember Gino.
Flatbroke Gino!
Gino and his girlfriend are still hanging out with this Aaron Emholt. You know, they're still very good friends. Did we want to play this first
Well, those are just examples of Gino's new lifestyle.
Yeah. You know, we always called Gino
Flatbroke Gino!
Flatbroke Gino. We always made fun of his, his poorness and how shitty he lived. I got to say, Gino has turned it around. Look at Gino now. This is what he looks like now. He's rich. Gino's got this amazing girlfriend, Keanu. Look at them, night out town. I mean, this could be a billionaire. Look at him checking his phone while having some wine. He's cleaned himself up. I want to show you this. He's got this beautiful... Look at his luxury apartment. Now, remember we used to make fun of Gino's porness? This girl, Keanu, came and cleaned him up. She must have some money, this family. So congratulations
she has nice
to
teeth.
Gino.
She has rich person's teeth.
Gino, we are fans now. We love that you matured. We love that you cleaned up your act. You've got to get away from Aaron Emholt. You cannot continue to be friends with him. He's trying to steal your wife right now. The girl that you've had this amazing relationship with, the girl that changed your whole life. You're going to let Aaron sit there and stream with her every day? You know, this girl with Gino's girlfriend goes on Aaron's broadcast like 2 times a week. They spend 4 hours together while Aaron flirts with your girl. Please, trust me, Gino. You know I'd always give it to you straight. You know, out of all the battles you've been in, I was the fairest, right? I was the fairest of them all. You got to listen to me when I say stay away from those Emholts. You know, the other one, Keanu, his girlfriend's talking about how she hopes April shows up to their wedding still so that Aaron and April could share a dance and reconnect. That's insane. Please stay away from the Emholts, Gino. And please let Gino know. Red Bar is very concerned. Aaron is now trying to steal your girl.
Ton more cowbell in the chat says her family owns a giant fireworks company. She's loaded.
Wow, look at that fireworks. I knew it. So that's why Gino is being so good to this one. She's cleaned him up. She's taken him out of poverty.
We were talking about
that's it.
how
I want to
rich
wash my
she
hands
was.
with this steel toe stuff. I feel so dirty. Let's get Red Bear back on track.
No more steel toe until they release the body cam footage.
Let me get one of these songs. Where are our little songs for this week? Let's do this. Let's get on one of our little songs. Under our control. Have we heard this one? Here's a new listener song. Let's see if we've got this. Is this it? Who has access? Play. Let's do this. Here we go. Now you're under my control. Let's reset. Have one with me. Just a few puffs. It's time for some schmee. I'll do one of this. I'll do this. Let's reset. Sean Perkins makes a song for the show. I'm having a hard time hearing the lyrics, but let's listen. Let's smoke up. Red Scare Lighter today. Oh, fuck yeah, man. Have some of this shit, bro. Have some. It's ska? Is that what we're... Nice. Have a couple hits, man. Decompress. Yeah, this is some good stuff. Is this OG?
Aaron, out of my mind.
Get Aaron out of here.
Aaron, out of my mind.
Just disgusting. Fuck yeah. Where should we go from here? What do we got?
So much. Should we do some Tony? Should we do Red Bar in the Wild? Should we do some little ones?
Let's do a quick Red Bar in the Wild. We got some crazy ones this week. Wait till you see my new friends. You know, every week it's so great. One of the most exciting things about Red Bar to me in this season, season 21 here, one of my favorite seasons, we're really being heard this year. And every week I hear of a new guy like, we had Howie Mandel. By the way, I got a little rumor here about Howie Mandel. Howie Mandel and Ethan Klein starting a new podcast together to try to get that frenemies money there. That's a rumor, but spread it. Comes from a good source. Yeah, but we've had Howie Mandel, we've had Tim Heidecker, we've had almost every comedian acknowledge us this year in season 21, which is very exciting. It's one thing I've always thought. It's one thing to talk all this smack and be an underground show, but the fact that everybody that we're talking about knows that we're talking about them and is listening and engaging with it, to me, that's where it's at. Like I said, it's better, it's one thing to be underground, you say all this stuff, but is it really as shocking? Does it really matter if nobody is hearing it? That's why I always thought it would almost be more fun if Red Bar was on the real radio. Imagine everybody in their cars hearing this and seeing this as they drive to work. That to me has always been the fun of it, mixing what we do here with the mainstream out there. And this week, oh boy, do we have a good one. And I'm proud to announce this is my newest friend. Hold on, I'm getting to it. Close this. Here we go. Wait till you see who's my new buddy this week as we go into Red Bar in the Wild. Let me see if I can find it. I'm not seeing this here.
Wait,
Jules,
what do
maybe
you
put it
have?
under. Well, I don't want to give it away. It's
Did you put it in there? Because I didn't.
Starts with a J. It's definitely in there somewhere. Maybe I didn't label it Wild. We're talking about a J. We're talking.
Yeah, I know
about,
you're talking about. I just I thought you were just
okay.
gonna say it.
Oh, I had a screenshot. Okay, I guess I'll say it. Last week we showed you a clip of Chris DiStefano talking with Hey Big Mike's best friend and co-host of Impulsive, Jeff Wittek. One day after that show aired, I open up my Instagram and I see, and I love when I see this because this is happening all the time now. I see Jeff Wittek follows you now. I go, ooh, ooh. I felt like Joanna Sternberg when she saw us at the concert. I dropped to the floor. We have been giant Jeff FM heads for a long time. This is Hey Big Mike's, Mike Malik's. Mike, is that it? Malik? This is his best friend. Every week on Jeff FM, you have Hey Big Mike there. So I see the follow from Jeff FM. I'm celebrating. I'm adding that to the notes. Red Bar of the Wild, Jeff FM. Jeff Wittek follows Mike. His eye. I go and I'm checking more Instagram. I go to my message. Jeff Wittek has messaged you. I go, ooh, ooh. Talk about a wife swap situation. I mean, really.
Hell yeah.
This is who we would do it with, of course. Of course, Jeff and Viverica, or even Tana. Maybe Jeff and Tana want to do a wife swap.
Who would you prefer, Tana or Viverica?
Oh, Tana, definitely, 100%.
Hell yeah.
Well,
I'm down.
Oh, no.
I'm down.
Okay, so Jeff messages me. I'll go, oh. And then the counter starts going up. Jeff has 9 new messages. Ooh. So we wait a day, we
obviously we got to be cool.
We come
here.
up with, oh my God, we got to be cool. And lo and behold, I have about a 45-minute conversation with Jeff Wittek. Yes. We shared ideals. We shared beliefs. We bonded. We became friends. We shared what respect means to us as men. I don't know if you know anything about Jeff. He's from Staten Island. They don't fuck around there. This is where, this is New York. And, he's done some time.
And now he's
been
doing
in
the
and out of the
time
band.
with Red Bar.
Best friends with Tana, best friends with one of our bigger enemies in this world, Big Mike. He's talking to me. He goes, I loved your stuff about Big Mike. I tease him about that all the time. Man, thank you so much. And boy, did we bond. And we just, again, I really want to nail down the importance of like respect. Okay. I'm not from New York, but if you're from the East Coast, and I'm not mocking anybody here, this is just a new part of me that's I'm
You're
exposing.
becoming the type of guy who cares.
So
that you
I have
learn
always
something
been
from a
the
Staten
enemy
Island
of
guy.
the East Coast. Let's get that straight. I'm from Chicago. We always thought of the East Coast as, you know, we've got our own city here. Wait till you see how big our buildings are in New York. Hold on.
Someone is saying Jeff is a genuine good guy.
Yeah.
We went to high school together.
Oh my God, look at this. Tell him, tell him you've heard of us too. So we're talking, and I really want to tell you that I learned something about respect. I don't know if I'm giving away too much, but, you know, he mentioned, because of course, we've poked fun at Jeff. We've poked fun at it all. We make fun of his good friend, Mike. And he wanted to let me know, he said something like, I want you to understand that this industry is all about respect. And I'm thinking,
Was that a warning?
It could have
Yeah,
been.
maybe you're not respecting him right now by saying
That's what I'm
he
saying.
said.
That's what I'm saying. But no, I think it's important because I learned something. I go, with an East Coast guy, you do have to respect. And that's the lesson. So with Jeff, and not to anyone else, I am following East Coast law, East Coast rule, and that is respect. Just like kind of I had with Tate. You know,
There you go.
not many people. I have Tate. America's Tate. Romania's Tate. In an email conversation, we know each other, first of all. He was one of the first podcasts that he ever did. Talk about a red bar in the wild. We had Andrew Tate on before the world met him. And we were considered enemies at that. And when I made up him, when I showed him the respect that he deserved, I don't know, is Romania east? It could be. How far east is Romania? It's got to be east.
That's east.
That's east.
That's easily
So
east.
that's East Coast. So is there an ocean between us? Is it east? It's East Coast. Tate said to me, he goes, respect brother Hart. And I carry that message with me till this day. I say that to everybody. When somebody says something truly kind to me, where I truly respect and understand them, I heart a lot of messages. And that ain't no bull.
You
when I
respect
heart
guys
something-
a lot.
Well, when I heart a message, it means respect. But when I write RBH, that means respect, brother Hart. I would do time for you, Tate. I would do time for Jeff and Cody. Cody's the guy who goes, I'm selling Ozempic for $4 an ounce. Of course, we love Cody. He's the guy who showed up to Ethan Klein's house to
Love
scare
that.
Ethan Klein. This is Jeff's best friend, Cody. We hope you're involved in this universe. You've seen Jeff on Canceled with Tana. You've seen Jeff with Big Mike. You've seen him on Impulsive. You're seeing him here, right here in my heart now. I am friends with Jeff Wittick. That's an accomplishment in my book. I never thought I'd be here.
And now
So-
Jeff probably signed up for the Scars Club, and the first thing he's
He
going
did.
to see is...
By the way, he did.
The first
Signed up
thing
for the
he's going to see is 3 hours of steel toe.
That's where I am truly ashamed and embarrassed. I might, for the first time ever, edit out the steel toe stuff, put that up as a bonus episode.
I hope you guys understand
No, I
that we
can't.
just had to talk about it because
Yeah,
that's
it
all
was
we-
a mistake. I knew,
that's all
I knew
we
that
thought
wasn't going
about
to
for a
work.
week.
I knew it wasn't
I
going to work out
know.
too, but sometimes that's just...
Everyone said that they enjoyed it, so I hope
It's not about
that's
enjoy.
true.
Did I enjoy it is the final
I know.
point. And no, I did not enjoy that pretty much at all. I enjoy, you see how much happier I am now that I'm talking about Jeff Wittick? So, and that's what I mean about, I think Red Bar mixed with this, with the mainstream, with the people we're talking about, I think that adds an extra element of thrill to this whole
Are you
program
going to
that we're doing.
change now that you're a huge celeb?
Well, that's
I
the thing
hope
about
not.
respect that you don't understand. If I'm willing to give respect, that means I believe this person is respecting me. So for Jeff to come out after all I said about Big Mike, his good friend, and for him to come out and reach out to me and say he understands this Red Bar, this is what he's looking for. This is the kind of stuff he's been looking for. I totally
I mean,
understand
it
it.
feels
Of course,
nice
I
to be
understand it.
understood. You've been being misunderstood.
Misunderstood
for
by a
20
lot of
years.
people.
And
To
now
see all the people that I give respect to are the people who get Red Bar. Think about it. Think about the list of the people who get Red Bar, the Tim Heideckers, all these people, and then the people who want to fight with Red Bar. Think about that team. Think about what that team looks like compared to the team of the people who understand and like Red Bar. Really. Side by side, someone can make a Photoshop of all their heads. It'll become clear as day. Oh, the guys who hate Red Bar. They don't really. Oh my God, these guys who like it, these are part of national history here. Wow, look at this.
I kind of disagree, and it makes me more nervous that when people like Red Bar, and I kind of liked being the underdog and going on, and you never see anything but hate for Red Bar. It was kind of comforting.
Well, but trust me, there's plenty of that out there. I can't believe the amount of hate we've been getting. You know where we get the most hate? The Bad Friends, Kill Tony, Tom Segura. That whole side of comedian fans thinks they hate our guts. You know, it's only thinks, though, Jules.
I know.
There's nobody who hates us. There's just people who haven't given it a year. That's
the feeling of going, you guys will get it one day is a better feeling than being like, I'm understood.
Well, that's what I mean. We're definitely not understood. The masses do not understand us, and they despise us and want us gone.
Thank
but
God.
The people who do understand us are people that I would actually like. That's what the point I'm trying to make.
Sometimes.
Well, give me a name of somebody who understands us that I don't like.
Ari Shaffir.
Yep. Give me another name.
Okay, hold on. Fuck.
Ari Shaffir's probably pretend liking us.
There's got to be more. Those guys who like
Big
Ari
Jay
that I
Okerson.
hate so much. I mean,
Big Jay Okerson, he's a great guy. I mean, you got to think of these people like this. If you had to spend a weekend in an Airbnb in Scottsdale with them and you couldn't leave the premises, we play this game of or. So when you think about it, yeah, if you were stuck with Big Jay Okerson, a 2-day Airbnb, you would be okay with that. If I was stuck with Aaron Emholt, I mean, that's one of the worst situations you could think about. Being stuck at there's differences. Fools, there's two sides of this thing. You've got your Josh Denny's. You've got your Sam Tripoli's. You've got your, guys that you could never, you need restraining orders from those guys. And then there's guys where it's like, yeah, you make fun of him, Big J. But if you had to do 2 days with him at this Airbnb, you would definitely be able to, who
I
you
don't
kidding?
know. I hate Ari a lot.
I would not be able to do 2 days with Ari. That's what I'm saying. You're absolutely correct. Ari doesn't really like Red Bar.
He's just trying to be cool.
Yeah, he is trying to be cool. Yeah, and we definitely do not like Ari. After what he did at that Kill Tony with the public indecency, yeah, that is unacceptable. So I don't know. Yeah, but you're having a hard time naming anybody else.
I'll think of one later.
I see that. So yes, we're proud and we're excited to have our new friend, Jeff Wittick. We really need that friends and enemies list. That's what our Wikipedia should be. I want nothing on our Wikipedia except look at this list of people that like Red Bar, and here's a list who hate them. That's what I want our new Wikipedia page to be. Okay, let's do a good one here. Let's do someone who's trying to tear us down. Maybe.
Yes, I want some hate, please.
Yeah. Don't worry.
How about the Stanhope saga?
Yeah, okay, you want to hear this, so wait till you hear this Doug Stanhope story. On the last episode, and this is great. We got a lot of new people here, too, so this is a good time to explain these little gags. On the last episode, we played you a tape of Doug Stanhope trash-talking us, right? So what I like to do when a comedian does that, when they so confidently trash talk, but they really don't know us, what we like to do is give them what's called an LS, a light scare. So, and you could see it in their eyes, like we did it to Giannis Pappas. We'll have more on that. We did it to, you do it to Chris Stefano. There's some comedians that, and this really makes you feel like you have all the power in the world. There's some comedians, big names, you could scare them. You could literally, on this show, you could go, okay, guys, I'm going to do a fake prank. And this is what I did to Doug Stanhope. You could even tell the whole story, your plan about how it's fake. And that you're just trying to scare them. You could tell it all. And people like Doug Stanhope, they're too out of the loop to figure this out. And you could easily prove it. So you could scare these people to see. And, if somebody tried to scare us, knock it off, you kids. But Doug Stanhope, people like him, people like Yanis Pappas, you could literally like just make up a bunch of stuff that's like unreasonable. You give them an out. You can make it absurd enough where there's an out so that they know it's a prank and not just a lie. Yeah, I always say that. It's not a prank if it's just a lie. So you always got to give somebody an out if you want it to be a hilarious, light prank. And I always do. So on the last show, we saw Doug Stanhope talking smack about us. Very light smack that no one cares about. But what we like to do to a first-timer talking smack is, oh, no, Mike's furious. You know, I've never seen Mike this mad. We have all the listeners start messaging and leaving comments. Dude, Doug, I don't know what you did to Mike. I've never seen him this mad. And you do something like that, and you see where the guy goes from there. But always with the prank being open to the public, explained, and not a secret, you know, to make sure there is a huge difference between it being a prank and a lie. So we see Doug Stanhope talking shit, and I start going, okay, guys, and this is on the air. Everything we do is on the air. I go, guys, let's do a thing. You know, Doug Stanhope is trying to do this thing where he couch surfs on his fans' couches as he makes his way across America. He thought this was a cute bit. Let's infiltrate the fan base and get him sleeping on couches that we control. Yes. And then we said, everybody go tell Doug, good luck on your couch tour. Mike David has paid off a few of the guys that you're staying on their couches. They're working for him. They're going to be filming you while you sleep. There's talk of hot sauce in the eye. So we're telling everyone to do this to scare Stanhope. Now, I will say this. There's a ton of people who thought I was really planning that to Doug. Now, even now, it sounds like, wow, there's guys out there now going, dude, look at Mike jump through hoops trying to pretend that he was just joking about what he was going to do to Doug with the assault and filming him and infiltrating the couch. People believe it. I got to show you this. You got to see how far this went. And this is what I mean about I love the new Red Bar. The more people that know about us, trust me, this makes everything more fun because now something happens on a show, we have an immediate reaction from even the top stars, okay? I don't know if there's anyone we mention on the show that doesn't respond anymore in some manner. It really, I think that really makes it better. Okay, look at this. Is this in next step now?
Yes.
So we started going around, and remember, I started going, tell Doug Stanhope, tell everybody, make this big rumor that Mike is paying off the people that you're sleeping on their couches, and they're going to do Mike's bidding for the money. And so everybody did. Everybody started telling everybody this. Let me show you this first. I think this is our first clip here. So this made its way. Somebody, gets Kevin Brennan from MLC to start talking about this. So here's an example, I think, that you're going to see of them. Nobody knows this is a bit, but I guess the people who listen to Red Bar, it's just getting spread as a rumor that Mike is going to assault Doug Stanhope. Watch this.
Josh Denny, #1 fan. And thanks for him for tipping us off about Red Bar trying to fuck with Doug Stanhope. Ozone, Bubba.
Bubba the Love Sponge?
Addicted, DJ Q.
Look at this.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
No, Bubba.
That's at the crowd work.
Okay.
I'm doing a special this year. You know what I mean?
Did Felicia warn Stanhope? Yeah, she said she did. Send her the link, have her call. Yeah, #1 Josh Denny fan. Thank you for all the tips and thank you for all the super chats.
So what's going on with our Red Bar and Stanhope?
No, well, Stanhope wants to do this tour where he stays at people's houses, but now Red Bar is trying to get his fans to get Stanhope at their house, and then they're gonna fuck with him or short sheet him, whatever you do when someone's.
And why aren't you laughing hysterically, understanding that that's a joke? Red Bar's going to get his fans to infiltrate all the couches and I guess do his stuff. So in this guy's mind, I never even thought about that.
This is why this
possibly.
Aaron stuff sucks so bad, is because now anyone will do anything. So you can't even do a joke and be like, oh, it's crazy.
Well,
to do
that's what
that
I mean.
Because there's people that would do that.
Yeah, you're listening to all these horrible things these podcasters do. And then I say something, you know, where I think it's just going to be taken as, wow, is that absurd? What a funny idea. But no, everybody's so used to hearing such awful things every day that they don't even take a second to think that maybe this is a joke.
Hot sauce in his eye. Okay.
You're not going to believe what happens next. Listen to this.
He wants to do this tour where he stays at people's houses, but now Red Bar's trying to get his fans to get Stanhope at their house, and then they're gonna fuck with him or short sheet him. Whatever you do when when someone's sleeping, you draw a dick on his face or put his hand in cold water so he pisses. I don't know. Maybe they're gonna kill him. I don't know. In that case, he should know what's up.
What's interesting is Red Bar lives in Arizona too.
Yeah, but we don't know that.
Yeah, I did because Tripoli went to his house.
Yeah, but he didn't answer the door.
No, but he found out.
So it could have been
where
anybody's house.
He found out where Mike David moved to.
Stokely, I love how she acts like.
Okay, so I love that. I love that. And by the way, I love Kevin Brennan and Chad Zumock. I've been watching them through all this stuff. To me, they're adorable. I don't know how they could make anybody mad. How is Melton and all these people getting so mad at these two? They're really lovable, and no matter what they said, I would think.
I mean, these two.
So wait. Let's stick to the point.
He's calling Doug Stanhope, going, he might kill you.
So, if you heard the beginning, they're going to tell Felicia. So I guess one of their friends is good friends. Who's Felicia to Doug Stanhope? Let's play this. Let's play this one. Who's Felicia, Jules? Do we know who this is?
Let's see. I don't.
Okay, watch this. So here's another clip here. Wait, I want to make sure I'm going in order. So they actually, am I going in order here? Or is this going to spoil something? Because this is such a fun reveal. Let me see what I got.
I think one of them does spoil your reveal.
Okay, well, I'm going to do this one first. So we hear this MLC thing, and the day after this, they said they're going to tell this person, Felicia, that Red Bar is going to do this to Doug. We get this. Look what Doug posts the next day instead of doing his couch thing. I caved in and got a hotel. I still hung out and drank with some Nebraska folk that I was going to stay with, but I needed a place to decompress. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to crash in the van at the Badlands. It's been some decades. Okay. So all of a sudden, Doug has changed his course of action, no longer sleeping on fans' couches, staying in hotels. Did word get to him? Let's watch this clip.
I'm walking here. Hey, Felicia, can you tell us what happened with the Stanhope Red Bar thing?
Yeah, I texted him. I warned him, and he said that he emailed him previous night. And
What?
to tell Red Bar, I don't have a beef with you.
What?
Said he hadn't heard back, and he asked me when the super chats were from. I said today, and he said I don't remember what I said on MLC. So I went and scanned the episode, and I sent him a clip. But now there is a clip of Red Bar talking about it on YouTube. So.
Okay. So apparently Doug emailed me. Kind of scared out of his mind, I would say. And here's the email. Look at this. Hello, Mike and Matt. Who is Matt? The owner of the Clip
who
channel?
Sent the email.
Okay. Hello, Mike and Matt. I am not trying to start any beef. Whatever I said on that podcast was based on randomly seeing clips on Twitter. If I got you wrong, I apologize. Scared straight. So, Doug,
That's
please,
how it's done.
Please let Doug know now.
I think you should reply to him and say thank you for begging for my forgiveness.
Yes. Okay. Let me reply to that Doug email because we shouldn't keep him hanging.
Also, he did that like a week ago, so he's pacing.
We have
his
not
house a
responded to
week
Doug's
still.
email. So he canceled this thing where he was going to sleep on people's couches. You see, that woman spoke to him directly and he emailed me. Here he is. Hey, man.
Say thank you for begging for my forgiveness. Go out have a nice dinner tonight on me.
how do I get him the money?
Let's see if he
Hold on. Let me do this
asks.
one line at a time. Thank you for begging for my forgiveness.
I appreciate that you now see me for who I truly am.
That you now see me for who I. And this is about as fast as I've ever typed. And it's all wrong. We're going to have to autocorrect every word after this. Thank you for begging for my forgiveness. I appreciate that you now see me for.
Wait, is begging for forgiveness? Is there another word than begging?
Well, that's what you said.
I know, but now I'm reconsidering if that's too harsh or is it funny to be crazy?
We're going to keep it with that one. That's the one we discussed, and that's what I believe.
And then
Thank you for begging for my forgiveness. I appreciate that you now see me for who I truly am.
I'm looking forward to, or glad that we can move forward together.
Glad that we can move forward together. And
have a nice dinner tonight on me, and then we'll just see if he asks for the dinner or asks how
tonight.
he's going to get the money, because that's hilarious.
On me.
And then we'll see if he asks.
Thank you for begging for my forgiveness. I appreciate that you now see me for who I truly am. Glad that we can move forward together. Have a nice dinner tonight. It's on me. Okay.
Respect, brother Hart. And that's true.
Respect, brother Hart. And after this, after he sees this, give him a day, and then you guys could tell him it was all a prank. He was
And
testing
then you can
you.
ask him if he wants to make teenage fuck fest with you or whatever. you were
College
talking about
girls
earlier.
gone wild. Thank you for begging for my forgiveness. I appreciate that you now see me for who I truly am. Glad that we can move forward together. Have a nice dinner. It's on me. Have a nice dinner tonight. It's on me. Respect, brother Hart. That's good. There we go. And that's our little story of scaring Doug Stanhope. Easy. We'll see how he replies to it, because he's going to be worried about the,
And he's definitely going to
dinner,
want a dinner.
Wait, dinner? Is he here? Does he know what restaurant I'm going to tonight? That's what you get for drinking beers every fucking day. You got to be sharp. You can't be falling for this crap. We've got no patience for people who fall for such stupid.
This is an election year.
Yeah, seriously. So Doug Stanhope, I thought that was very funny. Okay, let me close up because I get this big thing in my way. Like to do grandpa gifts to him.
You want to do more in the wilds?
Yeah, give me another one here.
Okay, here's a nice one. We can do nice, mean, nice. Well, they're all getting too nice. I want some more mean. No, I got nice, mean, nice, mean. I got nice, mean, nice, mean.
Nice, mean. We've got some meanies here. Which one do you want to do?
Bobby Kelly.
Bobby Kelly. Okay, wait till you hear this. Everybody knows Bobby Kelly, right? He was in Louis C.K.'s show on FX.
He was in the song Creeps with Kids.
Creeps with Kids. Everyone knows Bob Kelly.
The
Here he is.
song, not the tour.
So Bob Kelly, we've ripped on him a lot on this show. Remember, 2 comics, 2 cigars. One's a comic, the other's a cigar. Remember this? 2 comics, 2 cigars. It's what got Nick Mullen to respect Brother Hart me. That's another East Coast guy. Me, Adam Friedland, Mullen. Very close. So, okay, Bob Kelly, 2 comics, 2 cigars. I believe he's sitting here with
YouTube for that.
my other friend, Big J. Okerson, right? What do we got? 4310. Wait till you see this shit. Couple of wise guys sitting around talking Red Bar. 4310. Okay, here he is. It is Big J. Okerson. Who, isn't that funny? Like, Big J doesn't make the news anymore. Fools wise. Like, did he learn how to navigate better through this? You know what I mean? Because people were picking on Big
He's really
J.
boring, and the only thing to make fun of him for is that he wears fingerless gloves.
Yeah.
and looks stupid. And you
So
can
he
only
made
say
it
that
out,
so
though, is
many
what I'm saying. Like,
times.
nobody's picking on Big J, and he's having a pretty good time out there. So this is a good example of how if you act like this, and it's not much. We're not asking much. And I'm not just saying for Red Bar. Throughout your whole fighting with people online career, act like Big J. Okerson. He got made fun of, laughed it off, carried on like a gentleman, and guess what? No one's picking on him anymore. Giannis Pappas could learn a lot from a guy like this. All right, let's hear these 2. And this is going to be another positive spin on Red Bar. Listen.
I love, there's a whole genre of podcasts that are just podcasts shitting on comedy and podcasts. and that's great.
Okay.
That's
this still blows people's minds. It's like they don't realize it's like comedy and podcasts are, what about, it's the same as the movies and music, right? Aren't you guys artists? Don't you want to be in the same category? You understand when somebody's criticizing music. You understand when somebody's criticizing a movie or a TV show. In fact, you guys all do that on your podcasts. And they're so confused with people criticizing another podcast. It's like, what don't you get? It's a thing that a lot of people watch. Get it? Just like a movie. They're finally starting to, but they still think it's this niche, crazy thing to do.
But haven't they been discovering this niche for like 3 years now?
That's what I don't understand. What's so confusing about this, about shows that talk about another show. It's like we should skip over all those people and only do movies and TV and sports. And this is Josh Denny screaming this every week. If you're a podcast that talks about another podcast, you're gay. He screamed every week. And then he does his sports show where he just criticizes these perfectly nice heroes all day and spells out what they've done wrong. Could you imagine Josh Denny telling you if you were a quarterback what you did wrong? My friend from the MLB. Imagine if Josh Denny was going over your pitching. My friend from the MLB. Okay, listen to this.
Agree with
I love, there's a whole genre of podcasts that are just podcasts shitting on comedy and podcasts, and that's great. That's equilibrium to me. That's like you can't just have all your press feed.
What's the one you got me to?
Red Bar.
Red Bar.
That guy's hilarious.
What's the one you got me into, says Bob Kelly? Red Bar. Well, anybody who's into Red Bar should know this name, Red Bar. What's the one you got me into, Red Bar? And then do you hear all the stuff they're saying right after?
What's the one you got me into?
Red Bar.
Red Bar.
That guy's hilarious. He just says he's turned on me 8 times. It always makes me laugh.
He made fun of my podcast. And it was the funny part about it is a lot of it's true.
He's right.
A lot of it's true. He's right. So remember that to the people who argue that all I do is lie. That's why I show you this stuff, because here's these two guys. A lot of the stuff he does is true. A lot of it's right. And then you got Denny. It's all lies. So remember that the next person who says it's all lies will go, there's a lot of very credible celebrities.
You're going to say Bobby Kelly is wrong?
Exactly.
That's insane.
Bobby Kelly is wrong about Red Bar? I highly doubt that.
Red Bar.
That guy's hilarious. He just says he's turned on me 8 times. It always makes me laugh.
He made fun of my podcast. And it was...
These
the
are
funny
kings
part
of
is
comedy.
A lot of it's true.
He's right.
He's
Like,
right.
that's a problem. He hits the chord because he's right. And some people
hits the chord.
He tortured Joe Matarese.
That's a video of
who
him
the fuck
too.
are you?
See the joy I've brought to people?
So do me and Jay.
But he tortured.
You don't hear of anybody talking about how Aaron from Steel Toes brought any joy, or this mountain.
Well, he's brought me joy.
We're the only people who he's brought joy. Well, no, that ended up in pain. He brought us pain and made me feel stressed out all week watching that crap. That's what I'm talking about. There's a difference between comedy and, shacking up with a couple of drug addicts.
I was going to say before, it was the perfect
Disgusting.
juxtaposition because at the end of all this immoral stuff, I felt like I had been doing coke for a week and was coming off of
Yes,
it.
really. It took our week, destroyed our week. We didn't feel good. And remember, you people, unless you're a sociopath, you're going to carry on you're feeling these feelings.
So
and to watch
negative.
such a disgusting display of people that know your name and that hate you, to see people that hate you go through all this, it was an experience.
And by
Okay.
day 5, we were going, no more steel toe day. We got to get over this. And in the morning, you wake up, no more steel toe. And then by the time that it's night, you're jonesing for that steel toe.
Yeah,
clip.
well, but this is why I warn people to make sure you're only doing a little bit of steel toe, okay? It's just like Coke. You don't want to do that every day. That's very bad for you to watch steel toe every day. So there that was. Bob Kelly, welcome. Thank you, Big J, for introducing us to Bob Kelly. Now, remember, this doesn't make them off limits, This doesn't make anything any different for them as far as if they come across this fool's aisle here. We'll give it to them.
I did a negative. You got to
Yeah,
go
give me the
positive,
negative. Okay, here's the negative. Okay, here it is. Here's an update. Another guy, we had Doug Stanhope. Nice update from last week. Here's the next one. What happened with Giannis Papas? On the last show, we showed you how he was on Whitney Cummings' show. And you got to watch the Scars Club. You got to watch these shows in order. Make sure to join the Scars Club and don't miss our show last week. We showed you Giannis Pappas, big famous comedian. He was on Whitney Cummings' show, and somebody simply said, Red Bar's watching. And he goes, oh, yeah, is he watching? Have him watch me as I throw him into a ceiling fan. And he got all mad. And he took it the wrong way. And then he went on a 7-minute IG Live rant about Red Bar. Only because people told him Red Bar's watching. Red Bar's investigating you. Well, now we've got a new slogan. Red Bar's waiting. Oh, yeah. So after you've hit them with Red Bar's watching, Red Bar's doing investigation, after they've responded, they're due for a Red Bar's waiting, which could be a whole new form of scare, a whole new form of terror.
Because a lot of people at this point already know that we're watching. So it's been said, Red Bar's watching. Everybody knows that. Everybody's heard.
Yes, everyone's heard Red Bar's watching.
Red Bar's waiting.
Here's something that's scary. So we show you what Giannis Pappas did. He went on a 7-minute rant about me. It got violent. And again, he's one of these guys where you're really exposing a side of yourself to a lot of people, even to your own fans. You're exposing a side of yourself they thought was cool. They thought you were chill. You showed, oh boy, you actually worry about the haters. Uh-oh, that's not good. Nobody likes that in a leader. I go to my Instagram after covering Giannis Pappas. Giannis Pappas has liked your photo. Okay, he went on Instagram and liked a photo. You'd think it'd be from the most current episode, right? Wrong. Giannis Pappas went back and liked this old photo from scrolls and scrolls and scrolls down. What does it mean? What are you trying to tell me? Giannis! TJ Miller just did this. We just had TJ Miller. I showed you how he liked TJ Miller a couple of weeks ago, started liking a bunch of random photos of mine on Instagram. Well, after that happened, guess what happened this week? TJ Miller added me as a friend. So 2 weeks ago, liking my photos. He waits 2 weeks. Now he's adding me as a friend. Giannis Pappas liking my pics after talking about him. And a brand new Giannis Pappas rant that he did on IG Live again. Let's see how he's doing. And he is in his car. And he's not looking good. Here he is. I used to think he looked much better than this. You know, he's looking like a Papa Shamu. I used to think he was much more handsome than this. This is pretty ugly. Does Giannis know how puffy and old he's getting? Uh-oh. It's a light scare
He
move.
looks like Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yeah, you look like a rubber mask type of thing. And the size of that nose? No more Instagram Live. It's making you so ugly. Tell them that. See, they'll get them so scared. These guys thrive off this Instagram Live. They need it every second of the day. So if you could make a guy like this, too, he'd start worrying about his nose. Look at the size of your nose. You can't put the camera that close. You got to get off of Instagram Live. Everybody tell him, dude, what's happening to your face? Did you age? This gets a guy. They try doing this to me. Watch this. Did you age 20 years in 1 year? What's going on? So drive the fucking nuts. Try this on this guy. Okay, the guy's looking at their camera and their face all day. So, LOL, Red Bar exposed you is what was said in his chat. That gets him going. Let's see what happens. Does Giannis Pappas clean up his act? Does he figure this one out? And, you know, again, we're giving away all the clues. We give you all the clues how to handle this on this show. All you got to do is, like, not be impulsive and start ranting and raving and think it through. Check the guy out. Figure out what's going on. Maybe it's all a prank. God, you could have saved yourself a lot of aggravation if you just tuned in where I tell you we're just trying to scare you.
Some guys go through life without ever stopping to check anything.
You gotta check. Red Bar always checks. Okay, let's see what's happening.
You look more Down syndrome as you grow up. I got to agree with you.
Oof, see, that's going to hurt him.
Colin,
oh, and then he does a subconscious to his face. See that, how it starts? Listen to what someone says to him and watch what he does to his face, because I think we could get him on Vanity. I think you get a guy like this on Vanity every time.
You look
One
more
of the
Down
sins.
syndrome as you grow up. I got to agree with you. Collins specialist.
You look more Down syndrome as you grow up. And he goes, yeah, I got to agree with you. And then he's fixing, he's hoping maybe he can mash his nose to look more non-Down syndrome. So that's the kind of guy he is. You could tell he's obsessed with vanity. Christy Stefano, vanity guy. And they admit this on these podcasts where they spill their guts as if it's their therapy session open to the whole public. And then they wonder where I come up with these ideas. Okay, listen to this.
You look more Down syndrome as you grow up. I got to agree with you. Collins specialist. Yeah, I mean, it's just so good. I mean, Collins just so
Someone made an edit.
good. It's just
Cheers,
so
guys.
good.
Thanks for watching.
It's for certain people. He's just the best. So, yeah, if Colin Quinn praises me and Red Bar is launching an investigation, it's a good place to be. I'll take it.
What?
Somebody's doing it.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I'll take it.
Unnecessary.
If that's my lessee, I'll take it.
What the heck? Talk.
I think that
You
was
look
the
more
end
Down
of that.
syndrome as you grow up.
Oh,
I
really?
gotta agree
Isn't
with
there
you.
a second part though?
Okay, hold on. Oh, sorry. Oh, I needed a chaser and I didn't have one. That killed my Kishkis. Yeah, okay. Full version. Full version. Sorry. Here we go.
Oh, tickets. Who is Red Bar and why does he have so many fucking like winner fans?
Whoa.
Red Bar. Yeah, who's Red Bar? Red Bar is watching. Good. I'm glad. He's a fan. Who's Red Bar? And
You know who Red Bar is? Whitney explained all of this to you on the show. You said you were going to throw me in a ceiling fan. By the way, Whitney edited that part of her show out. Not because she was scared or anything, but because she got the ick from you. Yeah. When Whitney was talking to you about Red Bar, her show, and you got all mad and said you wanted to throw me into the ceiling fan, she visibly cringed. She got what's called the female ick, and she thought of you as, oh man, this isn't like a man, this is a wimp. You know, this is a fucking baby. I'm telling you, it's not a good look in front of a girl to like get offended and want to like be violent towards a guy for making fun of you.
Whitney knows better than that. She
Whitney
sees
knows
through
better.
you.
She's been with 1,000 men. So she saw that. She got the ick. She edited that out because she didn't want to do you dirty and expose how gross you were to everybody. But she was shaking her head at you during that. And she explained what Red Bar was. You knew what Red Bar was. You went a 7-minute rant 10 days ago. You know what Red Bar is. So you're back to the who's Red Bar. So who are you performing for? Is this for your fans? Is it for me? Because you can't. We've all seen all the other stuff where you know about Red Bar. So this is interesting. This makes me think, oh, let's keep messing this guy and watch him explode. I mean, you know, I don't, it's really, this isn't, we want to see how far you will go with your madness. But let me tell you something. You'd never be on the show if you just ignore it because there's nothing to cover. I have watched. You're just a boring old guy. There's nothing to cover. You would never made it on Red Bar had you not gotten all bent out of shape. And look what it's done to your physical looks. He's aged a year within 10 days. I want him just here in this part. He still won't get it. And that's why you're not worthy of anyone's time now. Okay? That's what I'm showing people, your fans who's watching this podcast. There's better places for them to spend their time.
This could be
You're an
why
idiot.
Your ticket sales are
You're
down.
a bimbo. This is why your ticket sales might be not doing so well that you were worrying about last week. So you know what? It's time to move on. You should be. He looks like a manny. That's a male nanny. Be Whitney's nanny or something, manny. And you could have a merge. Because you can't just be a nanny or wear a purse. It's going to be immersed in a nanny.
Him pushing a stroller so quick.
You should be pushing a stroller in the same neighborhood where they shoot Modern Family, walking around with those gays, and that's the life you live. Look at your Tesla. How shame a man and his white Tesla filming itself, and he don't know why that's bad. He'll never know. I'm not going to tell you. You're in a fucking Tesla.
figure that out.
White seats. Videotaping yourself. You got a wife and kid and you're driving a Tesla. I hope nobody listening to our show drives Tesla. I hope I don't need to explain Tesla to people. Okay. And you don't need make any opinion on that. No comment on that from anybody. But this guy's in a fucking Tesla. He wants, and they don't have to be in their car broadcasting. He goes out to the Tesla. He goes, wait till they see this Tesla. The roof. See-through roof. They're going to see the raindrops coming through. That's got to be only a Tesla has that roof. There are plenty of cars with these roofs now, buddy. You don't need to be driving a woman's vehicle. I'm giving away too much. I'm not going to tell you why Tesla's bad. You got to figure it out yourself. But here he is in the rain, sulking about Red Bar in a Tesla that like a guy like Everyday Chris on YouTube uses. This is a car that like Shelby Church, a girl vlogger, uses to show you the effects of gas prices. This is not a car for a man. A white interior Tesla. By the way, white interior. Sorry, I don't like when it's a stripe. I have very strict rules on interior colors. I wish you guys could see the interior of my car collection.
Collection of one.
Well, I don't want to tell people about the cars that I'm into here. Have you seen this new Tucson? We live in Tucson. We had to get out. We traded in all of our cars for the Hyundai Tucson. This thing is nice.
A
Fabric
surprising
seats.
amount of people have those here, and I always think
Isn't
that's
that
so
crazy? The Hyundai
You can't
Tucson.
get
But
that.
imagine if it was a cool car that matched the set of Red Bar. That's what they should have inspired the car on. Okay. Here's Giannis Pappas. Could be a great new fool. Let's keep scaring him. Keep lightly. Guys, keep it light, though. Give them an out. Let them know how absurd it is.
I mean, he's going to go nuts when he hears that Red Bar is waiting.
Red Bar is waiting. Listen to this.
By the way, that's inspired by Aaron M. Holt saying, who would be waiting for Red Bar?
Yeah, somebody says, I can't wait for Red Bar in his chat. He goes, who could possibly not wait? It's like, what are you talking
And we were
about?
like,
That's like the main thing the audience does is they can't wait for Red Bar. It's like a known thing.
Fucking
listen to this.
Like Winner fans.
Winner fans.
Red
that's
Bar.
unfair.
Yeah, who is Red Bar? Red Bar is watching. Good. I'm glad. He's a fan. Who's Red Bar? And what's he watching? And I keep seeing an investigation into my crimes.
So you know about Red Bar. You keep seeing it. This isn't new. To me, that is like that's like when you do that, you're just telling everybody that you're a liar right off the bat. So we're just all being introduced to you. And you're already committed a lie in front of us. So now we know you're a liar. Now we're like, oh my God, what else does he lie about? I guarantee he's lying to his wife about a bunch of stuff. Can I get involved in that? Every day? For years. What are you hiding but gambling debts? What is it? Because it's something.
Red Bar's always watching.
Thank you.
He's just a gay hater.
Excuse me.
Who is he? He's a loser. Pay no mind.
What?
What is he? Is he a person?
Oh.
Or is it what is he?
He's a loser and cringe.
Are these people sick in the head? He's a weirdo. Hardcore
See,
hater.
this is what this mainstream comedy community thinks about me. Like, I'm banned from being mentioned in the Kill Tony Reddit. We're banned from being mentioned in Fighter and the Kid. This giant community of podcast fans stemming from Joke World, their leader, I imagine him as the leader of this type of guy I'm talking about, where they all love Shane. They just can't wait to see Shane. Those guys hate Red Bar. They all despise it.
but they
think
just
I'm
got
a loser.
into comedy in
Yeah.
general like a year ago.
So
Like,
they can't believe they hate like a guy trashing Theo Vaughn. That to them,
They can't.
they're like, I don't need to see anymore. You trash Theo Vaughn. The guy's nuts.
But they just met Theo. They
Yeah.
just found
Oh,
out
of
about Kill
course.
Tony. You can't blame them. They're
Well, that's why I
sweet.
give it a year. I mean,
They'll
we
give it a
know
year,
give it a
they'll
year
know.
more than anybody. So
They'll
yeah.
find themselves.
They'll find
finding
themselves. They all
things
do. So,
out.
but yes, so we are still fighting the uphill fight. Just in case anybody thinks, oh, we don't need to help Red Bar. Well, we need help.
Oh, and so like he's got like a bunch of fucking. He loves East Coast comedy. Oh, he's a failed comic. That makes sense. Red Bar is pretty famous. Is he? So how come I don't know who he is? Red Bar was a Chicago radio.
Rising star.
Yeah, the guy's typing, no, Red Bar is a rising star, not a fail. Thank you so much for that. That's how we feel about ourselves right now at this time of my life.
And what's his deal? He's in love with you? Mike Red Bar, utter hater, but lovely at the same time.
Thank you.
Oh, he's got a podcast?
Never hated on anybody.
No, he's YouTube famous. Is he? Oh. He wants.
You go to his page. We had to check it out. 12K, 6K. He's sitting on 6K. 6K views might as well be as 6K in your bank account. That's something to be terrified about. I see why he's starting to go on these meltdowns here. Imagine you're running a YouTube channel, you tune in 6K fucking views. Kill me. Imagine, really. So he's seeing nobody's doing his Patreon. Nobody gives a fuck. He goes on a guest of another show, and he's the lowest viewed guest of that podcast, too. I mean, that's got to be really like a terrible place to be.
Is he even really a podcast guest, or is he more of a seat filler?
You are. I think people call you when their other guests cancel. I think that's what they do with you. Because you're rather boring. If anything, you're just a nice guy that Joe Rogan thinks he could trust a little bit. That's about it. But man, I guess I see where you're coming from. I'd start to get a little worried here because what do you have to offer right now? You're watching all your friends blow up, so it's not that people aren't in the comedy of guys your age. They all love all your peers.
We would help
But
you
not
if you
you.
just ask.
We could help you.
All you have to do is ask if you
All
need
you
a
got to
little
do,
help.
and it's going to run you a little bit of money too.
But we'll cut a deal.
We'll cut you a deal. How about this? For free, we'll help you. How about that?
Why is
it being Jewish an insult to you, Nick? Whoa.
But you do have to ask.
You have to ask
nicely.
for our help, and I can get those numbers up. You want me to get those numbers up past 6K? You want to see some engagement with your posts and comment sections? Because they're not going to even do it. Because even at this stage, you're too boring for them. They don't even give a fuck about you. Nobody's going to leave a comment. Two guys, and you're going to flip out over two guys trolling you. Nobody else cares.
To be Red Band. Oh. He's the original.
It's real fake laughs, by the way.
Joey Diaz was mad at him a couple years ago.
Gives you some hope, huh?
Oh, he's from Compound Media.
Oh, that gives you more hope.
Oh, he's one of those guys.
Nope. Ooh, I should sue Compound Media for putting that stain on my name. Seriously. I'll be like, I joined this network. The leader of it, the host, turned out to be this incredible racist. He stained my name. I'm suing Cumia for $200 million. I was on pace to be a mainstream guy. I joined Compound thinking they were on the up and up. He disgraced himself with all this nativity. And now I should be able to sue for that. Can you sue for that? Disgracing me via your lifestyle change publicly? Might be able to. Because this is proof here that this is hurting my company. Thank you.
That's in other people's podcasts. Oh, so he's like a leech? Like a...
Jeff Leach.
He's like an agent or a manager. He just leeches money
Nope.
of people's creativity. He's funny occasionally. Yeah, he's sick in the head. I feel dirty as shit when I see his videos. What the fuck is he? Red Bar is what you wish you were. He's the best comedian of our time without even being in comedy. Sure he is. Sure he is.
He's actually a little worried
Sure
that
is.
maybe he's not
What,
up
did you
to
go
date
see him
on-
perform? Does he do comedy? Does he actually do comedy, or he's just a
yeah.
troll? He's a
Theaters.
troll.
Big
that hates
theaters.
everything.
Arena.
I'm
No
sure he's the
openers.
best comedian. Parasite, exactly. That makes sense.
Parasite, they say
Loved you
about
for
me.
Years, thank you. No, he's a rising star, not a failed comic. He owned the comedy club as a gag. Now he's rising beyond Howard Stern's prime. Yeah. Oh, so he's got a bunch of like crazy delusional people. One of
No,
them
that's 100%
he's
true.
gonna rise beyond Howard Stern's prime.
Yes.
So he does a radio show.
Yeah. XM.
Good for him. Well, good luck with his investigation.
Feed him so many lies.
What's he gonna find out? That I'm a great dad.
He's doing it again.
And that I did social work. What's he gonna find out? What's he gonna find out?
This is the second time he's done this rant. That he does social work, that he's a good dad. Maybe you're not such a good dad, and maybe you're abusing
guys who
the
have
people you're social working
secret, don't usually carry around a list
of
all
things.
The good things.
Here,
they've
if you put
done.
me on the spot and say, what good have you done? I'd be like, I cut to black. Music, and you wouldn't see me for a month. So, yeah, it's very suspicious when a guy's like, what does he want to do? What about the charity? It's like, only Dave Portnoy can get away with
And
that.
even he's done a lot of bad stuff.
Yeah. But, you know, the social work you've done, that's creepy to me. What girl, are you doing it to like a little girl, social work? You're a social worker? Why? That's absurd. You can't even handle me. Do the social work on me first before you're doing it to children. Are you abusing the kids? And I'm not alleging that at all. But to me, this guy's a social worker. Yikes. Let's look into that.
I love what he thinks he's gonna find out. Does he think I lie about anything? Good. I want him to go, whatever his investigation is, good luck with it. Good luck with it. And I don't know, if he's in New York, I'm going to throw him into a fucking ceiling fan.
The ceiling fan again? I don't even think we got to the part. What? We didn't get this far
No, I don't
in
think
reviewing this. The ceiling fan line again, that's what he said on Whitney Cummings' show 2 weeks prior to this. We're going to be under a ceiling fan together? Yeah. No chance.
Is this one of his things? Is he on stage doing comedy and then he's like, and then I said, I'm going to throw him into the ceiling fan. The crowd all says it with him and then they cheer.
But I thought Red Bar didn't bother you. Now you got to throw me. What if we're outside? You're going to throw me as high as it takes to reach God's fan? How is that going to happen? I don't like when people physically threaten me. Because I'm a cripple. So now
it's not very social worker of you to make fun of such a sick guy.
That just cost you 10 more scares.
And I don't know, if he's in New York, I'm going to throw him into a fucking ceiling fan. Because there's anyone who does this for a living has got to be a very sickly,
true,
or small little fucking dude with a little dick.
No,
and who hates himself. So, good luck with his good luck with his rise to fame.
Hope I don't rise.
Definitely think that he'll be bigger than Howard Stern one day.
Rise to fame.
I think that's going to work by commenting on podcasts. That's a good business model.
Better than yours.
People sit around and don't get their noodle wet. I assume he's got a mostly male fan base.
Nope.
Mostly trans women.
And that's not gay, guys. To just fucking hang out with dudes.
On Pride Month.
He's anti-gay.
And sit around and talk about other dudes. That's not gay at all. So he's launching an investigation into me. Good. Sending 2 trolls to Giannis so he can upload a video next week. Yeah, he sounds like a real fucking. He sounds like a real star. Anyway, this is the most I've ever know about him. He has his own network. Oh, beyond anything my peanut brain can comprehend.
Yes, it is.
Jesus Christ, dude. I hope you're on a no-fly list. Yeah, I can't comprehend that. I cannot comprehend.
You can't?
I can't comprehend that.
You can't comprehend a guy just saying you've never even asked me if I'm doing an investigation. It's just been a random guy saying he's doing an investigation. This is what threw you for this whole thing? Why don't you just message me going, are you doing an investigation on me? I'd be like, no. And then you'd be like, oh. But you can't comprehend. That's what you'd rather do. Sit around worrying about comprehension.
And I cannot comprehend. I can't comprehend that. Oh my God. Launch an investigation into why Chrissy chokes on Rogan. So Red Bar is a critic who can't create.
What?
Got him.
It sounds like he's a critic or a gay troll. Sounds like most people here aren't fans of him, except for that one kid who loves him.
No picking your nose.
in his mom's basement.
Guys.
He's currently bigger than Howard Stern.
Yes.
Why is it so
Wow.
hard to believe?
You need therapy, kid.
I mean, nobody's in your chat saying Howard
Howard
Stern.
Stern.
Howard Stern.
I mean, he's gotten a little loopy at his old age, but let's
You're
be
hearing
honest.
about me, not Howard. So
Nobody will be as big as Howard Stern.
do the math.
But if he's doing good for him. Good for him. He hangs out with his wife, Jules.
Thank you.
We're doing ours on you. Good. I like what you learn about me. Good luck with it. Good luck with it. Uke vibes. Tell me what you find out. That's not all. I'll tell you anything you want to know.
I think he's
Good.
really,
Do your
really
research.
worried about an investigation and has a huge secret.
So that leads me to say this. Starting today, Red Bar hereby is launching an official investigation into Giannis Pappas, comedian. Please let me know everything you know about him. I guess we're going to have to put the PI on him like we do to most of the guys. So I hope you're comfortable with that. With the pictures, the long lenses. There's nothing you could do about it because it's all public places. There could be a photographer with the long lens watching you do this in the rain. Imagine how foolish you would look doing Instagram Live caught on a long lens in black and white. So, yes, the investigation. Oh, my God, we're not even halfway through this. Jesus. Let's just a little bit more and then we'll.
Search. I hope you come up with something juicy.
We can't even listen to you talk about us.
No.
I tell you right now, if you think there's anything inauthentic about me, I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear what you come up with. Go for it. That's sad, huh? What is the criteria? Why he usually picks people to?
He's really nervous here.
Send a few of these idiots who just go in your chat. What does he look for? What's he doing? Did you not take a bullet in the leg? Well, not I did, but not for PD. Yeah, but that's funny. Yeah, I think things are going pretty good for me. Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you.
Look into his marriage for me, please. Thank you.
We want to know it all.
I think his marriage might be on the rocks. All right,
mean,
I don't
he
know what the rest of that, if there's
he's
anything else.
asking what kind of investigation is it going to be? Like, he kind of wants to know what areas of his life he should be covering up right
Yeah,
now.
well, we're not going to tell
He
you.
wants
It's
to know
all
his
areas.
financial-
All areas will be looked into by a team of highly paid people. So let's just hope, and if you have anything laying around, drugs, anything like that, any loose ends, get that all cleaned up. If you have any money, even in Bitcoin accounts that you shouldn't have, I'd get those bank accounts flushed or whatever they do. But really, I would probably spend the next 2 weeks. Here's my tip for Giannis. Clean house, man. If you have even porn magazines in your house, they're going to find all that stuff. So please spend the next 2 weeks panicking about that, and then we'll give you an update on what we find every week for the next year, okay?
Can I ask for a personal story?
Sure.
If you're into Nick Vile and Natalie Joy, you should just always comment shoe surgeon on their pics and see what
Thank
happens.
you. That's just a personal fool's watch that Jules is doing. She'd like some of your support. So this is Nick Vile. Go to his page or his wife's page, Natalie Joyce, and just simply type shoe surgeon.
People
shoe
are saying
surgeon.
that Natalie cheated on Nick with the shoe surgeon, and I just want to know. I
Thank
need
you.
to know if it's true.
Thank you. Okay, where we go
Should we do
next here? I
some
want to catch
Tony?
up on a lot of this
Tony?
stuff. Sure, bring down.
We've got, well, the famous video. Maybe we should start with that.
Yeah, should I give my review of Netflix's Tires?
Oh, yes, okay, sure.
Everybody's talking about Shayna Putham's new Netflix series, which they've awarded a second season to already, Tires. So, Tires, how many episodes came out?
I think 6.
6. We watched 2 only. Oh, it's weird because Mike Redbar watches everything. Well, I could only make it through 2 episodes. I guess the show tires me. So I would give Shane's show Tires an 80% on Rotten Tomatoes if it aired in 2009. But it's airing in 2024, so my official review of Shane Gillis's new show with Andrew Schultz and Stavros Comedy. My score? 11 to 22% on Rotten Tomatoes. Sorry, stinker. I could only make it 2 episodes. I really could. I found Shane's characters to be off-putting. A real wise ass, a smart ass. I personally, I know Shane's got a lot of fans they're going to love. They're going to mess with that audience score. We're never going to hear it. I don't think people these days want a snarky guy like that, the way that Shane's acting in Tires. Did we have any moments of Tires? Yeah, I guess we could show you a clip from Tires. I didn't like the way he acted. I don't like the jokes. You know, remember, the jokes people are applauding in this show, I've seen some people write them out on Twitter and stuff. The jokes they're applauding, these are your basic street jokes that we've heard all our lives. You know, and again, I think we're in a situation here where people think, finally, America is allowing edgy comedy. What a win for comedy. And they're like cheerleading on these jokes that not only have always been allowed on TV, but are really outdated. So you've got a lot of people, these Joe Rogan guys, that are cheerleading Kill Tony and Shane for this edgy comedy that is not only expired, but not edgy. Stuff that, remember, if you're seeing it on Netflix, it ain't edgy. Or it is edgy, and edgy's allowed. I mean, either way you cut it, there's nothing to celebrate here except some old, rather racist jokes about niggas. This is what the show is. This is what they joke about black people. So let's go to Tires. And remember, we could only make it through 2 episodes. That's bad. That's almost worse than any review you could get on Redbar. If we have to quit. If we can't get through your stand-up special, that's really bad.
I'm straight up
We
dying
love
for
show.
lighthearted.
And by the way,
30-minute.
I just recommended Apple TV's Dark Matter. So it's not like I'm against horrible shows. We're watching all the world's worst shows. This one was worse because it was dated and it sucked. And all of my listeners hated it because they all messaged me agreeing. Now, if you liked Tires, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not going to tell you what to like, but, you know, did you actually laugh, or are you more rooting, you know, for teen comedy?
I think that Shane
got...
can do better than
Yes,
this.
that's the other thing.
Also.
I definitely think Shane can do better. Let's watch a little bit of Tires. It's going to tire you out again, yeah. And, of course, you know, the color grade on this thing is, 2010 web series. This is not the grade I want to see, and I'm hoping season 2.
Maybe they'll get a huge budget upgrade.
Maybe they
season
will.
2.
The everything about this show, again, screams, you know, this would have been, you know what this show reminded me of? A really poorly done version of that show Party Down. It had the woman from Glee was in it. It had that disgusting
Dancing with the Stars.
Dancing with the Stars. I loved Party Down, but it was a very low-budget comedy, and it was way better than this. But it was also 2012. You know, like a show like that from a long time ago.
The biggest problem of all in the show is the main character sucks.
The main character is awful.
And he's so hard to look at. He looks like an unevolved Pokemon version of Joey Diaz.
And
he's
this
disgusting, not funny, and he's stinky.
Yeah, this is the main character.
Ooh,
He's
I hate
disgusting,
that guy.
very hard to look at. And Shane's character might be the worst of the bunch, because what Shane's character does, and this is the whole bit, you've got this guy who works at the tire shop, this guy we're seeing now. He's trying to get the tire shop to, you know, start doing better numbers, and he wants to make this place a better tire shop. And Shane just keeps getting in his way and making fun of him and playing pranks on him and busting his balls. And it's very tired again. You'll see. I'm going to show you what that looks like here. And it just doesn't stop. And it's like, when I see a show, I don't want the characters doing this snarky sitcom behavior to each other. Somebody talked to me like that, I'd smack them across the face. There's nothing cool about a guy sitting there just, you know, making cracks about you and annoying you at work That is not my vibe. Watch this crap.
Sent.
Fuck.
Goodbye.
Tires. Come on, guys. The initiative, they say. Okay.
Oh, you got a reporter? The reporter is coming to write a puff piece about our new women's.
Okay, see Shane's face here? They might as well have just used a picture of Shane for all his scenes, because this is the face he's got on the whole time. This Danny And by the way, can we talk about Danny McBride yet, Shane? The guy you kind of based your whole thing on? Everything people like about you is Danny McBride. How's Danny doing with this? How's Danny? Did anyone check if Danny and see how he's feeling? He's probably too afraid to say, oh, I'm being ripped off here. Because you know what? Everybody would then start turning on him. So do you ever think about Danny McBride sitting there watching all the Shane success? Because he's probably a little annoyed. I know, yes, did a podcast together. Yeah, because you know what? He's a professional. He's going to be on his best behavior.
Do this test.
Yeah.
When you're watching, you're going to laugh probably a couple times when you're watching Shane, maybe. So when you laugh at something Shane says, imagine Danny McBride saying it, and then you'll be like, whoa.
Oh, that's the funny parts of Shane are the Danny McBride moments. Basically, what we want is more Danny McBride. No wonder America fell in love with Shane so quickly. You know, when McBride wasn't really making a big scene. It's just perfect timing to get in there and steal McBride's thunder. Now, maybe McBride doesn't want to be as McBridean because of this now. Maybe now McBride, you know, like I've had to do this. I've had to change my whole thing because of Steel Toe. So, you know, maybe somebody, let's just say Danny McBride has given us a lot and he hasn't caused us any grief. You know, what has Shane given us? This guy wanted to be on SNL with A.D. Bryant and the cuck who's fake married to Scarlett Johansson on the news. That is a gay want. There's nothing edgy or cool about, and he wasn't going to infiltrate SNL. He was going to play by every rule they had. What was he going to do, a Trump impression? Is that cool to you guys, comedy fans? You know, and people are starting to see it. There are people who are fighting against these comedy fans. Harlan Williams is a person on our side, I believe, who's now mocking the comedy world. You've got Tim Heidecker now openly mocking this Kill Tony universe. And many others will join in, and you guys are going to be known as the knucklehead brothers of comedy eventually, where it's wide knowledge that you guys are like, oh, those guys, yeah, PU.
Unless you ask us for help.
Unless you ask us for help, exactly. All right, let's watch Shane do some wisecracking Danny McBride on this bullshit show Tires.
Which is, we're bringing women here to make them feel comfortable. Women are a totally untapped market.
For now, dude. I'm about to tap them.
Okay, none of that. No, we're going to corner the market for women.
That's McBride.
No. We need to be better at talking to women when they come in here.
I can make women comfortable.
Okay.
Easily.
Okay.
You do it. Watch.
No. So, hi, sir.
What's up?
I'd like to get an oil change.
Let's get you some lobsters and shrimp.
Why are you talking to me like that? I have a boyfriend.
You got a boyfriend? He's making you bring your car in here? Sounds like it's
They're doing fantasy
little
bits.
Shaky.
It's not shaky.
You sure? You look good. I would treat you right. Man like me, fine piece of ass like you.
Okay, guys. Cal, I need you to take some tires into the shop. And Kyla.
And to me, I don't know. I don't care how many boys like this guy. That's a hard guy to look at for me. Danny Pig. It's more like it. Really, it's like looking into this rear end of a pig.
He's not good at acting either. So he's doing like acting like Danny McBride when it's super obvious that he's just Shane.
Yeah. This is like looking at the rear end of a pig. Really, it's gross to me. And I don't like this attitude. Why can't you just be yourself?
Hey, have you guys noticed that the new Hannah Gadsby looks exactly like Tim Dillon and Mike Mix.
Hannah Gadsby was on our new favorite show, Dinner Time Live with David Chang. She was so uncomfortable. And you guys know Hannah Gadsby, Nanette? If she did Nanette now, dressed how she dresses now, maybe we could pull up.
Here, go to the link in the next up.
Yeah, look at this.
I don't have any time code. Just go to an image of her.
So one of my biggest goals, I've been joking for years that I am friends with Hannah Gadsby. Would you guys maybe for my birthday or for an anniversary of Red Bar maybe help me become physical friends?
Ah, there's a moth.
It's okay.
Okay.
Would you help me become physical friends with Nanette's Hannah Gadsby? I really feel like I must go to dinner with her. Now, I hope I didn't misgender her. I had a conversation about this privately, about her gender. She prefers to be called they. I am unwilling to grant that. I would
just
rather
call her Hannah, and then you don't have to. I mean,
exactly. I'm going to call you Hannah because we're not doing that. I don't call Robin Tran by her maiden name. You know, I was talking about this Joanna Sternberg, and I was going she on the last episode. I go this woman, she. You go to her page, they. I was dead naming her the whole night. And Jules said people in the chat were going, it's a they. I never even thought those rules applied to me. Ever. And that's what I'm going to say. I'm going to go, I'm not saying this out of any political or any opinion. I just feel like those rules can't possibly, you're not asking that of me, right? So I think she'd be fine with it. I think Hannah Gadsby should enjoy being a she because you're about the coolest looking chick I've ever seen. Wait till you see how cool, and I might be wrong. But she was on Dinner Time Live. If you're not watching this show, jump on. This is Netflix's new attempt at live podcasting. They're trying to compete with podcasting, believe it or not. So this is their Something's Burning, and they've got this David Chang. It's a live show on Netflix. He does his cooking bullshit, but he always has two celebrity or two comedian guests, just like Something's Burning. But he stinks at it. He makes Bert Kreischer look like the king of network television. You know, David Chang's horrible, and there's always a fool's moment. They're light, but there's this awkwardness that beautifully builds. And each one of these shows is like perfect Red Bar. You know, if we ever decided to do one of these, this is one of those wild 1 hour zoom in rides where you get to really see the emotions. This one happened to have Hannah Gadsby on it. They dragged her. See, I'm already relating with Hannah Gadsby. Nanette, who, let me tell you something. If you ran a poll, hey, do you guys like Hannah Gadsby? You could ask any comedy audience or any of these, they would all say no, right? Hannah Gadsby will forever be an example used by comics to talk about the worst specials of all time, right? And yeah, maybe I'd have to go back and watch that. I fell asleep during Nanette. Don't shoot me, Hannah. I fell asleep during Nanette. I cannot speak for that. What I am going to speak for is there ever an opportunity for somebody like this to evolve? How long ago was Nanette? 10 years ago? 8 years ago? And yes, if you go back and look at what Hannah Gadsby looked like during Nanette, she had this bowl cut, all this navy. She looked like one of those libs from 2018 that we all can agree we hate. But a lot of those libs have thrown that costume out, and they've kind of cut the crap. And here's how we really test it. Would Hannah Gadsby be my friend? Knowing everything I've ever said about any race, would she be my friend? I find that to be a valuable experiment, and I've been watching footage. They dragged her. Here's me relating to her. They dragged her from Australia to this Netflix is a joke fest. They paraded her around like swine. She didn't get it, and she had every right not to get it. I believe within Nanette, Hannah Gadsby, there is a Bull Dyke Red Bar that could be really great. Let me show you just a few. And I'm getting this from a reading. This is a physical reading I'm getting. There's no
You
proof.
feel a connection.
I have no proof on any of this.
And is Hannah Gadsby one of the first people ever to look way better fat-er?
Yeah, she has gained weight and she looks amazing. I mean,
way better than before.
I wouldn't even mind getting fat if I just based how to navigate that through how Hannah Gadsby has. Wait till you see her new look. We showed you a little bit on the last show. I just want to see if you guys feel anything for this woman. She.
Are you fussy?
No, I just don't eat pork.
Classic. I think mine was mushrooms.
Mushrooms and pulse. I didn't even know what pulse family was.
Oh, right.
The Pulse family?
Yeah, I hate the Pulse family.
You scared him with your restrictions. He didn't even know it.
Wait.
And then
Just
some
making a weird face. Okay, cool. Look how fucking cool she looks.
She looks amazing. And she does look like Tim Dillon a lot in the face.
If Tim Dillon knew what was funny, he would dress as Hannah Gadsby and go do the rounds. You know what I mean? He won't dress like... Here's why Tim Dillon is a fraud. He knows if he dresses like Hannah Gadsby, people will think they look too similar and start hating him, which they have every right to do if he looks this close. I think Hannah Gadsby, what do you say? Can we give her another shot? I'm sure she's embarrassed of all that stuff she said about Me Too. She's ready.
She's ready to move on too.
And I believe, here's what I think. I think she hates the Kill Tony type of comics.
Oh, for sure.
And I just think she's cool. And Natasha was really freaked out by her. Look how small Natasha Leggero looked. Do you know Natasha Leggero is 50 years old?
She looked great.
We had to Google because we were going, why is her skin so saggy? What's with her skin? We thought she was 38. Turns out she's 50. Yeah, we were both looking at your makeup and your skin. Look at those eyeliner. You're 50. Wipe it off. Put on shades. No one needs to see the crinkles.
She looks really good for 51.
Let's just see if we could get a reading. I have no content here. Just saying this.
You know, shellfish and all
Oh, yeah,
these
I'm
things.
quite fussy, aren't I?
No, you're not fussy.
Who's more fussy?
I mean, you guys have the same hair.
Individually, no fuss. Together. And I was sort of thought,
Listen to that
you know
echo.
what? So this is like Friday, so people don't
I
understand when
highly
we start
recommend-
cooking. You know, we start to plan the
That's a
menu
ham.
like Wednesday, try to test it out Thursday.
Oh, yes.
I feel like all I've done is
Again, that's as much as I could even show you. I got no point here, but I highly recommend everybody watch this episode. And feel free to message me after watching this to just talk about, our options here with Hannah Gadsby. And if you think that anything I'm saying makes any sense about any of that. Hannah Gadsby, you're on my mind. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. Would you like some Tony Hinchcliffe material that no one's talking about? Would you like to see it? We're talking about Rise to Power this week on Red Bar. And you see, we have our Rise to Power list here. Many men rising to power lately. Tony Hinchcliffe being one that's truly rising to the place that he's always wanted to be. His whole life. I happen to see, and I'm not going to tell you how I found these pictures. They were sent to me. And I don't actually encourage this. A lot of people, I'll tell you this, they send me people's pictures of their houses and phone numbers and addresses, thinking that I'll want to use this for something. We don't. We don't want anyone's address. I mean, I'll look at the pictures if you got them. But I happened to see Tony Hinchcliffe's childhood homes, 3 in a row. Somebody was claiming that some of his childhood stories were made up. One in particular that involves what the outside of his childhood home looked like. And they had sent me 3 versions of all 3 childhood homes. They had watched as his mom purchased homes throughout her life and showed me all of Tony's childhood homes in order. Really, it was an email that sent to me. I did not even respond, I don't think, to this because I don't. It's nobody. But what I saw, and I wish I could show you these pictures. dude, he grew up in like a haunted house. I don't know how else to describe it. You ever like driven down a country road in the middle of nowhere that's got nothing going on, and it's just a narrow road where you see just true dirt tire track in the grass, and it goes out to a haunted old shack? That was his first home. I swear to God.
That he was actually rich. So that
No.
would be better.
Like, I'm not talking about like a poor person's house. I'm talking a haunted house that you go in, you sneak in to film. Like an abandoned haunted house. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. Like, you see these places, like if you're going down the highway and you're going past a farm and there's like a broken down house.
Yeah.
Like that.
That's right.
Okay, listen to this. The second home he lived in was even fucking scarier. It was, I could only describe it as white projects. Like 2 row homes that were like 2 long trailers, but also in the middle of a giant field, like not in an urban area. In the middle of like a giant field, these row homes where you would see like the people on the Appalachian Trail live, you know, like those psycho hillbillies. And then it got me thinking, and then the third house was like no better, a little bit more of an upgrade. I'm thinking, wait, like we're assuming like Tony is from like a metropolitan area. I don't think he is. He's like a straight up like, what do they call that? Like a inbred hillbilly. Yes. I'm not kidding. So when you look at his face now, like his features to me are like that of like an inbred sewer goon. Like, have you seen the movie Gummo? He grew up in like a Gummo-like environment, not the hood. There's nothing hood about that. Like, people from the hood are scared of this place. I wish I could show you. He grew up like Gummo, shooting BB guns in an old grandmother's toes. Sitting around in a bathtub of brown liquid while eating spaghetti. That kind of shit. Here, the best way I could describe his childhood, see Gummo. It is banned on all streaming. You could barely find this. You got to go on eBay to get this film. Gummo. It's by the guy who did Kids. It's by the guy who did Spring Breakers, my favorite movie. The outfit I'm dressed as today, Spring Breaker. Gummo, and I've been dying for Jules to see it. We have it on DVD. I can't get myself to put a DVD in. It feels too old. So that's some insight on Tony that I have for you. I want you to all reimagine him when you see his big twisted lips now. You'll see, I'll do a zoom in. When you see the shape of his head and his big ears sticking out, he's like the kid from Gummo.
On Two Bears, One Cave, he describes his neighborhood as diabolically insane.
Yes,
to the
see?
human eye. So
See, that's what I
didn't
mean.
lie.
But I always thought he was here. This is Tony as a kid. Look at this shit. This is the level I'm talking about here. So we're not talking about, oh, he's from like the hood. Like, oh, I'm thinking, oh, there's like b-ball playing going on. No. He's from this type of a hood. This disgusting inbred white trash eating spaghetti in the sewer type of environment. This was Tony riding around town with his, and by the way, have you seen pictures of him as a kid? He looks like one of these freaks. Let me see if I have any more pictures of Tony's growing up, because this is a great way to show you without showing you. Where did Gummo take place? Can you look that up real quick? What city was Gummo based in? And if they say Ohio, I'm going to flip. Because
Xenia, Ohio.
Youngstone.
Okay.
Youngstown Radio. So they're kind of from the same place. And I'm just putting this Gummo thing together right now. There's not a lot of imagery from Gummo, believe it or not, out there. Here. This is like where Tony would hang out. This is what Tony was calling the hood. It's like, yeah, oh, the white trash hillbilly inbred hood, yeah. Okay. Now I understand. That's not cool. I don't want to, and I think that really, now I see him as this person. This guy actually grew up to be the guitarist from Blink-182. Tom. So he got out fine. Okay, well, so that was something I wanted to tell you.
So his rise to power has been significant, you're
Yeah,
saying?
he's had a big rise to power right now from his Tom Brady roast. This is the thing everyone's going, oh, he's undeniable now. He did the Tom Brady roast. Well, I came on here like a hater-ass, and I go, well, he had 20 writers for the roast. These are basically the same old roast jokes, just done, in a way that was a little bit different. And, the proof is in the pudding. We watch Kill Tony every week. I've seen every episode of Kill Tony that's ever aired. He's bombing constantly and clunkily trying to find his words all the time. All of a sudden, you don't see? Well, this is highly written and edited. They said, no, Mike, no. He's the king of the roast. He's great. Okay. Well, look what we found, and I don't see anyone talking about this. Let me show you this one. And this is startling. So let's do his Tom Brady
First,
roast.
do you want to show that video of him smoking to set the scene for Tony?
Yes, I absolutely want to show that. And then we've got a bust coming up. Spoiler alert, there's a Tony bust. Okay, where's the smoking? I'm in next
the top
up now.
one.
Discusses his recent success.
Yes.
Crackamico status. Uh-oh. Saying, sorry, that post has been deleted. You're going to have to find that
There's a
somewhere
second
else.
one just
Why
in
would
case.
Crackamico delete his post? There's a second one here, Facebook. I got to show you this because this is one of those things I would scroll right past. I'm trying to get it to load here. Give me a sec.
Here, wait, I got a YouTube version that I'll send you
YouTube
instead.
version. Send it up.
Texted it to you.
So this video, I got this video of Tony sent to me hundreds of times this week. So much so that I actually started watching it. I said, ha to about 50 people who sent me this video. Then I finally watch it. This must have struck a nerve with some people. Tony, and we'll show you some of his stuff on Two Bears, One Cave coming up. He is high on his own supply, which could be the death of a guy.
So
People
true.
don't like that. They don't like the smugness. And he's not doing it in a comical way. He's not doing it in the way his character would do it. When you see him on Two Bears, when you see this clip, that was sent to me hundreds of times. Also sent to me by people outside of this community of haters. I had like normal people sending this to me too. Going, dude. And everybody had the same thing. They just sent the video and expected me to share the same emotion they're feeling. So let's watch that video that I'm talking about that everybody is sending me while they shake their heads. Let's see this. So it's Tony.
You were a superstar.
I hate these. You were a superstar. So it's Tony outside smoking. I've always had a problem with how Tony smokes. It's not natural. It's weird. It's almost like very weird. It's like he grew up not smoking, but always wanted to smoke. I don't know. If you grew up smoking, you'd be a little bit more casual. He's always like this, staring down the barrel of the gun. I always say that people smoking, when they do this, like they're doing a full sip, they look at what they're smoking and keep their eyes open. That looks foolish. It looks girly. It looks retarded. It looks like you're fake smoking. This is how a real man smokes. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. I don't even know what's going on. I don't even know what's going on here. This thing's got a mind of its own. It's just a comfortable little thing. Tony's always... Did you see that? Cigarettes. And it's like, how could anyone stomach that? I'm glad there's still people who can't stomach him. This is the video. Let's see what happens here.
If you only knew, I'm about to spill the beans on these mother. They don't even know. I'm to give them the whole inside scoop about how it was supposed to be a short set. They wanted to keep me at the table. They didn't want me to make fun of this. They didn't want to make fun of that. And I'm just, okay.
And then you just get up there and just
Right.
Look at
the
this.
world. They gave me a chance. You know what I mean? They gave a hungry wolf.
This is almost should be like he didn't know he was being filmed.
I was going to say, did he know that this
Oh,
was
he of
recorded?
course, 100%, but he shouldn't.
That's
talking like this type of, and he really thinks he's a king. To talk like this in front of people, this is the defect that only a gummo inbred. I want this inbred, Tony inbred, inbred. Look at him. He looks, he's inbred, bro. That's a new one. I bet you never thought we were going to start doing this with him. And he knows. That's his big secret. That's why he hates trans people and all this. Because his whole family is basically trans with the inside incest. I guarantee he's done it all with everyone. That's just a guarantee. That's not defamation. It's a guarantee from what I believe.
We have to give your money back if we're wrong.
Yes. So I'm investigating that, but just let's see how he's acting. And this is somebody going, dude, you killed it. What are they gassing him? What are they saying to get him to say?
The roast.
The roast, man. You were great at the roast.
For a chance at showing what I can do.
But you were a superstar.
And if you only knew, I'm about to spill the beans on these. They don't even know. I had to give the whole inside scoop about how it was supposed to be a short set. They wanted to keep me at the table. They didn't want me to make fun
Travis
of this.
Kelce
They didn't
all
want
of
to
a
make
sudden.
fun of that. And then it's like, okay.
And then you just get up there and just
He does this.
The world gave me a chance. You know what I mean? They gave a hungry.
That's
wolf a
nothing.
chance.
So this is nothing compared to the behavior on Two Bears, One Cave that he did with Bert and Tom, which is a real interesting watch. But this made people mad. I mean, really, I get messages and I get tons of duplicates when I say hundreds of times. I don't get other stuff hundreds of times. This really struck a chord with people this week, and I could see why. I'm hoping Tony continues this path of thinking he's the best in the world. But before he does, I'd like to show the world his best joke from the roast that everybody crowned him king over. Okay? So I'm going to show you that. Let me open. Oops. Stuff's disappearing. Okay. Let me open this. The Tom Brady roast. Okay. Is this queued up here? Let's see. Do we have a time? 1:54:45. Okay, yeah, I think it's queued up. Everybody remembers this moment from the roast, and they're crowning Tony victorious for this one. This is one that stuck up.
Schultz's mom is a professional ballroom dancer, which means she's a stripper
The
that
one about
talks
Bert
too much.
coming up.
Bert Kreischer is a king. He looks like the Tiger King and the Liver King only ate Burger King and had a liver that looked like Martin Luther King got beat up by Rodney King.
Okay. Certified. Look at Schultz. Look at Schultz kicking him in the rear.
Look at Bert.
Look at Bert. So this destroyed at the roast. So Tony's the best, isn't he? Or is he? Let's hear that one more time.
MJ. Every
Nope,
nice
nope,
Sam.
not MJ.
How to
There.
dap up black dude.
Yep. There it comes. Oh, the kick. Skipped
Tiger
it.
King. Schultz's mom is a professional ballroom dancer, which means she's a stripper that talks too much. Bert Kreischer is a king. He looks like the Tiger King and the Liver King only ate Burger King and had a liver that looked like Martin Luther King got beat up by Rodney King.
Okay. Boom! Explode! Murder! Oh! Watching Schultz, that made me want to kill myself. Look at this.
And how about the appearance?
Okay, all right. Look at Bert's face. I mean, look, Bert is left. He is so honored that that joke killed and he was involved. Because he didn't kill, you know, but like he is just honored that something killed and his face is on the screen.
Robin Trent
Look at him. He's
says-
crying. Go ahead.
Robin Trent says 6 years ago, Tony was judging at Roast Battle and kept making jokes about one of the competitors' brothers dying. And the comedian said, "Losing my brother was the hardest thing I ever went through until I saw your Netflix special and the room erupted." And Tony was
Wow.
livid.
Yes, he gets livid from this stuff. Okay, so you heard the Liver King, Rodney King, Martin Luther King, right? I have something to show you. And I ask, what is this about?
Freak.
We cut to Snoop Dogg, and this is from the roast of Donald Trump. Is that right? Snoop Dogg? We should have this all in the note. Okay. Find out. Can you just read through the note and see what the info is? If it's
Oh,
from
so
the
apparently this
Donald
clip's
Trump
from the
roast?
Trump roast
Yes.
2011. And Tony started
Wait,
writing.
wait. That's all you need to say. So this is from the Donald Trump roast in 2011, and we're watching Snoop Dogg on stage. 2011, Donald Trump roast. How many years ago is that, Jules? 2024 minus 2011. Can you do that math for me? How many?
13.
13? Okay. 13 years ago. Listen to this.
Lisa fucked Larry King, Don King, Rodney King, and Billie Jean King in the Burger King bathroom. This is an ugly business, man.
Okay, well, what the fuck? You want to hear that again? This is awfully similar to Tony's best joke. Snoop?
Freak. Lisa fucked Larry King, Don King, Rodney King, and Billie Jean King in the Burger King bathroom. Wow. This is an ugly...
Okay, so the first time I saw that, my first instinct was, oh, Tony wrote that for Snoop Dogg back then when he was writing for these roasts, and he's reusing his old joke that he wrote for Snoop Dogg all those years ago. But then they tell me this, that Tony didn't start working for the roasts until much later. Where is that part? I'm trying to find all these.
It's just at the top in that little paragraph.
Okay, so it says Tony didn't start writing for the Comedy Central roast until 2013. So what's going on here with the duplicate joke? Well, that's the one he's being praised for. So I would like Tony to explain this to us. Maybe there's a simple explanation, but a 13-year-old joke, that's what we're all applauding? At the very minimum, it's a reused 13-year-old joke, right?
Yep.
That's what we're all applauding.
No
At the
more
very
kings.
most, did you steal it from Snoop Dogg? Did Jeff Ross write this for Snoop Dogg, and he also wrote yours, and there was a mix-up in memory? What's the story? Guys, let's get Tony to answer. Put this clip everywhere. Edit it nicely. Thank you. You know, make it back to back. Make it nice and easy. Okay. Very cool. So that's Tony Hinchcliffe. Would you like to see some of his stuff? I love this. From Two Bears,
Same.
1K. Let's get some Shmee music on, and we'll watch a little Two Bears, 1K. This is a great one because we're going to see... Bert and Tom, who really, they're going through something right now that I got to explain. We're going to see Bert and Tom take it in the ass, which is really a treat here. And you're going to see how Tony has risen to power and how Bert and Tom falling from power coming up. Let's smoke some Shmee.
You make me thirsty. Let me make sure my throat is clear. Howling like a coyote. Dick bitch. Girl got me on peyote. Oh shit.
Everyone do it. I hope you guys all do a little dance too while you're doing this. You guys all do the dance at home too, right? Repeat after me.
I move around, I dance on stage. She loves the motion. When we make love, it's like a dream. You get the notion. Show me how they do it in your town.
How many of you do the little dance? We're getting high. That's enough. Don't want to be too high.
I think that I'm seeing stuff.
Don't want to stay goodbye. Just putting out the little joint. Ooh, we're smoked up to high heavens, huh? Make sure to hydrate. Do all the health stuff, too. You'll feel much better. I swear, these DHM, I always joke that they're from the Michaela Peterson brand.
Yo, does
Doesn't
anyone
matter
else
what-
think Michaela Peterson's husband is evil? Just saying.
Ooh, we should show them that in a little bit. But the DHM, apparently it's, what is DHM? Is it a supplement? Jules?
Yeah.
Well, what is it? I mean, is
it's
it a vitamin, a
natural
nutrient?
flavonoid found in many plants.
Okay. Well, they make it in supplement form now, and you take it when you start drinking. Not only does it let you drink a lot more, like you don't feel it as much. Well, I don't know if that's a good thing for some people, but you don't get as much of a hangover the next day. I am living proof. I mean, I used to drink on this show. Not only would I start getting really sick by the end of it from over drinking, but I would be hungover for like 2 days. I mean, really, I'd get like very little sleep the night after the show. We get home so late, And then I got to be up the next morning to start the upload process once that's done transferring. So I would always be like 2 days out since I started doing this DHM. And all this agua, you got to do all the agua with it. I really think that's cut that down like 75%, bro. And I feel like I'm not getting as sick by the end of the episode. I feel like I could drink. So try it out, DHM. But if that has any side effects, look that up first. Don't just start taking mushroom complexes and all this crap. I'm at my wit's end with this health, so I'll try it all, but don't do that unless you have to. But try the DHM on me. It's not a sponsored ad, okay? I'm trying to keep them healthy. Trying to keep them healthy. Chew Bears One Cave. That's not any brand. I'm not giving you any brand name. I don't even know the brands. I got this one off GoPuff, the expired delivery service for idiots. You ever use GoPuff? I couldn't believe this place existed when Jules showed it to me 10 years ago. It's like DoorDash or Uber Eats, but it's called GoPuff. And it started out with late night snacks for stoners, where you could buy like vape products and CDB, what do they call it? CBB. And you could buy snacks. Now they're trying to compete more with Dash Mart or DoorDash, where they have a whole grocery section. We order from them all the time. It's a real ripoff, but they come pretty fast. They have a priority button. My DoorDash and my local DoorDash doesn't have a faster button. You know, Uber Eats has one a literal button that goes faster, and they get here faster. They don't make other stops. So GoPuff has that, so we use it. But we've noticed, and check your labels, almost everything they sent is expired or old or rotten. Crazy. Almost everything. We opened some chocolates the other day. They were white. I thought, did you get like a white ribbon chocolate? It was mold or dried old chocolate. But we look and everything's expired in 2023, most of the stuff. So I think GoPuff and Dash Mart in these convenience stores set up on these delivery apps, they're buying old food. They're probably buying the stuff that 7-Eleven's got to get rid of. Maybe they have a second sale. I don't know, but it's all old food. It's probably from the grocery stores. Go, this stuff, we can't keep it on our shelves anymore. Do you guys want it? A nickel. A whole lot of it, and then you're eating fruit by the foot. You wonder why it's so hard. I didn't remember fruit by the foot being so very hard. Like jerky. I mean, fruit by the foot, it's erect after I peel the paper off. It's like a ruler, like a measuring tape, metal measuring tape sticking out. I'm going, is this how fruit by the foot always was? Gnawing on it. And I get confused, like, oh, it's just a hard piece of jerky. I'm sure a soft piece will come. Do not get GoPuff. I learned my lesson. And then broke the lesson the very next day. Got it again. And don't get the bread. Don't get the veggies. All the veggies that I've gotten from GoPuff, you've had to re-soak in water to give them a little life. Yeah. They're all wilted. It's all old. It's secondhand groceries, which I'm not ready to do.
Even if you just need one little thing that you forgot.
Oh, by the way, are these secondhand groceries specialty priced like Aldi at a discount? No, they are triple the price in stores fresh. It's about $131 for just a few gummy items on that site. It drives me crazy, but hey,
someone
it's a fun
says,
app.
Jules,
it's a fun app
to collect
points.
Seriously ordering fruit by the foot on an app? And the answer is yes. The only time that you want fruit by the foot is when it's like 2 a.m.
Yeah.
And you're like, fruit by the foot.
They don't sell fruit by the foot in the grocery stores we shop in. Sorry.
I would argue it's psycho to go out and pre-plan a fruit by the foot trip.
People always said that when delivery first started doing hamburgers, because remember, delivery was always pizza. No one ever batted an eye at pizza because it was there. It was what they knew. So everybody got delivery pizza. The second you were able to get like hamburgers delivered, people were like, dude, you're really going to get burgers delivered? Like, how lazy are you? Just get a car, fill it with gas, drive it, try to find parking, go inside, wait 20 minutes, get back in your car, drive through a bunch of traffic, come all the way home, park, run back upstairs, and oh yeah, it's as simple as that, huh? No, Duh, it's like ordering pizza. It's the easy. I should run out to a fast food place like a fucking bum and sit through the drive-through line like a crazy person? No. I demand people to do it, and then I'm freed up to do other things, you see. The only rub is that you're paying 3 times as much for 3 times as worse because of how aged the product is.
I actually quit, but these people are right, and I quit the apps, I think. I've been cooking more. We've been cooking more.
The only
sick of
problem
these
with the apps is the cost. There is no other issue regarding
and
the apps.
the selection. I'm sick of everything.
Well, of course. But what I'm saying is these people who hate the apps, what they're really saying is, I hate how much it costs. If the apps were cheaper than going to stores, wouldn't you use the app? Who wouldn't? And yes, the grocery stores we shop at don't carry snacks. Okay? The grocery stores that carry snacks, that's like Safeway, Albertsons, Jewel. We don't step foot in those. That's where criminals go to shop. That's where crime takes place. You want me to get shot in the head? We have to go to a private grocery store, Dog Pound. The grocer within the Dog Pound gym in New York. We fly to New York to go to this specialty grocer, Dog Pound. Sorry, I can't risk being seen. Okay, I got to take a quick little break to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
2 seconds. When we come back, you got to see this True Bears stuff with Tony. It's very funny. And the zoom in will be good. And now you'll see this inbred guy. We'll be right back on Red Bar. Don't go nowhere. We'll see you very soon.
I need it. Cash it. Okay, it's me and my kinfolk. Cash it, that is my MO. 925, my area code. Don't give a fuck what you been on. Share they G, put her friend on. They want a lot, not a little. I give her something to sit on. She give me something to spit on. What you gonna do for that end zone? I'm in the end zone, rocking that Kenzo. My nigga stiffer than Kendall. Bitch, I'm beneath though. Shit going triple plat. I need a pack and a half. I broke up my mans, a stack and a half. I told my mama I'm bringing that bag. I got it. I'm back in the lab. I'm on. I get high till I can't even think. Sorry, mama, yeah, I know that I stink. It was me and bro, buck on the plate. Best believe we had 50 cent cake. I let the Audemars hang from my belt. So she know we ain't got nothing on the waist. And I let Audemars crunch the numbers. I gotta make sure that my money straight. She wanna make sure that my money real. Kissing the titties, I know that they fake. Back in the day, I ain't had no whip. I just pulled up in a motherfucking tank. I'ma pull up just a motherfucking stunt. Cash it, all in your brain. I'm going Batman, I'm going bang. Come with the bang. What you gonna do? 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 I'm finna. What you gonna do? I'm on a Sony lot. Eating a lot of chips, stacking a lot of guap. If I get this shit to pop, my mom get a coupe, my mom get a lot of rocks. I ain't got shit to mouth, let that in the past. My foot on the gas, I flew elevator, we facing my brad. How you want the positive memo? Cash. Red light, yellow light, green light, go. Bitch for the advance, I to the bank home. I won't keep quiet, I'm in it, I'm on. Yeah, my best friend called, she want me alone. Got a gun in my pen, she said be your home. I heard the dome, I'm a businessman, so I give her a loan now. 3 pumps in the chain from the Homer. Her nigga get buck, he a goner. Her nigga get her nigga get buck, he a goner. What you gonna do? 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 What you gonna do?
Buy a drink, take a shot, spill a bit, lick it up. Eyes on me, that's what you want. In the car, in my flat, clothes come off. I'm so wet, touch me, tease me, take me more. Fuck me up, repeat encore. Again and again.
Fuck me up, repeat encore.
Thank you. Holy mother of mineral in there, huh?
Yep.
That was like a 2 full minute release of making. I couldn't believe it. That's the thing with drinking all this mineral water all the time. I'm trying to get 4 liters of good water, okay? And I make it easy on myself. I do only 1 bottle of the 2,500 milligram dissolved solids mineral water, the special water. And then the rest of the day, you could chill with a nice spring water, of course. I have found, well, I can't tell you any of these brands. Can you say a brand if it's in every store across the country? Can you do that? Or are they going to assume?
Everybody just
I can't help out these. You know what? I can't help out these brands. I don't know what they're involved with. So even if somebody as harmless as a water brand that's been around since 1402, I can't recommend them because what if they're involved in some sort of a rape?
It could be.
Who knows? So that's why you never promote any company.
Didn't you used to always, this is a long time ago.
Okay.
Remember you had that coffee guy that would always send you the coffee?
Yeah.
In the tiny bags, and then he turned out to be a rapist or something?
4-barrel coffee. Yes. This is why you can't do that. You can't, as harmless as, the owner of a company sent over a bag of coffee and you like it and tell people, you can't. You can't even promote for a friend because the friend might end up, who knows if there's asbestos in the coffee. I can't be involved in your health. That's why it kills me when you see these guys advertise for anything, by the way. You know, Joe Rogan, every podcaster and comedian will take an ad from anybody. They couldn't even tell you who is advertising on their show. When you talk about like YouTube ads, they couldn't even tell you who's advertising or what those people are connected with or what harm they're doing to the world. They don't give a fuck. As long as it makes them money, hey, go try all this shit. Not here. Here we protect the end user. Keep them safe. Most shows are not keeping you safe. And my life's goal is to prove how much they're keeping you unsafe and how safe I'm keeping you in comparison.
Wait, I just sent you
how,
the cutest
how much I go out of
post.
my way for that. And that is something where I deserve a few extra points for that. Should I click this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, let's see what we got here. Uh-oh, I got a little Photoshop here. What does it say? Now, who is in that boat? Who is in that boat before I blow this up?
It's Godzilla minus sun.
Yeah, what the sun? Who's the sun?
He's the sun.
Oh, Godzilla minus sun. Okay, yeah. That didn't have to be on the show. Oh, well, Godzilla, son of Godzilla does look good out of water.
I thought he looked great.
I got some bones to pick with Godzilla minus one. All I heard from everybody, we watched finally Godzilla minus one. You want to hear the story of Godzilla minus one? People love when I mention this Godzilla. I don't know if they're playing a prank on me, a large coordinated prank, but I keep every day people message me about Godzilla. I barely know the guy. Listen to this. So I'm getting these messages, and ever since I mentioned my Godzuki craze that I'm going through here, which is hardly a craze.
It's a craze.
It's as much of a craze as I care to have, I guess. So, talked about Godzuki, which is what I call Godzilla. I'm convinced that's what the Japanese call him in all the films, Godzuki. You know, because it could be. That's a Mandela effect, if anything. It's not anything that I say that's wrong. It's not wrong. It's a true Mandela effect. Some of us got Godzilla. Some of us got Godzuki. It's just the way it was. Dark matter. There's two sides to every coin. So I'm watching Godzuki. I'm talking about it, and then we were showing our frustration that Godzilla -1 was not released anywhere yet, although it came out in theaters a long time ago, and everyone was just saying how much better it was than this latest Kong vs. Zilla, which of course it is. You know, anytime Hollywood gets near Kong or Zilla, it's a
I like
national
Kong.
shit show. One of my phrases, yeah, the Kong,
Where
it's
they get eaten by
a
the giant
cartoon fest.
worms?
It's all a cartoon. So I was happy to see that there's a serious Japanese version. So I'm going into this thing with all the hype, and people for months have been going, Mike, there's a torrent, there's word on the streets, could be released on the 20th, you know, all these rumors. And I get a message from someone who goes, Mike, I just wanted to let you know I used a VPN. Godzilla -1 came out in Australia and some other countries. If you use a VPN, you could watch the movie on Netflix. I go, oh my God, maybe I'll try that. You know, that's usually I'm like, I'm not turning on a VPN. That's against the law. I don't like to break streaming territory codes. I don't. I follow the laws. Seriously. So I don't torrent movies. I like to pay for all of it. I don't like to, you know, if you have the money, you should pay for it because it's, you know, you're getting something out of it. If you don't have any money, you have to torrent it. But if you have enough money to pay for it, is what I say. It's only fair. You wouldn't want someone doing that to you. So I open ExpressVPN. This thing hasn't been updated in, 20 years. So I update the thing. I sign up for a new membership plan. I switch my country to Australia. I go, okay. And I was scared to hit connect. I didn't know if it was blow up. This is a VPN. I don't use stuff like this. I hit connect. I go, oh, everything's fine. I open up the web browser. Google pops up. I go, okay, here we go. I go to Netflix. I refresh the page. Nothing. It's the same Netflix. I'm going, and I'm tapped out of ideas at this point. No, so I go, okay, well, I'm going to restart the ExpressVPN. I did. Bring it back up. I have the Netflix page open. I'm already signed in because I knew there was some talk, some worry about if you're not signed in and you go to sign in while you're out in a different country, it's going to get confusing. Followed all the instructions. Reset the VPN. I go to refresh Netflix. I'm seeing all different shit that I've never seen before. So I'm in another country's Netflix. I was freaking the fuck out. I go to the search, because it's Netflix. God forbid they ever promote Godzilla on the front. It's almost like they're embarrassed of him. So I type in Godzilla. It popped up, Godzilla -1. So I go, we are watching this tonight. This is going to rule. I bring it up. I load it up. I full screen it. And my plan is, oh boy, I hope I could beam this sucker to the TV. Because I don't know about you, but we watch movies on the TV, not a computer. So I open it up first, full screen in the computer, and I'm going, yeesh, we're not getting the resolution we require for our... I go, oh, okay.
And then Mike took out his phone and messed.
Wait, hold on, I'm getting there. So I go, yeah, the VPN is probably taking it a long time to send information. So Netflix is thinking that means I have slow internet. So it's giving me a 480p thing. So yeah, I instantly messaged the guy who told me. I don't know why this is funny to her.
You don't think it's funny to mess? A guy goes, hey, Mike, download
What's
VPN
funny to you?
And watch it.
Yeah, and then I consider that he'll help me through it the whole time.
And you messaged him back and was like, the quality's low.
I asked him, I go, hey, is the quality Good for you. He goes, on my iPhone, it looks crystal clear. And I go,
troubleshooting you.
no, I wanted to know if he was able to get it. You're misunderstanding something about this whole thing.
Trust me.
I
it's
wanted to know
funny.
if he was able through a VPN to see it in full quality. If not, I'm not interested, you see.
I get it, but the general idea of it's funny. Trust me. But it's
I
cute
don't know
and
what's
I
so
love
funny.
it.
I don't think he thought it was funny. He was honored to be talking to me all night, I think. He loved it. So this gave him the night of his life. So I don't know what's so funny about that. But I'm refreshed and I go, this isn't going to work. And I'm not watching this in anything but the crispest lie quality of Netflix, working fine quality. So I was really bummed out. And then right as I'm going to give up on this VPN, it's announced, ladies and gentlemen, Godzilla Minus One is available worldwide, or at least in America, streaming on Netflix. We flipped. I went to watch it. Hated it.
No.
This thing. What the fuck? I didn't realize this was going to be a Japanese movie. No, I'm kidding. Spare me. I'm kidding. I take it back. But, so were they trying to do a throwback to like the original Godzilla by making everybody all gooky? All right.
Yes.
We weren't supposed to take these people too serious. It was like a tongue-in-cheek life of their world. Because they were acting just as stupid and psychotic as Godzilla, Son of Godzilla.
Yeah.
A B movie. So it's like a B movie version.
Well, we
but
did watch
shot
it with
better
the
graphics.
dubbing instead of the
Always.
subtitles.
Well, I'll tell you
Also.
why. I got a perfectly good excuse. We were going to do subtitles. Hold on. Hear me out. This ain't Parasite, bro. Okay? This is some B movie. Okay? With better graphics than they used to have. But what was Godzilla on screen for? Like 11 minutes? I feel ripped. I saw so many guys I didn't want to see. I don't need to be in a fake hut worrying about a baby. That was a lot of bizarre, strange, psychedelic performances in this film. Think back to what you were watching. These Asian guys, the way that they were treating each other. The scientist was so unbelievably nice.
That's what I
The
liked
guy who
about
I
it.
almost dressed as him today. If I had time, I would have went as the scientist from Godzilla Minus One. I hope he was a scientist. I'll tell you why we turned the subtitles off. The subtitles were on. It was doing the thing where it was spelling out every sound of the movie. It was going, oil can shakes in background, buzz, buzz. Someone hears a camera. I mean, the whole screen was text, as if somebody was getting a super chat during the film. It was all text, and it was describing every movement made. I go, is there a way to turn off the movements and the background sound where it's just there? And so they didn't do a built-in. This is why Godzilla Minus One, I don't know what you're thinking. You should have built-in English subtitles that are like, they were giving me the fake ones that they generate on the fly, you see. It was getting everything wrong. So who's the dummy? I put it on dub. They did a nice American dub. Sorry about that behavior. They did a nice American dub. It was nice and funny. It makes the movie funny. So I don't know if you're not doing the dub, you might be able to like make it seem more dramatic and like more of a real film. In the dub, it's so ridiculous.
Because Squid Games with the
Yeah.
dub on is like a full comedy, like goofy.
Yeah. So I loved that. I watched it in dub. It was a joke of a movie. I actually fell asleep the first time
The
watching
first time
it.
I fell asleep because we had to stay up till like
That's
3
right.
a.m. after all this hoopla.
Then the second time, I fell asleep. And then, so we watched this movie 3 times to get it done. I'll say this. I wish they could have found a way to work with God. I thought the whole idea of Godzilla is he's a friend of the city. Did I have this wrong?
This one, he was not a friend of the city.
I want him to be a friend of the city.
So
they
you're
tried
more
to
of a-
sink him. Did you see? Oh, I can't give it away. I'm not going to give it away. Next week, I'll tell you the unbelievably cruel things they did to Godzilla throughout this thing. And I don't think Godzilla meant any harm. Maybe I'm missing something.
So
I
what
don't-
do we do about this? In the American ones, they always, like the Godzilla versus Kong ones, they're befriending Godzilla. But he's not that scary, and he's always running around, like diving
don't
into
think-
the middle of
and
the
that's
earth.
what I mean.
But then
Am
in the
I
Japanese
being-
ones, they're not befriending Godzilla, but he does walk slow.
That's why
like I
I'm
like.
rethinking this whole this whole, what would you call it? This is a not only a racket, but this whole franchise. Am I being had here by the Japanese? That's my take on Godzilla -1. You won't hear that anywhere.
Is Godzilla public domain? And if not, when? Because I'd like to take
Well, they
over.
did a collab with H3. That
Oh,
should
yeah,
tell
so
you
it might not
something
be
right
that hard to collab with
If anyone
Godzilla.
has any Godzilla H3 merch, size large, please send it to me. Big reward. Okay. Tony Hinchcliffe, come on down. The Kill Tony gang, come on down. Bring that up here. I got to show you this. This is from Two Bears, and I love this episode. I think you're going to really, really love this episode. I know I saw the circuits were covering this one. I got this. Look at this. My Kill Tony merch arrived from the arena tour. So when you went to go buy the live streaming pass, what was it, $30 to see Kill Tony live streaming at the arena? I don't know why that couldn't have just been broadcast on you. I don't know why we had to pay. They were filling up an arena already. Isn't that enough money? But no, if you want to watch it, it's $30 to watch it online too. I don't know why that couldn't have just been free on YouTube. Seems a little greedy, right? I think it's greedy. One of the other greedy things they did was try to hit you on the way out, the gift shop on the way out. You know, that's how you know these guys are real big assholes. They put you through the gift shop on the way out now. No matter what you're buying, if you're buying an album, a ticket, they're going to make you pick up some merch on the way out. They're going to go, "Are you sure? You want to continue without dope savings on the merch?" You know, that used to be, what did they call that? Something about the gift shop. Wasn't there a documentary about this thing? You know, this idea where you would go to like the aquarium, right? And the only way to get out is like through the gift shop at the end. Remember all that horse shit? They do that at these museums
you mean
and stuff.
the Banksy movie, Exit Through the Gift Shop?
That's what I'm talking about. And that's what this means.
Which is a documentary about how they get you on the way out.
I thought that was a documentary on how they keep making us buy this stuff. Maybe that's a metaphor that some people didn't get. I picked up on. Who knows? Tony's going to get you on the way out. I had the opportunity to snag this beautiful Kill Tony t-shirt. You know, we're going to do it on Cheap Champions, but I got the tag here. They're all using the same shirt now. So we could basically, I mean, unless there's slight differences in batches, they're all going to be kind of the same weight. So we can kind of figure out where this sits. This is, Kill Tony made a shirt. Look at the close-up, Jules. Go to that close-up there. This is just a literal map of the arena he's in, like the Ticketmaster page, like where you buy your seats. That's what this is. I mean, so to him, like the best way to commemorate this is to remember how many tickets were sold, how many seats this bitch had, how many tickets we sold, right? That's what you guys were all into. See, Tony is confusing.
Now, if that was the Eras Tour, sold.
Tony is confusing this fanfare. Like in Tony's mind, he always confuses the popularity of Kill Tony with everybody just trying to help Tony get rich. Like he thinks all the fans of Kill Tony, their first and foremost priority is to help him get as rich as possible. Andrew Schultz thinks this as well. They get confused as to what their fans are connecting to, and they think that it's all about, come on, fans, help us reach to another new height. And let's get this. And here is the commemorative t-shirt showing you where you had to spend like $1,200 to get a ticket to Kill Tony. That's what you could remember with this commemorative shirt. Very thin. Won't look good on Red Band. That's why he doesn't wear this crap anymore. This won't look good on Red Band, my buddy. Tony, come on down. He's on Two Bears. Let's pull him aside. Oh, he's right here. Here he is. Tony! Two Bears. Cheers. You hear that Porosos clank.
Welcome to another episode of Two Bears, One Cave. You can see the biggest live podcast in the world.
Okay, so this is interesting right off the bat. Look how they're sitting. Oh, sitting like this on the other side of the table. What's interesting about Tony's rise to power is while Tony rises, many comedians, many of his peers who are above him now also have to do this thing where they kind of have to like publicly show everyone that they are like super cool with Tony. And Tony does this to others as well. You know, you'll see him do it with Shane Gillis. Tony goes out of his way to let audiences know, oh, me and Shane are so close. We're like really good friends. That's going to happen here. And these guys are like this too. When clout comes along, you know, what do you call these guys? Butt sniffers? What would you call them? Butt sniffers? They come out. Look at Tom. He's already taken in a drag of clout.
Oh, I just remembered Zesty Tom.
Yeah, Zesty Tom. You're going to see that today. And Bert here. Now, I got to tell you, I don't know. I didn't watch this coverage on Podcast Cringe, but I don't.
Whenever it's something we want to talk about, we don't watch the other videos because we don't want to get all what they said in your head.
Well, I doubt they're... I don't know, and maybe they did.
Hopefully we're not saying the exact same thing as them.
That's not
But that's
where I was
impossible, right?
well, that might be a thought that you would have, but not me.
you.
No, what I was going to say is what we're experiencing. I saw this video was covered. This is what I'm saying. I saw this video was covered, but I didn't watch the coverage, so I'm not sure if it's being celebrated for the moment that it is. Okay. Yes, I'm sure this was covered in this way where, hey, look, two bears are getting dunked on by Tony, who rules. Tony rules. He's the roast master. Look at him serving it to two bears who were upset with, recently. Okay? That's pretty much, I think, what the coverage is. But I don't know if they're celebrating the moment, which is Bert and Tom have a shocking realization as they watch Tony rise to power and struggle and worry and almost panic about their fall. And now, of course, you've got that. What I don't know if it's being covered is the fact that I believe these two bears despise Tony Hinchcliffe. Yep. This is what the big secret is. Tony is on this show, and everyone's got to pay Tony. It's time to show the world we know Tony and that we're cool with Tony. Tony's the talk of the town. Tom Segura never into fucking Tony. Never wanted to interview fucking Tony. He never gave a shit about Tony. But now here's Tony. Now, here's what's interesting about this. Tony was like the leader of the roast, right? Him and Nikki Glazer. They were the big talk of the roast. This was a big deal in their industry, right? Tom and Bert were also on that roast. And the rumor on the internet, or the talk of the town on the internet about Tom and Bert's thing on the roast they did when they did that thing in front of the screen together, was that the two bears bombed. Yes. So all over the internet, you're hearing Tony, he's the roast master, he's the king, he's amazing, he killed at the roast. And all over the internet, you're seeing Tom and Bert bombed at the roast. And Tom and Bert have heard those ramblings, but they probably, well, you'll see. And this is why it's special. So this is a threefer. This is almost like the when the Rickettas got arrested with April. We're getting Bert, Tom, and Tony all making a disgrace in one episode. Here they are, and look at the body language already. You've got the two bears. I've never seen them like this. I've never seen them so subservient to King Tony. They're sitting on the other side of the table. Tom's really sucking it in. You're going to see Tom in one of his most zesty behavioral moments of his career. Tom Segura might be homosexual. Zesty. I never thought of him that way. I always thought Tony is the gay guy. Now it makes sense. Tony is the inbred guy. He is the Joker. As crazy and sick as the Joker is in La Jockey.
That video from Youngstown, Ohio, where that bank just blew up.
He's from there.
He probably did that shit.
So Tony is not, again, okay, you're going to see all this disgustery. And I feel bad for Bert. Bert wants to cry today. Tom wants to punch Tony in his big fat nose. Really? And I'm here to stick up for these guys against Tony. Okay? You've never seen, but they're also getting slammed. Check this shit out.
If you go to New York City and go to Madison Square Garden on August 9th and 10th to see Kill Tony, and joining us is Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah. Okay, so before Tony, Bert and Tom were the arena guys. They were the only ones selling out arenas. Now Kill Tony's doing it. Everybody loves Tony. Everybody thinks Bert and Tom are losers now. But they've got to do it. They've got to show everybody that, oh, yeah, Tony's got Madison Square Garden. Yeah, we're so happy for him. They ain't happy. They sad. Tony can't pick up on jack shit. So Tony comes in not knowing that these guys are a little sensitive to this new position. Tony's risen. They've fallen. Tony killed at the roast. They've bombed. Tony is not tapped into any of that shit. It's just Tony. You're going to see Tony celebrate himself. Really, this is almost what, like he's gotten everything that he's ever wanted. This is all he's ever wanted, is all eyes on him, everyone praising him. And it's turning him kooky. Watch this.
See, Kill Tony, and joining us is Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah.
That's wild. So Kill Tony, I remember doing it in the belly room.
Yeah.
Not even sold out, in the belly room.
And I needed you guys back.
He's grinning from ear to ear, and he's been on this tour. Every podcast he's been on since the roast is, I remember when Kill Tony started in the basement of a sewer. There was one guy, a rat, and now look at you. And it's just Tony going, yep, absolutely, just like I told everyone. That's exactly right. Went from the bottom of the, and he is eating it all up. Now, surely this is making some people's stomachs go, ooh, 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 ah, ooh, ooh, ooh. Sour. Let's see.
Back then.
No, you did.
I mean, like,
you did.
It was a huge favor.
Also, it was kind of a fun thing because everybody had their podcast, and it was like, if you're another comic, like they go, hey, do we do podcast? You go, yeah, I want to do
Look
my,
at how the
my
boys are
friend
sitting.
podcast.
Look how
support.
they're both sitting.
I mean, I know you've probably been asked this. It can't be yes. You can't. You
know, before we even give it away, I'll almost just go as far to predict these two, before Tony was on, started talking about the hate comments and the fact that Tony killed and how they bombed. And I think they were, before the show, in like a 1 hour talk where they're trying to talk each other out of them bombing at the roast. Like, no, dude, I think people liked it. You know, the internet does what the internet does. And it's almost like they both kind of talked themselves out of something that was really bothering them. And they started the show with Tony. But I watched these guys. I watched a lot of these guys. I've never seen Bert and Tom look like this at the beginning of a show. They both look forlorn. Bert's eyes are even going to look really watery soon, in his tone of voice and the way Tom does it. You'll see. I think we're going to get our answer here. But I want to really examine the emotions that Tony's just running over with his lawnmower mouth. Watch this.
could not have imagined that it would reach this thing, right?
Well, I'm nuts.
Yeah.
I'm secretly nuts.
Ooh, okay. So think about my gummo shit. Watch this. If you hated the smoking video, watch this again. Now imagine the inbred in the house I described. Listen to this.
Reach this thing, right?
Well, I'm nuts.
Yeah.
I'm secretly nuts.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
What if he's telling the truth? Our first instinct is, they're lying. What if Tony ain't lying? What if this guy is completely psycho? In a bad way, of course. Not in a cool way, guys. The Joker isn't real. But look at him. And now imagine that haunted house I was describing. I'm nuts. I don't like the way he's talking.
That it would reach this thing, right?
Well, I'm nuts.
Yeah.
I'm secretly nuts.
Yeah.
So you...
Tom, see that, Tom? Pay attention to Tom. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
This is Tony's coming out interview as a real celebrity.
Yes, it really is. This is Tony's
This
first.
is like
and this
his
marks a special
debut.
time. That's why I don't care who else covered it. This marks a special time. This is Tony. He's a celebrity now. He is no longer Tony Hinchcliffe, top rising comedian.
He's risen.
He's risen, and he's risen to power. I got a shout out in the comments of this video. A Two Bears fan, or maybe a hater, says shout outs to Tony for buying that luxury UPS designer UPS outfit. Damn, he rich. And then, look at it. Doesn't that look like a luxury version of a UPS shirt, kind of?
Yeah, it's Kith.
It's Kith. Another brand you got to stay away from now.
Yep.
Disgusting Kith. There's no good guy who wears Kith. Trust me. Okay, watch this.
Yeah, I did, but
You
I
did?
just didn't think it would be this soon. And the pandemic happened, and all you guys and everybody and Schultz and Joe and everyone got to keep doing their podcast in a
right.
sanctuary
Wait, did you just go on pause then?
No, we did the worst thing ever, but the people loved it, which was we complained about not being able to survive in a studio like this.
He's talking about the lockdown. So, of course, this was the only podcast that couldn't thrive during the lockdown. Red Bar did great. We loved that lockdown. And you know what? I revised my stance on this. I hope there is another lockdown. And I hope that it's based on a lie. Hear me out. Hear me out. I hope there's another lockdown where most people can't work besides podcasters. I know that's selfish. I'm so sorry.
And
I'll
of
help you.
course, all of your guys'
And of course,
jobs
your
are
guys'
allowed
jobs. Okay,
too.
let's pretend a world where it fucks over all live touring comedians, okay? How about this? Just a lockdown where they can no longer do live comedy shows because the laughing is spreading the germ, okay? You could do concerts, but no live comedy. How about that? That can't affect any of your jobs. If it is, I'll give you a loan for the time being. Can't be more than 1 or 2 people, and the loan will be for a very small amount of money. But let's pretend I want there to be another lockdown that stops live comedy, but I want it to be based on a lie. So hear me out on this. I don't want there to really be a disease killing people because I just want to profit from the lockdown. You understand? Not like get free money from the government, but all these guys get shut down but we don't get shut down and no one has anything to do but listen to the podcasts. So, but I don't want there to be a disease. So I almost want it to be a hoax disease, real lockdown, hoax disease so that no one gets hurt. Because if, you want the disease to be a hoax, would be great.
Ideal. Then it's not
Then
real.
no grandparents go bye-bye. No Michael Yo passed away. So, that's what I want. I want there to be a severe lockdown for about 2 years. I want all my stores open somehow, all my restaurants open. And I'd like to see...
They're calling you Mike Fauci. Can someone stick up for this poor Fauci already? He's out there crying.
Am I the only one who is not only not mad at Fauci, but a Fauci fan? I don't know if that's good.
I mean, he's nice.
I'm just kidding. I don't know anything about Governor Fauci. I really don't. But I like that
hate for
everybody's.
him is certainly making me want to like him. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, it is funny. Like, imagine if there's a guy who's like into Fauci.
To me, that kind of lib that like trusts Fauci,
Mhm.
like the kind of person who'd be like a Hillary Clinton fan.
Yeah.
That's like to me, that's the funniest type of guy to
Those
be.
are like the people that Joe Rogan is complaining about every day.
They
It's like,
barely even exist.
I'd kill to see where these people live now. They all stopped. Like Kumail Nanjiani doesn't even do that. Like none of them dare to bring up anything anymore. But Joe talks about it as if we're like the Battle of Berkeley is happening, and like PC, Antifa, or all that.
I mean, maybe I'm in a bubble, but the only type of guy I see out is like a crazy
Black
right-winger
Rifle
guy.
Coffee Dad. This is what I call these guys
or
now.
like a right-wing and non-Twitter guy, or like a super leftist
Palestinian
so
type
like,
guy.
why don't we just become guys who like Fauci?
I mean, there's a market for it. Nobody is willing. I don't think there's anybody on record saying they like Fauci, so it's funny. But fuck, what was I going to say? I was going to say lockdown Governor Fauci. The woke. I don't know.
But Joe
I had
Rogan is complaining about that time.
Yeah, I know, but I had something. I had something perfect way to end this, but I lost it. Okay, let's go back to Tony here. You're going to see some really impressive behaviors on display here today. Behaviors that could lead to his downfall. I could see it coming. You could smell it in the air. And what's even worse is I believe his peers are starting to hate him, like Tom and Bert. I'm willing to try to prove that today. But I also have rumors that have been sent to me by credible sources that everybody hates Tony now. Let me show you. Pull up that one Tim Heidecker clip.
Oh, yeah.
I want to play that really quick. But I've been getting rumors all the time. Mike, hi, I work at so-and-so, and everybody who works here, all the servers hate Tony's guts. Mike, all the comics hate Tony's guts. He's only got this small inner circle of ass kissers, but everyone is so sick of Tony. Like, really? These are the rumors coming through. I find it cool when all the comedians start hating one of their own. And I feel they're developing a hatred towards Tony, and only like Joe Rogan and a few of the other rich are, out there not really picking up on this change here. Okay, do we have that?
Oh, it's a next up.
Great. This is, I think we're mentioning this too. Let's see this. I thought this was funny. Oh, yes, this is an Instagram Live with the On Cinema crowd.
DJ Doug Pound.
This is office hours. Let's see what happens here.
Has anyone else been watching these? We might have brought it up in the show before, but these YouTube shows are just like documentary talking about comedy podcasts and like talking about how everyone's having their downfall and like everyone.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean?
Well,
it's
that's very red bar.
It's red bar stuff. But these other guys do it like they're just talking about people.
I think it's a serious thing. Yeah.
Yeah, there's.
I was talking to.
Don't sad, guys.
This was the
subject sad at all.
Some conversation last night. This Tony Hinchcliffe. I think everybody I talked to.
This is a video of Tim Heidecker caught. They think there's somebody under giving him a blowjob. They say he's on crack. This happened to like a lot of different groups of people over the last 12 days too. Okay, wait. Let's see what they're saying here. Listen to this.
This was the subject of some conversation last night. This Tony Hinchcliffe. I think everybody I talked to, I got a wide sampling. Everybody agrees, this guy's no good. This guy's a rotten egg.
Woo! Isn't that fun to hear? Now, of course, the sampling could be all leftist homos of the sort, but no, he says it's a nice sampling. I believe him when he said it's a nice. He's probably going to Fred Armisen. I always try a little Will Ferrell. What do you think? Will Ferrell's in full character, responding to him probably. So I think that's nice to hear. And by the way, I'm getting rumors from comedy clubs. I'm getting rumors from waitresses. Really, I've got them all. I've got them all documented here. Listen to that.
This Tony Hinchcliffe. I think everybody I talked to, I got a wide sampling. Everybody agrees this guy's no good. This guy's a rotten egg.
Yes.
Bad news. Everybody's like, oh my God, we hate this fucking shit.
But someone
bad news.
He's like the biggest.
Oh God, it's the most popular thing in the world.
Hell.
I mean, but look at
Why can't I be on this chat with you guys? I'll cheer you right up. You can be saying all this stuff with the biggest smile of your lives.
I know, I want to tickle them.
Instead, you get caught up thinking that something bad's happened. This is great. You want these fools to flourish. Trust me, it's better for the world in the end.
Look at that's what Andrew Dice Clay, the most popular thing in the world too. And then look at what happened to him. He's doing
you hear that, Tony?
Weird selfies on the street now.
I do in a bizarre way, though. I do like his records. They're so
well. This is different because, of course, he was very much doing character stuff.
Right.
I'm just saying, the popularity of this, Tony Hinchcliffe and all this Rogan comedy scene feels like maybe there is a peak to it. Got to be a peak to it.
Yeah, hold on too much.
We're all in the same boat here, guys.
Want to take another call?
Wow.
Right after that clip, Tim shut the light out and went.
Yeah, they say he killed himself.
He
He killed himself after this. Fuck! Look at the pain.
Tony,
over this.
why are you doing this to him?
Because, guys like this who really cared about comedy, they're watching comedy be kind of, hijacked here a little bit. And I think it hurts people watching everybody think they're watching comedy when their time really being wasted by hacks. Maybe. Or it's just utter lib jealousy. Too. I've got just utter lib jealousy running through my veins. Here's Tony. Let's see this. We're going to show you. Should I cut ahead here? Should I keep playing from this part?
Just see what he's saying. It depends what you want to hear.
Okay, we'll do a little bit more, and then I got to show you Zesty Segura. You know, I always knew Tom Segura was a little weird when I saw that he speaks Mexican. That's weird. Whenever there's a white guy and he knows Spanish really well, but he looks fully white and has no accent, that's a guy who's up to a little gay Miami, Cuba activity. That's what I think of people who speak Spanish when they're ultimately white, you know. And Tom does this. He does Spanish shows. There's a little zest within that, huh? And you're going to see he's starting to appear more zesty. I think he's wearing lip gloss now. I think he does wear a little pop for his lips throughout the day. And the way he dresses is also like one of those gay guys who kills themselves after their work finds out they're gay later in their life, right? Watch this. And then watch this first, and then I'll show you the gay guy.
Send in 60-second sets via file, and then we would Zoom with them to interview them afterwards. But
it was a way to make it happen.
It was crazy. And so it was kind of like everybody got to see how much we were struggling and apply that to their own struggles.
Okay, so again, Tony's on this bragging streak. And Tom and Bird, who I think are a little upset and a little worried about, you know, their careers right now. You could see it in their eyes here. You really could see it in Bert. You know, his eyes almost get more sad as he learns of Tony's successes and watch how happy Tony is about his success. Meanwhile, all he could think about is how he bombed on that roast in front of every celeb. How he bombed, how him and Tom, the only thing they wanted was to be the cool guys with all the sports guys and celebs, right? Poor us, we're drinking till noon. So now they're kind of the laughingstock of the Tom Brady sports roast that every celeb saw. Kanye West watched it. And they're now kind of being, you know, it's hitting them in real time. Like, oh, this wasn't just the internet thinking we bombed. Like, Tony kind of thinks we bombed too. And he's kind of going to confirm that here. And as they watch Tony rant about his positivities, their eyes well up.
Fuck.
I mean,
what's the big mystery?
And they're
you're
doing
trying to
this whole
figure out,
thing where they're
Baldo?
like faking it through, but really these guys need to take a break and like go cry. Like they shouldn't be, but they're both having to like be like, well, yeah, Tony, you are the man. We can never do what you do, of course. But they look at themselves as much stronger comics, I'm sure. So this is really hurting them. Let's see.
Worst thing
You're gonna
ever.
love
But
it.
the people loved it, which was we complained about not being able to survive in a studio like this while people would send in 60-second sets via file, and then we would Zoom with them to interview them afterwards. But
it was a way to make it
bad.
happen.
Okay, so let's show you Zesty.
628. Now this is right as Zesty Tom starts, so
Okay,
be
so
ready.
check out Tom. Let's keep an eye on Tom and see how zesty he could get. I got this word zesty. I think it's a common Zoomer descriptor for people that are gay. I learned about it from FouseyTube. FouseyTube, who is gay, I believe, does a character called Zesty Foos, where he pretends he's a gay guy. He does a very good job pretending he's gay, by the way. So that's where I learned of it from. Oh,
The video where he gets pulled over by the cops.
There's that moth.
specifically. I know it's
There's
been
that
flying
moth.
behind you the
Is
whole
every
time.
girl deathly afraid of these moths? They love butterflies. They hate moths.
I don't really like butterflies that much either.
They like white people. They hate natives. They do. Every Canadian hates those natives like poison. They secretly do.
Oh,
Okay.
he went on the drum kit.
That's okay. Let them live. Let them live. Get them out of my sight line, though. Okay. Yeah, moths everywhere. We don't know what happened here. There's about 100 moths. It's kind of like this episode of Dark Matter where one of the worlds got infected with giant bees.
Oh,
right?
there he was.
You got to just ignore it, Jules.
I
It's not going to
know.
hurt you. It's a cute
Also,
moth.
there's a ton of bats around. Just wanted to say that. Not
A lot
inside.
of bats. Yeah, the whole inside is filled with bats. Okay, watch this. Watch Tom.
How much more intimidating is it for these newbies to do?
Okay, Tom has gone. Now you'll see this. He's gone full Kurt Metzger at the very least. Watch this. Watch Tom. I'm going to zoom in.
you want to steer the ship.
How much more intimidating is it for these newbies to do an
It's
arena
impossible.
Look at that. I mean, that is full Metzger. He's either doing Metzger. Let me get one of these Metzgers.
Why?
When he does, there's this one face he makes. Let's see if I could catch it. He's like widening his eyes. This is how I know Tom is faking this conversation. Yeah. What is he doing? So he's got this limp wrist. He's wearing this zesty old shirt. And he's looking like an adult homosexual male. Like one of the older gay guys. Watch this. Oh, this
joke or whatever.
That lets you come up
or
with
wherever
more.
you want to steer the ship.
How much more intimidating is it for these newbies to do an arena set?
An arena set. That way he does that. Why did he? I'm going to try to zoom in on that one because that's really, let's see.
Ship.
How much more intimidating is it for these newbies to do an arena
impossible.
set?
And then
But
he's
you
got
gotta
the
see
arm.
the hand
Yeah,
that
of course,
goes
that's why
away.
it's hard to frame that. Well, I guess people could see. Here, let me get him framed. This is important to me.
Me too.
Okay.
How much more intimidating is it for these newbies to do an
It's
arena
impossible.
I'm not one to like do a limp wrist thing. Like to me, that doesn't bother me if someone accidentally falls limp. But there's something more going on here.
No, in the lips. It's
in the
eyes,
lips. He's fucking zesty. He's got a thing for guys. That's why he created this Porosos. He's like that writer from Baby Reindeer.
Yes.
You're going to do something to somebody. And I bet that's his biggest secret. I bet you Tom Segura is a secret. He goes to like those business trips where he like gets a twink at the hotel room. Very nice hotel, right? And he's got all his methods. He's got like a box of toys that he uses and rules for the escort, the male escort. Believe me, it's got to be happening,
Do
right?
you find this intimidating?
Ooh, okay. Let's see.
How much more intimidating is it for these newbies to
There's
do
something
an arena
more.
set?
Everybody out
And
of the
the
bucket
neck
is bombed on
movement.
these.
It's
The
like
neck
the
movement,
neck
it's also
plus the eyebrow
In that
lift.
shirt with the fucking titties, that V-neck you're wearing. Shame on you with this V-neck. I'd like to pull that down all the way to your fucking stomach. How dare you? You're wearing a thin little furry little V-neck shirt. What is it? Pebbled black? It's got a little pebble. If you look at it, it's not just jet black. It's pebbled, right? Massimo.
From my
Very
view,
cool. I'll rip that fucking V. Really? I'm getting sick of him. I'm not getting sick of Bert. I feel bad. Somebody should help Bert.
I know.
We could help you in 3, 2, 1. You wouldn't need therapy ever again. 1 hour conversation with me. And I could help you out of all this sadness. Look at him. The butt of everyone's joke.
Did you know that we have a giant poster of the machine in the other room?
We do.
And every time I walk by,
An original print.
I'm like, good for you, man.
The machine,
Look
we
at
got an
you.
original print. It's a double-sided movie poster meant for the glass. You know, you got a print on both sides, as high quality as it gets. It was the machine. I paid about $140 for that first run print. I collect all their stuff for my records.
And that one's actually hanging up.
So he's SD here.
It takes a lot
Newbies
of
to
gut.
do an
It's
arena set.
impossible. Everybody out of the bucket is bombed on these things.
It has to be.
It
It's
is.
terrifying. First time I did an arena, I was 8 years in. I was opening for Russell Peters.
Yeah.
And he flew me over to London. First he did a warm up.
Make sure, and believe me, I know that seems too easy. He is bringing up his arena tours to make sure everybody remembers. All right, what's our next code here?
You can go to 828.
Ooh, 0828.
Oh, there's this one part that I go to 0706, actually. This is almost interesting because Tony is feeling so euphoric about his
Yes.
rise that he almost starts humbling in a way.
Really?
Okay, watch this
Okay,
part.
let's see. So keep an eye on Tony here.
Hold 1 minute there.
We have learned that 100% of people out of the bucket bomb.
So how do you deal with that?
So what I've been doing lately, and it's great that we've had these practice runs before going to MSG, is I stock the lineup.
Yeah, by the way, you're calling the forum a practice run.
Yeah.
It is weird. God damn it. Sometimes I don't know how fucking cringy and ridiculous I sound. I hope it's translatable.
but the truth is,
It is not. It's translatable to what we're talking about. Yes.
But that's almost like an MDMA level
Yes, that's what I
self-awareness
mean.
that he's only feeling
Well-
because the euphoria of his rise.
Sure.
Coming
Well,
out
I'll
of
tell you
every
this, and I'll
pore.
tell you a big secret amongst the comedy community that they're all into now. Vyvanse. No joke. Almost every comedian, you know, is openly talking about how they're taking Vyvanse now. Who did I just see? The guy from Impractical Jokers, too. He was on Rogan. He goes, yeah, sorry if I'm weird today. I just started taking Vyvanse, and I'm not quite acclimated to it yet. And it's like, dude, you're just taking down Vyvanse and hoping for the best, not knowing anything about this type of shit. That could get some guys acting romantic as fuck on themselves. So Tony might be doing that dance of the Vance. Again, I don't believe broadcasters should be on Adderall or Vyvanse. I believe the talk you're getting out of somebody who's on Adderall or Vyvanse, that's a private conversation. It's not a conversation that is thought through. It's not the top reality conversation. It's something different. And that's why I've always been against Adderall or Vyvanse use on these shows, unless it's for experimental purposes. The guy lets you know what he's on. Then it's funny. Okay? And that does not mean I am against people using these things. I'm against people taking Vyvanse and coming on as if they've figured out the world's secrets, not realizing they're dancing with cocaine or something. MDMA.
They took a ride with the
Vyvanse is very similar to MDMA. A regular dose of Vyvanse is similar to a low dose of MDMA. And a high dose of Vyvanse is better than MDMA. Lasts longer, less sick feeling, more flustered and confused throughout the day. I mean, go take the Vyvanse and then go out into a different shopping center that you've ever been to. Dude, this is what you're going to remember out of it. Like this. It's going to be a blur. And that's how these people are living life now. They're just taking these and they're like, oh, I got podcasts to do now. They're not even, like Sal said from Impractical Jokers, they're not being acclimated to the drug, you see. They just take it and now they're on the podcast the next day and now they don't even know that they're experiencing this deep euphoria.
But I think that Tony is so high on his own supply that it's simulating Vyvanse.
It could be, but he also could be on it. Which is, it's equally bad. Let's see.
7,500 people in Birmingham.
Yeah.
And then we go to do the O2. And I'm like, so I'm 8 years into stand-up. Terrified. And that's with like a set that I know I'm doing.
Right.
I can't imagine doing a cold 1 minute there.
We have learned that 100% of people out of the bucket bomb.
So how do you deal with that?
So what I've been doing lately, and it's great we've had these practice runs before going to MSG, is I stock the
By the way,
lineup.
you're calling the forum a practice run.
Yeah.
It is weird. God damn. Sometimes I don't know how fucking cringy and ridiculous I sound. I hope it hits.
Ooh, when he does that I sound and squints. Look at the squint here. I resent this squint. He almost got away with this if it weren't for this squint and this teeth showing. This is what you do. This is the equivalent of like an Asian movie star going, thank you. It's an honor. It's an honor to be a movie star. Thank you. This is some Hollywood-ass bullshit type of winking and teeth
I've
showing.
never seen him act like this before.
No.
That's why this part
Watch
stuck out
the
to me.
winking and teeth showing. Watch this.
Ridiculous I sound. I hope it hits. Sometimes I don't know how fucking cringy and ridiculous I sound. I hope it hits.
Ooh, you see how quickly that went by? But it's a squint of the eye, show of teeth. Squint of the eye, show of the teeth. Squint of the eye, show of the teeth. It's like bite wing, drag of the smoke there. Squint of the eye, show of the teeth is something a half Asian woman does who's a liar. Right? Are you with me, the alt-right? Black Rifle Coffee Dads. That's a new form of right-wing guy that's everywhere now, is these Black Rifle Coffee Dads. They're like 40 to 50. They all kind of dress like Bert Kreischer, kind of, but with darker tees. A lot of them do wear Black Rifle Coffee tees. And they walk around like the suburbs, and they like help their neighbor out with some bullshit in the garage, right? Black Rifle Coffee Dads. They're everywhere. Are they good or are they bad? I think they're pretty nice guys. You know what they love doing? Firing up the Blackstone and making, slider tacos for the neighborhood. That's what these Black Rifle Coffee do. And what's wrong with that? They say. I didn't say anything was wrong with it. Are you doing something wrong? All I see is conservative dads just having block party after block party, barbecue after barbecue, boat activity after boat activity. And I follow them now. I let them take the lead as far as the culture war. Black Rifle Coffee dads are in control. And their kids are really cute. And yeah, their clothes aren't the most expensive for the kid. Who cares? Not me. This is Tony. He is a celebrity now. I hope that wasn't you. Oh, really? Okay. Let's see.
To Bert and Tom, who you find to be lower than you.
What's that?
To Bert and Tom, who you find to be lower than you. Like
Yeah.
that smirk you would only do to someone who's lower than you.
You wouldn't do this to Rogan. Right? He wouldn't act like that with Rogan. Now, remember, he's from the Ooga Booga Appalachian Trail. You're telling me this isn't an inbred? And this is the best he's looked. This is him with TRT. This is him with all Joe Rogan's doctors showing him up every time he gets hit. This is him at his best. Imagine what he would have looked like if he would have just let his white trash fly. Like, he probably has hair surgeries. He's got all sorts of fixer-uppers here, keeping him together like this. I think he got his ears pinned back a little bit, got them shaven down. So imagine this little goober, and now they know where he's from, Gummo. That's really starting. And when you see the shade of his teeth, now you kind of understand. And that's, again, this is with a top dentist fixing up. Imagine what this shit would look like if he didn't have Invisident every day with his riches.
It's so stupid to have a hat where the hat should go on the head, not on the
Yeah,
head.
do you see this decoration? These two hats? And they've got a hat. I would be so humiliated. Because people would be like, Mike, why were you wearing your hat behind your head? I was watching you on Two Bears, One Cave. Were you wearing a hat behind? That's crazy. No, that's not my hat. It was on the wall. Okay. You don't have to be embarrassed about how stupidly you wear your hat behind your head. So that's why I can't go on another podcast. I'd be mortified. I would need Final Cut. My own lighting. I'd be like Kim Kardashian. I'd bring a whole crew.
I can't even go on my own podcast.
I basically have my own set wall in separate space if I was a guest on someone's show. And I'd have like 8 continuity people. This is all to hide my image. Okay, here, look.
But it's the truth. Is like MSG's the shit. I mean, it's like I'm probably never gonna do
It
MSG.
is.
But the forum for me was like that's because I live in LA still.
Oh, totally.
But
I'll tell you, is it your guys' is all your dream at home to fill an arena? Is that your number one dream? These guys act like this is all of our dream. To fill an arena and perform for a basketball arena. No, thank you. I don't even like being recognized by one guy at the game. I go like this. When they put me on the Jumbotron, I sue the stadium. Get those tapes back to me. I don't know of anybody who wants to be on stage in front of an arena. That seems like everybody's worst nightmare. They're talking about it as if every kid at home would kill to do MSG. I don't even want to go to MSG. You seen the neighborhood that's in New York? Where is MSG? Is that by that? Isn't that weird when you remember? If you're not from New York City, but you've been there a bunch, there's these, it's like a video game map. You remember some places and they were way behind where you thought they would be. Creepy city, huh? Very spooky. I'm scared of New York. I won't go there.
I mean, I think you did the forum twice. So like,
Yeah.
I mean, so
Yeah.
it's like it is a practice run.
And
for
the
you.
roast, and I did the Staples Center with Gillis and Schultz.
This isn't your parents. They're not here to like congratulate you. This is Tom and Bert who like are disgusted that somebody else can do what they've been doing. They thought that's what set them apart. Now you're not only doing the arenas, you're doing bigger arenas than them, and you're also crushing while they're bombing. Uh-oh. They don't want to hear all this stuff, Tony.
Yeah.
It's like it is a practice run.
And the
dude.
roast, and I did the Staples
Whoa.
Center with Gillis and Schultz.
How was that?
It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
I did the Staples Center with Gillis and Schultz. How was it?
Center with Gillis and Schultz.
What was that?
It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, like, with Schultz, Gillis, Post Malone, and Derek Poston, who's my fucking homie, who I originally hooked up with Schultz. Schultz a few years ago was like, hey, you gotta know.
Are you telling this to your aunt who doesn't believe you've made it yet? Like, what? These guys are your competitors, by the way. They don't want to hear this shit. They're sitting there holding back tears, trying to look like they're okay with all this.
opener I could use for
Shultz
San
like, "You
Antonio.
black guy, I need black
Well,
guy."
that's how I translated it. He said an opener that I could use in San Antonio. I'm like, who's my? Oh, boom! It was like immediate.
Yeah.
Because I knew David Lucas was kind of more independent. I don't know how to describe it. Like he's more like an independent creature.
Yeah.
But Derek is just
By
such
the
a.
way, I forgot where I heard this. I wish I would have time coded this. Joe Rogan's talking about how the green room at the mothership is so great, and we always come up with tags
It
for
was
each
on the
other.
Right On episode.
Yeah, he goes, we're always making each other such better comedians. We're always writing tags for each other and writing jokes for each other, which, by the way, to me should be illegal. That's like Drake and his ghostwriters. But then Joe says this. He goes, we basically rewrote David Lucas's whole act. And then they all die laughing. So David Lucas is going on tour and they're all bragging about how he's killing. Joe's sitting here admitting that him and Tony and everyone in the green room basically wrote his whole act for him. And it's the only reason that he's out there doing this stuff. Just because they want to be able to say, look what we've created of a mothership. Can you believe it? You know, because Joe's dead set on proving everybody wrong who doubted this Austin thing. So they're writing the jokes for each other so that they can't fail. I don't know how I feel about that. How do you feel about it?
I got distracted because Chula and the moth are becoming friends.
Are they having an interaction? The dog and this moth that
He
got
never notices a bug, and he just went at the moth. It was very cute.
That is very cute. And I'm a huge sucker for these dog videos now. Not cat videos, monkey videos. Did you know you could buy one of these monkeys for like $400? I might get a dozen or so monkeys. For $400, you could get the monkey that looks like Aaron Berg, like this little. It runs around. It could learn how to help you. It could be your, and they live. I looked all this up. These monkeys that I'm talking about, they're anywhere from $400 to $19,000 a pop. But I saw plenty of sites where you could buy a monkey today. No questions asked. $400. I don't know if they ship it to you. Now, do we live in one of the states that allows these monkeys? I think so. I think Arizona allows these primates. And for $400, I could get one. They live for 40 years.
No, you're not allowed to own one.
Well, guess I'm not getting a monkey. I follow state law.
I mean, you can't legally own one.
Well, a lot of states you can legally own these little monkeys. $400. I can't believe that. And you see the face on these creatures. Just remarkable. Really ugly. Really ugly. I can't imagine spending 40 years with a monkey.
You could have owned one in Illinois.
I know.
Damn.
I'm kicking myself for moving away from that city. I could be the proud owner of about a dozen or so monkeys. The little kind. Good God. Lord knows what my life would have been like if I had all those monkeys around. Okay. Are we skipping ahead here?
No, keep playing from this
Okay,
part.
listen to this.
A fun hang and
There's
so
a great
funny
fun
and he's
hang.
a rising stock like crazy. I work with him 4 nights a week at the mothership. Brings me up there regularly. So to get to do the Staples Center with Derek cold opening, who opens almost all the shows at the mothership. I mean, he's being built like fucking Darth Vader.
Yeah.
And so for it to go him, me, Gillis, who is literally my favorite fucking drinking buddy. Him and I were just at Texas Stadium doing this fucking Texas Longhorn fundraising thing for billionaires.
Okay, this whole sentence, illegal in my book.
Like what?
So Shane is the big rising star of comedy now. So all of a sudden, Tony loves Shane. Would you still love Shane this much if he was just on Legion of Skanks and that was like his highest accolade? Or do you love him because he's the biggest and the best?
And he starts the sentence making you think that he's going to be like Shane, who is absolutely the best comic
Yeah,
right
but
now.
listen, it's about Tony. So listen to this.
Who opens almost all the shows at the mothership. I mean, he's being built like fucking Darth Vader.
Yeah.
And so for it to go him, me, Gillis, who is literally my favorite fucking drinking buddy. Him and I were just at Texas Stadium.
Who cares?
Doing this fucking Texas
Yeah, we
Longhorn
assume you guys are around each other all the time. But listen to this.
fundraising thing for billionaires the other day, and we had the best time. I don't think people realize, like, me and Shane, like, hang.
Yeah.
And I'm whiskey cokes and he's beers.
Can you believe what we're hearing on Red Bar? I don't know if people know about this, but me and Shane hang.
Like hang.
Like I drink whiskey, he drinks beers. Do you need me to repeat myself? Listen to this.
Like, hang, yeah, the best time. I don't think people realize, like, me and Shane, like, hang.
Yeah.
And I'm whiskey, cokes,
Yeah.
and he beers. So by the time he hits...
See, Tom hates this. Tom's going, yeah. But Tom's putting himself through this. This is like being cucked by the Raquetas. Very similar.
Hang.
Yeah.
And I'm whiskey, cokes, and he's beers. So by the time he hits, his 15 Bud Lights, where he starts showing some sign of intoxication,
smacking your dick.
Yeah, exactly. I'm 7 whiskey, cokes in, and we're having the time of our
Cool.
lives, man. We went up at Texas Stadium and smoked a fucking blunt.
We're having the time of our lives, man. I mean, really. This is an information that people want to hear. There was incest in your family? Is that what you're telling me here? You're the product of fucking hillbilly incest? That's fucking sick. I don't take my roast jokes from someone like that.
We're having the time of our lives, man. We went up at Texas Stadium and smoked a fucking blunt by ourselves.
Whoa!
Like, just him.
Imagine if I fucking said that. We smoked a blunt by ourselves. We weren't just acquaintances that night. No.
No parents.
We're very good friends. He's the top. And are you going to be very good friends with him when he starts sliding down? Look at this little asshole. Joke World, may I ask you once again, how could you not see through this? You're so sharp. Joke World, you can't tell what this is. This is not... Shouldn't be what you're watching. Poor Joke World and all those boys watching this. Those 24-year-old kids. They should have been playing sports, but they got sidetracked with this. A lot of those kids quit baseball. Those Joke World type kids. They quit baseball. They quit sports to watch comedy. They threw their pitching careers away. Disgusting.
Yeah, exactly. I'm 7 whiskey and cokes in, and we're having the time of our lives, man. We went up to Texas Stadium and smoked a fucking blunt by ourselves, like just him, me, him, and Lemaire, and his little
Lemaire,
crew. Fucking,
of course.
we're just having the best time here in Austin. So it's funny because it like translates. Derek moved. He's a Comedy Store guy. Moved to Austin. One of the first guys to move here. Derek, then me, then Gillis, then Schultz,
Killers.
who blew my mind.
Murderers.
Watching his stand up, like
Jesus
he's
Christ.
talking about his
He's
actual
even better than
life
me.
and having
Yeah.
his first kid,
Look
and
at
it's
this.
so much smarter. And I literally, it made me feel like a kind of a hack because I'm up there talking about.
Listen to this. This is interesting. Gillis is he's talking about his family and his life.
Schultz is who he's talking about
Schultz.
right now.
Yeah. Listen, this is how he's talking about Andrew Schultz. Even worse. And Tony is sitting there talking about how he feels inferior. And then listen to what Tony tells us. Because none of us has seen Tony stand up. He refuses to do a
It's
special.
secret.
We saw his stand up special One Shot that was removed. It was one of the only specials that Netflix removed. They said, get this out of here. Tony tried to hide that from the internet. He got every copy and mention taken down. That was the last time he attempted a special, and it was terrible. A lot of people tell me his stand-up's real bad. He doesn't want anyone filming it. You know, he's the main guy behind this no camera rule. You know, he doesn't want people seeing how bad his stand-up is, and I get reports all the time, Mike, this guy's stand-up, it's like so weak. Wait till you hear what's about it. He's going to say, while he praises Andrew Schultz.
So it's funny because it like translates. Derek moved. He's a Comedy Store guy. Moved to Austin. One of the first guys to move here. Derek, then me, then Gillis, then Schultz, who blew my mind watching his stand up. Like he's talking about his actual life and having his first kid. And it's so much smarter. And I literally, it made me feel like a kind of a hack because I'm up there talking about trans school shooters and fucking did the sub that went down to the Titanic and all this.
He's up there. This is recent. His stand-up comedy includes a chunk about the sub. Oh. Remember the sub? Let's tell the story again. He's telling the sub Titanic story in his comedy set. He's talking about trans school shooters. God knows how long that headline's from. And he's jealous of Andrew Schultz, who's talking about his life. While you're up there, you should be jealous of somebody. If you're talking about the sub, yeah, you should feel horrible. So Rogan is letting him go up at that mothership every fucking night and talk about the sub for years on end. I mean, and I'm sure he came up with the bit week 1 of the sub, right? Not like you come out with a sub bit now. He came out with the sub bit when the sub thing happened, and it was just so killer. He's been doing it for 2 years. When did the sub happen? 3, 4, 5, 6 years ago. Listen to this shit.
His first kid, and it's so much smarter, and it made me feel like a kind of a hack because I'm up there talking about trans school shooters and fucking did the sub that went down to the.
See, Bert knows that Tony sucks at stand-up, so to see him having all this success while Bert tries the hardest he's ever tried, and to see everyone turn on Bert and celebrate Tony for this hack that he knows in his heart is not good. Look at this. You know, too, that's a laugh of pain from Zesty over here. That's a laugh of pain. And why do people keep saying, you're no thinner than Ricky Gervais, who is not a thin man. Everyone's going to stop calling Tom thin. Yeah, maybe you're thinner compared to Patrick Melton. Congratulations. You look like Ricky Gervais. You're the same size as Bert Kreischer, as big as a balloon. You guys are the equal width. Enough. He's not thin. Sorry
the Titanic and all this fucking. I'm like reaching for anything in the world that I find dark and funny. And he's up there talking about his actual life killing, and I'm cracking up to where like, holy shit. That's awesome. It's hard for me to laugh at comedians talking about raising a kid.
Listen to
and
this. He does this in front of Bert and Tom. It's hard for me to laugh at comedians talking about raising a kid or any of that crap. Tom and Bert are like, oh, yeah. That's their whole act. Listen to this asshole go on in front of 2 heartbroken old school comics.
Holy shit.
That's awesome.
It's hard for me to laugh at comedians talking about raising a kid and this and that and what about the wife and da-da-da-da.
But it's a really good.
And then he brought up Post Malone. And the whole time you're
What
looking
did
at
Post talk about?
Oh, the crowd went ballistic and he fucking smashed. And then we brought up his dad, who it
Post
was
Malone's
his
dad?
birthday.
Oh,
Yeah.
awesome.
And
That
got
would
a
have
few
been
roast
so
jokes
cool.
off on him, and it was just so much fun, man. Like what
Look
a.
at Bert. He's really going through it here. And I hope Podcast Cringe saw that.
Got a few roast jokes off on him.
Look at him. He's literally about to start fucking crying. Look how he rubs his face.
It was just so much fun, man. And like, what a trip to LA to get to start there, go through the pandemic there, the riots
go
there,
back and have that kind of week.
and go back and have that kind of week. I mean,
absolutely.
you couldn't have written it, especially getting it started with the roast, which I was a very late addition to.
UFC 302.
Oh, you even had to do the ads? This is after the show. They had to record the ads. They're fucking busted. Look at that. Heartbroken. I want
go
to
to 60 minutes.
16:00. Here we go. Okay, what do we got here? 16. Okay, so here we go. He's going to start shitting on Tom and Bert now. He's going to start, their wildest nightmare, the stuff that they just thought was the internet. It's coming to reality here, as even Tony, one of their peers who killed on the roast, is now confirming publicly to their faces. You're going to see a lot of this come.
No, you name it, like fucking Joan Rivers roast Kim Kardashian on The View or something like that. When we would see the word roast, we'd be like, "Hey, that's fucking cool." People are using that word. Like it was such a old art form.
Did you ever see Jeff? I don't want to interrupt. I want you to keep talking about this going forward with this. But did you ever see Jeff? Did you
don't
you ever see?
You don't want to interrupt?
I don't know.
No, go
whatever. Yeah.
Whoa, Mr. Big Shot. How dare you be interrupted about your life's successes to hear something Bert would like to say? See, he didn't have this position a few weeks ago.
No.
You know, these guys were his superiors before. These were the rich, successful comments that he kissed their asses. Now Tony believes he's higher than them. Now he could talk to them like this.
Jeff, do you ever see
You don't want to interrupt?
I don't know.
No, go.
Yeah.
Seems like you kind of do, dude.
I've been really good at this fucking conversation. You're my partner. I've been really good.
You're my partner. I can't imagine how many times you've wanted to interrupt if you think you've been really good.
He didn't interrupt, and plus he didn't.
It's his show. Look at Tom. Look at Tom's body language here. They hate Tony's guts. Watch this. Look how they both react. Usually Bert would think that was really funny if someone's clowning on Bert, but now he's almost protective. Him and Bert are like one thing now, ever since that Netflix bomb. So they've like got each other's backs and they're fighting as one now. Watch this. Watch Tom.
Interrupt if you think you've been really good.
Look at Tom.
Damn, you're cool.
Ooh, I mean, can you not see that? Am I crazy? Look at them again. Yeah, they're laughing. Look at Tom.
Damn, your crew's cracking up right now. You must interrupt a lot, huh?
You were saying?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You already interrupt. You might as well fall through now.
Nope.
Go ahead. Come on. You already did it.
You said, did
Technically,
you
you
ever
already
see Ghost?
interrupted.
Ask it.
Finish it.
I forgot what I was saying.
Yeah.
Well, that's just a bad interruption.
Yeah. It was. Did you ever see Jeff Ross when he roasted B. Arthur? Is this?
Okay, now go to
This little fucking guy. You are so gross. You're like a pee-pee.
Oh, and you know,
It's like looking at a penis now. This should be, you got to cover that up in public. Sorry, you got the fucking penis body and head. Go on.
I couldn't stop saying why Tom had purple.
Yeah, it's, you can barely see it here, but Tom's head is actually a shade of purple here or something with the lighting.
He has a purple triangle drawn around his ear.
That's true.
Is anyone else seeing this?
This is is this the purple triangle?
Honestly.
Yeah, there is some sort of purple triangle.
To me, that's all I can see.
Yeah,
when he
it's a
turns his
purple
head
triangle.
that
You
way.
All right, what's our next code here?
2128.
Okay, what's going to happen here? Let's see. 2128. Okay, so here, this is where it comes true. You know, like I said, they're thinking maybe it's just a bunch of assholes on the internet saying we bombed at that roast. But here's Tony.
Easy. I know. Not all of us fucking darlings like you fucking chubby head fucks. Anyway, so
we should tell you our story. I think it really frustrates you.
I think you hate our story.
Oh, well.
No, I'll tell you when we're done.
If it's anything like the set, I probably would hate. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, if it's anything like the set, I probably would hate it. I'm kidding. Okay. He's just kidding now. But Tom has been coping with Bert on their shows saying, nah, we were good. People in the room liked it. The industry liked it. We got tons of messages saying we did great. That's just a bunch of haters. And yeah, maybe compared to Tony and Nikki, we didn't do as well, but we still did very good. Tony's going to start letting them know, not only did you not do just not as good, but you bombed. Listen to this.
I'll tell you when we're done. I'll tell you
if it's anything like the set, I probably would hate it. I'm kidding.
Yeah,
you guys phoned it in like Israeli airstrike.
Oh, and they look at the thing where they look at each other. I mean, this is what they were so worried about, and it's coming true. Look at that. Look at that. We phoned it in, didn't we? Look at them. We phoned it. He goes, you guys phoned it in like an Israeli airstrike. And they go like this. Watch. We sure did. Oh, the pain. So they're laughing it up. They're trying to, pretend like it doesn't bother them. Look at the body language. I've never seen Tom sit like this. I've never seen his smiles so eerily turn to pain in slow motion. And I haven't seen Bert like this. Look at Bert.
So meek.
Meek, yeah.
He didn't even ask Tony if he wants a drink.
No. Yeah. Maybe that would help.
You guys phoned it in like an Israeli airstrike. I'm joking. Anyway. Bert's lip syncing my set and his set at the same time.
Tell me.
Okay, anyway.
Wait. So this is pretty huge in the fact that the guy who is the roast is about.
Yeah.
Who's the.
Ooh, Bert taking that sip. That's a delayed FS, of course. Look at that one. Hey, if your eyes are open and you're drinking, you're fooling. Full sip. That's the D, F, DFS. Delayed fool sip. Yep. See how quick I am with those? I could do that with any 3 words. Give me 3 words. Any 3 words. That's the easy part.
No,
what I'm about to do is the hard part.
Tuesday, June 4th.
Okay, so that's T for Tuesday, J for June, and 4th, I would say F. So that's T. The moth! The moth! TJF?
Yep. Great
See,
job.
I could do that with any sentence or word. Look at this. So back to Bert. Back to them. Do we skip ahead here? I want to get to where he hammers it in and they start doing their defense where they start talking about, oh no, we did
30-30.
30-30. If you see that moth come around, let me know. It is darting. You know, everywhere you go is a bright light in this room. So the moth don't know what to do, and it's flying from fixture to fixture. Yeah, I'll probably start taking out my little gun and start shooting at it. Okay, 30-30, huh?
Yep.
And how do you get there? 30-30. There we are.
Camera blocking all this shit. And I go, here's what it would look like. All right. So Dana White, ba 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 ba. And then I go, fuck you, bitch. And I start walking, right? And I go, here's the stool that Aaron Hernandez kicked out from under. I start showing them jokes, which I didn't do the whole time because you don't other writers or anybody to hear any of your actual material.
Yeah.
I mean, they could hear your guys' material, but I mean good material. I didn't want them to hear any killer jokes.
Oh, another and Tom's getting sick of this shit now. Because this is not where they ever wanted to be. They want to be the laughing stock of the comedy community. They worked very hard to be the cool guys of comedy, the richest, the most fans, and now they're seeing this. They don't want to keep hearing this shit from Tony. Bert's getting a little agitated. Tom's getting a little, he's starting to go, he's showing body language here where he wants to hit.
I mean, they could hear your guys' material, but I mean good material. I didn't want them to hear any killer jokes that I had written.
We got it.
Because, you know, it's a sneaky business, especially in Hollywood. That's why, one of the many reasons why
he's telling them about the business which they were in first. Hollywood. You know, so they're sitting there like, I want to wring his fucking neck. At least that's what I'm making up is happening. Okay? Which could very well be absolutely what's happening.
Whoop. The fuck out is like, make your own shit, save it for you, enough giving it away. So I wasn't doing any of my jokes during the blocking thing. And they're like, come on, Tony, show us what you're going to do. And
how
I'm
far
like,
ahead were you doing, like, were you prepping the jokes?
So what's crazy?
You see, working the cope. You see this? Crafting the cope, I call this. Well, how long? You had like a lot of time to craft your jokes, right? He's setting you up to let you know, well, they only had a few days. So that's one of the copes, okay? Right? That doesn't make this any better. There's really no reason to cope about stuff because nobody's going to ever believe it, you know? Who's going to believe it? So they're going to start doing it, though. They're going to craft the cope, start laying down room for the cope to emerge.
You're going to do. And
how far ahead were you doing, like, were you prepping the jokes?
So what's crazy is that I put together a small 4-person army immediately. I treated...
Okay. 4 people? Is that... I mean, if Drake said he had 4 ghostwriters, Drake, I'd say that's 4 too many. So here, he's got a team, an army of 4. Now, what about the Snoop Dogg joke that he did 13 years ago? What about that one? And do your peers know about that, or are they giving these brand new laughs to something they think is new? That's deceit. Did you tell all your peers? Oh, that was actually like a Snoop Dogg thing that I riffed on. You know, if you want to give credit to anyone, pocket like it's hot, light it up for Snoop Dogg. Fine. Snoop Dogg deserves respect after all the work he's done in this world. He's a hardworking guy. He's been in our lives forever, right? Ever since, I don't know about you in Canada, were you raised with Snoop Dogg, sweetie? Did your parents raise you with Snoop? He's in my life since I could remember. I open my eyes, I see LBC.
Same.
So I don't know if it was like that in Canada. Look how fucking miserable these two are. This is like Alex Jones when he heard he was locked out of his studio. We locked Alex Jones out of his studio, did this scare to Alex Jones where we pretended we're like the bankruptcy guys coming to lock it down. He bought it. He did this whole video ranting and raving about how they're coming to lock me up. No one ever came. It's a scare, Alex. Look it up. Look at Tom. Does this look fucking normal to you? This guy's, you know how many Zins he's swallowed? He's sick. Okay, watch this.
I put together a small.
You go to 39.55.
Love it. 39.55. Okay, what's going to happen here? Oh, Tony's going to shit on him again. This is too much. Does anybody feel bad for Bert?
Yes.
Does anybody let Bert's sadness tickle your humanity?
Absolutely. I've been sticking up for
Does
Bert
anybody
for months.
ever feel bad for Tom?
No. He
See?
can die.
Oh, that better not be the moth going up my dress. This is a dress.
What if it did go up your dress and you had a moth in your sleeve?
I mean, it literally, I feel like it went up my leg once, too.
People are asking for moth merch.
Oh, yeah, to commemorate the day there was a bug on Red Bar. Okay,
We should get one of those bug guys to come in that gives you like the big moth to hold. Is that possible?
Oh, do a old school
Yeah.
Tonight Show style thing where like a guy comes in a safari suit and gives me different lizards to hold.
But it's big bug.
People would get a kick out of that. To see me hold big bugs, I'd never do it. I'm afraid of all bugs. Sorry. All right, watch this.
There's a lot to make fun of you about. I didn't realize how much I was bringing to the table to be made fun of.
Yeah.
I didn't know how much I was going to make fun of myself authentically on accident. But I was like, that's cool. I'm in for that. I'll get lit up. I'm not good at roast jokes. I'm not good at making fun of people. So, and Jeff knew that, and Jeff's like, well, we want to do something different.
Yeah.
Tom's still like, I'm not doing it.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah, I was like, no.
Smart.
So part of Tom's cope is that he knew this wasn't going to work. And he didn't want to do it right away. And they've kind of got their story figured out. Bert and Tom kind of give each other looks to make sure, right? That's how this all went, right? And then Tony, listen to what jerk Tony says while Tom sits there like half the man he used to be. Listen to this.
Different.
Yeah.
Tom's still like, I'm not doing it.
Right.
Yeah, I was like, no.
Smart.
Smart. So this is about the fourth time he's confirmed that they bombed the roast, which Tom and Bert had convinced themselves was just a nasty internet rumor. You think Tom's liking this? Oh, sometimes I want to cut off my whole beard just to spite his. Right? Makes me sick knowing I share the same hair color as this guy.
I know.
Disgusting. If you own a V, throw it out in retaliation to Tom. What do they call that? Where we all get together to do something? Throw out your V's and send me pictures of you tossing those V's in the garbage. We'll send you a gift card for Union LA. $1,200 gift card for a really expensive cardigan from Union LA. Okay. Let's see how Tom handles that.
Tom's still like, I'm not doing
Smart.
Right.
Yeah, I was like, no.
Smart. You were right.
Oh, look at this little asshole. Wouldn't you want to Bart Simpson him? Look at this. Ooh. Look at Tony. I'm going to do a closer zoom and watch Tony's face.
You were right.
Oh.
Oh my God.
Look at that. You know, if this were Godzilla -1, I'd be getting the mechanics to fix the plane so that I could finally kamikaze into his mouth. But will I parachute out? You'll have to watch the movie Godzilla -1 to find out. But yes, I would love to fly a plane into his open mouth that is also carrying a bomb that blows off his head.
Oh, that's too. Keep going.
Oh my God, we're going into
He
the
doesn't
depths.
brush his tongue.
He's disgusting inside and out. Oh,
We're in him.
Look
We're
at that.
In him.
We're in
We're
him.
in him.
Whoa.
Wait, go back one
Yeah.
sec.
Hold on.
Whoa.
Watch this.
Whoa.
Look how far we can go. Okay, there he is. Look at that little asshole.
I was like, they're like, well, we want to break up. It was, I guess, sort of a version of what they ended up with you. They were like, we want to do something different.
Whoa! Look at Bert. So Bert reaches for nicotine help to get through this. Watch this. He locks eye contact with Tony. He almost wants Tony to know. And look what he does. He locks eye contact with Tony and he does this.
What they ended up with you. They were like, we want to do something different.
Yeah.
We want to do the two of you. And I was like, and then we both, I thought, I go, you want to both go to the podium?
It didn't even work.
And they're like, no, just like almost like a variety piece.
Oh, no.
Maybe a screen. At first it was like,
this is like when I wanted to save Kong from Skull Island. We gotta help Kong. He is really, and he's got no one to talk to. Even that drunk ass bitch Leanne can't help him. You think Tom's gonna help me? We killed, bro. Don't worry about it. I'm off with my day now. Bye.
He never opens up.
You know, Bert needs to talk to me. Maybe I should tell Bert I've infiltrated all Better Health lines and that every therapist he's talking to is me. No matter how he tries to connect with them, it's connecting to me. Wouldn't that be a funny thing? I show up on their little fucking Zoom call. Hello! Welcome to your Better Health consultation
You
here.
should see if you can get hired. Don't
I should get hired for
anyone?
Better Help and get you all the secrets from the comedians. Okay, let's see what happens here. Bert is devastated, yeah.
It was like a Sports Center thing. So when they pitched that one, we kind of were like, I don't know, man. Like
he's coping. Listen to the cope about why his set went
fun of it
bad.
in a Sports Center way.
Now, Tony ain't really listening anymore. When it's them talking about their side of the story, Tony's not interested. He's doing other things, checking his phone, taking a Zen. But Tom really wants to get this part out. He wants people to hear this part.
Like, I don't know, man. Like making fun of it in a Sports Center way.
Right.
So then we pitched this idea about making fun of him with like whiteness.
Yeah.
Being a psycho, and they're like, oh yeah, no one's doing the angle yet.
Look at Bert.
Sent them
That's
the script
vodka, too.
They send their script, like their punch-up script. Combine the two.
Yeah, you're like, that's good enough.
Kind of.
That's great.
You see how Tony ends it? So Tom's trying to cope through his little thing, and he's really secluding himself under a little too bare. And then Tony says this.
Combine the two.
Yeah, you're like, that's good enough.
Kind of.
That's great.
I'll tell you what.
No reason to work on this anymore. It's just the most watched thing ever.
Do you hear what he's doing? This is cruel now to do to your friends. But it doesn't matter because you killed, right? And everyone thinks you're the king. So what does it matter how anyone else feels? Now they're going to start getting a little defensive about this. Look at them. Bert has been hit over the head one too many times here. He does not like feeling like this.
Tell you what,
No reason to work on this anymore. It's just the most watched thing ever.
First and foremost, all you should be saying is thank you, Bert and Tom.
They're fighting
Because
back
without
now.
us, it is a bunch of people doing the exact same thing.
Ooh. So they're fighting, but they've got a couple. Oh, so you guys talked about this. All you should be doing is thanking Bert and Tom. Otherwise, it would have been the same thing. Watch what Tony says to this.
Because without us, it is a bunch of people doing the exact same thing.
Right.
Like we broke up. We definitely.
Yeah,
thank you
it
to
was
Kim
like
Kardashian.
it was comedy up until you guys started. Then you guys got to really change the tone a bit.
Yeah, everyone was doing comedy up until you guys got enough with the cracks. And then he looks around the room for his applause. Look at that. Look how you're making him feel. He's about to rip off one of his little basketball injury stitches. Yeah. You want to go play basketball with me? I'll fucking bash that ball against your nose. I'll make you run home crying to the nurse. Sorry, guys. I'm real sick of Tom. I will play him one-on-one fair and square.
Tony's right. They were awful. They should be so embarrassed.
Yes, but...
But Tony should be respecting his elders.
Respect your elders.
It was a comedy up until you guys started. Then you guys got to really change the tone a bit. You got to make everybody appreciative of laughter.
And everybody already saying that Tony was amazing.
Yeah, you already
and
got
that
it.
Tom and Bert sucked. So don't you think they've got it enough? Imagine if someone came and told you that Kill Tony sucked.
Yeah,
Flip.
exactly. and you're doing this to them live in front of their audience who's been making fun of them for weeks, and now you're confirming that also the comedians and the peers think this way too. That's a low blow. That's a big hit to the Bears. Let's see how they handle this.
I told him this.
I'm still living in oblivion. I had a blast. I think we did great. I've not met one person.
So you're sick of it. I had a blast. I think we did great. I haven't met one person. Listen to this. So they've had enough of the cracks.
Living in oblivion. I had a blast. I think we did great. I've not met one person that did not like what we did.
No,
I don't read comments because there's like, what are you gonna shit on someone who didn't maybe do as well as you or Nikki? That's the thing,
right?
It's like what is as well as you and Nikki, who were next level. It was next level.
And you have to
celebrate
realize,
if your team wins and you were on the dais. All you do is go, that was fun as shit.
Look, it's like when you see a boxer or a wrestler attempt the UFC.
Okay, come on. Tony. So now you're telling them not only did you bomb, but you had no choice but to bomb because you're nowhere near as good as me and Nikki. You're just a boxer trying to do UFC, not like us, cage fighters. So now you're really convinced. It's not just a joke that they bombed anymore. You're saying, listen.
Yes. All you do is go, that was fun as shit.
Look, it's like when you see a boxer or a wrestler attempt the UFC. You could be an Olympic gold medalist stand-up comedian, and you go into that world where Nikki has that much experience and
so much.
We were doing this. Peter Shore, the owner of the Comedy, was doing a mini documentary behind the scenes about Kill Tony going to Madison
mini doc coming out. We love those.
We're staying at the same hotel in LA, and he's shooting this thing in the driver's seat, me on the way to the roast. And I give this weird analysis, just looking out the window, kind of forget that he's there. I'm just talking to my team, kind of like talking out a meditative, like, as corny as this sounds, like state, because it's jokes, who cares? But anyway, and I literally called what was going to happen because I know this world so well.
Yeah.
I knew the order of events. And I literally go, it's going to be a fucking smoke show the first 20, 30 minutes. Yeah. I go, the energy is going to be insane. It's going to be beautiful. Tom's going to look great. It's going to be intimidating. He's going to be taller than everybody remembers. He's going to be cooler than everybody thinks.
He wasn't cool. He was a freak. He's a loser freak. This Tom Brady, how anyone can enjoy him. That is a psychotic man. That's like liking a guy from Selling Sunset. That's a sick fucking guy. He doesn't look handsome. That's not a handsome man. That's a fucking creep. Doesn't he have all these secrets with his kids? Did you not listen to the roast jokes? Guy's sick. He's so cool. He's so rock handsome. He's dead tall. What? You're looking at that guy and going, damn, he's like a tall, great guy. Not me. I looked at Tom. I go, who's this has-been washed-up reality show? Is this Vanderpump related? That's what I think of when I see a guy like Tom Brady. It means zilch to me. Now Travis Kelce, that's a star.
Intimidating. He's going to be taller than everybody remembers. He's going to be cooler than everybody thinks. And Jeff and Nikki are going to light the place on fire. I go, especially... Jeff, we know what he's going to do. So Jeff can't have a breakout performance because he's Jeff. He's done it. He is a breakout performance. Nikki, and I go, Nikki is going to decimate the room, and everybody is going to be playing.
Don't you want to go back and delete that roast from your viewing experience? You know, they can't just be humble about it, huh?
Chop. So
with their stolen jokes.
After everybody and their mother, every special guest has to fucking... just know that that's going to happen. I can't be like, oh, and there's no catching up to that.
Okay,
it's like a mentality thing.
I'm going to ask you a very fucking question.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You can go to 45 minutes if you want to skip ahead.
45. Oh, what do we got here?
Oh, I just thought was a funny bird thing.
Oh, the king joke. Okay, let's see.
How many people?
This is the Snoop Dogg joke.
We used to do this thing, right? All the writers, say there's fucking 12, 16 writers or whatever.
16?
Everybody sends in all their jokes. A writer's assistant compiles them, and then we read them in the room and all laugh, right?
It's cheating.
You could see where my jokes start. You can tell.
Ooh.
Because it's these fucking
short
one-liners
setup,
where everybody else has like 3 lines or a paragraph or whatever the fuck it is, sometimes 2 lines, whatever. And if I have a long one in my clump, it's like the Bert Tiger King, Liver King, people are like, what the fuck is that?
Such a great joke.
But like, I'm obsessed with short jokes. It's one of the reasons why, Jeff and I clung together immediately. He's like, what the fuck?
Peter, make me another drink, please.
Whoa! I'm so amazing. Like, my jokes are like da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, decimating. Jeff looks at me. He's like, where did this kid come from? I mean, everybody around me is thinking how wonderful I am. And then Bert goes,
clung together immediately. He's like, what the fuck?
Peter, make me another drink, please.
And nobody else even reacts to that.
No. Let's see if we could capture that. This is after Tony was done ranting about how wonderful he is, how he was the king of the roast. Bert does this.
Another drink, please.
And look at this. What's going on over here? Kind of sick of hearing Tony talk about this, right? Gotta wrap this ep up.
Okay, go to 51.
51
Oh.
Okay, let's see what happens here. 51. Tom keeps glancing at the clock. He's sick of being clowned.
You might have to zoom for this one, but I swear to God, Tom is like wanting to end and disgusted.
He's heard enough. Nobody wants to sit there and listen to somebody brag, especially when they're your peer, under you. Okay.
And it was, look, Tom said this. Tom gave you this compliment behind your back. They were talking about
that was a
people
clock
were
glance.
saying like how great was that roast? How great was Tony Hinchcliffe in that way? Tom's like, we've watched this guy cook his entire life.
Yeah.
And he's like, we've watched this guy be a monster his entire career. We knew he had the ability. I don't think we just got to watch him shine to everyone the way he's always
clock.
shined.
Clock.
That was a huge...
He wants to go. Okay, what's our next one?
5140. You could probably
5140. Let's see what happens here. Oh, okay. Tony's going to say this?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sickening. Listen to this.
Or wait, actually, it's even better.
Oh, okay. Let's listen.
And it was
exactly what it felt like to me. Again, I always make corny UFC analogies because it's my other favorite thing. But and this is obnoxious to say, but it really felt like my Nate Diaz versus Conor moment where everybody was shocked except for me. And even I was fucking when Kevin Hart, that moment, you remember that moment where he's going on and on for a minute, 30 seconds.
Horrible.
And I turned to you, and that was real, by the way. I wasn't kidding. I literally go, is he still talking about me? And you go, yes. And I remember your face yeah, dude, this is your fucking moment right now.
Well, then Tony turned to me and goes, I've arrived.
I said,
oh, Tony, no, not on Red Bar. Tony turned to me and said, I've arrived. Tom wants you to know how gross that was. Listen to this.
Moment right now.
Well, then Tony turned to me, he goes, I've arrived.
I said that?
And you go, now
I was like,
it's so funny.
Thanks, Tom.
What you did is
and everybody knows.
That's what he said.
He turned to Tom during the roast and said, I've arrived, and everybody knows. That doesn't make anyone sick. Come on. Joke world. All right, what's our next one?
Did you want to hear about his childhood home?
Sure.
I forget.
For 1 second.
010202.
010202. Tony's childhood home. Remember, we just revealed he lived in Gummo. Real sick, inbred. Definitely some incest. You look at his mom. His mom is a mountain of features stuck together on a woman. I mean, she looks like she could have been made in the Goonies lab or something. A ghoulie. She looks like something that came out of a toilet bubbling and brewing, and they got... Have you ever seen her? These aren't good people.
I don't think people know who you are. Right. I think when people think of you, they think of Hollywood, LA, move to Austin, embrace the Austin, outlaw, whatchamacallit. But it all stems from you growing up, and I didn't even realize this, in a rough part of Ohio.
Oh, yeah, roughest.
Yeah, and I don't think Youngstown, I didn't understand how rough it was because you don't look like that.
Exactly. And I don't
see, they're thinking rough. You don't look like that. Like rough is in the hood. That's what everyone's confused by. It's like, no, he looks like the rough I'm talking about. Gummo rough. We got to get that out there. This is a whole new way to look at Tony. And whenever he brings, oh yeah, we know it's from a rough neighborhood, a sicko, like a white incest white neighborhood. Gross, real gross.
Didn't understand how rough it was because you don't look like that.
Exactly. And I don't sound like it. That's why one of my least favorite things in the world are white people that try to sound black, that were raised in black neighborhoods. Because it's
you
like,
weren't raised in an all black neighborhood. It was an all white neighborhood with good people with all sorts of warped faces. All right, what's the next code here?
010300. I think this will be the second last before the end.
Great. Here he is. Let's see what he's going to do here. Okay. Oh, super bragging finale. This is labeled the super bragging finale. Let's hear this.
The coolest thing about you is that, like,
and so, that's
one drink. I know it's making me sick. Let's do it, guys.
What's crazy is that by the time I hit the cotton picking, and by the time I hit the, the fearlessness with him, I moved to Sam J, black, obese, lesbian. So Netflix checked off a lot of boxes. Now I hit them once in the ribs, right?
Yeah.
Mr. 2 Minute Set, stay at desk. We didn't want him here anyway, right?
Yeah.
Just one little.
Yeah.
And so I was actually that hell Nas joke, which I knew the second it clicked in my head. Like, I was actually this sounds crazy, but I was getting a massage at the time, and
he was listening to this. I gotta say this, unless you're one of the owners of Amazon, okay? I don't really know if I like these guys getting massages. I mean, I feel like that's kind of slavery. You're making these women, these poor women, sit there and rub your disgusting back-kneed bodies. For what? You get a Theragun, you go like this, and there you go. It's just as good of a massage there. You really don't need to be getting massaged.
But Tony wears the full Under Armour suit while getting massaged. So
he's laying, he's got his head in that hole, and he's getting a massage. Of course, this is probably a massage that he makes come to his house. And he likes to make sure the masseuse sees him doing business. He's got his laptops into the thing. He's got his
on a yacht.
Head in the hole. Yeah, he's on a yacht. He's taking business calls. He's screaming at people. And listen to what this jerk tells us here.
Which I knew the second it clicked in my head. Like, I was actually, this sounds crazy, but I was getting a massage at the time. And I trap a lot of shit in my shoulders. This is a weird, like, braggadocious, stupid thing.
Listen to this.
But, like, the masseuse had her fucking elbow right in here. I'm trying to think of a Sam J joke. And I'm like, okay, black lesbian. Come on, Tony. You've got this. You've got this. So what do? They eat pussy, right? But what do black women say? Oh, hell nah. And I'm like, oh my God, Nas on it. She doesn't eat pussy. Oh, hell, Nas on it. And I stop the massage.
Listen.
And I'm literally like, I'm sorry, I have to get up. And I get my face out of my, you know what I mean? Like, your face is swollen. You can't even open your eyes.
It's swollen.
And I'm writing this down, and I tell the masseuse, this perfect little, like, sweet, innocent, right, bull of a chick that fucking goes crazy on my upper back. I go, I just wrote a joke about a black lesbian. I said she doesn't eat pussy. She all hell Nas on it. And she's literally like, ah! And she's not that type of person. Like,
Bert literally almost burst into tears during this part. You're bragging about how the masseuse even
it's
thought.
like from Entourage again. Like, I gotta have this girl as my masseuse. She's the only one who can get her elbow really in my shoulder.
Even just the whole setup of this story. It's like some asshole from TV.
Never. She's literally like, ah! And she's not that type of person to hysterically crack up. And I'm like, oh, fuck, this is like a crazy joke. Like, it's different than just a great joke. It's fucking, you got to go for it. You have to believe. And another super technical thing is I take a few steps out. I saw a Drake concert.
You just want to kill yourself in your stomach?
Like 8 months ago,
which
was amazing. And I kept noticing that he would do this thing where he would go right up to the edge of the stage at times. He's on a box and around. And on big things and on big lines, it almost looked like his foot was hanging off and like he was into high.
He's talking about Drake and how cool Drake looked. This is no joke. Listen to this shit. Have you ever seen Drake perform? He looks so cool. So I took that to my comedy and brought Drake to comedy. I'm the Drake of comedy. You're the Drake of comedy, huh?
Okay.
It's fucking, you gotta go for it. You have to believe in it. I mean, another super technical thing is I take a few steps out. I saw a Drake concert like 8 months.
You did, first of all? We've only seen a few clips where they're making fun of him on Twitter. That's as far as we even watch. Did you go to a Drake concert? Are you an Aubreyist?
Of course, Drake loves Kill Tony, remember?
Drake loves Kill Tony, of course. Yeah, that is one of the rumors. Tony said this himself. Drake is a big fan. He watches every week while he gets shot at by Kendrick Lamar.
I take a few steps out. I saw a Drake concert like 8 months ago, which was amazing. And I kept noticing that he would do this thing
like the
where
gay
he'd go
pride
right
parade.
up to the edge of the stage at times.
So
He's on a box in the round. And on big things and on big lines, it almost looked like his foot was hanging off.
Drake.
And like he was, and it's a high stage, extra high stage.
It's
too.
high. He could have
And it
been
would look like
killed.
he was about to fall off. And I loved it. Sometimes I'll see like a great concert or something and I'll be like, oh, that's rock and roll.
That's good.
So I started kind of applying that to the big theater stand-up shows that I was doing. And on the All Hell Nas joke, I was so excited and I looked down. I almost fell off the fucking stage live on
doing
Netflix
Drake,
'cause I
huh?
took a few
You
steps up. I
thought you were
she
Aubrey.
doesn't eat pussy. She, like, I mean, I
Just
literally-
like Drake. I agree. You're just like Drake. Tell everyone.
Really
stepped out for
almost live on Netflix in the middle of Killer Set, almost disappeared out of the frame.
Real
It
quick
was
before
really great.
we
Okay.
wrap up, how happy is your mom for all
Oh,
this?
she's ecstatic. She's absolutely fucking
She
thrilled.
came on your mom's house
Yeah.
10 years ago.
Yeah,
or
I'd like to speak with your mom about how you were created, okay? How many different fucking men like Freddy Krueger, do you know how Freddy Krueger was made? There was a nun working at the insane asylum, and the nun was raped by all the inmates of the asylum, or the woman working there. She had Freddy Krueger as a baby, this psycho, evil, they say the souls of 1,000 madmen. So I'd like to speak to your mom. I'd like to see who your father was. You can't just be this one guy. It's got to be a number of guys. So spread that, get that out there. This is the Tony Hinchcliffe. If you want to bow to this guy, if you want this guy to be your Drake, go ahead. But we hate Drake here at Red Bar. Or was there one more?
01-14-28.
01-14-28. Here we go. Let's see what this is. They end quickly. Tom's getting out of here. Tony could go on for 10 more hours. That's what this note says.
Because I've done arenas and I've done stand-up in the round at Madison Square Garden and these places with Joe and my own big giant theaters. There was something about all of that coming together live on Netflix.
Awesome to see, and we're super happy for you
Yeah, thank
personally,
you.
for the podcast too. Also, we will call you on the next roast.
Yeah, I'm gonna help you guys out.
Help you guys out.
I'll do the same fucking set.
Oh, see? Bert's not going to take this fucking shit. Not from you, nitwit. Hey, Bert. I got your back, bro.
We respect you.
Respect. Look at that. Look at what you've done to Bert. I won't stand for that. Not after what people did to the machine.
I'll do the same fucking set.
Thank you.
I'll do the same fucking set.
Thank
and you
you.
can suck my dick, America.
The world. It's global, Bert. It's the whole world.
See you next time. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Wow. See? I told you. 3 bad guys. We'll take a break. We'll come back with much more Red Bar here at this late night. What time is it? 12:59 at night, guys. It's getting spooky. We'll be right back on Red Bar. Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
This is not for debating now. How can you say that you got no flaws? How can you be fake when you're a better lady now? How can you say that I've got no flaws?
We'll be right back in seconds. Yes. What happened? To Red Bar. You probably thought you were going to catch me with like a guitar in my hand at this time of the show, right? Wrong. Most people would leave. It's 7.5 hours we've been on. Most people were just getting started. See that new guitar I got there? Cut to the wide real quick. People see that one in front of the amp here on this side here? What do you think of that? Anyone ever seen that one before? Anyone know what that one is? I'll tell you this. It's the better version. The good version. I can't play a lick on that thing. That thing must be set up for some old blues musician or something. I don't know what the fuck. I can barely play. So, but it's there. It's in the collection. That's all that matters. Welcome back to Red Bar. We hope you're having a great time. We hope you've joined this Scars Club. RedBarRadio.net/Scars Club. We've still got more show to do. Did we want to Let's see.
I know. I feel like
Well, there's got to be some little ones here that we should probably get out of the way. Shoot down that list real quick and see if there's any just little cute little things. Let's see. And then, yeah, we've got two pretty good ones here. I will show you this Steve O, right? Because Steve O's in trouble. I wanted to show you this Harlan Williams with Joe Rogan. That was incredible. I mean, Harlan Williams is the best. But we might not have to show too much of that. We could show a little bit. He really got Joe going. Let's see.
And there's a whole Janko and Bobby Lee thing. We haven't talked about it at all.
I've been really wanting. I might as well just say this. Bobby Lee, the reason Janko left Impulsive, he finally came clean about it. He said that, what people didn't see in the episode was that every 5 seconds, Bobby Lee was on the episode, and the narrative that everybody's got up until George spoke was that George couldn't handle Bobby Lee's jokes, and Logan and Big Mike and Bobby Lee were all kind of vibing and making fun of George, so George stormed off. Well, George reveals, and Bobby Lee admits to it, the real reason he stormed off is because every 10 seconds, Bobby Lee was grabbing George Janko's dick. Yeah? Do we have that short clip of that?
Yes.
Where he says that? See, you can pull that up. I'll have a sip of this. I feel like this is something that shouldn't get swept under the rug. This is a guy, Bobby Lee, who was accused of this story that he told himself that he now claims is a joke, this Tijuana story. There's a story. He claims this is a whole big joke that he was just doing to impress old Anthony and Opie Cumia from the Opie and Anthony show. Remember back then where he talks about how he was having sex with underage prostitutes in Tijuana, and he was getting off because they were crying while he was having sex with them. Oh, that story doesn't sound as good in 2023, which is when maybe even earlier, people started remembering that story and passing it along. And, a lot of Bobby Lee's fans are these H3 fans. He's really cooked up. If you ever see that Tiger Belly Reddit, it's a lot of H3 fans. For some reason, Ethan Klein's people really like Bobby Lee, and they've kind of are what have made him this bigger star than some of the other guys. Of course, bad friends as well. But their audience really, they're always sticking it to Bobby. They're very strict with Bobby. And Bobby has kind of smoothed this over with the media and the audience that this whole Tijuana story was a joke. Well, did you catch this on the latest Joe Rogan episode? Now, pair this with him grabbing George Janko's dick, 50 times on the show. Duncan Trussell goes, "Can I tell this story?" "Yeah, I can probably. I think Bobby tells this story." "Dude, Bobby Lee used to be like the pharmacist at the Comedy Store." And they both, Joe and Duncan both die laughing. And he goes on to say, "Yeah, dude, he would come in, he'd have every pill from Mexico, anything you needed, oxys, anything, and he'd sell it. And we were buying this shit from him for years. He would get it from Mexico." Like Tijuana? So he was always going to Mexico? I think the story could be true. I really think the story could be true about the things.
And
then
don't
he's
forget
grabbing
what he did to
George
Bobby
dick.
Althoff that we just covered.
What did he do to Bobby again?
Just harassed her sexually.
Oh, yeah, of course we should. But then I hear George Janko, he's grabbing my dick, and Bobby admits to this. This day and age, that's sexual assault, brother. Grabbing a guy's dick. George is friends with Bobby Lee now. He allowed Bobby to come and manipulate him on his podcast, and since they're brothers in clout, everything's good. George was molested 27 times live on air. Walked out. Nobody would believe him. Logan and Big Mike covering up the molestation. They knew that was the reason he walked off. They didn't say anything. But now he's friends with Bobby Lee because Bobby said, "Dude, you come open for me." So Bobby Lee is giving George opening spots if this can all go away. And it has. It worked.
And George is gaining power.
George is gaining power. Let's just show that one clip where he talks about the touching. Because I don't think we showed that on this show. I think that's an important part of Bobby Lee's lore.
Okay, go to the Big Mike note and go to 4540.
4540. And Big Mike's here, and Big Mike is best friends with Jeff Wittick, who's a very good friend of mine. And also Big Mike, he doesn't deny that this happened. So here it is. Let's hear what they say. Big Mike, George Janko reunited.
Or go to 44, actually, for more
44.
context.
Okay, here we are. Kill that one.
Sorry.
Let me have a quick sip of this. That M. Holt. All right, let's see what happens here.
Who was the first person that jumped off the couch and said, George just left, that was not good, we have to fix this situation?
But did they not cut shit that you should have stood up for me and said, hey, you can't cut that shit? That's going to make him look like an idiot for leaving.
Okay, let's slow down. And I'll answer that. We have always cut. This is all healthy, by the way. We have always cut. No. Which by the way would be healthy. We have numerous times on the show, which I'm sure a number of shows do, cut things that we believe will protect the integrity or reputation of the guest.
That protected nobody but him.
No. Yes, that's what I'm trying.
Well, what about the guy that you break bread with, bro?
But we removed a number of things that you said on the podcast.
Name one.
Well, no, I'm not going
booty,
to.
bro.
No,
Number
you
one.
want me to? There was something that you said on the laser beam episode.
What laser beam episode?
Do you remember laser beam in Australia? When we did that episode?
You know, I have this fear that Jeff re-talked to Big Mike about, talking with me and how cool Red Bar is, and then Big Mike maybe even talked Jeff out of this friendship, and it might be over. That's what I'm thinking.
Why?
Just have a feeling. We'll see. Will I ever hear from Jeff again? We'll find out. I have a feeling Big Mike got to him. He was able to convince him. I don't think Big Mike's quite over this Red Bar experience. Maybe we should bring back Big Mike. Look into his current state. Okay, let's see what happens here.
What laser beam episode?
Do you remember laser beam in Australia? When we did that episode? I'd rather not say. Why don't I just tell you
Just
after?
tell me, I'll beep it.
You said something about laughing at a girl getting hit in a parking lot. You saw a fight.
Yeah, I just said the joke wrong.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, I didn't sexually harass somebody, Mike.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not trying to.
George was
one.
raped.
I'm just saying we.
Okay, Mike, if this was an episode that was you, and what happened to you, and the whole world thinks that I walked away because I can't take a joke, that's fucked.
That's fucked. It parlayed into more stuff happening down the line. It just became, at that point, you saw I went on Bobby's show.
Yeah.
Right?
And they cut around it. You said that.
I have no control of that. I didn't.
I'm trying to make peace with this guy. You've seen me.
Yeah.
I've tried to make peace with him behind closed doors. I tried to reach out.
You and Logan hid a rape. It's a male rape. Someone was grabbing my dick. It would be the last thing they ever grabbed. After my hips. We had to have one dance, and one dance only. But then the man would have to die, right, George? And you let yourself be raped by Bobby Lee in front of Logan and Mike while they laughed and giggled. You ran off crying, and then they just pretended like you couldn't take jokes. Yikes.
Try to be cool. But by the way, I'll just say this. We'll just empty it out. I never had a problem with Bobby Lee.
No, he knows
I had a problem with the way that Logan and you were kind of gassing him to keep doing. He started the episode putting his balls in my face.
Listen.
I let that one go. Then every 2 seconds, he kept grabbing my dick.
I don't think...
How would you feel if a man that has his back completely towards you, that only turns around to grab your dick, talk shit to your face, and you can't...
Is this the first time anybody's hearing about this? To me, this is crazy. I can't believe Bobby was able to sweep this away so quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Let's clip it. Let's get this back out there.
But
Bobby
also,
Lee said I'm a
George-
very important person in podcasts.
George is acting like this is so hurtful and
Of course.
horrible.
Yeah,
to
well,
him
wait
and
till you
that
see what
it's
George does.
so-
That's why when we cover guys, they're all fools. Nobody's ever right. Nobody was ever in the right. Watch. George.
Smack or beat the living breaks off of this guy. Because Logan makes me apologize to this man, or I don't have a job on Impulsive anymore.
Whoa.
How fucking crazy is that?
I don't think I understood. I can only speak for myself.
Oh, it's
I
not a
hope
group
you.
chat.
I hope you can
It's not a
understand.
group chat. No,
I'm talking about during. I'm talking about during the episode because there was. I didn't
Mike's
know
getting
that you were
nervous.
feeling.
But after the
type of
episode,
way
do you
about
remember
it.
when you called me? And I said, Mike, this is all happens. And you said verbatim, you said, It's our fault for not telling you this, but me and Logan are really the ones who should be talking to the guest. You are really there for a boys only episode.
Wow.
So while I
After
get sexually
touched.
harassed, my other co-host is trying to fire me, and you're trying to leverage me to be quiet during other guests. And then on my birthday, you guys shot 3 episodes, so I didn't show up.
I just think
on my 30th birthday, you shot 3
think-
episodes.
I
bro.
think
That's
by-
crazy.
I
It was on the
think-
calendar for months.
I think by the time we got there was so much.
Okay,
Like-
yeah, that was that. But you want to see Don't Feel Bad for George. You want to see his latest?
He is so sneaky.
Wait till you see Sneaky George.
So he's talking to Mike, and it's like, oh, poor me, the worst thing
I
that's ever
tend
happened
to
to me.
get- wait
This
till you see this.
man, oh, this man did this to me.
He
How
invites
dare you.
Bobby Lee on his show, who is dying to be able to smooth this over and get it, stop talking about it. Plus, by the way, George Janko and his dad have opened a cigar lounge in Scottsdale. There is a physical location where you could go and meet George Janko and hang out in him and his dad's cigar lounge. We looked it up. This looks like a place where the Tate brothers would go, some backroom Romanian cigar lounge. I wouldn't go there. I think this is a dangerous cigar lounge. But George Janko is opening a cigar lounge. Check this out. Does that? No. Oh. Listen to this. Here, I think this is the announcement.
I had a lot of fun on this.
I gotta get out of my own damn way.
What's up, guys? Before we jump into today's episode, 2 huge announcements that are happening in Arizona. One, this Sunday, the grand opening of Cigar Lounge is happening. Absolutely free. I have some cool friends coming, so come say hi. And then the second
anybody
is
go?
the George Janko Show is coming to Arizona.
It's August
Stand Up
2nd,
Live,
yeah.
August 1st. It is almost sold out.
Wait, so you guys have the chance to go to George Janko's grand opening cigar extravaganza and meet him? I will. How about we give away a trip to meet George Janko? Got to be nice. Somebody said to me, they go, "Hey, Mike, what should we do to sabotage their grand opening?" I go, "Oh, I don't know about sabotage, but I'd love to go." I think I'm pretty sure the cigar lounge isn't going to do well on its own. You don't really have to worry about sabotaging the really dingy. Like, have you ever been to like the grossest hookah lounge / tanning salon? It's like that. Looks like a tanning salon. So you don't have to sabotage it, but you should go meet him. I'd love to go, but I think George would be extremely upset with me because I've been telling his girlfriend that she's got to run for the hills because I find him to be abusive. So I don't know if he'll be able to get over that, or maybe he'll see David in me. Maybe I'll be the star of David to him. Okay, let's see what he's doing with Bobby. What code should I do to show you how quickly?
You can go to 0250.
0250. Okay, check this out. So he's got Bobby here. And, George wants fame and attention more than anything. He's willing to let this predator who grabbed his dick, sexually harassed him, made him the laughingstock of Impulsive, had his friends cover up for him, made him feel like less of a man, made him feel like a rape victimed man from Baby Reindeer. And he's willing to just let this rapist back into his life, just like Baby Reindeer went back to that writer's house and wanted to work with him again after being raped. This is the same situation.
So George, let's we'll talk about other things, but I want to open up by saying
the cleaner
that I'm sorry.
Okay, and he hates George. He hates George's guts. He can't believe George got him in another incident. And he's come and he knows how to clean this shit up. I'm sorry. You want to be friends? Ha ha ha. I was just kidding. You're the best, George. Would you like to open for me? I mean, this is Baby Reindeer. When Baby Reindeer told the world about the writer that raped him, the writer that raped him came out and offered him a real position this time. This is the same thing. Bobby's going to offer him. Would you like to come open for me? Well, that erases your sexual assault pretty quick.
We'll talk about other things, but I want to open up by saying that I'm sorry. I feel I just want to break down what happened with the Jake Paul podcast.
And when you're on TV every week of the year, constantly apologizing for this, I mean, Bobby, you're here every week. Whether it's on Tiger Belly or Bad Friends, I mean, the stress, the day-to-day stress you must be going through. Can't you just knock off the kooky Korean shit?
And look at how eager George is. to
George
get
can't wait.
celeb
A celeb apology to him. Yeah. He's-
Okay.
Fuck.
So, I usually do podcasts in my ecosystem, right? So it's like, I know the rhythms and I know what I can and can't say. And generally, everything, is, people are pretty open to, they know who I am, right? But with you guys, I didn't know. So and also it's a huge platform. So I was like super
Media
nervous.
trained.
So, I tend to get bullyish and out of survival. Okay.
And you looked at the weak calf. I get it.
You're that weak calf.
No, get it,
You're
dude.
not weak
I
calf.
get it, dude. I would do the same thing if I saw him. No, you can't eat him.
Okay.
Stop.
So anyway,
Tommy, get
I
out
can
here.
get a taste.
Save
of.
my dog. Come
Think
out of
he'd be
here.
so delicious, though.
He would.
That's a racist
I saw
crime
you lick
joke.
him before he licked you.
Yeah. God, no MSG or anything.
Not appropriate for the H3 audience.
But anyway,
And if anyone
when-
said that, Bobby would be like, "Really, dude?"
Yeah,
And
see,
give them
Bobby
that.
is
So he's
placating him.
debasing himself
Yeah.
for George.
Bob wants to go. I call him Bob, wants to go. He really wants to get out of here once he gets what he needs from George, which is for George to be cool with everything. The instant George turns, Bobby's trying to get out of here like the whole show.
Number one, I don't even. I do so many podcasts. I don't even remember what I said or did or didn't do.
That's not
I
good.
remember moments. And also,
Do less.
secondly, when you walked off the set, I literally was confused by it. I didn't know. I don't know the drama behind the podcast. I know that you had written this speech.
I wish I had writers for it.
Right? And you know what I mean?
You're just loving
I
your
thought the comedy instinct
Cool.
was to say that it was like boring or whatever, and I fell asleep.
Yeah.
And the third thing is that, and I truly remember, and it is on brand, but I don't remember ever trying to touch you. But if I did that, I literally don't remember. But
You
I
don't
did that.
remember.
I'm sorry. I would do it for comedy reasons.
blind grabs.
I don't know anything about your.
Wait, you don't remember all the grabbing? You don't remember it? I didn't think he was going to say I don't remember it. But if I did, it had to be a joke. Okay. Or you just sick molester. Maybe you're a real molester. Maybe this is what you get off on, all this crap.
Do it for comedy reasons. I don't know anything about your.
Did that work for Louis C.K.? This is worse than Louis C.K.
Louis C.K. only touched himself.
Yeah. You're touching George Janko, son of David. Father Janko. That's like a crime against the Vatican.
Religion or who you are.
Religion.
In fact, I didn't really know who you. I know who you are now, but I didn't really know who you were. And but with all that being said, I really truly apologize.
Look at this. Oh, I don't
love
believe. I think I'm done
I love
believing him.
podcasting, and I think that you're a voice that people talk about now, and you're here, and I just apologize. It's
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you couldn't wait. Oh dear, huh? Isn't this George a bad boy?
He got what he wanted.
Remember, he went to Romania. He had the time of his life with the Tate brothers. The time of his life. They're the nicest people he's ever met, he says.
For real, I really
could be
appreciate
true.
that. Can I tell you what really hurt me though? I ain't Ringo, bro.
You're George Martin.
Imagine.
No, do you know what I'm talking about or not?
No, but with you, with you.
You called me Ringo.
I know. So who are you, George Harrison? In that?
I'm George Janko.
Ooh. Which is way worse than Ringo. With peace and love. Fuck off! All right, there he is groveling. George Janko. Disgusting, huh?
And he grovels for hours. He invites
So don't feel bad.
him.
George was, he had his chance to expose the criminal, but, he would rather have the criminal's friendship, I guess, than, let people know the truth, maybe protect another kid from Bobby Lee. Bobby Lee's out there grabbing people's cocks. That's not something I like. I got to show you this Harlan Williams stuff. Let me just scan through my notes real quick.
Should we do
Put in
2 seconds of Steve-O?
2 seconds of Steve-O would be a great bit.
And then end Harlan?
I just want to make sure we're not missing anything grand, like an announcement or something that can't wait until next week. We're approaching 8 hours here at Red Bar. 8 hours of this Red Bar. I just want to see, is there anything I should be showing people so that we don't get so behind here with some of this great, great stuff? Robin Tran was recognized by a Red Bar fan driving an Uber this week. I just wanted to... This is Robin Tran, of course, comedian Robin Tran says, dude, I got into my Uber just now, and the driver goes, are you Robin Tran? I look at the dashboard. He's watching Red Bar. He says he's starstruck by me because of his favorite show, Red Bar. Congratulations.
Is the Uber driver out there?
Is the Uber driver out there? Can anyone confirm this? Is Robin Tran making stuff up to try to engage with me? Let's find out. Did you guys know that Red Bar was mentioned at a live Steve-O taping? Did we ever show people that real quick?
I literally could not remember.
Or was that Danny Brown? Danny Brown
one.
taping.
Did
okay.
we show that?
Oh, yeah. Red Bar, Danny Brown, Steve-O mention.
They were talking about this Steve-O thing.
So that's okay. That doesn't have to happen. Red Bar watching.
Oh, the JD30. We can say that for next week.
Yeah, the JD33. I got to show you. We got a great new JD33 segment
next week.
I think we're going to save Denny for Scars Club episodes.
So he doesn't know what we
For
say.
the truest. I'll show you this really quick. This one I want to clear up. I need your help clearing this up. There's a man out there who thinks I'm after him, and I'm not. And I actually feel awful for this guy after his wife died. Maybe that gives you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Maron, come on down. And you guys got to stop bothering Mark with this. And if you guys could reach out to Mark, tell him, no. Red Bar actually feels deeply saddened by your wife's death.
Well, that sounds
crazy. No, I know that sounds crazy,
like
but
insane.
Okay, listen to this. They're bothering poor Mark Maron. The guy lost his wife. I would say you give people a break for that. He's not really out there bothering people that much. If you lose your wife, that's got to be so devastating. And to just pick on him until he rots away, that can't be the end of this man's life. Listen to this.
And I'm like, dude, I think they released that record. He's like, yeah, this
They're
place
trolling him.
Reminder Records. I'm like, I know the guy from Reminder Records. I have your dad's album.
So they're typing, did
And
you
he
see
fucking
Red
lost
Bar's
his mind.
investigation? This
I
whole
have the
bit.
album. It's right. No, it's not letting me. Hold on.
He's showing albums. He's a man
That's
of music.
Kid Eater's dad's record. Isn't that crazy?
Okay, he's about to read the comment now.
It's crazy.
He's going for a lot.
No, I didn't see any documentary by Red Bar about me. I don't pay attention to what they're doing. I'm sure it's very informative and probably so real. Guys who make these mini documentaries as basically attack ads for reasons that are beyond me. Can't people just do their fucking comedy?
Yes, you can.
Dealing with that fallacious Bert Kreischer business. I had to call
No,
Bert.
we're against those guys. We're on your side.
Out there
We
with you
love
babies.
Bert.
But
oh yeah, love Bert.
yeah,
Wait,
it's a
what
small
do you
world,
think?
but the
Are you
record's
talking
pretty
about
good.
people who
Kinda
make
interesting.
fun of Bert, or are you
I don't
thinking
know.
that the people who watch Bert are like bros?
I don't know. I mean, they're very confused, these guys, and they're really upset by all this. And I want to say to Mark Maron, this is the worst part. He had just started this Instagram Live, and now look what he does real quick.
What else is going on? I'm not going to hang out too long, and this is not.
And then he leaves. So, yeah, it's almost every time you mention it to these guys, they go, you know what? The fun of this live is gone, so I'm out.
Well, you shouldn't be doing that.
Please, somebody tell Mark Maron, no, Red Bar actually cares for you. He's always defending you. He's helping you through that loss. Thank you. Oh, and here's what I wanted to share with people. This I thought was so cool. We used to cover this guy on the show. Brandon Wardell.
A hot
Look at him. You guys remember Brandon Wardell? He's Wardellian. It's this kid. Remember this kid? Still looks the same as he used to look. We had made fun of Brandon Wardell a lot of times on this show. I totally kind of forgot about him. I don't know what he's doing
Me
now.
too. Where's he been? I miss him.
This is Wardell. He's always been known as like to be Wardellian. I don't know what kind of kid this is. I don't know what planet he's from. This is what he looked like as a kid.
Holy fuck, that's Wardell.
It's like, that's fucking Wardellian. And then this is what he looks like now. It's the same fucking kid. And I think he goes through a lot of weird, he's got to, right? And he's got the body of a full kid. Yeah, this is him. Look at him. But he's an adult. And we got wind of it. We weren't following this at all. Listen to the tape that I found. I think this is just audio, right?
Yes, thank you to the guy who sent me this. He was like, I wasn't watching this actually, so I just...
Sure.
You don't have to I want you guys watching
everything.
show.
So this is from a podcast called The Brandon Jamal Show. So he's making fun of black people, I think, here. Because he's such a white guy. It'd be funny to make fun of these black people. So here he is, and we caught this. I thought this was interesting to hear about myself from Brandon Wardell.
Yeah.
Bringing you with the scary game.
Yeah, that's not a fair representation.
No, it's not right.
That maniac should have got locked up.
No, it's like when Ari Shaffir those pressure at his
yo.
I know he's always watching Too Lazy to Try.
Shout
You
out.
explain Too Lazy to Try to Jamel. Because by the way, I walked in on you.
Thank you for assuming I hadn't seen it as well.
Oh no,
I have not.
Yeah, no, because I literally I was at some show where I walk in on Patrick talking to a guy so Too Lazy to Try. It's this YouTube channel where this guy. This monotone guy,
like you heard him before you saw him?
Yeah, and I'm like, Patrick, what are you fucking doing, man? God damn.
See, Wardell's
giving him game, giving that good game.
Well, the conversation, I think me and Rufo were talking about Red Bar, and then I was like, oh,
You're on Skype calls. It's weird.
But yeah, Too Lazy.
Red Bar, who's like a very funny, professional hater. Like he's so good, he's mechanical with it, and is also I don't know. He has such a nice studio.
Yeah.
This is from Brandon Wardell.
Have him on in the background. Just hear him it's got a very bassy.
Yeah, I watched him dissect a Jeremiah Watkins video for 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, have that on while you're doing the dishes.
I can't watch it for too long, but he's very good at it. Yeah,
very good at it. Thank you, Brandon Wardell. He goes on to compliment me in the show. Thank you, Brandon Wardell. It was an honor that you know us.
He was a part of one of the most iconic Red Bar history moments, the Getting Dug with High, where Tony said, I'm a motherfucking lobster.
Oh, I'm a motherfucking lobster.
So,
that was a classic
he's a
Red Bar
legend.
moment. Yeah. Anything in the prize? I got some stuff here. Look at this. Bill Maher's new book. Check that out. Look at that one.
Yeah.
Cut to that close up there. So is this a mistake or is this, in fact, streetwear? You tell me,
so good.
oh, so you know what this is supposed to be? I'm like, whoa, his book is like streetwear. Look at this crazy counterculture cover. Turns out this is supposed to be this is supposed to be like a social media post. That's what he was going for. I did not know that. I thought he was doing some cool streetwear shit with his book. I got a lot of this to get through, but look at that little face there. I've been following all of his methods, including Jing. You'll see this next week on the show. I've got this little bottle of Jing. We're going to find out what that is. He uses it in everyone's drink. I don't know if you've ever watched Bill Maher, but he'll be sitting there talking to somebody, takes out an eyedropper, starts doing drops in people's drinks. Finally, somebody goes, what is this? He goes, oh, it's Jing. I bought a bottle of Jing. We're going to see what this shit does. If Bill uses it, it's got to be good enough for me. So here it is. What This Comedian Said Will Shock You by Bill Maher. That's going to be a good read. I got some cool hats. Of course, the Tortured Poems Department, Taylor Swift, dad hat. This looks really good on me. I got the VFA Film hat. This looks pretty cool on me.
Incredible.
This is the Victorville Film Archive. And then I got... anybody know where this hat's from? Let's see here. Don't say anything. The chat, the first person to say where this hat's from in the chat will win $25. $25. Yeah, look, I could have worn it with this. It would look pretty cool. Where is this hat from? Why do I have it? And what's it about? Let's see who answers this first, because this will be for the real deep heads. Right? Where did I get this hat from? And maybe a screenshot of somebody wearing the same hat to show you at the end would be pretty cool. But maybe you'll understand. Let's see. We'll wait for that 30-second delay to go through. Where did I get this hat? VFA hat is so dope. Thank you. That VA hat fire NGL. Let's see there. The comments are coming in. Where is this hat from? Someone says NLO. No. Somebody says it's from Who Gives a Fuck. Guys, I am reading the chat. Remember that. I am looking at what you're writing. Be very... No, not online ceramics. I would not show you this. This is something to do.
Like, where's this hat from? And you're like, it's Louis Vuitton.
Yeah,
Thank
could you
for
imagine?
answering.
Could you imagine? Yeah.
It's obviously
His hat
from
is too
somewhere
big for that hat.
funny.
The Adam Friedland Show. NLO. No, nobody's got it. I can't believe there's got to be somebody. They'll come through. It is very late. 1:30 a.m. here on the West Coast. Someone says I got one shirt. LOL. We're getting a lot of LOLs in here right now.
Someone got it.
Who got it? I think I saw Denny wearing it. You got it. Who's that?
Satin Tide.
Satin Tide. Email me. You got $25. Mike is making up comments, they're saying. Okay, yeah, I saw Josh Denny wearing this hat. I ran out
Tag
and bought it.
or next up if you want to
Look at
see
this.
him wearing it. You guys wearing it together,
There's
matching.
the, check this out.
Uglies thing.
Look at that.
Be downgraded to co-host.
Same
I
hat.
like this. I kind of like being on the
Oh, it
side.
looks
like
horrible on him.
Fingers on the ones and twos.
that's
Right?
like
Do I look
a-
like DJ
lumpy.
Lethal?
You know, I was going to wear this hat on the show, then I realized 2 people have seen this video that I'm showing you. I thought, oh my God, this is going to be a great opening bit for the show. I'll have the same hat as Denny. But nobody has seen this video, and it was just one time he wore this hat. So, ha, I guess. You know, Denny, you win again, huh? Joke's on you, I guess. I just thought that was cool. I collect everything people wear, people have. I got it all. Wait till you see the Fools Museum we're opening up next to the Punk Rock Museum in Vegas, next to Big Fat Mike's museum. Big Fat Mike. It's a different guy. What else do I got before we end the show here? Anything else cool? Oh, I forgot to show you these. I bought these too. I'm going to put one of these on one of my guitars too. Look at this. Kill Tony 2024.
That's sick.
Cool sticker. These are bad quality. Kill Tony.
Meh.
Kill Tony.
Meh.
Knife LA. Kill Tony. There's another Kill Tony, and these get real bad as they go on. Look at these. Yikes.
Ugh.
What's the inspiration there, Tony? All right, Harlan Williams, you want to see some of that?
Sure.
Yeah?
Or do you want Steve-O?
Yeah, Steve-O first. Steve-O
You
first.
can
Bring
do
him
A little
down.
bit of both.
Bring him down. Yeah, of course. Steve-O! Steve-O's in pain, bro. I couldn't believe it. I thought maybe we had seen the last of Steve-O. This is Steve-O from Steve-O's Wild Ride. What was the last incident we had with him? It was pretty bad. He was doing terrible. Remember, he was going on all his podcasts to promote his special that he was selling exclusively through his website. I don't think that did very well.
And it seems like that experience scarred him.
Which
And
one
he
should
is-
we show? This Adam Friedland?
Yeah.
Okay. Steve-O. With my sister show guy, Adam Friedland. You know, I didn't realize this. So remember when Steve-O was on the Adam Friedland show? Do you remember this? The Cumtown guys, Nick and Adam Friedland, they're out of New York. Well, Steve-O was on their show, and I guess Steve-O left feeling like they made a fool out of him. I thought this was so interesting. You know, they kind of are irreverent like that with all their guests, and they see who plays along. But I guess Steve-O left, and I guess maybe the internet saw it as Steve-O got played. Steve-O was made a fool of. So Steve-O's been stressing about this Adam Friedland show Cumtown appearance with Nick Mullen and Adam Friedland. He's been worrying that he looked like a punk. So Steve-O, just like Bobby Lee, he's a worrier. He's a cleaner, and he likes to correct these things. You know, he likes to really control the narrative there. So he invited Adam Friedland onto his show to clear things up in a really weird, confusing, very short interview. that did not go well. Let's start from the beginning. I think Steve-O's going to open the show up explaining what we're about to see. And it's a wild ride. It's time to close that van door, Steve-O, and park the car in that Walmart parking lot. That's where you got to live because you're not doing too well. You know what Steve-O drives? A Tesla Y. Or as I call it, or as Sebastian calls it, a Tesla Y. WHY, of course, because why would anyone drive that? You got to be a girl. I'll let a girl drive a Tesla. Not a grown man who's rich with the dad of Philip Morris or whatever. Okay, watch this. Steve-O.
Hey, everybody, and welcome to a helpless wild ride with Steve-O. This week's guest, Adam Friedland, is somebody who I was really, really determined to do everything I could to figure out who he is, who he really is. I wanted to have a sincere, honest conversation. I wanted to break.
You know, how old is Steve-O? Can you do a quick search? How old is Steve-O? You know, what you're going to see here is very similar to like what we're going to see with Rogan and Harlan Williams, you know, behavior that Rogan's been showing an awful lot lately. He's 49. Okay, so this age group, they don't handle this comedy well. It's almost as if they really shouldn't be in the business of comedy. So this Adam Friedland, Steve-O thinks is like some sort of evil genius, throwing this guy for loops and confusing him with this really complicated comedy. It's really not even happening. Very similar to how Joe Rogan is letting these jokes fly right over his head, and they get aggravated when they miss jokes. You know, that makes you feel like a real old-timer. When you're missing all the jokes, the whole internet somehow sees it.
And he watched every video that everyone remembers.
Yeah, he watched all the coverage, Red Bar, all the coverage. So he's determined to figure this out. He's going to figure out what the joke is or what, you know, you'll see. Listen to how he explains this here.
To have a sincere,
I love this,
honest conversation. I wanted to break through to the real guy. And man, I didn't get anywhere. In fact, I was outclassed the entire time. I mean, kudos to Adam Friedland because not only is he hilarious.
You really need to stop talking. You can't talk like that.
Can I do it?
It's hard. Can I? You have to try to fix that voice. You have to try to add other melodies. Under this brittle, high mid stuff. You can't be doing a radio show with this voice. Why are you doing a podcast? Because everyone's doing one? Stick to the stunts, jackass. Wait till you see this little pathetic move he tries to do here. I'm so disappointed in Steve.
Kudos to Adam Friedland because not only is he hilarious, but at what he does, he is arguably the greatest that there is. Yeah, nothing but respect for the guy, as frustrating as I find him. And I find him frustrating.
Okay. He thinks Adam Friedland is just like saying dumbass shit. Like Adam Friedland has no plan. He's not a mastermind. It's not hard to get. And Adam's going to beg for him to understand this, where Steve-O thinks he's playing mind games with him. There are no mind games, so it's really funny to watch Steve-O say all this out loud. I mean, this is stuff you're going to scratch your head in the shower, fine. You know, but to watch a man try to desperately understand something that's not even happening to him. You know, the jokes have gone over your head so far. And these aren't hard to get jokes. They're plain as day. You'll see he's going to demonstrate how fucking stupid he is. Watch this.
So this one's a weird one.
It's only weird because of you.
Weird, and I am helpless.
My sister
the whole
Adam
time.
was great.
But
my brother in Israel.
It's amazing. Let's get into it.
By the way, neither Adam or Nick replied to any of my stuff. So Nick Mullen sent me an email, which I thought was fake, so I never replied. But I messaged him on Instagram. I said, hey, if you sent that email, here's the reply. Nothing. Adam Friedland, I reached out to him to congratulate him on knowing me and knowing us. Nothing. So either of these guys don't, they probably got so many girls cooking in those DMs, those New York girls, that they don't even know that there's guys like me all the way at the bottom screaming for their help. Right? Can someone reach out to Friedland and go, this guy Mike has been trying to reach out and give you your care package after the nice things you said. You're avoiding him. That's going to lead to investigations. There's no reason Adam Friedland shouldn't be calling me up and going, hey, you want to meet up for lunch? There's no reason.
You guys
for
would
that.
have a nice
We'd have a
lunch.
nice time. I need a Jew friend to talk about all the hatred I'm getting.
You do need a Jew friend. I think about that a lot.
No, I'm kidding. I actually don't get any hatred a lot. I pal around with the people doing the hatred. That's why. So I've totally converted. Like I've said, I am for Hamas. You win. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, people
Wait
of
till you
the
see how he starts
universe,
this. I love
I
this,
bring
Steve-O.
to you Adam Friedland.
Hi, how's it going?
Hi.
dude.
There he is.
It's just me. I thought you guys were guests too.
Okay, now this is inappropriate. Steve-O has got these two sidekicks on his show that don't know up from down. I mean, they're about as useless. I don't know. Somebody from the South would say they're as useless as can of beans, right? The people from the South, they got a million little sayings. I wish I had as many sayings as them.
It's okay. It's 8 hours.
Yeah, so these two are as useless as a stack of keys.
That's super useful.
Unlabeled keys. A bunch of keys in a drawer that you don't know where they go. So, yeah, they're about as useless as 1,000.
Hey, the Clippers should have to say
bugs.
what hour this is. At the
Yeah, how
beginning
about
of the
that?
clips.
Every clip that you post on YouTube, it should say this is from hour 8.5. Because it's really unfair that I'm being judged. People think like I'm broadcasting this crap. Okay, here he is. Now, Steve-O is like, really, something's going on with him. Wait till you see this. We thought it couldn't get any worse. You'd think he'd learn, he'd grow up. No, he's got these two jackass. This guy could be like one of these. I imagine this guy like used to be like full-fledged skinhead Nazi in his youth, and now he's this guy. You know? I don't know.
Remind me of. I don't have my finger on it yet.
But to make your guest sit here and have a conversation with just you, see, this is what's happening. These two don't really even say anything. Of course, now they are. But imagine you were invited to do a podcast with someone. You're Adam. You got to sit here, talk to Steve-O while these two fucking goons just stare at you. Inappropriate. Get them off the show, Steve-O. You don't need them. Are you that much of a puss? Look at these jerks. Okay, watch this.
I don't know. We're on the show. Oh my god, I feel like I'm getting grilled right now.
Well, you wouldn't have if you weren't so
that was just
goddamn late.
magic. What you just did.
Well, thank you.
Once the action was called, you just became.
Ooh.
There are these stories of Kelsey Grammer on the set of Frasier.
Look at it. He's making this little comment. He goes, wow, that's magic what you did, because before the show you were sitting there like this. Now all of a sudden, totally different guy, huh? Interesting. Now, Steve-O is under the impression that everything he thinks this is like Sam Hyde in his heyday. He thinks every word out of Friedland's mouth is some complex 4chan troll to set him up. Adam is begging him to believe that none of that is happening, has ever happened. But Steve-O refuses to believe it, and he's very weary. So everything Friedland says, he's like, wait a second. Is this another one of your setups? And Adam's like, no, I'm honestly just talking. Okay, whatever. Wait till you see this. This is really something.
Sure.
Okay.
And apparently he was got fucked up heavy.
Cocaine all the
on
time.
Cocaine, like in opioids, and like apparently he'd be like a zombie, and
Yeah.
they'd say actually be like, Niles, I can't believe, like he just transformed.
You're telling a story about Kelsey.
He's unreal. He's had a terrible life. Do you know about that?
I don't.
Everyone he's ever loved has died tragically.
Yeah, really?
Oh, looking at your cut. You see that? So he's just telling a little funny story about Kelsey Grammer. He goes, she's had a tragic life. Everyone that he's known has died. And Steve-O's like, is he doing it again? Is this one of those tricks that I can't follow?
Everyone he's ever loved has died tragically.
Yeah, really?
His sister was like kidnapped and raped
This
and
is
murdered.
tough.
I think his father was lost at sea.
That's not
Okay.
true.
I swear to God. Look it up.
This is the start of the show.
Right now.
Why would I talk? I would never lie
I think
about.
you're talking about like
Mr. Fraser Crane. What are you talking about? He's what?
There's videos of
the
like
man is an
Keanu Reeves with
institution.
the same
This is
story.
the start of the show.
There's beams of like his story lives.
No, that's
scuba diving.
So they look it up to make sure.
Sorry, Lost at Sea. I think that Lost at Sea.
Yeah,
I wouldn't come in and tell tales out of school, lie about,
especially
about my favorite man.
Okay.
Have you seen that show before?
Yeah, of
Frasier.
course.
This is the start of Steve-O's show.
Honestly, I'm more of a Frasier guy.
Really?
The concept of like two like British brothers having a cop dad who can't walk good. That's good TV.
I went to a therapist.
See, he doesn't know, like Adam Friedland was like the butt of the joke at Cuptown. Everybody hated it. Like, he's not this mastermind. Like, even Rick Glassman is, like you're confusing him for like a Rick Glassman. Like, now that could be a little confusing. Adam Friedland, no. There's no confusion. So to be this worried and startled by Adam Friedland, Adam Friedland, he's a harmless mush mouth. You can barely hear the kid saying. He's a New York City freak. Now, I love him. I love him to death. And if it were up to me, I'd be smoking cigarettes with him, some French-ass looking flat in New York with Dasha.
Would you wear a loose suit with him?
I would wear anything you would ever imagine. I would be smoking. I'd be asking Dasha if she needs more cigarettes. There's no
It's the
way
dream,
that Anna and
huh?
Dasha are ever going to like Red Bar, is there? We would have to change our whole lives around to make them like us.
There's no way. There's
Once
just
they
no
like
way.
us, I'm quitting the show. Once we get Dasha and Anna to acknowledge us, that's going to be the end. Okay. And look at this guy. Don't you think this is an X skin? A hammer skin?
That guy scares
And
me.
then this guy, let me guess, you love California's taco culture? Let me guess. The Barabipas is the best food? Shut up. Big fat fucking idiot. There's a million guys like you. Millions guys like this now. Walking all over the earth, adding gas, farts to the air. A million of these guys in every public bathroom, shitting up the house, making the heat rise in the bathroom.
Ooh, he scares me. He's done something bad.
Steve-O, we're investigating him. Gary, his name is, right? This guy looks like fucking Gary, what's his name? He's a serial killer, right? John Wayne Gacy. You look like a Gacy type of guy. This is what I'm thinking.
When we were watching Baby Reindeer, we were saying that every single person on Earth is either a victim or a perp.
Yes,
And
every
this
guy.
is a perp.
So this is how we judge people now. I look into a man's eyes. I go, is this a victim I'm dealing with or the perpetrator? Many men are the perpetrator. Many men are the victims. He's a perpetrator. What would you say? Victim, right?
Victim.
Friedland, victim.
Yes.
Steve-O, both.
No, Steve-O's victim.
Steve-O's a victim. Oh, and he's okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Steve-O's a victim.
You
Of
can't
course,
think
of
about
course.
it too hard. You just
Well,
gotta say
no,
what-
he did that one thing to that woman. He is victimized. He's a victim who is victimized.
It's not
I
even
think.
about specific.
What are you
incidents.
looking at? Seriously. What the fuck is... What, do I have something on my nose? What are you looking? Because I had it up to here. This is stalking. Okay, let's show you
But I
these
was just going to say it's not about a specific
Yeah.
incident. You just look at the guy and you got to decide if he's victim or perp.
Victim or
Unrelated to
perp.
anything else.
Unrelated
and everybody
to... Okay,
is
sure.
one.
You can see it in their eyes.
Yes.
Great.
One time and he was like, "How
Gay.
depressed are you?" And I was like,
Look at the mumbling. And this is the beginning of their show, like I said, with all this mumbling crap.
Like, oh my god, that's that bad.
Is that?
I mean, it's not good.
You could just like Cheers.
No, you don't watch 8 seasons of Cheers in like 7 days.
That doesn't seem to me like it has any correlation to
I think that sounded like a lie. That sounded like a lie.
Yeah,
Your therapist, as a professional, would never be like,
I think we have the same therapist.
"You stink for watching a great show."
So after
What do you want to do? Any processing their podcast anymore? Just light up a couple of mics. However it turns out, throw it up online. You see all the work I got to do here with the volume control? Steve-O's too low. Friedland's too loud. I got to keep writing this thing. This is not my job to do your post-processing. I can't believe I'm the only person who ever has complained about that in the world.
Here, go back 5 seconds.
Why? Okay.
I think we have the same therapist.
You stink for watching a great show.
So we're off to a terrible start.
Why? Every time we podcast together. No, every time I'm
right.
You think I'm horrible?
No.
Look,
I don't
here
think
comes-
I was late.
Okay, I was.
Okay, let's
I was
contextualize.
frustrated. Yeah, contextualize. Before, like you walked in, I was flustered because
Today, this is happening today. So Friedland shows up late. So they're all sitting there ready to go. I can't imagine showing up late to some place with video cameras going and all these people. That's nuts. To show up late to these podcasts, turns out they're all doing that. That's one of the things I've been hearing a lot. These people show up, they make people wait an hour. I remember that. I remember when I had these comedian co-hosts on, I'd be sitting there, it's 3 p.m., we're supposed to be starting the show. Meanwhile, your whole chat, where's the show? Where's the show? And you'd have to sit there sometimes an hour till these lowlives show up. They think that's fine. Imagine showing late to something like this. So Steve-O's been waiting for an hour. Meanwhile, he's talking about how he got in a fight with his editor while they were waiting for Friedland when Friedland was late. So Steve-O's had it up to here already.
Yeah,
Well, so-
contextualize. Before, like you walked in, I was flustered because.
Well, you look great.
Well, thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. So I was
look like
flustered
shit.
because, I've got my editor working remotely, and he failed to do something critical,
Oh, it's his fault.
which has compromised my entire schedule of
Your money, though?
But yeah, I mean, yeah.
You took money out your pocket?
Yeah, he blew it.
See,
and
Steve-O's a little diva. I don't think he works well with his employees and stuff. I don't think he really gets it. You know, he demands this really high level of work out of everybody. But I think he's a bad boss. A lot of these guys, I'm a bad boss. That's why I'm not a boss. I said, who do I hate more than anyone in the world? Employees. So why do all these guys want to be the boss? Dealing with the headache that gives. Because they don't want to do any of the work themselves. God forbid they lift a finger themselves.
that makes me mad. And all this going on while we're waiting for you to show up, and we had you scheduled at 6.
I
and
thought
it's now
6:30. I swear to God, I
6:45.
apologize.
Yeah. So
do you think that was like a big dick, like the power broker kind of art of the deal kind of move?
I don't know. All I know is that
really
I
think
don't
that
know.
you accidentally think I'm
Grammy.
like some sort of satanic force.
No.
You know,
I don't think that you're a satanic force. I think that our, albeit brief, relationship.
when you came and did the pod, you thought
Yeah.
Nick and I were like dickheads.
No.
You probably were though.
No, yes. You
But
were.
we love you. Do you understand?
Or I
They don't
don't doubt that.
This is what no one else but Red Bar could do. Be honest about who they like and love and all this crap. Oh, they love him. Oh, yeah? That's why you got a big kick out of making a fool of him for an hour and a half? Because you love him so much? Nobody loves Steve-O, okay? He's a joke. He's a fool. And that's okay to say. You could say that. Nick Mullen, you can say whatever you want. Release. That's the cool thing about doing this all yourself, right, guys? You got your own studio, your own fans, your own money. You can say these things. You don't got to pretend that you love everyone.
Do you have a favorable impression of me?
Not
I know
favorable.
that
You were part of my life. I hurt my balls ahead because of you.
I love that.
I literally did.
And I don't hold it. You were doing your thing, and it just worked out bad for me.
My thing, we just have terrible personalities.
See, I don't remember what was so bad about this. I could only imagine, on the Adam
They were
Friedland
like
show,
lightly
confusing him.
Yes, and then he got
with
all
their
overwhelmed.
bits.
And
He got
then
overwhelmed
probably
thinking
saw
they
the-
were like talking mad shit about him in a way that he didn't know.
And then probably saw the comments being like, Steve-O, this one totally over
Yeah.
his head. And now he's going, what?
Yeah, so in his mind, he thinks he was like the victim of some like underground 4chan crazy
He's watching the
troll.
tapes over and
Yeah,
over.
and he really
still
can't
doesn't
figure it
get
out. And everyone's probably laughing at him, like you said, in the comments and saying, wow, Steve-O doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. So Steve-O's sitting there. He's like, I got to figure this shit out or I'll kill myself. And that's what's happening now. And Friedland's like, I don't even know what to say. I don't even remember what we did. We were just goofing.
It's not like a contrived thing. We're just bad guys with bad personalities. People don't like being around
I
us.
mean, to be completely.
Did you see their tennis heads? The two co-hosts? Watch their heads. Challengers. I learned this from Challengers. Watch.
Bad person.
Look at this Challengers fucking move as they watch the tennis. Watch.
No, people don't like being around us.
I mean, to be completely.
That's a tennis meme. They did a tennis challengers meme. Look at this.
With bad personalities, and people don't like being around us.
I mean, to be complete.
At the same time, brothers in turn. Oh, that makes you guys so stupid looking. Two brothers, and you are a white supremacist, bad guy. I bet you got like all sorts of sick fucking tats under this shirt.
We hope.
You're trying to like work a straight life now after all the shit you've been through, huh? Not on my watch. I will expose you for those crimes. And then you, I don't know, yeah, you've probably been in the tamale prison. These hand tattoos, Mr. Tamale, right? He loves the taste of a tamale, an empanada. You've had one too many empanadas, fat boy. Let me guess, an empanada and a Coke every fucking day. Leaving crumbs on the couch, filling up the cracks in the couch with crumb. Creating a... what do they call that when they put that in between bricks? You know, he's doing that with those empanada crumbs. I could smell fucking empanadas on your little mustache. By the way, if you are from another country, shave the beard. Get it? I want you guys clean shaven. Okay, let's see where this goes. Steve-O's gonna... This moth, dude. Usually moths like die after a few hours
He
of
was
panic.
arrogant. I haven't seen him in a while.
This moth has heard the whole show before a lot of people have, which is pretty cool.
That is cool.
I wonder if the moth likes Red Bar.
Moth.
Okay. Oh, it's on like
fair.
He kept bringing up this guy over here.
To be
Have people seen the moth flying around?
Yeah, you
oh,
can
yeah.
see
So
it.
you could see this. This is not a CGI. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Are we playing it from here now?
Yeah.
V.
To be.
You think this
to be
guy
completely
is...
honest.
No, it's a different.
To be completely honest,
Yes.
it was a catastrophe for me. And
Why?
I
So
don't,
his appearance on the Adam Friedland show was a catastrophe for me. A catastrophe? Isn't this interesting? Let's see.
to be completely honest,
Yes.
it was a catastrophe for me. And
Why?
I don't hold this against you.
It breaks my heart.
I don't
believe him.
hold this
It breaks
against
my heart. You're like Bob Dylan to me.
It was.
Of hurting your balls, you're Bob Dylan.
It was if there was one interview, podcast, almost anything that I could go back and not do,
Really?
it would be.
It was
the
that
Adam
bad?
Friedland show.
It sounds a little anti-Semitic, a little, no? With everything going on in the world, I don't know if you want to be, if you want to be so hateful. It's
not even about that.
But there could be hints of that, huh? By the way, Friedland's joking. Did you clock that one or?
It's not even about that.
with everything going on in the world. I don't know if you want to be be so hateful.
It was just
How bad was it?
It was a terrible fail on my part.
Really?
What? You didn't do bad at all.
I did terribly. That was the.
Oh, you did bad, not
I
like
did,
we were
yeah,
horrible.
I'm criticizing.
Oh, okay. No, that changed. I mean,
Yeah.
I thought that we were just being mean, shitty guys, and we are. But like, you
but
are
you-
one of the
but-
few people we respect.
You were doing your thing,
I
and
don't
I
think it's
didn't get what your thing is.
You still
I
don't.
don't get what your thing
Judaism.
is.
Judaism.
Okay, I don't get it.
So,
And-
God,
and-
so God gives us the 10 Commandments.
Okay, let me tell you something, Steve-O. You have to be able to get this. I'm sorry. If you don't get it, you gotta quit. You have to get this. Joe Rogan, you have to get it. Sorry, leaders in comedy. You have to get it. You've made enough money. You got to be able to get it. If you want that comedy category badge on your podcast, you have to get it. You can't not get what Adam Friedland does.
It's really.
Sorry, bro. I mean, you must be really in the dark about a lot of stuff going on in this world. If Adam Friedland is throwing you for this wild ride, which you have claimed to have been on before, Steve-O's wild ride. I say the same thing for Johnny Knoxville. These guys are dirt stupid. You see it in Johnny Knoxville's eyes. Yikes. Didn't happen to Vince Vaughn, though. Vince Vaughn didn't turn into that. You would think Vince Vaughn would have turned into that complete, utter, desperate fool. Now, he did fall into a gambling problem where he gambles on Little League hockey. Remember, we saw Vince Vaughn. He was paying his debt. He still uses like a bookie. He was placing bookie. Guys, you got to see the show. Sebastian Maniscalco has a sitcom where it's called Bookie, where he plays a bookie we got to keep watching this thing. If you like horrible television, I mean, and this thing is shot terribly, but it's supposed to be like they're trying to make it look like a more expensive show, but it's on like a really low budget. Sebastian got fucked again. He gets fucked on all these projects. They use him and they do it wrong. It's underproduced. It's not directed well enough. The writing's not strong. And Sebastian, you got to see Bookie. We'll be playing you clips from Bookie. Believe me, once we find them. After we watch more Bookie. You got to see these types of shows.
Hey, I would watch more Bookie before I watch more Tires.
I can't get back and watch Tires. I mean, really, that says a lot. If I can't watch Tires, what do you think? I'm just such a hater? I can't watch Tires?
I would love to watch Tires.
We'll watch it. Okay, let's see what happens.
On Mount Sinai.
And your whole
thing?
your whole
thing?
Yeah, your shtick.
It's my shtick. I'm just a fucking obnoxious guy. What do you mean? Like, I'm a
okay.
Jew I live in New York, and I don't like waiting. I don't like lines.
You don't like waiting?
If my girlfriend brings me to a restaurant, we have to be outside. Wait.
What about waiting on you?
I honestly, I hate when people complain about the service. It's like, shut up and eat.
Right now, this very easy conversation is they're all confused now. Like Steve-O and his co-host, they don't know. Listen to this scramble.
I hate when people complain about the service. It's like, shut up and eat.
Different kind of way.
If I get bad, no, I'm not deflecting. If someone gives me bad service, I tip more. Because they probably have an awful day.
Follow any of this.
Waiting on you.
Oh, I thought you meant in a restaurant.
I get that.
Because I was talking about waiting outside of a restaurant.
Or he's really that
I was just talking about us.
I'm so dumb.
Us waiting on you for the podcast.
You've got to believe Adam Friedland when he says, I'm so dumb. I looked into it. But not as dumb as these guys.
Hey, but I just mentioned a restaurant in the sentence before. I thought you were talking about people like a waiter.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Like
Steve-O and a Mexican guy started biting each other and lock teeth.
They do have the teeth for it. They could do like a Chinese teeth trap with each other. Yeah.
Ooh, imagine the sound of their two teeth screaming against each other.
Look at those teeth. Teeth too long. Those look like fucking graves.
And Steve-O's teeth are
Look how long
even
it is.
longer.
I gotta pull out my tape measure. That's about 6 inches a tooth, brother. What the?
And you got pause on Steve-O's next. His are even
Okay,
longer.
I'll do Steve-O's teeth. Those teeth are so long.
Yep.
Too long. How's his teeth? Supremacy teeth.
I don't know.
I didn't say shit.
I don't know. But in any case,
Adam Friedland.
Ooh,
That's the Adam Friedland show.
Those are Denver
left talk show.
It's fun and it's funny, and it was the only catastrophe.
I want you to love me so bad.
I mean, dude, I respect you, and
you don't have any reason to respect me yet.
Well,
Why was a lot of feedback?
No, because
there
Nick and I.
there was so much feedback.
We're appalling.
How much feedback was there on my Adam Friedland show?
From
being a
pigs,
disaster?
from the pigs, from all guys.
Quite a bit of feedback.
These people are the dregs of society.
We're almost there.
You don't have to worry about these people. The economy would be better off if they die. They are a net negative on society. You don't have to worry about these freaking.
Right.
You were on Jackass 1, 2, 3 and a half.
Let me color.
Your
in.
life is so much sicker.
Let me color in.
When you threw up goldfish, it was a moment in my life. I'm not even gassing you, dude.
I want to see Rick Glassman and Friedland have to stay in a room until one of them wins.
I know.
Right?
So bad.
Glassman would win. Sorry.
I agree.
That Glassman, man.
He's got power.
He's fucking powerful, bro. Stay away from that Glassman unless you know what's good for you.
Like that's on TV. Where do they come up with that?
I don't know, but the feedback was that you had Neil deGrasse Tyson, Chris Cuomo, Chet Hanks, and all of those
intellectuals,
people,
thought leaders.
Those people, like, got your sense of humor, like played with you, like had a favorable episode, and that compared to all those people, I'm the
Those
one
were
who
different
hates shit.
verticals. Those were different verticals.
Right.
Under the Adam Friedland Show family of products. Okay. Those guys were on the Adam Friedland Show talk show, which is just me. I wear a suit And we
Now
had-
I think you're lying.
I swear to God. It's very famous.
Look at this.
It's incredibly famous.
Oh. Let's see. Now, these almost look like Lee press-on nails that he's veneered to his teeth. I think he got ivory Lee press-ons, bro, from Walgreens. He said, I don't have time. I got to fix these teeth. Maybe I should try that. Should I do an episode with Lee press-on nail teeth? I probably look just as good as these guys, Tony Hinchcliffe and the like. I am so glad. Look, when I talk, you don't really see teeth that much. I could have a whole mouthful of missing teeth. Nobody would know. I think seeing teeth is a bad look, man.
No,
Because
but
my
when-
teeth are all rotting. Everything is
When
rotting.
you smile at me with full teeth, so cute.
Look how long the tooth is. I mean, this could be. Let me pull up my ruler. It's 7.5 inches. According to my eye, that is a long fucking tooth. God forbid that gets. I just don't know how you go out life with teeth like that. All right. Was there anything else with this one? Because we still got some other stuff to do here.
You
give
could
me
go to
one.
1637, maybe.
1637. Okay, what's gonna happen here? Okay, here. Just more of this.
You want the timeline? This is one of the most boring lives of all time.
There's like 3
I masturbated at 14 for the first time.
Double up week.
I can't. The first time I got a hand job, I came in my own face.
Really?
Yeah.
How old were you?
33 years old.
Shut up.
Yes.
I genuinely respect your whole deal. I
What whole deal? You really feel like I'm a fucking nightmare. My whole deal. I'm just a guy. I'm just a person.
Your style of comedy, which is described as
Not me.
anti-humor.
I'm not anti-humor comedy. What are you talking about? I try to tell jokes.
Okay.
It's funny. I said 33 years old, my first hand job. That was hilarious.
It was. It was.
And
a
it's
joke.
true. It's funny because it's true.
Oh, I get it. It's anti-humor. That's why.
No. Still no.
Look at this guy. Imagine you're Dasha, you're looking down under the covers. She's down. Whoop.
Jesus.
That happened in New York. God, I'd kill to go to New York and go to the park with him. So bad.
True.
Okay, your comedy is wildly successful too. Where where are you booking shows these days?
I do like clubs, I guess, from time to time.
Shitty clubs.
Yeah, club weekends. Yeah.
Your Patreon is going off.
That's come down.
No, it's in decline. Active decline. Seriously. The trend is not looking good.
We're interested in Patreon.
So we had a
We're interested in Patreon. Can you let me know more about what that is?
Don't do it. You're not going to get a lot of sign-ups.
You want to get 7 sign-ups?
It's going to upset you.
You know what I love when these fools launch a Patreon when they don't have the audience for it, and they'll get like 7 to 12 members, and now they got to do all this bonus content for like $20 a month. But they have to, otherwise they're ripping off the guys that did sign up. That's the best spot. Brian Callen has been in that world for years. Luckily, the 20 guys never care if you don't give them anything. So it's perfect. But Steve-O, please don't do the Patreon.
a successful podcast called Come
How
Down.
about no more celebrities doing Patreon? Sorry. What are we talking about here? You're already rich. You just got to do it as a career now. There should be no donations.
And then Sav left, and then we rebranded it as the Adam Freeland Show, which
You
is
can go
kind
to
of a joke.
2910 for the last
29?
Yeah.
2910. Last one here, and then we're going to see Joe do the same thing. We're in a real good one.
See?
Yeah.
But I thought you said you voted for Trump, no?
No, I never voted for Trump. I don't understand it.
This is Steve-O, and this is voting for Trump.
Yeah.
That'd be funny as a video.
Okay, now here's another serious question.
Okay.
This might be a little dark or maybe a little less fun.
Okay.
How do you get a subreddit removed by Reddit? Reddit is the
I don't
most
know. Reddit did it.
toxic, filthiest cesspool of garbage.
Uh-oh.
And you
When people start dissing Reddit, Well, that's not good. You don't want to be dissing Reddit. I mean, Reddit's filled with some very good people. It's not a good look to be a host of any sort saying
Reddit is a cesspool, negativity, and horrible stuff.
we use Reddit every day.
You were supposed to go through this like 5 years ago.
You're
be
supposed to go
far
through this
over
when
it.
you're a kid. So he's trying to figure out, well, Cumtown's Reddit was deleted. I think it was deleted because they were doing anti-Semitic stuff before the war, of course, when that was still looked at as crazy. But now Steve-O's asking him,
Hey, how do you get Reddits taken down? Because I would love if we could just get all these communities shut down. That way I don't have to. That'd be way easier for me. Because honestly, like, really my only problem is like the millions of people saying how crazy and horrible I am. If we could shut those people down, then I'd pretty much be fine. I mean,
Here it is.
filthiest cesspool of garbage, and you had your subreddit
We didn't do it.
removed.
No, they were saying bad words on there and they got kicked off. It's their fault for being naughty.
They
should have followed the rules and not said bad words.
Hateful words. It was specifically
About me.
See, he's like taking notes. Okay, if I can get somebody doing hateful words in this Reddit, Steve-O's probably opening an account right now. Trying to get the subreddit banned. He's probably infiltrating his own subreddits
How
now.
much hate could Steve-O possibly be?
I know.
feel
What
like
is the
any
hate? Hate Steve-O
on
gets
Reddit
is
has
so
gotta be pretty
light.
right?
So light. Well, I'll tell you, I think he's worried about those old stories. That's kind of where all this worry and guilt comes. Because remember, people have told me, oh, Steve-O, he's involved in these Me Too moments. So I think that's where the real panic with these old timers comes from. It's really not so much the criticism, although that does sting their ego, but I think they are worried. People keep going along this path here where they're talking about me every day. Maybe they'll start stumbling upon some of my best ofs. Okay?
Said bad words.
hateful words. It was specifically
About me.
I mean, it was the Reddit thing was it was Reddit.
Is that on my Wikipedia?
It's on I think the Cumtown Wikipedia.
That the Reddit got taken down?
The
Wow.
Cumtown subreddit was
Wow.
taken down by Reddit because of violation of their hate crime policies.
My friend's
He is eating a lot of cream cheese in the last month. It's seeping out of his pore. I could smell chive-driven cream cheese.
Oh my God.
Coming off his breath. Okay, well, that's pretty much the point of this. Right? Steve-O, it's great to see you again. Let's bring down another old timer, another Magoo. This one might have been the best. You know, some of our favorite moments in this world are watching Joe Rogan not get the joke and get mad about not getting the joke. Well, we've told you this for a long time. Rogan, for the last few years, has been what's called papa-ing. This is when you turn into an old, useless papa and you don't know jack shit about the environment. Okay, so Joe Rogan had Harlan Williams on, a guy that, you know, years, I've always known Harlan Williams. We all have, right? He's been in every movie. When I was a kid, Harlan Williams was like in these movies, right? He was on TV. He was like a mainstream, I would call him a filler comic back then, where nobody was really a fan, but he was in these little things, right? Now, I remember first paying attention to Harlan as a little bit more than a filler character. So this moth is attacking me. I think I remember hearing him in Adam Carolla years and years and years ago during the height of Carolla's podcast and going, oh, this Harlan is kind of funny. You know, he's kind of good at this, and he kind of has a mean bone in his body a little bit. I love discovering this. I see this with Tim Heidecker, where these guys, they're pretending that it's just, you know, random comedy, but it does kind of have like a mean spirit to it. Harlan Williams was great on this. He destroyed David Lucas on that Kill Tony. Where was that? Was that the
That was the
YouTube
second
theater?
LA show, yeah.
He was on with the YouTube theaters on Adam Devine, who I was not impressed by. Thanks a lot, Adam. But Harlan Williams was great, and he really got a lot of attention at that roast for being real quick. He was quicker than anybody on Kill Tony. You know, the true king, I would say, Harlan Williams. Harlan Williams goes on Joe Rogan, And you're thinking, you go, yeah, is he going to just play it straight and kind of just talk to Joe about, real stuff? Or is he going to run bits? What's he going to do? Well, wait till you see what he did. He got Rogan to Papa. That means Rogan's getting mad. Thank God it's on YouTube, huh? The King is back to YouTube. I love this song. You could hear this song playing. If you were ever in my neighborhood, you could hear this all the way on the street. This Train by Day, Joe Rogan podcast all night. It is now 2:22 in the morning here on the West Coast. What does that make it on the East Coast? 5?
We've been on for 8 hours and 52 minutes.
Almost 9 hours. And we're just getting into a final bit of the evening. I think you're going to really like this. Take a puff. I'll take one little puff with you guys before we watch our final bit. Thank you guys for coming out on this late night. Clippers, don't post all this shit till we're ready. And I hate when also people post spoilers in the Bring Back group or even a screenshot of what I'm wearing. Let's let everyone experience the show like you guys got to, seeing everything for the first time. That's how I like to pretend that it works best to you. Okay, let's take a pufferoo together. We'll pray to Papa real quick. You want to get it? Is there a cute little song we could do for our last pufferoo? Could be anything here. And we'll light up using my Adam Friedland lighter from Red Scare. Have a final pufferoo with me. Okay. Who's this bitch? Oh, wait. Couple hits. One more. Shmee, weed, the stuff, the kush. It's good stuff. I love weed, but it's been hurting my throat. I got the humidifiers going all the time. Now we got it at 52% humidity in the household. Just letting you know. Okay. Joe Rogan, Harlan Williams, come on down. You fade that out. Here they are, my boys. I think it starts off right away. Just show you the beginning, of course. I got to say, this makes me, and I hope it made you, a big Harlan Williams fan. I want to say before we even show this, shout outs to Harlan Williams. It's nice to see someone doing real comedy. This is what we're talking about. It's like, we want to see comedy too. The reason why we're so mad and we cover you guys all the time is because you're shorting us. Like the top comics in the world should be making me and my wife laugh all the time. Don't we deserve a laugh? Harlan Williams made us laugh. So shout outs to Harlan Williams for trying to do comedy on a comedy podcast. Watch this. There we go. Train by Day, guys.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by Day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Wait till you see how similar we look, too.
Oh, boy. I think I've known you for 30 years. You know how crazy that is?
30. Wow, there he is. And again, this is another guy who's kind of grown into his look. I think he used to look a lot geekier and wimpier. He's kind of widened. He looks pretty good. I could probably do a little Harlan. I could have dressed up like him today had I put my hair up a little higher.
Try to spike it like him.
I can't do that now. I would never ruin my hair live on air. A lot of people tune in. They really, and I'm really trying. I've started really babying my hair now. Like I said, it was dry as a bone. And I was using just acne toner in my hair instead of shampoo for a long time. I think was stripping the color as well as the strength there. I was destroying my hair. Brittle, it's breaking off. So I started really babying my hair. I really want my hair to be as nice and healthy as Jeff FM's hair. So I'm really going to do a lot because I owe it to you to always have a nice head of hair. A lot of people, they look like schmoes on these podcasts. I think you deserve better. We're always going to try to really look nice for you here. Okay, here's Harlan Williams. I think it looks great, and I love this look in his eye. He's ready. He's ready to party, and he's going to use his opportunity on Rogan to do some comedy, show you what comedy is, which I commend. Hit that bell.
I think I've known you for 30 years. You know how crazy that is?
31.
Is it really?
Yeah. Wow. I remember the day we met.
Really?
Baskin Robbins on Melrose.
Really?
Yeah.
Did we meet at Baskin Robbins?
Baskin Robbins. You got one of those memories like the girl from Taxi.
Oh, do you really?
You got a mint chocolate
This is all a bit already. They didn't meet at Baskin Robbins. It hasn't been 31 years. Do you hear how genius this is already? Joe goes, listen to this. Joe goes, I think I've known you for 30 years. He goes, 31. Yeah, we met at a Baskin Robbins. 31 flavors. This just goes over Joe's head. It would probably go over my head too. But as soon as I got the first one, I'd relax and I'd be so happy that somebody is performing this level of comedy. So there it is. He starts the show, confusing Joe right off the bat. These are so good.
Oh, boy. I think I've known you for 30 years. You know how crazy that is?
31.
Is it really?
Yeah. Wow. I remember the day we met.
Really?
At Baskin Robbins on Melrose.
Really?
Yeah.
Did we meet at Baskin Robbins?
Baskin Robbins. I got one of those memories like the girl from Taxi.
Oh, do you really?
You got a mint chocolate chip, double scoop, and I had peanut butter and chocolate.
I think you're making this up.
Well,
I think you made this up. He's making this up. Yeah, as soon as he was saying he's got a memory like the lady from...
Oh, wasn't the Baskin Robbins part the 31? Do you meet people at Baskin Robbins? Surely, I've been around for 41 years. I remember every Baskin Robbins experience I've ever had.
For sure.
There's never a time where I'm like, oh man, yeah, maybe I did meet you at Baskin Robbins. I've never met anyone at fucking Baskin Robbins. And I've only been to Baskin Robbins a handful of times. It's closed down. It was nice as a kid. You know what my grandma used to call it? Baskin Roberts. Every time. And they had a nice ice cream when I was a kid. It was chewy, gooey. Might even still be good at select locations if you get it fresh. I love this. I love he's here to play. And Joe don't know.
What is
I
that?
was like, hold on, let's see how it goes. I was like,
Yeah, as soon as he
that's-
was saying he's got a memory like the lady from Taxi, I was like...
and I couldn't even remember her name.
Now that should be it. Now Joe should understand his playfulness now. And you've known him for 30 years. I've seen Harlan Williams like 6 times over the course of 30 years, and I understand what he's doing. You've known him personally for 30 years. You're going to let him all fly over your head to the point where you're so aggravated, you want to kill your 30-year-old friend, Harlan Williams. You're going to see he's going to want to murder him. He gets Joe so good.
That lady's got a crazy memory.
She does.
She can tell you like dates in 1972 what day it was.
Dude, I bumped into her at a sushi joint once,
Another
and
lie.
she reenacted the day I lost my virginity. It's unbelievable. She remembered it.
How did you know?
Look at Joe's face.
Virginity. It's unbelievable.
Look at this. Yeah, I ran into her. She knew the day I lost my virginity. Another joke. Because she has a good memory. Right? That's what you guys were talking about. And you've already lost the thread. You're already... What? What? And then he gets defensive when he can't figure out what's a joke and what's not. He starts getting very aggravated because it's one thing that he can't body slam. You know, he can't plunge out of this one. By the way, your body, you got to stop wearing these tight tees. It's time for a fucking makeover, Rogan. If you saw him in public wearing this, it's like a skin-tight size XST. It's ridiculous. You just can't think outside of the tight tee. Look at the sleeve height. It's like a miniature tee. If I was wearing that, I'd feel naked on this show.
Him and Tom split a 2-pack.
Yeah, him and Tom Segura with their deep V's. There's something about that deep V. The deeper the V, the less going on upstairs.
Wow. She remembered it.
How does she know?
Because
You
it
think
was
she's
her.
an alien?
No, it was her.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She popped my cherry.
She was hot back in the day.
She drove my taxi.
Ooh.
Yeah.
She acted as your depot.
Wait, what's her name? Mary Lou Retina?
No.
What is it?
It's close.
Mary Lou
Not-
Iris?
No, cornea.
Cornea. Mary Lou Cornea.
What's her name? Retton?
No, that's the gymnast. She's the gymnast.
That's the gymnast. What was her name?
Is it Marley Matlin?
That's the
So they go to 5'10".
They do this kind of shit. And Rogan's kind of thinking, okay, I got this. 5'10"?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what happens here. 5'10". Okay, here's a great one. I love this one.
High School Musical.
Speaking of human cookbooks, I have a buddy who just had a kid, and he told me him and his wife made placenta smoothies.
Heard of that?
And I'm sitting here.
Okay, so Joe's getting it politically charged by that sentence. Look at this. Harlan's setting up a Class A joke. You're about to hear it. But when he says he's got a friend who's eating placenta smoothies after having a baby, look at Joe's little alt-right reaction. Look at this.
Just had a kid, and he told me him and his wife made placenta smoothies.
Oh, yeah, that's that shit. That's like the litter box story, right? Where the girl's using a litter box in school because all the schools are trans only now. You know, and why drag Harlan into
That's
this?
like vegan cat.
Yeah, it really is. So he's going to, and he thinks that maybe that's what they could bond over. Don't drag Harlan into your boomer ass shit. Okay, just let him be a funny man. Okay, this ain't about your little war here with Dave Chappelle.
He told me him and his wife made placenta smoothies. And I'm sitting here going, what if you love them? What if you love the taste of your own kid? And one day you're with Billy at the park, and you're just looking at him, and you're like, you start licking your lips, like, he sure did taste good. And then cannibalism, and you eat your own kid. I don't
think it's actually eating your own kid.
Look at his face. I don't think it's actually eating your own kid. No fucking duh. Poor Harlan. Free Harlan. So imagine what Harlan's thinking in his mind. He's going, ooh, I gotta get this guy, this idiot. Now, you remember how Tim Heidecker talked about Kill Tony and all that? I think he's like that too. I think he's been on Kill Tony. He went to the mothership. He saw what they're doing in Austin. He hears everybody kind of, probably all the other professional comics in the world, I think, are ragging on Joe and his crew. I'm pretty sure they are. Because there is a difference. These are professional comedians. They take it seriously. Joe really, in his crew, it's not professional comedy that's being done. It's popular, but it's not professional. It's not the craft. It's not an art, what they're doing. I think Harlan knows this. And I think he's here to piss Joe off. I think he doesn't like these guys. I think he thinks that they're not comedy. That's what I think. Watch this.
You start licking your lips, like, he sure did taste good. And then cannibalism. You eat your own kid. I don't know.
think it's actually eating your own kid. I think it's eating the nutrients that provide nourishment to the kid while in the womb. It's not. You're not eating the kid. The kid is separate from the placenta.
It is?
Yeah, the kid is an actual.
I thought it was
fetus.
covered, like, when a gazelle drops its baby on the Kalahari and it like licks all that film off it. Isn't that placenta? Or is that just like a pasta sauce? It's like carbonara.
Oh, look at that. Okay. He gets pasta sauce. He gets that. He could understand that one. So, okay, he's giving a little smile. Do we continue here or do we play something else?
I know. Should I go to the... Do you want like all the little... I'm trying to decide.
Give
how
me
many little ones you
two
want.
more of these big misses.
Okay,
and
go
then
to
we'll show you.
1631.
And then wait till you see what Harlan finally does. You're not going to believe it.
In this park, I get right in the middle of the lion thing. There's like 60 lions. The car conks out. 300 degrees, no AC because it's an old junker. And I just got 60 lions just going, zebra? And I'm just sitting there. No one's coming.
God.
Daddy's sitting there in the
How long did
pride.
you have to sit there for?
I sat there for about 15, 20 minutes till they came. And I got to crack the window because it's like a dog in a Walmart parking lot. And I'm sitting there going, I'm a zebra. I'm sitting there, I'm a zebra.
You could die of heat exposure in there.
Or by getting mauled by a Pride Alliance.
Well,
Does
that's-
that mean they're gay if it's a Pride Alliance, by the way?
No, Pride isn't always gay.
Wait till you hear his definition of pride and what he thinks pride is. It is Pride Month, by the way, and all of our new merch is Pride themed and has Pride branding, gay pride, all over it. So if you want Red Bar shirts, it's all a rainbow disaster. And it's got all these pictures of trans people on it that says, I do these things to my kids, all this crap. You're never going to be able to wear the hats, everything. It's all just pictures of Robin Tran laying on her stomach, smiling with a bow in her hair, which we have drawn, hand-drawn, though. So hopefully you like that. It's Pride Month. The merch happened to release on Pride Month. Let's hear Joe's definition of pride.
Alliance. Does that mean they're gay if it's a Pride Alliance, by the way?
No, Pride isn't always gay.
Okay, they look gay to me.
Pride didn't used to be gay. It used to be like you're
Well,
proud of something.
One of them had the hair
Culture.
fluffed out. He
It's
looks
actually
pretty
in the-
gay.
It's actually in the Bible.
Lions are
Pride.
gay?
Pride.
Pride.
It's not good.
Wait.
Good.
What are we
Is it the same
talking?
thing? Is it the same thing?
I don't know.
It's
So
in the
he's saying
Bible.
pride, the sin, pride, the deadly sin. He's saying, you see what they're doing with
Pride
gay,
parades are
gay
pretty
pride.
sick.
What is it called? The Pride Parade? That's a sin parade. Get it?
Okay.
That's his message to the world.
Wait.
Jesus.
What are we
Same
talking?
thing? Is it the same thing?
I don't know.
It's in the Bible. It's one of the sins.
What, pride?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's one of the...
Right.
Yeah, there's 6, like...
So why would you make a thing?
Everyone
that-
knows the 6 deadly sins from the movie 6. I love Harlan Williams.
Is
here we
like
go.
I have American pride. I love
Yeah.
America. I
Yeah.
do have
That's the
America.
first thing you think of, American pride.
That's crazy, man.
When did he get obsessed with America? Like, really? I mean, at the very least, isn't America like
And he's been on one this week. Like we
not the real America?
don't
I'm saying
have
to be
time.
into the flag and America. I have American pride. Imagine saying something like that out loud.
But on
I have
like,
American pride. It's pretty cool.
anyways, he's been being so extra crazy. The
Yeah.
Dave Smith episode.
Oh,
and the
yeah.
Red Band episode. He was going on like long.
Something is making him
rants.
so physically sick with these libs. But again, the stuff he talks about, it's like he's talking about all that stuff that happened in 2018 with like Kumail Nanjiani and all those.
He opened up the Dave Smith episode by going, "You know what makes me sick? Weak men, weak liberal men, just disgust me."
I don't know where he's seeing that. Do they all live in your town? You live around? I've never seen. I live here in Tucson, Arizona. There's no. The weakest men here are just because they're Mexican, and they're weak because they don't have money. But I don't see, especially out here, I never see these libs. All you see is Jake Paul type guys and Mexicans and black rifle dads.
And hippies, but they look strong.
Yeah, I never see these infamous libs anymore. I like literally never see them. So I wonder where he's constantly running into these
And
guys.
I thought you lived in Austin. I thought you moved away from LA.
I
and
know, that's
you're-
what I don't get. But he's going on as if, there's this huge movement of the PC police. I just don't feel
And
that
he did this
anymore.
crazy speech where he's like, comedians need to learn that they can't just go up on stage and talk about vaccines all the time. Like, these people are going up there going, woo, vaccine, get the vaccine for clapter.
Yeah,
And it's like,
which
you're the only person
comic does
who's done the
vaccine stuff, I think.
Like, find me one liberal.
Where is he seeing
comedian
all
that's
this
doing
comedy where they're doing
vaccine
pro-vaccine
Every
comedy?
conservative does vaccine comedy.
Yeah. And sub comedy. The sub. Listen to this.
Oh, yeah, it's one of the...
Right.
Yeah, there's 6, like...
So why would you make a thing that is
Yeah, here we
like
go.
I have American pride? I love
Yeah.
America. I
Yeah.
do have American pride. I'm a patriot. I think this is an amazing place.
Yeah.
The
so I have
Patriot
pride.
Act.
So does that mean I'm gay or does it mean I'm sing?
Well, if it's just a verb, you're just...
You know what I'm saying? It's what a
Yeah.
flexible word.
No.
You're trying to learn American.
Just
English.
means proud, prideful. It's called gay pride, not just pride, by the way. Which is wrong. I mean, I agree with him. It's 100% wrong. There's nothing to be proud about eating each other's buttholes and sucking each other's cum. There's nothing to be proud of that. That's actually disgusting. For the record, just so you know, I wish he could say something that brave.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, what a flexible word. If you're trying to learn American English, like how we use things, like or just English, and you spoke another language that was more logical, you're like, what the fuck? Why don't you have different words?
Yeah.
Why do you have the same word that means such different things?
The word rose, isn't there like...
We'll never know, will we, Joe? It's a complicated one. Okay, what's our next Joe got had?
1925.
Good time. Okay, let's see this from 1925. Okay, yeah.
Like to learn Japanese. It's like speaking Japanese is hard, but now you have to learn how to read it and write it. Like that's extra hard.
I got a story for you about that a little later.
Did you learn Japanese?
Vietnamese. I sort of had to.
Were you in Nam?
Possibly. I did 2 tours in Nam. And I got to say, Sunquest bus lines.
The best tours.
Oh, God. Air-conditioned buses.
So he's laughing, okay.
Tours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Tours.
Yeah.
Very different meaning if you're talking about going to Vietnam in 1967.
Huge difference.
Big difference.
Yeah. And I found out. Do you mind if I just dip in?
This is the part. Everybody pay attention. This is the part. So we are 20 minutes in. He's been doing these jokes to Joe. Joe's kind of getting cranky. He's exhausted. He knows he's got at least 2 hours left. Can he handle this kind of nonsense? Joe kind of hates this crap. Joe hates comedy. He doesn't like when people do comedy on comedy podcasts. He wants you to talk about the culture war. That's what he likes talking about now, and nothing more. So watch what Harlan does to an already aggravated Joe. He already knows Joe's not getting any of the bits. He already knows this is all bothering Joe. It's disturbing him. Watch what Harlan does. This is where I need everyone's attention. I would like to do something to reward Harlan. Seriously, if there's any way, watch this.
I found out. Do you mind if I just dip into... I brought a little something. I have to do it about every 20 minutes. I do apologize.
What is it?
I have to have an eating thing I have to do.
Really?
Well, if you don't mind.
No, not at all. No.
Thank you.
So Joe's believing this.
What is your eating thing?
Listen.
I'm a little
Listen to this. He's fiddling with something under the desk. Joe's worried.
I have a tapeworm.
For real?
Yeah. It's about almost 4 feet. Have you ever had one?
You really do?
So this is the thing. Remember I said the difference between a prank and a lie? You give somebody something so absurd, you give them an out. Oh, I've got a tapeworm. You do? Yeah. A 4-footer. Really? Okay, he gave you the opportunity to just laugh along with it. But you didn't take that opportunity. Watch this.
It's about almost 4 feet. Have you ever had one?
You really do?
Yeah.
I never know with you, I don't know if I should feel bad or stop mocking you.
Well, you can do whatever. I didn't even want to bring it up.
I feel bad if it's true. You have a real tapeworm?
I do.
How'd you get it, you think?
I was in the Galapagos Islands recently. And,
okay, again, another absurd out. Never been to the Galapagos Islands. Listen to this story he tells, though. This is where the magic comes from. Listen to the details he's got telling this completely made-up story about how he got his tapeworm.
I was in the Galapagos Islands recently, and they have a road over there called the Bermuda eel rat, and it's not a documented species.
No.
It's local.
Not a documented species. So Jamie, don't type anything in because you won't find this particular road. It's not documented. Joe still. Oh my gosh, really? Listen to this.
Rat, and it's not a documented species. It's the local jargon.
Mm-hmm.
Everything evolves as you know, through Darwin. Everything evolved over in the Galapagos. The tortoises, everything. It's a unique place where evolution took place. And I guess this rat became a bit elongated, its spine, and so they call it originally off a Bermuda transport ship or something.
Right.
And so they eat it over there. And I ate the damn thing, and I got a parasite that led to a tapeworm. And she's about a 4-footer.
What do they do to get it out?
Well, they have pills, But
look at Joe's face.
This is, I don't even know if I should talk about this, but it was a little odd. I sort of got attached to the little fella.
Oh, you like having it now?
Well, you know, we hear all this talk about, you know, women and men can have babies. They're telling men they can have
So you
children.
got a baby tapeworm.
Well, let's just say I have something living inside me, and I sort of like it. I sort of like, sometimes
so
I
Joe
can feel it moving.
Can't determine if this is real or not. He's too afraid. He's getting really serious about this. His eyes are crusting over in this papa fashion, this angry papa. He's given him so many outs. It's 4-footer. I've grown attached to the little fella. You have? You should get that removed. Watch, this gets crazy.
And I sort of like it. I sort of like, sometimes I can feel it moving around. Sometimes I'll put a piece of cheese in the bed at night. It'll come out, and I feel like I have a tail. And so what I have to do, I have to...
Okay, so wait, you got to see Joe's face there.
And so...
Comes out, it has a tail, it eats the cheese. So he's like almost too exhausted to even argue with this. And he literally can't follow. Harlan Williams just said, the tapeworm comes out of me at night and eats little pieces of cheese. And Joe is still like really frustrated trying to figure out if this is real or not. Okay, this gets 10 times worse.
Night, and it'll come out, and I feel like I have a tail.
It has a tail.
And so what I have to do is I have to eat
celery.
Well, what it does, it reacts to the vibration.
Yeah, he pulls out a whole bundle of celery. I don't know what you call it. I can't believe those pieces are connected. I buy my celery in singular sleeves, by the way, at a very high department store. But he takes out a whole thing of celery, and he rips it off, and he's about to tell Joe that, you know, and Joe bought this whole premise, hook, line, and sinker, about how he needs to eat. Okay, let's see what happens.
Celery.
Well, what it does, it reacts to vibration of sound, and celery's kind of got the best kind of crunch, and it kind of settles the guy down.
Okay.
I just need to take a couple of bites.
Watch this.
Go ahead.
Joe. Look what he does to Rogan. Okay, now Rogan's... Hold on.
Well, if you're going to laugh. You have to do this about every 20 minutes.
For the tapeworm.
Yeah. Settles him down.
I think you're going to a bad doctor. I think you're getting bad advice.
Okay, so he knows this is a bit now, but he's like sick to his stomach, and he's starting to get paranoid. So he's starting to think, okay. So this guy told me this whole story about the tapeworm. I was listening to him. Turns out it's another one of these stupid fucking bits. Not only that, is he trying to like troll the show by eating the loudest, most noise-making vegetable on the planet? Celery? And is he really going to do this to me? He's going to just look me in the eye and crunch on celery? So Joe gives a little laugh. Ha ha. He ain't happy. Watch this.
I think you're going to a bad doctor. I think you're getting bad advice.
No, I just mean for me.
For you.
This is like a self-medicating.
Yeah, I think they can get rid of those things, man.
No, but what I'm saying, I've grown attached to Dimitri. I like Dimitri.
He's probably like, you know, have a forced labor.
But I like Dimitri.
Yeah, but you can't keep a baby inside you forever. The whole idea is the baby gets born and then it goes out.
Hold on, Dr. Spock.
Okay. So Joe's obviously physically annoyed. He hates this kind of crap. And then Harlan goes, hold on, Dr. Spock. Now look at Joe's face here. Joe hears, hold on, Dr. Spock, while he's already really aggravated and thinking that he's being trolled. He confuses Spock with Picard, who is bald, and almost, you know, instead of like thinking it through, he thinks, oh, I'm getting now a bald joke you're throwing at me, and he makes this face. Look at this face. All right, settle down, Dr. Spock. Watch this. But he hears Star Trek. He's thinking Picard. I'm bald. I must be Dr. Clean, Mr. Clean, Dr. Picard. Spock.
Forever. The whole idea is the baby gets born and then it goes out.
Hold on, Dr. Spock.
Ooh, I haven't seen him like this since New Jersey, or Boston, or wherever this gross East Coast Italian guy is from. That's what we're seeing here. Joe is no different than just some Italian boomer, idiot mafia guy. So look at that. That is him not too happy. This gets much worse.
So the whole idea is the baby gets born and then it goes out.
Hold on, Dr. Spock. These suckers can grow up to 30 feet long. Mine's a 4-footer.
Can they really get that big? How do they know how big yours is? Would they do an MRI or something?
He's going to keep crunching that celery.
Well, we did an ultrasound.
And they could see the tapeworm
You can
inside?
see it.
Do you got a picture of that?
I don't have a picture handy.
How do you not have a picture on your phone of that?
My kid, of little Dimitri.
Yeah. Seems like he'd be really sad if you didn't have a picture of him.
I got to bring one in. When I come back next week, I'll bring one in.
Tapeworms or...
Okay, so now Joe's reading about tapeworms. He doesn't have a tapeworm. He didn't have Galapagos seasoning on his rat. Okay. Yeah, they put this Galapagos seasoning on it that they use for everything. So Harlan is
doesn't know
like...
what to do, so he just starts reading, even though he knows
So
it's not true.
Joe starts reading as if now they're discussing tapeworms, and Harlan's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Holy. Okay. Watch this, though. Watch what Harlan does to Joe as Joe madly reads the screen. Look at this.
When I come back next week, I'll bring one in.
Tapeworms or cestodes could range in length 1 meter up to 50 feet. 50 feet, dude. 15 meters. The length and width of the tapeworms can vary.
So he keeps crunching on that celery, and Joe is pretending to just read that text. He doesn't hear the loud, annoying crunch in his ear that he can't believe a guest is doing. You know, Joe doesn't like when people eat on the show. Yeah, I get it. You know, chewing into the microphone, chomping it like he did on Kill Tony with his gum, that's fine. But at Joe Rogan's place, you do not eat food. Remember, I've seen him yell at one of the Wart brothers. What are they called? The Eisensteins. Who are those little creeps?
Weinstein.
Warts and Weinstein, yeah. Weinstein was like, my blood sugar is down. You mind if I have a bite of this candy bar? And was like, you better take that bite fucking quick. Weak man. So sick of the weakness. You get some vitamin D in your system. So Joe is sitting there pretending not to hear these loud crunchings, and Harlan is not going to stop.
50 feet, dude. 15 meters. The length and width of the tapeworms can vary depending upon the species. Wow. Pork, beef, fish tapeworms can grow to be 15 to 30 feet. Oh my
And
God.
Bermuda eel rats.
Yeah.
They have that there.
How'd that rat taste?
You know, it's
didn't eat
kind
the
of good.
rat.
You know,
Really?
they season it up with the Galapagos seasoning, and it's kind of like blackened catfish, but it's like Galapagos seasoning.
So you think all those people who live there probably have tapeworms?
I don't know if they have it, but I sure got it.
They have to have it. If you got it, that must mean everybody has it.
Unbelievable.
We owe you money, bro. He's sitting there going, listen what he says.
If you got it, that must mean everybody had it.
Unbelievable.
There's places in the world that, like, especially like tropical places, where most people have some kind
Look
of
at how he's
look
scrunched
at-
up. Look at
Look at Joe. Look at Joe's. First of all, look at Joe's face. He turned his mouth upside down. You see this? I could show you the curvature. This is some flat earth nonsense right here. Wait till you guys see this.
Jesus.
This is a line, and you draw it like this. Follow that line. You see that?
He looks like
This
the
is
moon
a Sharpie
from
line.
the original movie where it gets hit in the eye.
Yes, yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes. Look at his body language. He is curled up. He is physically uncomfortable. And look what Harlan's doing while Joe's staring Harlan right in the eye like this. I've had enough. You're ruining my play date. And look what Harlan's doing. Another giant bite of the celery. So watch this. Joe is so mad, and he's going to let it come out. We're going to see Joe kind of snap.
places in the world that, like, especially like tropical places where most people have some kind of parasite.
Crunch.
It just becomes
Look
a
at
part
Joe.
of, like, your body.
Look at Joe sitting through this. No one's disrespected Joe like this ever on his show. Makes you think, out of all those thousands of guests, not one person ever, besides him, has attempted to do comedy on the Joe Rogan Experience comedy podcast. This is the first time. It's been 14 years, 3,000 episodes. Ladies and gentlemen, the first time comedy has been attempted on Joe Rogan's show. And how does Joe feel about that? Well, he's as grumpy as a ghoulie. Even the ghoulies knew how to let loose. They understood pranks and jokes.
That ghoulie back there smiling.
Really, the ghoulies, by the way, we should stop. It's rude to the ghoulie to keep calling Joe a ghoulie because the ghoulies got bits. They were doing bits. They were doing panty raids constantly at the college. Real light stuff. And they killed people at the college as well. There's a lot of killing that the ghoulies did. So they killed a lot of people. And were the parents of those people ever informed that their kid was killed by the ghoulies in freshman year of college? They make it seem like that's just how it goes. So there's Joe. Let's see what happens here.
You now exist with that thing in you forever.
Oh.
Have you ever had a tapeworm?
No, I have not.
Do you want one?
No, thanks.
No, thank. I haven't heard. This is like immature. Listen to Joe's demeanor now. You ever had a tapeworm? No. You want one? No, thanks. But it's worse than that. Look. What?
You now exist with that thing in you forever.
Have you ever had a tapeworm?
No, I have not.
You want one?
No, thanks.
What's the worst thing you've ever had? Like the worst?
Oh my God! Wait.
You want one?
No, thanks.
What's the worst thing you've ever had?
Oh my papa, my grandpa isn't ready to have grandkids yet. He's still mean. Grandpas are supposed to be nice as fuck.
His lines.
You're just a dad. You're as mean as a fucking dad. You ain't no grandpa. Everything I compare you to is, in fact, better than you, better behaved than you. Most grandpas, that's a shame on grandpas. Look at this guy. He's all twisted up. He's so miserably mad. And he knows he's going to be the laughing stock again, and he just can't figure it out. He just can't figure out how to let loose. What does this green room hang if you can't figure this one out? So you're not really having that much fun in this green room. The jokes can't be that good. It's just a bunch of Tom Segura, Tony Hinchcliffe, very basic. George Floyd, not even good George Floyd stuff. Probably you're laughing at the man. George Floyd. He hates George Floyd. I wish all black people really knew what he says about George Floyd behind closed doors. I bet you is some of the worst George Floyd stuff you ever heard. I'd like to tell the families of Floyd about that, about what I think he might do and say. Okay, so watch this. Harlan's not stopping anytime soon. It gets much worse.
Like the worst weird ailment.
Staph infection.
No way. How many people on your staff?
He's getting them again. They bring up staph infection. How many people on your staff?
Do you want one?
No, thanks.
What's the worst thing you've ever had? Like the worst weird ailment.
Staph infection.
No way. How many people on your staff?
It was a small business.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, just one employee.
What's a staph infection?
It's it's an infection that you get on your skin. And
it's like a bacterial infection?
Exactly. It's really common in jiu-jitsu. And a lot of people get it, they don't recognize.
2752.
Look at him. He's talking about fucking jiu-jitsu and what's common. If it's common to get these infections during jiu-jitsu, maybe you don't need to do that. Is it worth it? Hey, dude, you want to come out and get some infections with me that are life-threatening? Well, what's in it for us? We get to grapple to the ground. I mean, really, we got to wake up from this MMA. This is weird. Okay, what's our next code?
2752.
2752. Here on this short Joe Rogan episode. What's going to happen here? Good God. Okay, yeah, okay. We're going to do another little pun that's going to make... And look at every time we pause on Joe now. 27 minutes into the show, he's got this face on. Uh-oh.
He goes, yeah, you should get it looked at. So immediately I went to a dermatologist, and he's like, yeah, it looks like staph. And he put me on antibiotics before they even get the results of the test back.
He put you on, not your cow?
My cow.
I thought you said your calf.
Calf, like leg. Part of
All
your
right.
leg.
See that again. Brutal.
At the results of the test back. If I go, really? He goes, yeah, you should get it looked at. So immediately I went to the dermatologist, and he's like, yeah, it looks like staph. And
his
he put me
calf.
on antibiotics before they even got the results of the test back.
He put you on it, not your cow?
My cow.
I thought you said your calf.
Calf, like leg. Part of
All
your
right.
leg.
Harlan! The Harlan Globetrotters, everybody. Just dribbling in circles around Joe. Like those Globetrotters do. Look at Harlan. Don't you just want to give him a big hug for doing
I
this?
love him.
What a great man. Would he ever, I wonder who he confides in. Who does he talk serious with?
He's got a
we've
lot of
never seen him.
women.
Yeah, he does get a lot of women, I think.
You can tell.
He's got a bunch of those flamingo blow-up flamingos all over the pool. He's sitting there drinking Mai Tais. He's probably lives the life similar to like a tiki fan. You know, like a guy who's really in. Doesn't he look like a guy who had really been to tiki, tiki bar, tiki cops, pirate? He's probably got a whole nice tiki backyard
I would die
with like
to
a
hang
smoke
with
machine
him.
and sound effects of the ship. Okay, let's see.
I thought you said your calf.
Calf, like leg. Part of your leg.
Oh, he's furious.
That
All right,
one.
guy.
That one. You really went out there with that one.
No, that was hilarious. Oh, and then he stuffs the celery.
That one. You really went out there with that one.
Watch this.
That's the worst thing.
Have you ever had-
You really have a tapeworm?
I do.
For real?
Yes. Please.
What do they have you on ivermectin? What do they have you on?
They don't have. They just. You can't get it. They all they do is kill it. It lives. It can live in your system.
Oh, wait a minute. Joe might think he's making fun of him for his horse
And what if he
dewormer.
is?
What if he is? Wow. So Joe might be sitting there going, wait a minute. Are you like mocking me for the whole ivermectin thing? Pretending you a tapeworm, horse dewormer? Remember this whole crap? So in Joe's head, he's like, and it could be what Harlan's doing. I don't know enough about the real Harlan to know if he would do that. You know, because Joe likes, and Joe even brings up ivermectin to kind of address it head on. I think he's bringing it up here. Oh, like ivermectin? I'm aware. I'm aware of what you're doing. I think he's testing the waters. Let's
Just you can't get it. They all they do is kill it. It lives. It can live in your system. They told me for your whole life.
Right. Yeah. Have you ever seen bears? They have them like sticking out their ass.
Oh, yeah.
Like a fucking hose, like a garden hose, just dangling.
You ever seen the worms that come out of praying mantises?
Oh yeah, it's
They're like
Yeah,
huge.
huge.
They put a praying mantis in water, and the bastard must not have been praying enough because it's got a tapeworm longer than Dolly Parton's ass hair.
Not only that, those worms, those aquatic worms, trick
Watch his mouth.
grasshoppers into drowning.
Okay. Look what Harlan's doing. So Harlan's chewing on this rotten piece of celery, probably the heart. That's a celery term. So he's chewing on the bottom or something. He's got a root end in his mouth. So he just takes it out of his mouth. He spits it out into his hand and puts it on the table. This is where Joe lets out his anger for the whole situation. Watch this. Keep your eyes on Harlan. This is a big moment. And listen to Joe. Watch this.
His ass hair.
Not only that, those worms, those aquatic worms, trick grasshoppers
Takes
into
it out of his
drowning
mouth.
themselves so
Excuse me.
they could be born. What are you doing, man? Don't do
No, the pulp.
What are you doing, man? Don't do that. Listen to this. He goes full adolescent. Listen to this.
Trick grasshoppers into drowning themselves so
Excuse me.
they could be born. What are you doing, man? Don't do
No,
that.
the pulp.
I know, but don't just grab it and put it on
I
the
know,
table.
but it was. I
It's
felt like I
gotta
was chewing
clean that.
cud. Well, I put it on this other celery.
Okay.
You reprimanded him in a serious manner and then went, okay. Listen to that again. This is big.
What are you doing, man? Don't do
No,
that.
the pulp.
I know, but don't just grab it and put it on
I
the
know,
table.
but it was. I
It's
felt like I
gotta
was chewing
clean that.
cud. Well, I put it on this other
Okay.
celery. I would never put cud on your.
Stop. And he's saying stop to the whole bit already. He's had enough. He's using the spitting thing out as a way, an excuse to stop the bit. Look at Harlan. And they're almost in a physical fight at this point.
I mean, this is a lot of work for him.
Yeah. To do this, use this opportunity to do this. He might never be invited back. So it is ballsy. And Joe's getting really annoyed here.
Well, I put it on this other celery.
Okay.
And do you like his excuse? He goes, "Oh, I didn't spit it on the table. I put it on top of the other celery." Hey, Joe, that checks out. That fucking works. Oh, no, I didn't put it on the table. I put it on top. 2 60-year-old men. I put it on top of the other celery. You can't be mad.
It felt like I was chewing cud. Well, I put it on this other celery.
Okay.
I would never put cud on your table.
Stop the celery, please.
Just stop the celery, please. There it is. Censoring comedy live. This is the only person putting an end to comedy is Joe Rogan himself. Stop with the celery, he finally says.
Celery.
Okay.
I would never put cud on your table.
Stop with the celery.
Stop with the celery,
Well,
please.
I don't want Dimitri.
And now you give him this look like grow up. Look at
Put
this.
cud on your
Just stop
table.
with the celery, please.
Well,
Look at his face. Please. Okay? Can we grow up already? I see what you're doing. I get it. You made a fool out of me. Enough.
I mean,
don't want Dimitri to get upset.
You need to reach in your asshole and pull Dimitri out.
Oh, he mad.
and they're sitting like
You need
2 feet from each
yeah.
other, staring at each other in the
Yes.
eye.
And Rogan is visibly, I haven't seen him this mad in a long time. You need to pull Dimitri out of your ass already, he says.
Dimitri to get upset.
The tape.
You need to reach into your asshole and pull Dimitri out.
Well,
you need to like your shoulders down the ground, ass up here, just get it,
dude.
Get in there,
Joseph,
and give birth.
Joseph, dial it down.
Whoa!
I'm not gonna.
Does he ever turtle on you?
Yes.
Does he?
That's why I call him Dimitri. One night I put out a piece of feta cheese, the Greek stuff, and he went nuts. Came out,
huh?
Have you ever seen a Burmese python?
Yes.
I had a lay friend over, and I get little Dimitri got jealous.
Listen to this crap.
And I woke up, all I heard was, and I
was
looked
choking
over.
her.
He was, unbelievable.
Wow. How are you laying?
Spooning.
Like, where's her face? Is it like right where your ass is?
Well, we spoon upside down, so
I'm like feeling it makes sense.
she uses
He's
her.
pushing this out through anger. I mean, he's really at his wit's end. Just go, okay, fucking Dimitri. Yeah, okay, I'll play along here. Doesn't last long.
My nose like a bicycle rack.
You have to come out.
That's fake laughing. He's had it.
Yeah. It's not pretty, but he's my boy.
How long is it going to take to kill him?
I don't want to kill him. This is why I'm...
No, but for real. How long is it going to take to kill it?
Well, once you take those pills, you can kill it like within about 3 days.
And you're not taking the pills?
No. I'm telling you, guy, I feel like I have a boy inside me. Well, wait a minute. Like a child.
Okay. Well, good luck with that.
Thank you.
Have you seen, I want to see a photo of those bears. The bears that have
Oh my
it.
God,
It's so
Rogan
fun.
brings up bears out of nowhere.
So look at this. Here's where this gets really genius. Harlan Williams has not brought up bears. He brought up the parasite, the tapeworm, Dimitri. The joke tapeworm. Jogan. Where's that from? From me. I've done that before. So Joe Rogan starts going, yeah, have you seen these parasites that bears have? Now, how convenient. Wait till you see what happens next, because Harlan didn't bring up bears at all during this interview. Did Harlan know Joe would probably bring up bears today? Let's find out. Should I keep playing from here? Watch this.
Disgusting. It looks like enormous spaghetti.
Oh, with
just
the
falling out of their ass.
Oh, have you ever been attacked by a bear?
No.
Holy
I'm
cow.
here.
Remember, Joe Rogan brought up bears by himself. Harlan did not bring up bears. Joe Rogan brought up the bears. Now Harlan's asking if you ever been. Okay, I'll talk about bears with you, as he's probably heard Joe talk about bear, many times on this show. If you tune in any random episode of Joe Rogan, you're going to hear about the coyotes, the chickens, the bears, the elk, the wolf. You're going to hear those stories. Maybe Harlan has heard those stories a few times. Let's find out.
Thank you.
If you see, I want to see a photo of those bears. The bears that have it, it's so disgusting. It looks like enormous spaghetti.
3:12 in the morning.
Oh, with
just
the
falling out of
yeah.
their ass.
Oh, have you ever been attacked by a bear?
No.
Holy
I'm
God.
here, right? From
Well,
here. you look at that.
there are survivors.
Joe's
of
showing
it.
bears now.
Tapeworm coming out of his asshole. How crazy is that?
Whoa, looks like he just got married. You should put tin cans on the end of those.
Read that fucking- He's just hoping someone steps on it so he could pull it out of his ass.
Yeah. Looks like he was parachuting
good
and,
at 33.
and he landed.
Okay, so they're talking. Joe Rogan brought up bears. So watch this. What was that? 3310.
Yep.
Okay, watch this.
I don't know if can I share something with you?
Please do.
I'm a blueberry nut. Like I'm like blueberries. When blueberry season hits in early spring, I'm nuts about it.
How's Dimitri feel about that?
Well,
Oh,
he
fuck
like
you.
celery. Don't give him bears.
Okay. You're doing like what people do to Oliver Tree, where you're like destroying their bit. You know, the Dimitri part's over. Let it go. He doesn't want to keep adding on to the Dimitri thing. You're making him ruin his own bit. It's embarrassing for bit makers. Okay, watch this. So Harlan's going to bring up something else that he wants to talk to Joe about. Kind of funny because Joe brought it up first.
How dare you make fun of my boy, Joe?
Anyway, blueberries?
So this was about 7 years ago. I'm up on a hill in Banff, out in Canada, in the Rocky Mountains.
Shout outs.
Grizz, you know Grizz, and I'll use a line from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Remember Caractacus Potts?
Mm-hmm.
He was the father to Dick Van Dyke, and he used this line where he's singing. He goes, he's doing a song in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, and he does a line where he goes, "And the bear came a-lolloping over the mountain," and I'm sitting there picking blueberries, and this behemoth comes flying over the hill.
So that was a grizzly bear.
It was a grizz. And when they attack, they roll you. Love this. They roll and claw. And I've never done this, but
he's unbuttoning his shirt.
You're such a dork.
He reveals bear claw scratches on his chest. So Rogan and him have been talking about bears. Rogan thought finally we're on to something normal.
That I like.
It's all been a setup the entire time. Harlan has had his shirt buttoned with this bear makeup on for over a half hour, waiting for Joe to bring up bears so that he could share his bear story with a pre-made, pre-planned out bit where he's got these realistic bear claw scratches all over his chest. Now watch how Joe reacts to this.
And I've never done this, but
You're such a dork.
He has fucking had it. He doesn't even know what to say anymore. He's gone full Boston. You are such a dork. You're like the Wizard of Loneliness. This is Nathan for you, a level of anger from an older man who's being pranked. The Wizard of Loneliness. Watch this. Everyone's cheering him on, by the way, in the chat, Harlan. They love this bit.
what do you mean? Well,
watch what Joe does.
Is that a real fucking tattoo?
Is that a real fucking tattoo? It's makeup of bear scratches that he's trying to do. Harlan cannot believe that 2 feet away from you, you're confusing this. He just said, he was telling a whole story about how he was attacked by a bear. You believed every second of it. Then he shows you these fake, you know, like the stick-on wounds that are like 3D stick-on wounds that you glue on and put fake blood on.
Halloween
gag from Party City. And Joe goes, is that a real tattoo? And Harlan does not know what to say now. Watch this.
Is that a real fucking tattoo?
It's not even a fake tattoo. He doesn't know what to say.
Dude, this is not easy for me to talk about. The bear came a-lolloping over the mountain. And
That tattoo belongs to a mechanic in Idaho, and you need to give it back to him.
He does. He's.
Now you got.
This idiot thinks this is I don't even know what to say to that. This gets worse.
That tattoo belongs to a mechanic in Idaho, and you need to give it back to him.
Show?
Let me see it again.
What the?
Let me see it again.
The bear came a lolloping over the mountain.
But you're laughing in like the end of madness type of laugh. You're laughing like, I don't even know what life is anymore. This foolish world, kill me. That kind of a laugh. Like you don't find this to be funny. You're like giving in to like how you want to fucking shoot yourself.
Up and over the mountain.
Gets worse.
What? How dare you?
Is that
sir.
the longest anyone's ever gone for a gag? That's the furthest anyone's ever gone.
Nope.
You actually got it tattooed on your chest.
So in his world of top comedians, that's the furthest thing, holding on to a gag for a half hour and then revealing it. That's the furthest anyone's ever gone for a gag that he could know.
Well, hang on, guy. I'm trying to tell you, I got attacked by a grizz. You know what?
Watch this. There's more.
Oh my god.
He's gonna spit out. He spits it out again. Spits it out
And
again.
you know what I did? I did a thing. I invented it called the jelly roll, because I'm in the blueberries. The only way to evade the grizz, I roll down the hill. He's ripping my chest right down the hill to a river. Boom, bouncing around like Moses
Blueberry
with
jelly.
tuberculosis teeth.
You're making jelly as you roll through the
I'm
blueberries.
crushing it down.
Just...
And this bear was just befuddled, just stood there, looked like Forrest Gump with a Chinese dildo up his ass.
Look at Joe. Oh. He's done playing.
Now, a mountain lion, on the other hand.
Watch it.
Can I share something with you?
Does it involve another tattoo?
Well, no, the mountain lion.
Mountain lion
What's
scratches.
Did you glue those on? What the fuck is wrong with
The mountain lion scrapes. He digs in with his claws. What? What's wrong with you? Can a guy have adventure stories in nature?
Yeah, that makeup artist, whoever did that, they're like from the Twilight Zone. Same person. Same
He's shitting on the
that
work.
that alien's head.
Here's the scar.
It fell off. Hey, you're healing by the power of Jesus.
Oh, God.
Watch this.
You're healing.
Yeah. But here's where I talked to you earlier about learning Mandarin. Here's the difference between
God, I see
evolution of nature, mammals, critters, and human beings. Cut to about 8 years ago. I'm on a Mackenzie River, and there's white water like you wouldn't believe. Little Vietnamese boy, kid named Kim Long Wow, freckle on his face, unbelievable. Tips, okay? Bears, wildcats, they just scratch. The ingenuity, the intelligence of a human. I jump in, grab little Kimmy Long Wow. He starts scratching me. Can I show you something? Look at this. This kid scratched the shit out of me. And even in
Chinese
a panic
writing.
state, I had to learn Mandarin. This is 'twas the night before Christmas.
Look at you.
Jeez, man. Unbelievable.
What was his name again?
Little Kimmy Long Wow. He had freckles on his face. It looked like Dolly Parton serving apple cobbler if
And
you
he was-
joined them.
He was Vietnamese?
Vietnamese boy.
What are you doing?
Kimmy
Why
Long
would,
Wow.
why would a Vietnamese kid have freckles? That seems uncommon.
That's what was so weird. That's how he stood out amongst all the other boys.
You were
Child
just
of an American.
laughing. What were you laughing
What
at?
are you laughing at?
Or you just don't know what you can
You don't know
say?
what to say, so this is your way of playing back. You don't look very playful right now.
Well,
I don't know.
Okay, what's our next one? Do we have another one?
maybe we should end it with
Yeah.
Joe trying to do a cute little gag with him.
Oh, okay. So Joe
There's
tries
a but.
to do.
If you like this, you should watch this whole episode.
Yeah,
It's
this is good.
Extremely funny.
Okay, what's our next code?
010145. So Joe's loosening up a little bit. He kind of.
Oh, this is really, really embarrassing.
Maybe go back a little
Yeah.
farther.
So now Joe's like, I get it. I could be wacky too. So Joe, with all his anger and frustration, is trying to be bitty now. Boy, is this not a good
Go back
look.
a little farther. I'm sure if I wrote down. Yeah, like this is probably good.
Okay, let's see this. Watch Joe, and he's going to make kind of an ass of himself here.
On the ground.
Yeah, it's true.
Right to your sack.
Yeah. Do you have any pictures of that?
Okay, he does not normally do that.
Let me go back farther.
Okay, look at this.
So I wrote this one down when I was in the
So
shower.
even Harlan's like, why are you doing this cringe shit? Joe thinks, what are you talking? I'm doing the same shit you're doing. Watch this.
What happened? Can you imagine you get just your nuts blasted by looking?
Poor Dimitri.
How bad would that suck? Just be walking along the field going, wow, what a beautiful night.
Bang. Right
From the ground.
Yeah, it's true.
Right to your sack.
Yeah. Do you have any pictures of that?
Out to your head.
Did you see Harlan's little face when Joe started doing this?
Bang.
From the ground.
Yeah, it's true.
Right to your
As
sack.
soon as he starts
Yeah.
jing,
Do you have
jing.
any pictures of that?
You can't believe he's trying your kind of comedy, huh? Isn't that nuts? Then cut back to Joe.
Out to your head. Through your balls out to your head.
Yeah.
You should be a sound effects guy for Ghostbusters. It sounded just like the electric chair. So he's attempting now. Does he do some more here?
There's one. You can go back a little to 49:45 where he does some more noises. If that's what you're into.
Yeah. Let's see this.
Hey, guy.
Yeah, I just got this
What happened?
phlegm thing.
Oh, maybe you've got phlegm.
Maybe.
Whoa. Whoa.
Look what he's doing.
Ooh, I like that. Oh.
Imagine what they can smell.
You ever do that noise when you're making love?
No. My wife go, what the fuck are you doing?
Dude, it's primal.
She'd
Women
make
love
fun of me.
it.
She'd get up and leave.
No, here's an experiment from me to you.
Oh, just
I want
make
you to try that.
owl noises?
Next time you're making love, not to get into your I respect your personal space. Doggy style, right by her ear.
He's pretending
Carl
he's a
just started
dog.
barking. Listen to Carl. Listen to Carl.
Watch this. Watch Joe. He's making the dogs bark.
He's pretty good at
Wow.
barking.
I've never
Watch
seen
this.
Carl do that. Carl ever done that
Wow.
before?
A few noises in here I've warmed up, but he's
Wow.
He's fired up. That is crazy. Look at he really believes. I have like calling dogs was a thing.
Yeah.
I have like a really good career.
Do it
dog
again,
call.
Joe.
Hear you growl.
Yeah, pretty good.
Dude, you gotta
Carl believes it.
you gotta try
Okay,
that.
so you're a big fat
Carl.
You're a big fat faggoty fool.
But he's trying. He's trying.
Joe Rogan and Harlan Williams, everybody. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon on Red Bar. We'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
The memories don't fade, surprising fate for days. You're elegantly wasted. Before you lost your spark, took acid in the park. We're living in the basement. Now is it strange I can't connect? It isn't strange, but I could check. Walked around to where we kept the box of wax. Lately, I know once it's lost, it's never found. trucks, but on the veteran. The things we used to see, the sandhogs in the street, the chickens in her bedroom. Now is it strange I can't connect? It isn't strange, but I could check. Walked around to where we met the first time, overwhelmed, and I know once it's lost, it's never found. I need
test.
Gets me thrown around. Gets me thrown.
All right, you can fade that out. Oh, hello. Hi. Hey. You made it to the end. Look at this. Now, what do I have here? It's the Moog Sub 37 analog bass synthesizer. Ooh, wait till you see what I'm going to do here. Ooh, got a little bass, huh? Okay, watch what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to make this whole beat. Here, why don't you cut to that other camera angle, Jules, so they could see I'm really doing this here. No, the TV shot. Yeah, you can see. So I've got this filter knob, right? So check this out. So as long as I turn this knob, so here's the knob, 12 o'clock, it sounds like this. Okay, and that's 500 hertz of bass. Okay, now watch what happens when I turn it up. Right, isn't that cool? Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep playing with that knob. This up. Just 1, 2, 3. All right, you ready for this? Watch this. Let's see. Let's see if I can get the key here. I'll go a little faster. I walk in a vision in red. Your favorite move. Am I in the right key? Hold on. I walk in a vision. Sorry, sometimes with very deep bass, it's hard to. Okay, watch it. I walk in a vision in red. Your favorite movie playing on my silhouette. You turn to me just for a minute. Do you know my real secret? Make my move, spilling all my popcorn over you. You're confused. What does a girl like me want with you? Well, I want your hands, your future plans, the bitter end. We said, take a life from me, you know I do it instantly. In danger of a true romance. I don't think we're in the right key. Hold on. Okay, so there's something about being very drunk where these low bass notes. That was in key? Okay. Take a life from me, you know I do it instantly. In danger of a true romance. We are meant to be. I died for love and loyalty. In danger of a true romance. I don't like the real world. I don't like the real world. It's tough out in the real world. Let's go back to our world. Bullets fly, you took him down, and now we're honeymooners dreaming about tropical skies. In trouble again. When will it end? Will it ever end? Save me, running from the scene. More money than we could ever dream. In danger of a true romance. Bodies left to bleed, they all let it come in danger of a true romance. I thought I watched you die, I
I killed a man with tears in my eyes, in danger of a true romance. I saved you from that room, the powder and the gold and the men were all doomed. Without our love, they never stood a chance. Take a life from me, you know I do it instantly. In danger of a true romance. I don't like the real world. I don't like the real world. It's tough out in the real world. Let's go back to our world.
Another hit show, Jules. Good night.